Chapter 1 Opening Occupational Awakening. Bam! In the classroom, a strange sound rang out from the back. Everyone subconsciously cast their eyes towards the last row, looking at a boy with a strange posture. The students who would sit here were usually the special people in the class, and many of them had a look of amusement on their faces. Counselor, what are you smoking? Stand up for me. The homeroom teacher looked at the boy, his face grim. When the advisor heard this, he subconsciously got up from his seat, and then, he looked around with some bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What is this? As soon as this fatal trifecta of questions appeared, his mind suddenly had a lot more strange knowledge that answered everything. First of all, his name was Counselor. That hadn't changed. Secondly, he was now in a huge parallel world. In this world, technology and culture had been destroyed for centuries, and what was left behind was magic and swords after the revival of Aura. It was overrun with magical beasts. The entire world was secretly dangerous, and there were even a number of inhuman communities living here. One last question. The advisor recalled what happened before. One moment he was at home playing a game. The next moment he appeared in this place. The only way to explain it was, he crossed over. Advisor, you're quite calm. Ha! The class teacher looked at the advisor with a bad face, coldly opened his mouth and knocked on the blackboard, opening his mouth to ask, come and repeat what I just said. If you can't say it, get the hell out of here. The advisor subconsciously looked in the direction of the class teacher's finger, looked at the empty blackboard, suddenly confused. Nothing was written. You knocked it. Counselor, Lou Blackhand was just talking about our awakening. Just as the advisor was fuming, a faint voice came from the side. It was a boy sitting beside the advisor. His name was Left Road, the advisor's good buddy. Zwa Dao, if you dare to remind me one more time, you'll get out of here with the advisor. Bro, this is my last reminder. The advisor returned the other party's look and then looked at the homeroom teacher, his mind recalling the mess and opening his mouth to speak aloud. You just said that every student in every academy has to undergo an awakening ceremony at the age of 16, and then based on the results of the awakening, the awakened and ordinary people will be divided into two classes. After the advisor finished speaking, he quietly looked at the people around him, as well as the expression of the class teacher Lou Blackhand, knowing that he was right. However, Lou Blackhand obviously didn't intend to end it there, raised his chin and then spoke. Continue. What have I said before about the issue of occupations after awakening? This question was good to say. It was often found in the game, and the advisor relied on experience to make things up. You said before that the melee professions after awakening are warriors, swordsmen, knights, and martial monks. The long-range professions are hunters, mages, warlocks, astrologers, etc. There are also some auxiliary professions such as apothecary, shaman, priest, imperial beast master, etc. Each profession possesses different opportunities for transfer and promotion, and only needs to fulfill certain specific conditions to be able to upgrade. As these were being said, many people in the class began to quietly murmur, whispering about the professions they wanted to awaken. The advisor was likewise thinking about these things in his heart. In his past gaming experience, long range were all brittle, supporting professions SMDDX, and only melee professions were the only gods. If you can awaken to become a swordsman, it would be good, the advisor secretly thought in his heart. Lou Blackhand saw no difficult advisor, face some not so good, can only coldly look at the whole class, opened his mouth and drank. All shut their mouths. I'm going to prepare the props needed for awakening. The class leader give me to look after them. Just like that, a few minutes later, Lou Blackhand once again returned to the class, with an extra thick stack of cards in his hands, as well as a translucent glass ball. He laid these out on the podium, cleared his throat, and held a list in his hand. Next, those whose names I read will come up and prepare to begin the awakening ceremony. Chapter 2 The Sentinel That Blew the Class Away. The class was excited at these words. Lou Blackhand frowned and thumped the table to calm the class. All quiet, keep your mouth shut. The first person. Lou Blackhand swept the expectant gazes and finally landed beside the nearest girl. Sun 1, as class president, you're first. Okay teacher. The girl with the vertical ponytail responded, getting up. With a smile on her face she looked back at the class. Eventually her gaze landed on the advisor's face before she deliberately blinked her eyes. Advisor? What do you mean? She's got bad eyes? He looked at Sun 1 blankly, and this caused a lot of people in the class to look sideways, while at the same time Zwa Dao on the side even patted his shoulder, revealing a silly smile. This scene didn't last long, and soon Sun 1 walked up to the podium after turning her head back. Don't think about anything, just put your hands on it and empty your mind. Under Lou Blackhand's instructions, Sun 1 placed her hand on the round crystal ball and closed her eyes somewhat nervously. After a few short seconds, this crystal ball emitted a soft white light. Sun 1 only felt that her body was wrapped in a warmth, as if she was bathing under the sun. The cards prepared in advance on the lecture table began to move without wind, floating one by one in midair. Wow! Suddenly, a card spun and flew out from the pile, stopping in front of Sunwon with a flickering white shimmer. Lou Blackhand looked at the card, his heavy eyebrows raised. Profession, priest. It's actually a priest. It's really worthy of being the class leader. This is a profession that the team must carry. It will definitely be popular in the future. The students in the class immediately started talking. Sunwon was equally satisfied with the result and once again winked at her advisor before walking off the stage. After Lou Blackhand returned the cards to their place, he once again spoke out. Next, Xu Ming. This person was likewise a good student, sitting in the front row. Xu Ming's face did not have the nervousness of the others, and he calmly got up and walked to the podium, placing his hand on the crystal ball. The same process. The difference was that this time, the crystal ball appeared with a purple dark light. The cards on the table kept fluttering, and as the light flickered, a few seconds a card stood in front of Xu Ming. Ooh! The horizontal flesh on Lou Blackhand's face trembled as he let out an exclamation of surprise. Then he took the card into his hands and flipped it over to face the crowd. On top of this card was a person holding a sharp sword, emitting some purple aura. Swordsman? A mage? The advisor was a bit puzzled, but soon Lou Blackhand gave an answer. Xu Ming, occupation, magic swordsman. Crap, magic swordsman? There's actually this kind of occupation? This is a profession that mixes magic and physics. 1 in a million. Obviously, through his classmates' bragging, the advisor learned that magic swordsman was a very strong profession, which made him a bit envious. Thanks. Xu Ming still didn't have any expression in response to this and returned to his seat after saying an emotionless statement. Lou Blackhand was still a bit agitated, but in order to maintain order, he could only tap the table to quiet the class and continue the awakening ceremony. Reading out the name of the next person, the advisor sat in his seat and watched quietly, and he soon realized that the success rate of this awakening was not high. There were 60 students in the entire D class, and excluding the advisor, there were just under 20 awakenings, a success rate of less than a third. Last one. Counselor, it's your turn. After all the students had completed the awakening ceremony, Lou Blackhand finally read the advisor's name. Brother, cheers. Zhuodao secretly encouraged the advisor from the side. He had already completed the awakening ceremony just now, obtaining the occupation of an auxiliary type apothecary. The advisor was calm, slowly standing up. Under the gaze of the crowd, he took 3 or 2 steps to the podium. Put your hands on it. Hurry up. Lou Blackhand's attitude towards poor students like the advisor was obviously much worse. The advisor didn't say anything and raised his hand to place it on this cold crystal ball. Buzzing. A slight vibration appeared, and the advisor looked down at this crystal ball, and after a few seconds, the light on the crystal ball appeared, reflecting a purple light in his eyes. A familiar purple color. Holy, it's not possible that the advisor is also a magic swordsman, right? No. Unlikely. Right. Just him? Even if he is. So what? With his family's wealth, he definitely can't afford to cultivate the consumption of a magic swordsman. The discussion under the stage resumed, and the advisor was somewhat surprised in his heart. He could feel that a magic power was surging through his body, emitting a strange aura. Just for this reaction, if it wasn't a magical swordsman, it must be a mage or something like that. Lou Blackhand on the side was equally dismayed. He didn't think that an errant student would actually have this kind of talent. But right at this moment, something unexpected happened. The purple light on this crystal ball flickered for a while and quickly turned into a faint white light, while the cards on the table began to float continuously. Eventually, a slightly old deck of cards appeared in front of the advisor. The card had an odd pattern on it that looked like a man staring at a dragon. This is. When Lou Blackhand saw this card, the expression on his face was even more surprised than when he saw a magical swordsman, and he said with a slightly trembling tone, Counselor, occupation, Imperial Beast Master. As soon as the name of this occupation was uttered, the class roared. Chapter 3, this, a mediocre slime? My goodness, an Imperial Beast Master? This profession has supposedly not appeared in decades, right? Isn't this rarer than a magic swordsman? What's the situation? Isn't this an auxiliary profession? Why are you guys so excited? This isn't an ordinary auxiliary profession. All Imperial Beast Masters will immediately obtain a magical beast bound to their soul after awakening. I remember from the books that there was once a beast master who could control the Inferno Dragon and defended a city that was attacked by a magical beast by himself. This is too strong. Imperial Beast Master. So strong? The advisor's heart was also a little excited. After his awakening, he vaguely felt that there was something stirring inside his body, constantly roaring and wanting to rush out. Everyone back off a bit. Lou Blackhand has never seen the Royal Beast Master, but he is also considered experienced. Immediately greeted the students who leaned forward to retreat. He also withdrew a few steps, which then looked at the advisor. Face changed from the previous contempt. More than a trace of compliments. Advisor students, You try to summon their own pet beasts. Be careful, don't injure others. Oh, changing face really fast. The advisor looked at Lu Blackhand's expression and sneered in his heart, but he was also curious about his beast. He took a deep breath, and little by little, he liberated the restless, ferocious beast in his body. This process is not long. Under the control of the advisor, the breath in the body is getting more and more vigorous. Bang! A light blue mist suddenly exploded, which caused everyone in the class to change in color, panicked and backed up some more. Even the timid ones had already run out of the class. The advisor stayed in place without moving, scanning the surroundings through the smoke, and other than feeling his body become a bit heavier, he didn't see anything at all. Where's my beast? The advisor was a bit confused. He could feel that the ferocious beast inside his body had been released, but failed to see where it was. Could this be invisible? The smoke dispersed, and calm returned to the classroom. Everyone at this time focused their eyes on the advisor's body. Correctly speaking, it should be the top of his head. Then, what is it? Is this considered a fierce beast? Am I dreaming? Everyone's faces were filled with unspeakable expressions, and some had even laughed out loud. Puzzled, the advisor touched the soft, wet and cold, gel-like semi-solid on his head, which was still duong ing at the moment. What the heck is this? The advisor hurriedly looked down and soon saw a light blue translucent object land on the podium. Snap! The object made a sticky mass of sound, followed by a little bit of rising up like a pile of something not well described. It looked like a water droplet, and like an onion, with small eyes dotted with two of them, looking at the advisor with wisdom. How does this thing look like it is not very strong? Ah, it's over. Barbecue, it's over. It's over. What kind of cow horse is this? The advisor looked at this pile and blinked before a row of description panels suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Soulbound favored beast, a common slime that can be found everywhere. Favored beast character, absolutely neutral, different cultivation methods will change its character and abilities. Favored beast level, level 1. Favored beast attribute, normal. Favored beast race, slime. Favored beast ability, eating, remarks, simply eating. Favored beast ability, eating. Favored beast description. Description of favored beast. This is a top-tier beast with unlimited potential. Please treat it well, and note that it is not edible. This description made the corner of the advisor's mouth twitch. Everywhere yet unlimited potential ordinary top-tier beast, right? What does this "please treat it well" mean? Someone is entrusting it? Why the note inedible? Can this thing really be eaten? The advisor looked at this jelly-like slime on the podium, and for a moment, his emotions were quite complicated. Many of the people under the stage let out undisguised jeers when they saw the advisor's beast cub, and even among them, there were many people who had never been able to become awakened at all who were taking the opportunity to taunt the advisor. Ha ha, that's a slime, isn't it? Don't I remember there being a lot of those on the road outside the city? Even if you're not an awakened, it should be easy to deal with this thing, right? My second great-grandfather could easily kill this slime with a pitchfork. My 80-year-old grandmother could crush this thing with her wheelchair. The advisor looked at the slime with mixed emotions. I thought that he could awaken some powerful occupation after traveling here, but I didn't realize that the occupation is quite powerful. The problem is that this thing still has a ugly and cute feeling. Looking at the pair of wise eyes, the gloom in the advisor's heart dispersed a lot, and even couldn't help but laugh a little. Forget it, love it. The advisor copied the slime as soon as he could and once again held it on his head. This slime was obedient, sticking to his head and wobbling around like a wriggling hat. The advisor's reaction of this Taiwanese also made many people change their minds about him for a while. The mocking voices were gradually suppressed. Instead, another topic was generated by the class president. Sun 1, who took the lead. Actually, I think this slime is kinda cute. I think so too, but it's a pity I'm not an Imperial Beast Master. Don't think about it, even if you're an Imperial Beast Master, you won't necessarily have the chance to bind a slime. Why don't we go outside the city and catch one? Wild slimes are dangerous. Forget it. The advisor could hear that Sunwon was deliberately helping him, but at the same time he noticed that not far away, a boy was staring at him with sinister eyes. Chapter 4, How can the system still be late? That boy's name was Zheng Qi. He was a bully in the class, and had just awakened the swordsman profession, which naturally gave him a higher status in the hearts of many people. As the advisor was returning to his position, this Zhang Qi had been staring at him with a hateful gaze, leading the people around him to constantly mock. Humph, an auxiliary profession. Even if it's a proper Imperial Beast Master, doesn't it still have to be accompanied by a sword master like me? That's right, not to mention that this advisor is merely an Imperial Beast Master with a slime. This is simply a disgrace to the awakened. I think we should find a chance to get rid of that slime of his, right? Over here, the advisor returned to his seat, and Lu Blackhand also returned to the podium from the classroom door, his face gloomy. He originally thought that after the advisor awakened the Imperial Beast Master, he would obtain some kind of powerful Imperial Beast, and he, as the class teacher, would be able to get a promotion and a raise because of cultivating an imperial beast master, but it turned out that, what the hell? Lou Blackhand coldly threw out a sentence, and then organized the cards on the lecture table, and then he whirled to speak. The awakening ceremony is over. Next the school will give you guys a period of time to go for awakening practice, and 1 month later there will be an awakening exam, and you will be divided into classes according to your grades. The advisor was aware of these things. All awakened people would be assigned to different classes based on their grades, and the exam a month later is a way to get a better awakening education. Lou Blackhand wasn't in a good mood as he turned around and left the classroom holding the materials for the awakening ceremony, dropping only 2 words, "Class dismissed." Oh, school is over. Hey, it's over. I didn't awaken. I can only be an ordinary person from now on. Don't worry, even if you're an awakened person, aren't some of them more or less the same as ordinary people? You're not talking about a certain imperial beast master with a slime on top, are you? Ha ha. The class was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The advisor ignored those people and just wanted to hurry up and get out of here and go home to see how to cultivate this slime on his head. Counselor, what's the hurry to leave? Scared? Before the advisor could leave his seat, a tall figure blocked in front of him. Looking up, it was none other than Zhang Qi, the class bully. Behind Zhang Qi, there were quite a few people following him. All of them looked to be his lapdogs, all of them with a teasing face. The advisor looked at the class bully. The visitor was not good. It looks like I have a grudge against him. Don't pretend. Inside the school it's strictly forbidden for awakened people to fight each other. Advisor, don't bother with them. On the side, Zuodao packed up his things and casually pulled the advisor up with an odd smile on his face, glancing at Zhang Qi before pointing and cursing. Hey, some people are so pathetic. They don't even have a chance to be a licking dog. They can only take it out on other people's boyfriends. What a clown. Dog licking? Is this talking about Zhang Qi? Boyfriend? This is. It can't be him, right? The advisor was shocked in his heart and subconsciously looked towards the class president's son when at the front of the classroom. That girl had been looking this way before. Could it be that? After figuring out this complicated relationship, the advisor revealed a smile to Zhang Qi, who had an angry face. That smile carried a hint of pity and compassion. The advisor didn't say anything, yet it seemed like he had said everything. Seeing this, Zhang Qi's face turned red and his eyes glared at the advisor with a deadly glare. But just as Zuodao had said, this was a school and dueling was not allowed. The advisor dared to provoke the other party precisely because he knew this. No longer paying attention to this group of people, he followed the left path and trotted all the way out of the school. Brother, tell us quickly, how did you hook up with the class president? Just as soon as he left the school gate, Zuodao pulled the advisor and asked mysteriously. The advisor was at a loss. He had just come to this world and apart from some basic memories retained, he didn't remember any relationship with the class president at all. But the advisor's ability to bull **** came into play at this moment, only to see him tilt his head back and look at the sky, rubbing his polished chin, revealing a melancholic look as he said in a deep voice, "It's probably because she's enamored with my handsome charm and my testosterone." While the advisor was saying this, the slime on his head was still ing. This appearance fell in the eyes of Zuodao, and he couldn't help but nod his head and replied in the same deep tone, "Brother, your shameless appearance is quite like my style back then." The advisor laughed, recovered, and just wanted to take the slime home to study it carefully, only to have Zuodao pull him back once again. What for? The advisor looked at Zuodao strangely. Zuodao, on the other hand, grinned. "Brother, I just awakened a pharmacist here. I need someone to help me. I think your roots and bones are clear and gifted. You're a good person to be a medicine boy." The advisor balked. "Do not go. $500 an hour. Zuodao immediately changed his mind and increased the price. Hearing this price, the advisor sneered. "There is gold in a man's knees, and now, time to cash in. Go!" In this world, the advisor was a pauper, living alone in the suburbs and relying on grants. But the left path was different. Just from the name alone, one could tell that this grandson's family was in business, and his father was likewise a pharmaceutical engineer. This profession can be considered the most suitable for making money. Even if Zuodao is not an awakened person, he is still a banknote ability person. Not long after, the advisor followed Zuodao to his family's villa. No one was at his home at this time, and the two entered the basement. This was a pharmacy that was specially set up in Zuodao's house, and apart from many weird-looking pill stoves, there were quite a few expensive herbs. Relying on these herbs, even if they were piled up, they would be able to pile up Zuodao into a senior pharmacist. Prepare to start. Zuodao, who had just become an awakened, shouted with excitement and then proceeded to prepare the materials. The consultant was not idle either. After all, he is paid, and touching the fish can't be too obvious. Soon, according to the instructions and the labels of the pharmacy, After the two people prepared the materials needed, Zhuodao held a pile of herbs and walked to the side of the medicine furnace. The advisor, on the other hand, held the slime in her hand, poking it with her finger alright, pressing a piece of its body down, and then seeing when it would recover. 100 milligrams of pure water, 13 drops of spectral leaf grass juice, 7 faded leaves, and a magic horn sheeps. He. As Zhuodao read the recipe, a strange laugh escaped his mouth every now and then. The advisor inexplicably felt a vicious chill as he watched Zhuodao throw the ingredients into the medicine furnace and stirred them with a wooden stick, filling the room with a foul odor. This scene was not like making medicine, it was more like boiling. This process lasted for half an hour, and only when the pot of herbs boiled to the end did Zhuodao fish out the contents, rubbing and kneading them together to turn it into a small pill with a black light. Successful! Come and taste it. Zhuodao held the pill and handed it to the advisor. What is this? The advisor sniffled and immediately smelled an indescribable flavor and looked at Zhuodao vigilantly. Zhuodao smiled mysteriously. Hey, a man's tonic. Don't bull *********. This stuff slimes don't even eat. The advisor didn't believe in Zhuodao's words. He took this pill and raised his hand to pass it to the slime on his head, intending to give Zhuodao confirmation that his words were the truth. As a result, the slime on top of his head quickly squirmed and decisively wrapped this pill in. Holy! Startled, the advisor hurriedly took the slime off his head and shook it back and forth, trying to get it to spit it out. Although this thing didn't seem to be doing much, it was after all his soul sentinel. So if something went wrong with this, what difference would there be between him and an ordinary person? But this slime had absolutely no intention of spitting it out, and the pill in its body quickly turned into powder and was absorbed. And immediately a voice appeared beside the advisor's ears. The slime activated the skill Eat and successfully obtained the new skill Giganticize. Hearing this voice, the advisor was confused. Giganticize? It turns out that this pill from Left Path is real. At the moment when the advisor was surprised, a strange voice reappeared beside his ears. Congratulations on obtaining the Imperial Beast System. Is it open? Hearing these words, the advisor was stunned for 3 seconds, and his eyes glittered with crystal liquid. Tears pulled out at once. Finally came. How is this ING system still late? Chapter 5, Divine Level Magic Beast Nightmare Bird. Hey buddy, why are you crying? Zhuodao took a look at the consultant. This look panicked, rushed to say, brothers, this medicine does not need you to compensate. I'll give you another refining A. No, 10, you a sugar beans child knocking to play all. Off. The advisor pushed away the left way, wiped his tears, and secretly answered in his heart. Open, quickly ING open for me. You have opened the Imperial Beast System, and have gained the Novice Basic Ability. Observation, a passive skill that allows you to view the attribute characteristics of an item or creature at any time. Power of Dominance, you can freely control a soulbound Imperial Beast and share some of its attributes. Knowledge of Imperial Beasts, after learning it, you can gain knowledge of the evolutionary route and materials required for Imperial Beasts. This system is also too stingy. The advisor cursed. This system was far from what he had imagined. No divine artifacts. No divine equipment, not even poor pooping pills, sent the wrong goods, right? Warning to the host, although the delay caused the system to appear a bit later, please do not question this system. This system has become a spirit? The advisor smacked his lips, not expecting this system to actually have quite a temper, and for a while he didn't dare to talk nonsense, rushing to use up the Imperial Beast knowledge. His head was a little swollen, and some weird knowledge kept coming up. All of this knowledge was used to cultivate slimes, which also gave the advisor a new perception of the slimes in his arms, and the slime had gained new attributes after consuming the pills created by Zhuodao. Soulbound Imperial Beast, a common slime that can be found everywhere. Beast character, absolutely neutral. Imperial Beast level, level 2. Attribute, poison. Beast's race, slime. Beast's ability, eat. Beast ability, eat, remarks, simply eat. Gigantization, can increase size. Beast ability, eat, remarks, simply eat. Gigantization, can increase size. Looking at the slimes panel, the advisor secretly nodded. Through the knowledge of the Imperial Beasts, he had learned that the skill Eat was the key to increasing the slime's strength. The pill just now granted the slime the attribute of poison, and it also mastered the ability of giganticization due to the effects of the medicine. Originally, this giganticization effect was supposed to appear somewhere in the advisor's body, and as a result, forget it, whoever is big isn't big. The advisor laughingly picked up the slime and couldn't help but rub its body. It's not too convenient to keep calling you slime. Let's give you a new name. The advisor looked at the slime, as if pinching a piece of Play-Doh, and yanked it into a panda's appearance, and then muttered to himself, why don't you call yourself Ice Dun Dun from now on? The colors are all similar anyway, and when the time comes to make a plastic shell for you to put it in as a mascot, the name of the soul-bound Imperial Beast has been changed. Soul-bound Imperial Beast, Ice Peer Dun Dun. The system's prompt appeared in response. Apparently the new name was recognized, but the slime didn't seem to like it too much, and quickly turned back into a pile. Brother, what's your whole thing? Zhuodao looked at the advisor's strange behavior and was a bit dismayed. The advisor also ignored him and continued to read the knowledge of the Imperial Beasts, checking the current routes that would allow the slime to evolve. There are currently 3 routes of evolution for Imperial Beasts. Article 1, Release. Let the Ice Dun Dun return to nature and leave it to fend for itself. The second one, Strengthen the toxic attributes. Feed herbs with toxicity, strengthen them according to the strength of the herbs, and at the same time, it can enhance the attributes of the Imperial Master. Article 3, The Path to Supremacy. Feed the Feather of Night and Fire type of material. Depending on the attributes, allow the Imperial Beast to gain the abilities of a god-level magical beast, and enhance the Imperial Master's attributes. The first advisor definitely couldn't agree to it. The second one seemed simple, but it was nowhere near as attractive as the third one. Zhuodao, do you have the Feather of Night and Fire at home? The advisor hadn't heard of this thing and could only ask Zhuodao beside him. What the hell? Zhuodao, however, exploded, and boarded his eyes wide. Brother, you're crazy. That's the feather of the divine-level magical beast Nightmare Bird. Those who can crusade against that kind of magical beast are at the very least second turn awakened. How could my family possibly have it? Divine-class magical beasts. Second turn awakened person. In this world, god-level magical beasts are recognized as rare and powerful species, mostly living in uninhabited danger zones, where ordinary people simply cannot find them. There were more second transition awakened, but they had to be at least 60 or 70 level awakened. The advisor subconsciously looked at his attribute panel through the system. Name, Counselor. Race, Human. Awakened profession, Beast Master. Level, 1. Physique, 11. Magic, 16. Strength, 11. Spirit, 16. Resistance, poison resistance, 5%. The rest none. Beast, Ice Dun Dun, Slime. Beast attunement, 100%. Mastery ability, Observation. Mastery, Observation. Power of Unification. Imperial Beast Knowledge. The system's comment on this is 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Remember not to pretend now. He. The advisor looked at the system's evaluation of him and gave a dry laugh. Truly strong people have B numbers in their hearts. The advisor decisively gave up the impractical third evolutionary route. Zhuodao, then with your current level, what is the most powerful poison you can practice? Poison? Zhuodao's ears twitched as he looked at the advisor warily and asked carefully. Brother, let me remind you first, killing for love is not desirable. Even if that Zhang Qi is hostile to you, you can't. Where is all this with? Stop. The advisor waved his hand to interrupt Zhuodao, then urged, I don't use it on people, just tell me what it is. Zhuodao was half convinced. The most powerful poison I can make now is water poison cordial punch, Zhuodao said, flipping open a pharmaceutical guidebook on the table, explaining, this kind of potion, after taking it, can paralyze the nerves of the whole body, leading to convulsions and insanity. And then, there was no sound. There was silence in the pharmacy for a few seconds, and the advisor looked at Zhuodao with a hint of skepticism on his face. It's gone? Zhuodao looked like he was on the verge of tears, shaking his head frantically. Of course, it's gone. I'm only a level 1 pharmacist now. I can't make a poison that kills. Okay, make one quickly. I'm useful, just so you can raise the level of pharmacist. Zhuodao looked at the advisor and spoke decisively. Can't do it. Ha? The advisor raised the slime and let out a questioning sound, as if he was going to exhale Ice Dun Dun into the other person's face in the next second. Zhuodao was filled with aggravation and hurriedly took a few steps back. The pharmacy doesn't have water poison Sumire anymore, and this stuff is kinda expensive. My recent pocket money. The advisor already knew what the bastard was going to say. Alright, don't sell yourself short. Just say where you can get it. I'll figure it out. Behind my house. The Tail Feather Bazaar that opens every morning. There are many merchants in there that will sell this. Zhuodao answered quickly, as if he had already prepared this answer. The advisor looked at his expression and suddenly had a feeling of being fooled. This grandson really deserves to be called left path. It was now close to evening, and the Tail Feather Bazaar had long since closed. The advisor, with an ice dunce on his head, walked for a long time before returning to his unoccupied little shabby house. The night was silent. The next day, the consultant got up early in the morning, with only a little money, foot pedaling a broken bicycle. Had Ice Dun Dun, even asked with the blind, finally found the tail feathers near the bazaar. The consultant traveled to the most prosperous city in this continent, Dragon County. Although it was still early in the morning, the Tail Feather Bazaar had already gathered a lot of people, and it looked just like the kind of bazaar in the counselor's original world. The only difference was that this bazaar sold mostly materials that awakened people needed. as well as some magic potions and ingredients. As a result, almost all of the people who frequented this place were elite awakened ones. Chapter 6, Level 60 Cthulhu Dragon Knight. Compared to them, the advisor, a man with a slime on his head, looked extremely out of place, not to mention the fact that he was only a level 1 Imperial Beast Master. The advisor didn't care about the opinions of the onlookers, as he strutted around the bazaar, his eyes going back and forth from stall to stall in search of what he needed. The most important ingredient for making the water poison cordial punch was the water poison cordial flower, and the advisor was only looking for this one herb. Come and take a look. A material just taken from the horned dragon, the spiral horn of the horned dragon, suitable for making powerful weapons. Stay back, lookers, this is my ancestral boom dragon reverse scale, used to make armor that can resist the dragon's roar. Perfect for all you swordsmen. Buy the medicine. Buy the medicine. Just made the strong walking medicine. As long as you drink it, even a cripple can walk as fast as flying. There were not a few people who set up stalls in this tail feather bazaar, and as for their hollering slogans, they shouted louder than one another. But when the advisor used the ability given to him by the system to look at them one by one, he quickly came to a conclusion. They were all black merchants. Taking a random stone and smoothing it out, they dared to pass it off as the scales of rare and exotic beasts, and even pouring a bubble of urine into a bottle also claims to be a secret medicine. Wanting to buy something valuable here relies not only on eyesight, but more on luck and guts. This gave the advisor the idea that he could come here to set up a stall in the future if he couldn't be an Imperial Beast Master. Soon, the advisor squeezed into the center of the tail feather bazaar along with the crowd. There were more people here, and for those who were able to set up stalls here, the things they bought were no longer all knockoffs, but were more of a mix of real and fake, making it even more difficult to recognize them. The advisor relied on his observation ability and wandered around the bazaar for an hour or so before finally stopping in front of a floor stall brother. This person looked to be in his 20s or 30s, sitting on the ground in a blue suit with a smile on his face, and a blanket in front of him, on which various materials and props of varying values were neatly stacked. Don't miss it if you walk by. This store specializes in selling genuine products. Fake 1 for 10. And all are welcome. Welcome to all awakened ones. This person seemed to be doing good business, and many people gathered here, which made all the surrounding ground stalls seem quite cold. After the advisor stopped and scanned the things in front of him, his eyes landed on top of a bunch of weird plants. This plant had some lavender butterfly-shaped petals on it, dotted with a few white prickly balls that looked like dandelions. Water poison cordial, a plant with a paralyzing effect that can be used as medicine to make medicinal herbs. This is it. The system's hints could not be wrong. Uncle, how much is this plant? The advisor squatted in front of the man, putting on an old-fashioned look, and pointed at the water poison cordial. The stall owner, who was greeting other customers, turned his head to look at the advisor's boyish appearance with a slime on his head. Not only did he not show an expression of boredom, he instead smiled and moved his butt over. There must be a demon when things go wrong. The advisor was instantly on guard. That stall owner came closer and pointed at the water poison cordial on the stall, revealing a naive smile. Little brother has good eyesight. This poisonous cordial, I'll sell you 1W at cost. Put your grandmother's fart. The advisor cursed and gave this stall owner a fierce blank look. Not to mention what is the difference between the water poison corydalus and the poison corydalus flower. This $1 alone. That's not something the consultant can take. No need to think to know that this stall owner is just pitting people. But the surrounding onlookers secretly nodded their heads and casually commented. Or Lao Tang honest. This poisonous cordial flower is a poisonous thing. Used to refine the medicine can kill in the invisible. Usually sold outside at least 2W. That's true. I always come here to sell things. The whole tail feather market. Only old Tang honest. I bought a lot of materials from him last time, and he even gave me a good discount. These people are shills, aren't they? The advisor looked at those people and shook his head darkly after observing them carefully. Judging from the occupation and identity of these people, they are not trustees, but simple fools. The things that this stall owner called Old Tang sold them were all shoddy products. Some of them weren't even shoddy. They were complete trash. Old Tang, get me some black powder. I have to go to Morgan Forest recently. Okay, Brother Tang, are there any horned dragon scales? I'm going to enchant my armor. No problem, Tang-san. Have the hidden weapons I ordered last time arrived? It's arrived. They're all fine materials. Those fools quickly ignored the advisor and continued with their respective purchases and sales. The advisor skimmed his mouth, thinking about whether or not to remind these fools. But soon he realized something. What did those people just call this stall owner? Tang-san? Hearing this somewhat familiar name, he hurriedly shut his mouth, fearing that the other party was a sea god that had boomed out from somewhere, first coming with a sentence of not daring to stir up trouble as a mediocrity, and then giving him a way to take death hat. Quickly run! The advisor frowned lightly, intending to hurry up and leave this decent man, but just as he stood up, a figure passed in front of him and stopped beside him. It was a woman with long blonde hair, a tall figure, and exquisitely defined features. As soon as this woman appeared, the people around her quickly made a large open space for her. "Egu, isn't this Sister Du?" The stall owner surnamed Tang smiled joyfully at the sight, waving his hand at the woman, and the surrounding people also looked surprised. "Isn't this the most famous bounty hunter in Dragon County?" "That's her. She's the famous Sun Tian Dragon Knight. This woman is quite good looking. This body, this look. Don't look recklessly. This person is grumpy. Be careful, she'll gouge your eyes out." The advisor heard this and instead unconsciously sized up the other party. This woman was wearing a light armor that was filled with spikes, quite a kind of uninviting coldness, but this light armor was extremely close to the body, highlighting her figure with a hint of sexiness. While the advisor was scrutinizing the woman, the system in front of him also displayed some information about her. Name, Du Ruo. Race, human. Awakened profession, Cthulhu Dragon Knight. Level, 60. Formation, Bounty Hunter. Formation, Bounty Hunter. The system's evaluation of this is nothing to evaluate, just very strong. This system prompt caused the advisor to quickly shut his mouth and immediately retreat to the side. This kind of person was not something he could touch right now, and despite only just coming to this world, he was well aware of the gold content of the words Cthulhu Dragon Knight. This was a transfer from the Awakened Profession Knight, and it was the second transfer, a transfer from Dragon Knight. The camp of bounty hunters was spread all over the world. Chapter 7, Does this Thunder Black Flame Pot keep cooking? All those who were capable could join the bounty hunters camp and receive reward payouts by completing tasks issued by others. Boy, so Dragon County still has this kind of character? The advisor retreated into the crowd in silence, but didn't rush to leave, instead wanting to see what this expert wanted to do here. "Sister Du, I have a new batch of goods here, come and take a look." The stall owner beckoned to Du Ruo with a joyful smile, looking like the two had long been acquainted with each other. Du Ruo ignored the bystanders and stepped forward. The armor on her body clashed with a crisp metallic sound, and then she spoke. "Tang-san, how's the preparation of the Thunder Black Flame Pot I asked for last time?" As soon as the words Thunder Black Flame Pot left his mouth, the bystanders immediately let out a gasp. "Isn't this something that can only be created through a senior alchemist? My god, this thing is too rare." "Nonsense, an ordinary person can directly kill a god-level magical beast with this stuff. If this thing were to detonate in Dragon County, it's estimated that half the city would be blown to ashes. Not even ashes would be left behind. This thing will attract heavenly lightning." The people on the side were chattering. Du Ruo didn't even return his head, quietly looking at the stall owner. "It's ready." The stall owner immediately responded, turning back to rummage through his backpack, and in no time at all, he pulled out a small wooden box and opened the lid. "Here it is. It took me a lot of effort to get it in from the outer city." The advisor was also very curious about this prop that could kill a god-level magical beast. He squeezed around and came forward, tilting his head to scan it. In that small box lay a black ceramic jar with a knob that looked like it could detonate the explosives in it just by turning it. "So this is the Thunder Black Flame Pot. It looks pretty average." It might look average. After all, most people have never seen it before. Is this really as powerful as said? Can anything Brother Tang sells be fake? That's right. Brother Tang is the most honest businessman. The stall owner let out a light laugh as he listened to the voices of the bystanders. He looked at Du Ruo with a fawning face. "Sister Du, this is a prohibited item. I specially searched for paperwork from several cities before I could apply for this. You don't know? Alright. Du Ruo saw the stall owner's thoughts, frowned and interrupted him, casually saying, "Just tell me straight, how much is it?" Seeing Du Ruo open her mouth generously, the stall owner closed his mouth and pretended to stare, raising two fingers. "Sister Du, we are old acquaintances. I'll sell you 200,000 for this." Oh, the consultant heard this figure and was shocked with a raised eyebrow. 200,000? This broken jar could be worth that much money? The advisor wasn't the only one who had this thought. The people on the side were also staggered. Seeing this, the stall owner immediately explained. "This Thunder Black Flame Pot has been refined by the masters of the City of Alchemy, and inside it, the Thunder Horn Dust of the divine magical beasts is used, and there is even the Thunder Lightworm of the prison wolf dragon that is refined." "Which is all of it. Cut the crap, I'll buy it." When Du Ruo said this, he didn't even frown the same way, clearly a master who didn't lack money. However, the advisor frowned, really not accustomed to seeing this kind of daylight declaration of deception. He squeezed away from the people around him and blocked. "Wait a minute." Hearing the voice, the stall owner's face cooled and solidified with a brush, and Du Ruo also stopped the action of pulling out money, a pair of light blue eyes with a hint of displeasure, looking at the person who interrupted her. "Interesting, what does this kid want?" Looking at this person's appearance, he should be a royal beast master. right? But his royal beast is a slime? Even if royal beast masters are relatively rare, but a royal beast master with a slime dares to interrupt. Isn't this looking for a fight? Many people had the idea of watching the fun and looked at the advisor with a teasing face. The stall owner, on the other hand, glared angrily at the advisor with a hint of threat in his tone. Kid, don't get in the way of my business. Du-Ruo also looked at the advisor, his voice cold. Something wrong? The advisor didn't answer, but turned his head to look at the small box and reconfirmed. Through the system, the information panel of the props in the box appeared in front of him. Flame pot. It contains a small amount of gunpowder, which can be detonated by breaking the pot, causing a small flame explosion effect. After determining that there was no error in the information panel of this prop, the corner of the advisor's mouth hooked, revealing a cold smile. Good lord, not even a black fire pot. This is a flame pot, and to put it bluntly, it's a drop cannon. This is really half of a pit for a stranger, and a grand slam for an acquaintance. An ordinary flame pot dares to be sold as a thunder black flame pot, and the opening is $200,000. The advisor didn't know what a real thunder flame pot looked like, but obviously, everyone present didn't know either, and this Cthulhu Dragon Knight didn't see the problem with it. But while these tricks could fool others, they couldn't fool the advisor who had the system. This was a chance to brush up his favor. If he could get to know this pale sky Dragon Knight, there might be big gains in the future. This time, the advisor didn't care about the way to take death and said bluntly, "Boss, do you keep this thunder black flame pot cooked?" When these words came out, everyone was stunned. After a few seconds, the stall owner was the first to come back to his senses and looked at the advisor blankly. What? Guarantees ripening? This. The advisor only then reacted to saying the wrong thing and changed his words. No, I mean, is this thunder black flame pot of yours fidelity? When the stall owner heard this, the bewilderment on his face instantly turned to gloom, but because of all the people around him, he could only smile sarcastically. Oh, look at what you're saying. I'm a props merchant. Can I still sell you fake goods? The advisor only ignored this. He simply squatted in front of the stall and said at the top of his voice, "Don't bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll ask you this melon. You this thunder black fire pot fidelity?" This sentence obviously let the stall owner face hang. Pick a fight, right? It was quite cooperative. The advisor laughed darkly and pointed at the flame pot in the box. Don't talk about useless things. What if this thunder flame pot of yours is fake? If this is fake, I'll eat it and never come back here to set up a stall again. When the stall owner said this, the crowd fell silent. Even Du-Ruo sneered and looked at the advisor, disdain flickering in his eyes. Kid, don't get in the way of people's business. That's right, you're a royal beastmaster with a slime. What are you pulling about truth and falsehood in front of others? This has nothing to do with you anyway. Brother Tang has been doing business here for months. We're all acquaintances. How could he possibly sell fake goods? That's right, not to mention this is Du-Ruo. He dares to sell Song Tian Dragon Knight fakes? Is this kid paid by other vendors to come here and find trouble? Under the crowd's disdainful sneers, Du-Ruo was also a bit impatient. She looked at the advisor and spoke in a bad tone. Kid, I don't know what you do, but don't get in the way of me buying things. I still have important things to do. As soon as he saw that the crowd was on his side, the stall owner revealed an aggrieved look. Everyone watch and testify for me. This kid wants to ruin my business. Can this kind of person stay here? I've been selling here for several months now. Everyone has witnessed my credibility for all to see. Heaven and earth are kind. I'm a kind prop merchant. Besides, it's impossible for me to cheat anyone but Sister Du. She's bought so many things from me. Can she still not tell if they're real or fake? The vendor became more and more agitated, and in the end, he directly stood up and made a gesture towards the advisor, raising his hand to hit him. This can also hit a rake. Really shameless. Consultant frowned, a dodge to avoid this person. The next second he took advantage of the crowd not prepared. Will be the flame pot in the hand? Slightly weighing a little. It was icy cold, not too heavy, and some granular stuff rustled inside. Kid, what are you doing? Put it down. That's something that's going to kill you. Crap. Guys, I'll run away first. We'll see each other again sometime. The advisor's action immediately startled the crowd, fearing that this thunderflame pot would blow half of the city into the sky. Chapter 8, giving away some random legendary gear. For her part, Du-Ruo's gaze was cold, and with a swift wave of her hand, a shadow coalesced in midair, and in the blink of an eye, she was holding a long gun that looked like a dragon's wing in her hand, with the tip of the spear pointing straight at the advisor's throat. Du-Ruo threatened, "Put the thing down." The face of the vendor in front of him became even more somber as he hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted, "Stop him!" Facing the crowd's nervous appearance, the advisor was not flustered. At the moment, he only had the vendor in his eyes. He said with a cold smile, "Don't forget what you just said. If this is fake, you ate it." As soon as the words fell, The advisor turned the knob on the flaming pot and slammed it hard towards the ground. The people who were watching before, including Du-Rua, thought that the advisor was just threatening the stall owner. They didn't even think that he really dared to detonate this thunder black flame pot. Crap. Run. It's over. Brothers, see you in the next life. I don't want to die. Before this flaming pot hit the ground, the people around it had long run far away, followed by a crunching sound. Wow. The flaming pot landed on the ground should be crushed. Those who ran fast had already lost their traces, and those who ran slow closed their eyes and prepared to wait for death. Du-Rua, on the other hand, quickly slammed with her lance and a translucent shield blocked in front of her. However, the explosion expected by the crowd did not appear. That broken flame pot was silent for a few seconds before it let out a hissing sound of leaking air, and then a cloud of firelight emerged like a firework. Hey, what's going on? Scared me to death. How come it's mute? Am I dreaming? How come I'm still alive? No, this is. When the crowd saw the fire on the ground, their faces changed abruptly. Du-Rua even frowned. After dispersing his shield, he coldly spat out 3 words. Flame pot? As an experienced bounty hunter, Du-Rua was certainly able to distinguish this thing. Sue, only to see Du-Rua flinging his lance. A blistering wind sprang up, extinguishing the flames on the ground in the twinkling of an eye. Turning his head to look at the stunned vendor. Tang-san, what's going on? This. The vendor opened his mouth, half a day without making a sound. The advisor also breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead without leaving any traces, and then laughed in a pretense of relaxation. Little Tang, just now it was you yourself who said that if this thing is fake, you'll eat it. You. Stall owner saw the situation, fiercely glared at the consultant. A ball of fire on the head. Step rushed over, vowed to this bad his business kid beat up, but did not wait for him to walk out 2 steps. A crowd of people who have been watching for a long time swarmed up. In this tail feather bazaar, a lot of people are selling fake goods, which is allowed, but just like cheating, once they are caught in flagrante delicto, then the thing that greets them is murder. Murder. That vendor was pressed to the ground by the crowd, holding his head with both hands and screaming in a pig-killing voice. The surrounding people didn't care if they had a grudge or not. Anyway, anyone who saw it had to come and kick it. This was considered a tradition in this world. Soon, the commotion over here attracted the attention of the administrators of the Tail Feather Bazaar. Some people who looked like guards arrived late, packed up the dying vendor along with his things, and dragged them out of the crowd. The center of the originally bustling bazaar soon emptied out into a field, leaving only the icy-faced Du-Rua and the advisor with a goofy grin on his face, waiting until the surrounding area was quiet. Du-Rua then looked at the advisor. Kid, you. The advisor waved his hand to interrupt, and then said with his head held high, it's okay, there's no need to thank me. This is what I should do. Also, you don't need to ask me what my name is. I'm not going to tell you that my name is Advisor. I'm a level 1 Royal Beast Master, attending the Dragon County Awakening Academy. I'm doing this purely because I'm not used to seeing these unscrupulous traders. You don't have to give me any rewards. Money is something outside of my body to me. You mustn't give me any money or any rare props or materials. I will never accept them. I'll reiterate, I won't tell you that my name is Advisor, and I don't want to accept any props you give me. The consultant finished a few consecutive sentences like a series of cannons and turned his head to look at Du-Rua, secretly thinking in his heart that my hint was obvious enough, right? Shouldn't the big brother send some legendary equipment or something next? Right, that gun just now is pretty good. Unexpectedly, the other party just quietly looked at him, silent for a few seconds, turned around and left. Alas, you wait a moment, counselors see each other to go. This anxious, hurriedly out to stop each other. What for? Du-Rua turned around at the sound. No expression on his face as he looked at the advisor. Something wrong? I helped you uncover a scam, and you're just leaving? Du-Rua still had a poker face, casually turning the lance into a phantom and dispersing it. Wasn't it you who said for me not to ask your name or give you anything? This woman was so damn obedient. The advisor suddenly had the feeling of lifting a stone and smashing his own foot, but it was too disadvantageous to let him just let it go. I mean, he changed his righteous look from earlier and said with a hefty smile, so what? It's actually okay for you to forcefully give me something. Put. Ha. Hearing this, Du-Rua finally couldn't help herself. The corners of her mouth hooked up slightly, but soon she forced herself to change back to the icy expression she had before. She casually fumbled with her hand from the pouch on her waist, then pulled out a flower and handed it over. The flower looked like a dandelion, dotted with dark purple butterfly-shaped petals. I just saw that you seemed to be looking for this. Keep it. I have no use for keeping it anyway. The advisor blinked, and after receiving the somewhat familiar flower, the system immediately distinguished the item. Poison cordial flower, a mutated species of water poison cordial, possessing extremely strong lethal toxicity while retaining a paralyzing effect. Seeing this flower, The advisor had an afterthought and slapped his head. So the water poison cordial sold by that vendor just now was also indiscriminate? The advisor raised his head to look ahead. However, Durua had already turned around, leaving behind only one sentence. It's useless for me to keep this flower. Don't think nonsense, even without you. I can still tell that what Tang San sold just now was a fake. After saying this, Durua didn't give the advisor another chance to speak and stepped into the crowd. The advisor looked at her shapely back and let out a light laugh. After storing this poison cordial flower in his backpack, then once again wandered around the Tail Feather Bazaar. Just now Tang San's matter had attracted the attention of many vendors. Many vendors selling fake goods had quietly faded away. Very few vendors remained. The consultant searched for a long time but could not find the water poison Corydalus. In the end, he had to call it quits and leave the Tail Feather Bazaar. As agreed, he pedaled his bike to Zuodao's home again. Zuodao brought him to the familiar pharmacy, and after unlocking the door, he mysteriously looked at the advisor and lowered his voice to ask, "Brother, did you bring the goods?" Looking at Zuodao's expression like a secret agent's joint, the advisor also let out a laugh and felt his pockets. "No, but I found purer goods." As soon as the words left his mouth, the advisor took out the poisonous cordial flowers that Durua had given him and placed them in front of Zuodao. Holy! As an apothecary, Zuodao could tell what this was at a glance, and immediately exclaimed in shock, fear radiating from his eyes as he hurriedly covered his mouth and lowered his voice even more. "Bro, you're killing yourself." Of course the advisor knew that this was fatal, but he had no choice. Wandering through the entire Tail Feather Bazaar, except for Tang San who had sold a water poison cordial disguised as a poison cordial flower, the rest of the stall holders didn't have this thing at all. But Tang San's stall had been raided, and if Durua hadn't given him this poisonous cordial flower, the advisor would have had to return empty-handed. "Cut the crap, can you do it?" The advisor looked at Zuodao and asked seriously. Zuodao hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, "It can be done, but you have to promise me first that this thing can't be used indiscriminately." "Got it." Upon hearing that it can be done, the advisor immediately smiled. "Don't worry, you know me, I never go to harm." Zuodao looked at the advisor and was silent for a split second, seemingly recalling something, then sighed and carefully picked up the poisonous cordial flowers on the table and walked over to the medicine stove. How many meanings did that look in Zuodao's eyes just now? Chapter 9, Poisoning the Slime. The advisor casually held the slime on his head in his arms and gently rubbed the chubby body. After some preparation, the pharmacy was filled with a faint sweet smell, and the thick medicinal water inside the furnace was constantly gurgling and bubbling. After waiting for the potion inside to completely boil down into a concentrated ointment, Zuodao fished out the ointment with a wooden spatula, put on a pair of gloves, and began to dry and grind. Success! After some time, Zuodao let out a soft cry with some fatigue and turned around to hand over a bag of medicinal powders wrapped by paper. These medicinal powders were lavender in color, smelled a little sweet, and there were some small particles in them that hadn't been ground up. It looked like jumping candy. The advisor gazed at the bag of medicinal powders and used the system's ability to look at them. Poisonous cordial dust, something highly poisonous, in addition to retaining the paralyzing effect of water poisonous cordial. This is it. The advisor's heart rejoiced as he carefully held the powders in his hands and followed the contents of the imperial beast's knowledge. He placed the slime in his arms on the table and carefully handed the powder to the slime. "Holy, what are you doing?" Zuodao was startled to see the advisor's action and asked in panic. "It's fine, trust me." The advisor waved his hand, signaling him not to disturb himself, before ordering to the slime, "Go on ice done. Use it on the poisonous cordial dust." Goo, goo. Advisors, this imperial beast was obedient. After slowly wriggling on the table for a while, it came to the poisonous cordial dust, and then rolled around on the dust on it, looking like it was making some kind of food. The mauve dust stuck to the slime within a few seconds, and was quickly incorporated into its body. Ice Dun has successfully devoured the poison cordial dust. The system's voice rang beside his ears, and the originally light blue Ice Dun, at this time, also turned light purple. But to the advisor's surprise, the next moment the body of the Ice Dun issued a tremor, and then began to melt, becoming like mucus, paralyzed on the table. This time it wasn't just the left path. The advisor was also startled. "System, what's going on here?" "Being detected. Your imperial beast is digesting the poisonous cordial dust. The success rate is 100%. It is expected to take 3 days. Please take care of the imperial beast during that time." Oh, scared to death. He thought his beast cub had been poisoned to death. The advisor breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the table full of ice duns, and greeted Zuodao on the side. "Quickly, find a bucket of water." Oh. Zuodao thought that this was to collect the slime's body, and hurriedly brought a fairly clean bucket from the pharmacy. The two people cooperated and put the slime that had turned into a puddle of liquid into the bucket, and after carefully checking it out and seeing that there were no missing arms or legs, The two people sat down on the chair. Brother, what are you doing? Even if this slime isn't powerful, there's no need for you to poison it to death, right? Zhuodao looked at the puddle of lavender liquid in the bucket and was filled with black lines. The advisor casually explained. I didn't want to poison it. This is my method of cultivating imperial beasts. What do you know? Ah yes. Too right, brother. I hope that the next time I see you, your imperial beasts have already resurrected from the barrel. Zhuodao didn't fully believe the advisor and said half-jokingly. The advisor didn't dwell on this issue with him either. Wanting to wait for the slime to be completely digested would take 3 days. The advisor thought about it and decisively said goodbye to Zhuodao, carrying the bucket and running home. These 3 days passed quickly. During this period of time, not to mention running around, the advisor did not even go out of the house. Like taking care of a sick pet, every day looking at the slime in the bucket and watering it when there is nothing else to do. Just as the system said, by the time the morning of the 3rd day came, he just woke up to see a pile of purple stuff lying on his chest. Yo, recovered? The advisor exclaimed, getting up to prop the slime up, and the system's voice duly sounded beside his ears. Your imperial beast has finished digesting. Quickly display the attributes. A virtual panel appeared right in front of his eyes. Soulbound imperial beast, iced undone, slime. Imperial beast character, absolute neutral. Imperial beast level, level 5. Attribute, poison. Beast's race, slime. Sentinel abilities, eat, remarks, simply eating. Gigantization, can increase in size. Poison cordial juice, can actively spray venom, passively possesses the ability to absorb toxins. From this panel, there wasn't much change in his imperial beast, other than the level being raised to level 5 and an additional skill of poisonous cordial juice. However, the appearance had turned purple, which was a bit ugly. However, when the advisor opened his information panel, he was surprised. Name, advisor. Race, human. Awakened profession, Imperial Beast Master. Level, 1. Physique, 20. Magic, 28. Strength, 20. Spirit, 28. Resistance, poison resistance 30%. Imperial Beast, iced undone, slime. Beast attunement, 100%. Mastery, observation. Power of unification. Imperial Beast knowledge. Mastery, observation. Power of unification. Imperial Beast knowledge. There was no change in rank as a gobbler, but all the attributes had almost doubled. The advisor clenched his fist and roughly estimated that with his current physical qualities, it was enough to break bread with many initial novice swordsmen. So it seems that level doesn't matter. As long as the attributes and level of the Imperial Beasts are high, I'll be able to share the attributes by relying on the power of unity. The advisor looked at the panel and secretly thought about it for a while before impatiently checking the knowledge of the Imperial Beasts again to find the next stage of upgrading. There are currently 3 routes of evolution for Imperial Beasts. Article 1, release the iced undone to return to nature and let it fend for itself. Article 2, continue to strengthen the poison attribute. The level of toxins that can be fed increases. Other elemental materials can also be fed, allowing the Imperial Beast to gain the ability of other attributes. Article 3, bionic teardrop. Provide the rare kernel of a god-level magical beast to the Imperial Beast for absorption, giving the Imperial Beast the ability to shapeshift and replicate the abilities and attributes of a god-level magical beast. As before, the first one was a direct pass. The second one was still about feeding elemental materials. To put it bluntly, it was either eating poisons or expensive materials as a way to make the Imperial Beast stronger and at the same time increase its strength as an Imperial Master. But this third one was much different from before. It was the same feeding the kernel and materials of a divine-grade magical beast, but this time, it wasn't simply about inheriting attributes. It was about copying and morphing. Of course, the advisor had a very compelling number in his heart. With the current situation, he would never be able to get anything related to a god-level magical beast, so he could only continue to choose the second evolutionary route. Has chosen to continue the second route. The current evolutionary route suggests continuing to look for kernels that feed on poison attribute magical beasts. The current poison attribute kernels that can be consumed by the Imperial Beasts are the kernel of the magic poison frog, the kernel of the blue crystal jellyfish, and the kernel of the silver vine magic boundary flower. The kernels of these 3 magical beasts, advisor, all of them are unheard of. In addition, these were not medicines, and the left path didn't have any at home. System, where can I get these magical beast kernels? You can find them in the bodies of the magic poison frog, blue crystal jellyfish and silver vine magic realm flower. I'm asking you, how can I get them? The advisor continued to ask. The system continued to answer. You can obtain it inside the demon poison frog, blue crystal jellyfish or silver vine demon realm flower after killing them. Good. What a good answer. Worthy of being a system. Come on, you learn from me. Poof. The advisor skimmed his mouth and deliberately covered his mouth with his hand, mimicking the sound of a fart. For this flirtation, the system did not respond, only displaying a sentence in front of the advisor's eyes. This system is only responsible for guiding and prompting to help you improve your strength faster. It is not responsible for directly turning you into a waste. If you want to get something for nothing or upgrade while lying down, please off to other worlds. By the way, your farts sound beautiful. Looking at these lines, the advisor instantly shriveled up. He had read so many novels, and this was the first system that had a temper and was dignified. It would even flirt back at him. The system owner. Alright, count yourself tough. The advisor clenched his fists before he got dressed and sat up from the bed, flattening his messy hair before he fastened the slime as a hat on his head, and went out the door, pedaling on his broken bike once again. He thought to himself that the magical beast kernel needed to evolve a slime was surely sold by someone at the Tail Feather Bazaar. But the problem is, magical beast kernel, this kind of thing, was too valuable. Even if it was a very low-level magical beast kernel, it belonged to the power core of a magical beast and could be used to make weapons and medicines. With all this pocket money in his pocket, he definitely couldn't afford it, so he could only go to a place to try his luck. This place was the Dragon County's Bounty Hunter Union. Chapter 10, Bull ***** Teammates. Didn't the Darua we met before come from here? If you want to make money, this is the right place to come. 10 minutes later, the advisor parked his bike and arrived at the entrance of a building with a slime on his head. This place looked like a huge tavern. The whole thing was pure wood, and there was a sign on it that read Dragon County Bounty Hunter Gathering House. Quite a few well-equipped looking awakened came and went, and even more were shouting loudly nearby. Morgan's Forest. A level 15 warrior to join. Bounty Quest Crusade against the Black Horned Dragon. Have a level 30 or higher priest join. Is there a big brother to bring the kids? I'm an alchemist and I want to go to the northern cave to look for an herb. Level 50 berserker to lead the group. Any area below 3 stars of danger. $5,000 at a time. The advisor looked at the awakened who were shouting to form a team, turned his head through the crowd, and entered the tavern. It was large, with many small tables placed and a counter not far in front. The entire pavilion exuded a strong odor of alcohol. It was still daytime. If this were nighttime, God knows what kind of chaos this place would become. In order to find a quest related to the kernel of a magical beast, the advisor squeezed over to the counter and looked at what was written on the blackboard behind the counter. Crusade Quest, Twin Lions Stirring the Sky. Recommended level 50 or above. Crusade, Shasta Shah Cave. Recommended level 20 or above. Crusade Mission, Demon Bird Ecological Survey. Recommended level none. Multiple teams recommended. There was a wide array of quests on it, but most advisors couldn't understand what that meant. Little friend, you're a newcomer, right? Just as the advisor was fuming, the receptionist at the counter saw him. The advisor hurriedly nodded his head before asking, "Hello, may I ask if there are any quests regarding the demon poison frog or the silver vine demon boundary flower? As for that blue crystal jellyfish, there was no sea near Dragon County. It was hard to find this kind of magic beast." The receptionist looked at the advisor and didn't answer his question directly, but instead looked him up and down. "Little friend, are you a bounty hunter?" No. The advisor hesitated for a moment. He couldn't hide it anyway, so he just told the truth. "Can I join?" "Of course, every awakened can join and become a bounty hunter." The receptionist smiled and nodded, handing over an application form from the counter. "Just fill this out. We'll evaluate you according to your rank and try to assign some tasks that match your current strength." The advisor took the application form and scanned the top. It was all basic information, such as name, age, awakened occupation and rank, and so on. He filled them out in order and handed them over. Imperial Beast Master? The receptionist looked at the occupation on the application form and a light radiated from his eyes before falling into silent thought. It was well known that Imperial Beast Masters hadn't appeared in Dragon County for many years, even if the advisor was only level 1. This receptionist did not dare to underestimate it. More importantly, the owner of the Dragon County Bounty Hunter Tavern was likewise an Imperial Beast Master. Is there a problem? The advisor didn't know what the receptionist was thinking and opened his mouth to ask. The receptionist reacted, shook her head, took out a card, recorded on it, and handed it over to the advisor. "This is your Bounty Hunter identity card. Please keep it." It was just an ordinary-looking card with the advisor's name, and the profession level 1 Imperial Beast Master written on it, in addition to a Bounty Hunter rank, which was also level 1. After the receptionist recorded the advisor's information, she swept a glance at the quest board behind the counter and slowly spoke. "There is currently a quest to crusade against the Silver Vine Demon Realm Flower," the receptionist said, pointing her finger towards a location on the board, and the advisor looked along. "Crusade Mission, Purify the Aqueduct. Recommended level 40 or above. In addition, it is recommended that the awakened prepare anti-poisoning props and antidotes in advance." Level 40? The advisor secretly exclaimed. He noticed that this quest was scratched above and wondered what it meant. The receptionist could see the advisor's confusion. "It's like this. This quest has already been taken by another bounty hunter. Then, before the advisor could finish speaking, that receptionist spoke out again. I do not recommend you to undertake this mission. It is highly dangerous for you. However, you can choose to find some powerful members to accompany you to the Dragon County sewers, or you can go to that bounty hunter who has taken the mission to take your chances. The only requirement is to pay attention to safety. After all, the Imperial Beastmasters are very rare nowadays, and I don't want you to have an accident. That receptionist's tone was sincere and the advisor nodded. Then what will I get paid for this mission if it is completed? The receptionist checked the file and read. This is an official mission issued by Dragon County, and those who complete it will receive a bounty of 200,000 pieces, plus a spatial ring and a 4th ranked weapon with magical attributes. If multiple people complete it, please distribute the rewards amongst yourself. The moment he heard these rewards, advisor craved. After coming out from inside, the people who had just called out to their teammates had changed, but unfortunately, no one had taken on the task of purifying the aqueduct. Forget it, Ice Dun can absorb toxins now, and my poison resistance is also very high. Go and take a look first. There would be a brave man under the heavy reward. The advisor was half a reckless man even if he wasn't a brave man. Just go for a stroll, have a problem, spread legs and run and it's over. In the west of Dragon County, the entrance to the sewers. This was the entrance to the Purify the Sewers quest, and there were a few guards watching beside it. The advisor got off his bike and looked around. Other than the guards, there were no other bounty hunters. This was normal. The underground aqueducts of Dragon County were filled with demons, and among them, there were even highly poisonous demons like the Silver Vine Demon Realm Flower. If one wanted to enter this place to carry out a mission, rank and experience were lacking. In addition, the terrain down here is so complicated that most swordsmen and mages can't easily move around, so there are even fewer awakened who choose this quest. The advisor had just wanted to go in and find out what was going on when the guards at the entrance of the sewers stopped him. Stop, who are you? With a calm face, the advisor pulled out his bounty hunter identity card from his pocket and casually waved it in front of the guards without letting them see the pitiful level 1 Imperial Beastmaster mark on it. My name is Counselor. I'm a member of the Dragon County Bounty Hunters, and I've just accepted the task of cleaning the aqueduct. Those two guards frowned and looked at each other, rising in skepticism. That's not right. Just now, I was with that man, the advisor quickly added. Despite the fact that it was bull ********, the liar's face did not have any different color. The two guards believed it to be true, which caused them to step back and nod at him. Well, your companion has been down there for some time now, so please be safe. The advisor maintained his high man demeanor and nodded without a word, passing through the two men and stepping into the automatic elevator. The elevator slowly descended into the underground waterway. The two guards behind them looked at the advisor's back and exchanged whispers. Do you recognize this man? How would I recognize him? He looks like an Imperial Beastmaster. That said, when did we have such a young Imperial Beastmaster in Dragon County? It shouldn't be an Imperial Beastmaster. After all, how could that person team up with an Imperial Beastmaster? That's right. Hey no, in that case, that person never teams up with others It can't be that he's being cheated, right? You watch here. I'll go to the Bounty Hunters Union to ask. Go and come back quickly. In case a new Imperial Beastmaster dies in there, our jobs will be lost. Only to see the two panicked and separated. One of them immediately hurried to the Bounty Hunters Union to inquire about the advisor's information. Chapter 11, The Counselor Breaks Defense. Upon entering the sewer by escalator, the counselor immediately frowned. The air was filled with the stench of rotting dirt and something expired. Oh, that smell is authentic. The advisor covered his nose and shook his head. The slime above his head wiggled as well, looking unaffected and instead enjoying the smell and atmosphere as it continued to rise. As the owner of the Imperial Beast, the advisor could feel that the slime was in a good mood right now. Because of the poison attribute, the advisor looked around. This sewer without any light. It was pitch black, and from time to time there were sounds coming from strange places. It sounded like the kind of sound when the left path boils herbs. Luckily I was prepared. The advisor drew a flashlight from his waist, and after turning it on, a bright light shot out, and as a result, when he saw the source of the sound was, his heart suddenly tightened. It was a demonic creature with half of its body soaked in light red mud. This demonic creature seemed to be dead, and there were many marks cut by sharp blades on its dark green outer skin. Tendrils of vines stripped from its body were scattered around it, and a huge mouth was open with a fatal wound running through it. This is the Demon Realm Flower, isn't it? But it looks like it's just a hatchling? The advisor used his flashlight to check the death of the Demon Realm Flower, and with the flashlight in his mouth, he casually touched a branch on the ground and plucked at the corpse of this Demon Realm Flower hatchling. There was no magical beast kernel. I wonder if this kind of hatchling didn't have one in the first place, or it had already been taken? AI. What a cruel hand. This must be the work of the bounty hunter who took the mission earlier. The advisor observed the wounds on the demon realm flower's body and made a decisive judgment, but he couldn't distinguish the awakened occupation of the other bounty hunter. Ice done. I'm counting on you. The advisor cradled the slime above his head in his arms, held the flashlight in one hand, and explored the small and dimly lit sewers. This quest was a recommended one for hunters of level 40 or above. He and Ice Dun weren't afraid of poison, but it didn't mean they could walk sideways in this place. There were definitely powerful magical creatures here. If he accidentally encountered one, it was estimated that those demon realm flowers would be able to tear him apart by relying on their vine tentacles. But, fortunately, along the way, the advisor had seen quite a few demon realm flowers and the corpses of some low-level magical beasts on the road. All of these magical beasts had been killed, and judging from the traces of their wounds, it was from the same person. Not bad for a bounty hunter who dares to take on this mission. The calmness along the way made the advisor breathe a sigh of relief as he continued to advance along these corpses. As long as he went on like this, he would definitely be able to find the bounty hunter who had come in before him, and when he got close, he might even be able to reap some benefits. Click, click, click. Just then, a strange sound suddenly came. This is different from the sound just now. The advisor only felt cold behind his back, and the slime in his arms also shivered at this moment, becoming no longer soft. There is a problem. The advisor shone the light away, only to see that it was a creature that was writhing. It was also a demon realm flower, but it was a bit bigger than the other demonic creatures, more than half a person tall. The thick roots were buried deep into the silt, moving slowly as it squirmed. The size of this demon realm flower was considered huge, like a potted plant covered in black hair. A huge mouth split open at the waist, and was gnawing on the corpse of the nearby demon realm flower hatchling as it opened and closed. Crap! Immediately after the advisor got a good look at the thing, some information flashed through the system in his eyes. Monster name, Demon Realm Flower. Level, 15. Race, Demon. Character, Order Abiding Evil. Introduction. The Devil's Flower likes to get along with the group, but has the habit of gnawing on the corpses of its companions. As the number of gnawing companions rises, the Devil's Flower evolves. In addition, the Devil's Flower possesses powerful toxicity, so please pay attention to all the awakened ones. The system's comment on this is, if you don't want to die too miserably, take good anti-poisoning measures before you cross paths, so that your corpse will look better. The advisor looked at the last paragraph of the system's evaluation in silence, the corners of his mouth twitching. Clearly, this was a warning from the system to him. Frontal combat was certain death, so the system very thoughtfully displayed 3 options in front of him. The first one, return the same way. The wind tightens and pulls the call. Choosing this option boosts your physique by 2 points, but reduces your spirit by 5 points. The second, go around quietly. Don't shoot the gun. If you succeed, you can succeed. If you fail, you will fail. The third, take it head on. Certain death. These 3 options fell in front of the advisor, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch even more. Pitiful this is. The first one was definitely impossible. Having entered all the way in, one couldn't lower their attributes because of it. The second path would not lower the attributes, but it was basically a line of nonsense. As for the third path, the system's hints were already obvious, so naturally there was no need to say more. There was no other way. He could only hold the slime, turn off the flashlight light, and carefully follow the second action. Click, click, click. That demon realm flower was still gnawing on the corpse of its companion, and the light just now didn't seem to have attracted its attention. The advisor didn't even dare to breathe a single breath, stepping lightly and quietly on the floor tiles and slowly rubbing towards one side. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His speed was slow, and it was a good thing that the demon realm flower didn't realize that a person was passing by, continuing to feast on the corpse of its companion, gnawing on the disgustingly thick juice all over its face. A few seconds later, the advisor bypassed the demon realm flower and came up behind it. There were still a few meters from the intersection ahead, and seeing that the demon realm flower still hadn't noticed him, the advisor was slightly relieved. But right at this moment, his foot suddenly stepped on something that looked like a tree root. Ka-ching! The sound wasn't loud, but the crisp cracking echoed throughout the sewers. Abruptly, that demon realm flower stopped gnawing on the corpse of its companion, and its thick root vines turned in the mud to face the direction of the advisor. On that large mouth hanging with crushed meat and wood shavings, there were several root vine tentacles gently swinging, and on top of each tentacle grew an eyeball glittering with an ethereal light. Those eyeballs looked at the counselor, and after a few seconds of pause, roar! A distinctive roar from the devil's flower came accompanied by a sickening smell of decay that nearly made the advisor vomit. Over! The advisor's heart said something bad, and at the same time, the system's prompt appeared again. Action failed. The system's evaluation of this. You are really a stupid then. At such a critical moment, the dog bay system was still in the mood to flirt with him. not waiting for the advisor to talk back. The system's prompts changed again. Detected that you are in a life-threatening situation. This system provides you with two kinds of help. You can choose one. Help 1, a black oak coffin with excellent sealing. In addition to presenting a sufficient amount of formalin, I hope you don't know the blessings of being in a blessed place. The warrior will start over in his next life. Help 2, gain the power of body imitation, which allows your imperial beast to gain the ability to shapeshift. And during the shapeshifting period, you will have full possession of the imperial beast's abilities. Looking at these two helps, the advisor was violently stunned, and then monstrous anger appeared on his face. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Don't you have any idea which one I can choose? That naked mockery of the system was getting more and more excessive, which made the advisor break his defenses. Good thing the system didn't tease him this time, and quickly responded. Ding, have successfully selected help 2. You have successfully mastered the power of body imitation. Use. The advisor didn't even look at it. As those words exited, not far away, that demon realm flower had already opened its large mouth and spewed out a mouthful of thick, dark green mist. Chapter 12, Single Combat Turns into a Group Fight. The mouthful of mist definitely carried a strong toxin. The advisor immediately caught a fishy sweet smell, and his throat began to itch, and the slime in his arms let out a violent shudder and actually popped out of his arms, barking. After the slime landed on the ground, its body began to rapidly rise in size, accompanied by a cloud of lavender mist, shaking, and in just a few seconds it became humanoid. Crap! The advisor couldn't help but let out an exclamation after seeing the slime's appearance. This one's appearance at the moment was completely carved out of the same mold as him. It was almost as if he was looking in a mirror. The only difference was that it was lavender in color, only to see the slime turn back to the advisor, waving somewhat comically, and then taking a deep breath. And then, the poisonous gas discharged by the demon realm flower was all sucked into its belly. The power of body imitation has been successfully used. Your attributes have changed according to the imperial beast. Seeing that the current crisis was temporarily lifted, the advisor opened his information panel in the process. Name, advisor. Race, human. Awakened profession, imperial beast master. Level 1. Current status, imitation body power, 1 minute remaining. Physique, 40. Magic power, 56. Strength, 40. Spirit, 56. Resistance, poison resistance, 60%. Beast, ice done, slime. Beast attunement, 100%. Mastery abilities, observation. Power of unification. Imperial beast knowledge. Power of body imitation. The system's evaluation of this is, a small suit is pleasing to the eye, but a large suit will lead to death. This skill is also too powerful. Doubling all attributes? The advisor looked at the information panel and tried to clench his fist as an extremely powerful force appeared. It was as if he was now transformed into a fierce man, and without even bragging, he even felt like he was able to kill a cow with one punch. In addition, the slammer who had changed his appearance now inherited the same attributes as the advisor. In other words, what was present at this moment was two slammers. However, the state of imitation of body power could only be maintained for 1 minute. The advisor didn't dare to delay, and while maintaining a high poison resistance, he rushed to the front of the demon realm flower in a few steps. The beast looked at the two fierce men in front of him, and it was obvious that it did not have a high IQ, and would only fling the vines on its body towards the two of them. If this was placed just a moment ago, a single whip would be able to knock the advisor to the brink of death. But now was different. The advisor took a step forward, casually grabbed one of the vines that was drawing at him, and threw it with force. Die for master. After a bellowing cry, he stiffly plucked this demon realm flower out of the sludge and slammed it heavily onto the hard ground to the side. Slime also mimicked his advisor's movements, leaping high into the air and landing beside the demon realm flower without a word. Thud! Slime landed a punch, and the demon realm flower was immediately hammered several meters away. Bull! Good hit! The advisor followed up closely, and just like that, he mentally cooperated with Slime, punching after punching. That demon realm flower didn't even have a chance to resist before it was beaten by the two slammers. It kept letting out ear-piercing shrill whistling sounds, and thick juices exploded out of its body. There wasn't much time left, and after a fierce beating, the demon realm flower finally collapsed on the ground, with no part of its body intact. The vines were ripped off, the mouth was torn open, and the dark green skin was stained with sludge and foul-smelling blood. Phew, I'm exhausted. The advisor wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat on his butt. The effect of the power to imitate the body was over. The slime on the side mimicked him, sitting on the ground and grinning silently. With a puff of lavender mist, it re-emerged as a pile of semi-solidified liquid. Good job, the advisor complimented again. Goo goo. The slime made the rare sound of blowing bubbles, as if responding to him. From this, it could be seen that perhaps in the future, when it was a little stronger, this slime would be able to master the ability to speak. The advisor smiled somewhat tiredly and picked the slime back up, holding it over his head. The power brought by the power of body imitation was strong, but it also consumed quite a lot. After resting for a few minutes, the advisor got up and once again looked at the corpse of the demon world flower. He endured the stench from its body and used a branch to rummage around in its open mouth, finally pulling out a crystal from inside. Demon Realm Flower Kernel, a common second-grade magical beast material that can be used to make poisonous attribute weapons, or used in alchemy and pharmacy. The advisor looked at this thing and skimmed his lips. He didn't have much use for it, but after all, it was a trophy, so let's keep it for now. When he got out, he could give this thing to the left path, and if it could be used to make poisons, it might even be able to make slime stronger. The advisor thought secretly and was about to continue exploring when he suddenly heard a strange and familiar sound. Gurgling. This sound. The advisor's back went cold, and he quickly turned around to see another demon realm flower slowly crawling out of a shadowy corner not far away. This demon world flower was different from the one he had just killed, and was a bit larger. In addition, this one had a slightly higher IQ, and seemed to have been hiding in the shadows watching the battle. The advisor only felt his blood go cold. The power of the imitation body is gone. He now doesn't have any self-preservation ability to fight this demon realm flower head-on, only to see the demon realm flower frantically twisting its vines, its dark green skin writhing in the mud, and opening its mouth to let out a roar, revealing those wooden textured sharp teeth. Ow! The foul-smelling breath hit his face, and the advisor's hair shook as he looked a little nervous. System, what should I do now? Can you give some more help? Oh my dear host, of course, the black oak coffin is ready. Please try to run towards the exit next, so that it will be convenient for me to contact someone to come and collect your body. Asterisk 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 off. Obviously, this time the system really wouldn't save him anymore. Through the battle watching just now, this demon realm flower had discovered that the advisor had a certain level of resistance to toxins. At this moment, it didn't release the poison, but instead flung its vines to rapidly approach. It's over. The advisor turned around and wanted to escape, but he could no longer lift half of his strength. I hope that what black oak coffin lying can be more comfortable. It is best to add a cushion. Looking at the demon realm flower that had already come in front of him to swallow him, the advisor slowly closed his eyes. But just at this moment, a blast of wind cut through. Miso. Immediately afterward, a sound of metal tearing through flesh came. The advisor's eyes snapped open, and the scene before him made his jaw drop. It was a long-handled weapon that flew from the front, easily slicing through several vines of the demon realm flower, penetrating its body and pinning it in front of him. The advisor's heart jumped into his throat, his gaze blankly looking at the demon realm flower that had been instantly killed, and then at the weapon that had killed it. It was a long gun full of sharp blades and spikes. The head of the gun looked like a flying dragon with its wings spread out, and there was a small dragon coiled around the handle. This gun. Something looked familiar. Chapter 13 Boss Room. I'm here to help you. Only a silhouette could be seen strolling behind the demon realm flower, the crunching sound of metal armor being stamped out with each step. Sue. That person gently gripped the lance, and with a casual jerk, he tore the demon realm flower to shreds, casually bending down to pick up the kernels of the demon beasts that fell out, and said, "This is not a place for primary awakened to come to. Hurry up and leave." It was a woman's voice that sounded cold and emotionless, but the advisor's eyes widened after seeing the other party's appearance. Egu, Sister Do? From that unique weapon, armor, and the icy aura on her body, the advisor instantly recognized that this was the Cthulhu Dragon Knight that she had encountered at the Tail Feather Bazaar some time ago. After hearing the voice, Durua's willow eyebrows slightly frowned before she looked at the advisor who was in the darkness. Just now, she saved someone in passing, and didn't pay attention to the other party's identity at all. Advisor? Why are you here? During the last incident, the advisor had mentioned her name to her more than once, so Durua had a deep impression of this shameless person. Seeing that the other party still knew him, the advisor breathed a sigh of relief, patted the dirt on his clothes and stood up, organizing a set of words in his head, smilingly making up, I'm not looking up to you, so I've joined the bounty hunter. And then? Durua's tone was still cold, but the corner of her mouth had a trace of curvature hidden in the darkness. Then I heard you were here, so I came to help. Help! Ha ha! Durua couldn't help but let out a light laugh and shot a glance at the advisor. What's your profession and how many levels are you? Imperial Beast Master. The advisor responded loudly to the occupation, but quickly lowered his voice and said vaguely, Level 1. Even though the voice was small, Durua still heard it clearly. She looked at the boy in front of her speechlessly. The advisor and the slime on top of his head stared back at her with cute and stupid gazes. What the hell are you doing here? I told you, the advisor replied with a grin. I'm here to help you. At this, Durua stopped talking. Her smile gradually tightened, and a cold glint flickered in her eyes as she stared at the advisor. The air suddenly froze. The advisor sensed the coldness and smiled awkwardly. That. Actually, I'm here to find the kernel of the silver vine demon world flower. Humph. Du-Ruo saw that the advisor finally told the truth. She snorted coldly and was silent for a few seconds before saying in a faint voice, I can't take care of you. You'd better stay away from me. This sentence fell on the advisor's ears, and was automatically translated by him as, keep up. I'll protect you. But in fact, this was what Du-Ruo meant. It's just that she didn't like to show it too obviously. Understood. Sister Du, if there's something you say. The advisor smiled and followed Du-Ruo's footsteps, continuing towards the depths of the sewers. Compared to the apprehension he felt at the time, at this time, he no longer had any panic. He didn't expect his luck to be so good, bumping into Du-Ruo and having the opportunity to act with the other party. Happy as he was, the advisor soon discovered a problem. Possibly because the two of them were now almost in a group, he was able to see a lot more than before by relying on the system's ability. In addition to the basic information that he had seen before, there was one more item. Resistance, 80% dragon resistance, 60% fire resistance, 30% ice resistance, poison resistance minus 20%. The advisor had previously learned that what was used in this world was a special kind of dragonitis. This kind of dragonitis is usually a mix of dragon and fire attributes. As a dragon knight, it was normal for Du-Ruo to have these two resistances stand out. But this poison resistance, there's a negative number? The advisor was truly alive. What? Du-Ruo's footsteps didn't stop as he glanced back at him. The advisor subconsciously shook his head. No, nothing. Anyway, the level needed for this mission was not too high. For Du-Ruo, it was enough to crush it, right? As long as the big brother is okay, then he, the little follower, has no worries. The two continued to walk forward. Du-Ruo was still walking ahead with his spear in hand. The heels of the metal boots under his feet fell on the ground and made a crisp sound. The advisor, on the other hand, was holding the slime on top of his head, and his two pairs of eyes carefully surveyed the surroundings. This was an uncleared area, and there were still quite a few seedlings of demon world flowers and the occasional adult body. It was only after coming here that the advisor realized how large the number of these magical creatures was, coupled with the surrounding mud and this dimly lit scene. If he had come alone, he might have literally tripped into the coffin the system sent him out in. Now with Du-Ruo, he didn't even have to make a move. Of course, the advisor didn't have any moves that he could take. Along the way, before those demon realm flowers could make a sound when they saw the intruder, Du-Ruo turned into a shadow and annihilated them. The weak demon realm flower seedlings were resolved with just one shot, while the few adult demon realm flowers couldn't carry Du-Ruo's secondary attack. It only took less than a dozen seconds for this piece of space to be emptied by Du-Ruo. The advisor looked at Du-Ruo's strength and couldn't help but gulp, smacking his lips, while touching the corpse. While touching the corpse, he also threw the slime aside. Slime followed his example and started to slowly climb on the corpses of those demon realm flowers, sipping out the magic crystal cores from the corpses and loading them into himself. The crystals of these demon realm flowers are all of ordinary grade. Du-Ruo is too lazy to grab with the advisor, and she can't grab these two goods either. Looking at the advisor who was holding several crystals in his arms, and the slime with a belly full of crystals on his head, Du-Ruo held her forehead and shook her head, sighed, and once again walked towards the depths. This trip down, even if he didn't get the inner core of the silver vine demon world flower, the advisor had harvested a lot. The inside of the backpack that came with him was already stuffed with the kernels of the demon realm flower. Due to the sheer amount of them, he had also selected some good quality ones to replace the magic crystal cores of the magic realm flower seedlings. But gradually, the advisor noticed that something wasn't quite right with the surrounding aura. In front of him was a sluice gate, and the space inside was open and dim enough to not be able to see anything. This should clearly be the depths of the sewers, but the odor of decay had become thin, fishy, sweet, sour, all sorts of strange flavors mixed together, smelling like seafood. But this was Dragon County, and there was no sea nearby. Du-Ruo gave a timely reminder, be careful, it's best for you to stay here and not follow. The advisor could certainly tell that the atmosphere here wasn't quite the same, and if he wasn't wrong, this is the boss room. Chapter 14, Sudden Appearance, Demon World Flower. It's fine, I'll join you. Let's join forces and attack the Dragon County sewers. The advisor shyly followed closely behind Du-Ruo with a face. Du-Ruo was speechless, laughed at by this man. She shook her head and turned around to walk into the sluice gate in front of her. Gulp! As Du-Ruo and the advisor entered the sluice, the strange sound appeared again, but this time, the sound came from all over the place, constantly echoing in the sluice. The advisor only felt his scalp numb and hurriedly hugged the slime, intending to use the power of body imitation at any time. While Du-Ruo's face was cold, he casually shook his hand and took out a stone that emitted a white light. The advisor took a curious look at it and recognized it through the system. Luminous stone, when smashed, it can illuminate the surrounding. The darker the place the better the effect, and lasts for a longer period of time. The next second, only to see Ruo take out the luminous stone before smashing it hard towards the ground. Bang! The stone shattered in response, and immediately burst out a brilliant light, like a firework that illuminated the entire sluice as bright as day. However, the brightness did not reassure the advisors, but instead scared them out of a cold sweat. Around them, as many as dozens of adult demon realm flowers were closing in on the two. Each one was much larger than the kind the advisor had seen before, with thick vines constantly twitching and emanating heavy plant toxins. Holy, the advisor was flustered. On the contrary, Ruo, she still had an icy expression. The lance in her hand flung out, and she softly droned, "Back off, let me do it. You come on." The advisor didn't want to be a hero at this time, turned around and ran. Gargoyle sight. Ruo drank as she looked around at the swarm of demon realm flowers, and immediately a light red light surfaced on her body. This was a buff-type skill, and the advisor noticed that Ruo's eyes began to turn red and her pupils contracted to resemble dragon eyes. Is this the Dragon Knight? He sighed as he felt Ruo's scorching aura, and for a moment, he had some difficulty breathing. And after Ruo opened the Dragon Eye state, the lance in his hand danced and he took a step out. The advisor only saw a light red shadow crossing. The woman killed a demon realm flower with a single shot. Immediately after that, the lance in her hand flung out, heavily smashing into the bodies of several demon realm flowers, while utilizing her strength to leap high into the air. The crimson figure floated in midair like a feather for a few seconds, and like a dancer with elegant posture, it fell down sharply. A light red dragon shadow surfaced on her body for a split second, smashing into the cluster of demon realm flowers like a cannonball. Boom! In a flash, an explosion rang out, shaking the sky and the earth. Sludge, debris, and the limbs of the demon realm flowers splashed everywhere. The dragon shadow also turned into crimson flames the moment Ruo landed on the ground. Roar! Ow! Those demon realm flowers were unable to hurt Ruo under the scorching of the dragon flame, and only continued to let out roaring wails. Ruo didn't want to tangle with these demon realm flowers. She used her extraordinary agility, her body flickering and jumping back and forth. There was a layer of dragon flame attached to the lance, and each shot was able to easily take away a demon realm flower. These dozens of demon realm flowers in the sluice gate were completely unbeatable in front of Ruo, a level 60 Cthulhu Dragon Knight. In just a minute, they all turned into corpses. It was only at this time that the advisor realized that the gap between Ruo and himself was actually this big. This, Sister Du, this is too strong for you. With a stunned face, the advisor held the slime and quickly ran to Ruo's side, and after complimenting her, she intended to take away the kernels of these demon realm flowers. But this time, the corpse touching didn't go well. He had just put his hand on the corpse of a demon realm flower when in the next second, the ground shook. An earthquake? Only to see the muddy water under his feet explode in a burst of water, and the mud stirred. Debris crashed down. The earth beneath his feet trembled while a dull roar came from it. Ruo's red dragon eyes flashed with a hint of shock as he yanked the advisor's shoulder with one hand. Watch out! Before the advisor could understand what was happening, he sat on his butt in the mud, only to see that where he stood just now, the mud began to surge. Clatter! A large amount of muddy water splashed the advisor's face as he looked ahead with a shocked gaze. It was a thick root vine, as thick as a man's waist, like a tree root, covered with silver patterns. The surrounding area shook even more. Clatter! Clatter! The sound of mud being lifted up followed. The advisor noticed that in just a few seconds, countless thick vines poked out of the ground and swept up the corpses of those demon realm flowers. The scene looked bizarre. Sister Du, this can't be. The advisor stood behind Ruo, somewhat hesitant. Duck! Without waiting for him to finish, Ruo gave a cold shout, a trace of coldness flashing in her eyes. She pulled the advisor's collar and stiffly led him to leap up together. I'm afraid of heights. The moment these feet of the advisor left the ground, his body was not under his control. And just moments after the two of them flew up, the mud under their feet shook violently once again. The advisor subconsciously lowered his head, only to see the mud below turn into a swirling mass, followed by a behemoth that suddenly appeared. It was a demon realm flower whose size was comparable to the height of a building. The color of its body turned into a deep purple, bizarre to the extreme, and its head, as many as dozens of eyeballs densely stacked in disorder, like stamens. Ice cold look at the advisor in midair. Chapter 15, Damn. It's even worse to be dead. Ward hair? The advisor looked at this demon realm flower that appeared from under his feet. Monster name, Silver Vine Demon Realm Flower. Level, 45. Race, Demon. Character, Orderly Evil. Introduction, the mutated species of demon world flower. The vines have silver patterns, retain the habit of devouring the corpses of its own kind, has great strength and a violent character, but has lost the ability to use toxins voluntarily, and will only explode its accumulated poisonous gas when it dies. The system's evaluation of this is still nasty looking. Run. Seeing these introductions, the advisor immediately looked up to Du Ruo and shouted, Sister Du, why don't we withdraw this thing? No, the target of the mission is it. Du Ruo didn't wait for the advisor to finish his sentence before interrupting him with an icy voice, then brought him down to the ground and threw him aside. Advisor, take care of yourself. Du Ruo only left behind these words, and with a stamp of his foot, he stepped out in air current, and his entire body rose up into the air once again. That silver vine demon realm flower had just woken up and didn't pay any attention to the two of them. Its tentacles that were covered in silver-colored patterns fluttered and threw the corpse of the demon realm flower into its big mouth. It felt like it looked like eating peanuts. The clicking and chewing sounds were endless. Du Ruo didn't give it time to snack, only to see her gliding in midair for a distance before swinging the lance in her hand, the tip of the lance facing downwards. Falling star rush, only Du Ruo shouted, and the advisor saw a layer of crimson once again enveloping her body. The dragon flame made a bursting sound in the air and fell as it splintered. Miso dash. However, this silver vine demon realm flower's defense far exceeded that of an ordinary demon realm flower. Du Ruo's lance rubbed fire on it, but failed to kill it directly, merely leaving a deep scratch with dragon flame still attached to it. Unable to land a single blow, Du Ruo stomped his feet and leapt up again. The silver vine magic world flower is pumping the vines, but there is no way to hurt Du Ruo in midair like an elf. Simply put, incompetent rage. Hey, Ice done. When do you think we can both be this strong? The advisor held the slime in his arms and looked at the battle in the distance, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. The slime in his arms didn't react, blinking like two black beans full of wise eyes, and every now and then letting out a gurgling sound. Naturally, the advisor had no idea what it was saying, and he rubbed the chirp on its head. I'll take that as encouragement. Grunt. The advisor was watching as a spectator, and the situation on the other side of Du Ruo was even more hilarious. She was a dragon knight, a profession that specialized in fighting flying dragons, and on her way to advancement she faced huge and flying magical beasts, so naturally her movements were sensitive. Her moves were all ethereal and graceful, and with her dragon-winged lance, she was as agile as a flying dragon in this environment. The huge root vines were pumping in the sky, emitting explosive sounds of the air being torn apart, and the lance attacked again and again, causing the vines on the silver vine demon realm flower to become less and less. Du Ruo patiently chopped off all the vines before quickly landing in front of the advisor. Ow! That silver vine demon realm flower saw Du Ruo land, its dense eyes staring at her in unison, and after letting out a roar, it quickly rushed in. Du Ruo, however, did not slow down and flung her lance. The red light in her eyes appeared, and a crimson light reappeared. It was still the same flying dragon silhouette that had surfaced, only to see that Du Ruo's aura became much weaker after this shadow flew off from her. However, that flying dragon silhouette rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it was like a real dragon. Those scaly wings unfolded and attracted all the attention. Hiss! Jie! Even though it was only a phantom, that dragon let out a near-splitting roar. Seeing this, that silver vine demon realm flower wanted to sink down and hide back in the mud of the Dao sluice, but this time, Du Ruo wouldn't give it a chance. Go! Du Ruo gave an order, lifting his spear and pointing his finger. The flying dragon answered the call. The overwhelming dragon flames instantly set the silver vine demon boundary flower ablaze, and it spiraled down like a cannonball. After a few seconds of silence, rumble, the entire Dragon County sewer shook the ground. A large amount of mud was scattered like rain. That phantom flying dragon instantly disappeared after causing this earth-shattering blow. The dragon flames that filled the field quickly went out, and the only one that was blown apart was the corpse of the silver vine demon realm flower that was still in place. The advisor looked at this scene that only appeared in movies and gulped. It was really awesome. He then slowed down and walked to Du Ruo's side. Sister Du, are you alright? Only to see Du Ruo waving her hand, panting heavily, her face looking very pale. Illusion Rush was a move that consumed a great deal of energy for her, and once she used it, she would fall into a state of paralysis for a very long time, resulting in limited mobility. However, the power of this move, for all to see, was extremely lethal. The advisor carefully used the system's ability to look at Du Ruo, and after determining that there was nothing wrong with her, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head to look at the corpse of that silver vine demon realm flower. This thing is all broken. I hope the magic crystal core is alright. Suddenly, the advisor frowned. That flower was clearly dead, but why was its body still shaking? It was as if something was swelling inside it. Wait, swelling? At this moment, a bad memory flashed through the advisor's mind. Regarding the silver vine demon world flower, there was a sentence in the system's introduction that read, "It loses the ability to actively use toxins, and will only explode its accumulated poisonous gas after death." After death. Oops. The advisor realized that this silver vine demon realm flower was going to explode itself, and with a startled heart, he turned his head and ran, but before running 2 steps, he stopped again and looked back at Du-Ruo. Du-Ruo also noticed that the corpse was swelling, but there was no way for her to move now. Now, the advisor panicked. He was able to run, but Du-Ruo couldn't. Chapter 16, Not Alone? What's more, he had seen before that Du-Ruo, as a dragon knight, had a very weak resistance to the poison attribute, even reaching a negative number. The self-explosion when this silver vine demon realm flower, the poisonous gas it emitted was something it had accumulated for a lifetime. Even Du-Ruo couldn't last. Thinking of this, the advisor subconsciously ran back to Du-Ruo's side. What are you doing? Go away. Du-Ruo didn't expect the advisor to come back. As an experienced awakened, she had long been prepared for this. She had seen too many deaths resulting from confrontations with magical beasts. It would be normal for her to die here. Likewise, it was commonplace for advisors to simply choose to escape regardless of her. But at this moment, he came back. The advisor didn't know what Du-Ruo was thinking. He just didn't want to see someone die in front of him, no matter who the other party was. I won't leave. The advisor revealed a rare expression of determination as he turned to look into the distance. That silver vine demon realm flower's body had swollen like an inflated ball, and was in danger of exploding at any moment. Are you crazy? Get out! Du-Ruo was also anxious. She had never seen a person like the advisor before, although there was that hint of emotion in her heart, but more so, she was still puzzled. You are a royal beast master, although the level is weak, but this world has not seen a royal beast master for many years. As long as you can survive, you can definitely become a powerful awakened in the future. You don't have to die here with me. Understand? Du-Ruo's voice sounded behind him, yet the advisor's head didn't turn back. Don't understand. I just want to save you. As the words fell, the advisor looked at the growing silver vine demon realm flower with some fear on his face, yet he didn't flinch. He held the slime in his arms and thought about how to respond, but at this critical moment, unable to think of a countermeasure, his thoughts began to drift away. System, can you send 2 coffins as you said before? I don't think one can fit Du-Ruo and Ice Dun and me. This time, the system's response was quick. You can really be a hero, but here's a little tip for you. This poisonous gas is strongly corrosive, and you probably won't leave a body behind, so there's no need for a coffin. However, given that the system has detected that if the host dies in such a place, it will likely affect the dignity of this system's problem. So this system has decided to give some tips. Hint, you are not alone. Isn't this ing bull? The corner of the advisor's mouth twitched, but soon he reacted to the meaning of the words and quickly lowered his head. In his arms was none other than the wobbling Ice Dun, that black bean-sized wise gaze looking right at him. That's right, poison dance. At the same time, the corpse of the silver vine demon realm flower in the distance swelled to the extreme. Bared. Boom! A slight cracking sound appeared, and in the next moment, the corpse exploded. A large amount of dark purple gas began to spread, striking like a sandstorm. The advisor hurriedly hugged the slime and retreated a few steps back before. Ice Dun. Use giganticization. Gulp. The slime then quickly responded, using the ability it had initially gained after eating that aphrodisiac pill from the left path. The advisor only felt a heavy weight in his hands and rushed to place the slime on the ground after realizing that the skill was activated. In just a few seconds, the slime's lavender body expanded like it was inflated, looking like a giant bubble. What kind of ability is this? Du-Ruo was experienced as an awakened, but she had never paid attention to the lowest level magical creatures like slimes. At this moment, when she saw the advisor's beast cub start to grow bigger, she was a bit stunned for a while. The advisor looked at Du-Ruo's surprised expression, and was a bit pleased in her heart, but she just didn't have the time to pretend right now. Ice Dun. Rely on you. Use eat. After saying this, the advisor turned around and pounced on Du-Ruo. What are you doing? Du-Ruo did not expect the advisor would suddenly pounce towards him, and for a moment he dodged and was pounced on by him. Ice Dun, on the other hand, followed the advisor's instructions, wobbling and opening his slimy mouth, clasping the 2 people who were lying on the ground. At the same time, the poisonous gas of the silver vine demon realm flower swept in. The advisor who was placed inside the slime nervously glanced at the situation outside, only to see that those poisonous gases quickly covered the slime, but they didn't seep in by the slightest bit. Instead, quite a lot of the heavy poisonous gases were absorbed by the slime. Sure enough, the advisor's heart was delighted. Just as he thought, his Ice Dun was now of the poison attribute, and because of the poison cordial flower he had eaten earlier, he had also gained the ability to be completely toxin immune and absorb it. The purple mist obscured the line of sight for a few minutes before slowly dissipating. Only after the remaining toxins were absorbed did the slime's ability to giganticize lift, and the icy dunce staggered and rolled back to the advisor. Phew, good job. The advisor breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but show a hint of a smile on his face as he looked down at Du-ruo underneath him. But strangely enough, there was no smile on Du-ruo's face. Instead, her face was slightly red, and there was a hint of coldness in her eyes. The advisor blinked. Well, he admitted, this posture is a little ambiguous, but it can't be helped. He's all for saving people. It's not like he's going to look like he's going to kill him, right? Wait, the hands don't seem to be in the right place. The advisor realized something. However, as a professional bull *********, the advisor quickly removed his hand from the other party's chest armor and smashed his mouth in mock disgust. TCH, Sister Du, your armor is like a hedgehog, it's about to stab me through. This belonged to a typical backhanded attack. Du-ruo originally held back a bellyful of curses, but had to swallow them back at this time. She blankly glanced at the advisor before calming down and asking, I just told you to go. Why didn't you go? Not afraid of death? Death? Oh. The advisor snorted coldly. The moralistic appearance just now completely disappeared, and returned to his hangdog appearance, opening his mouth to babble. Didn't I say it before? I'm here to help you. Du-ruo looked at the advisor for a while in silence, completely unable to reunite this playful person in front of her with the man who had just blocked her with open arms. Get out of the way. Du-ruo was inexplicably annoyed as she pushed the advisor away and quickly stood up. At this moment, she had regained her strength, and leapt to the side of the silver vine demon realm flower, which had only wooden fragments left. She used the dragon wing spear in her hand to rummage through the wooden debris for a while, and her eyes finally landed on something. The tip of the lance flicked. Snap! With a crunching sound of a stone being knocked away, the advisor noticed a purple stone flying towards him. Ouch! The stone was impartial and hit him squarely on the head. As Du-ruo watched the advisor's decrepit state, a hint of a smile spread across the corners of his mouth, but it quickly disappeared. And naturally, the advisor didn't notice. He rubbed his head, put the slime on top of his head, picked up the stone in his hand, and scanned it with the system. Silver Vine Demon World Flower Core, originating from the magical core of the 4th-ranked magical beast Silver Vine Demon World Flower. It possesses extremely strong magical power and corrosive toxins, and can be used for manufacturing and alchemy of medicines, alchemy, and so on. If you use this item to strengthen the Imperial Beasts, it will drastically increase the level and strength of the Imperial Beasts, and it is expected to take 10 days to complete the digestion. So detailed? He didn't expect that this time the system would mark the digestion time required for the Imperial Beast to devour the kernel for him. Drastically improved. The advisor's heart burst with ecstasy. Then he looked up at Du-ruo, and just when he wanted to say something, he saw Du-ruo waved his hand and said with an icy face, I know what you're going to say. There's no need. I won't tell you that this kernel was given to you as a thank you for saving me. I also won't tell the Bounty Hunters Union that this mission was accomplished by you and I together, nor will the official people of Dragon County publicize this matter to the entire city. As for the reward for this mission, I definitely won't share half of it with you either. Hearing this familiar line, the advisor froze, and then realized that Du-ruo was mimicking the words he had said when they first met. Seeing the advisor's ditzy and stupid look, Du-ruo finally couldn't help but let out a laugh. Looking at the woman's smiling face at the moment, the advisor touched his head and laughed as well. Gollum? Gollum? The slime above her head, with those wise eyes looking at the advisor for a while and at Du-ruo for a while, let out a strange sound. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from a short distance away, and several guards wearing the markings of the Dragon County were seen walking towards the two of them. They were the guards who let the advisor in earlier. After asking the Bounty Hunters Union about the advisor, they then realized that they might have let a primary awakened into the 4-star difficulty level area. Not to mention the issue of how rare the advisor's profession of Imperial Beastmaster was. Even if he was an ordinary person, rushing in and causing an accident by getting in the way of the other hunters would not be something that these guards could afford. At this moment, these guards finally found someone. One of the captains of the guards ran up and saluted Du-ruo with a raised hand. Lord Du-ruo, I'm sorry, we made a mistake in our work. I hope this person didn't get in your way. Cthulhu Dragon Knight Du-ruo's temper was notoriously bad. This soldier captain was even prepared to be scolded, but what he didn't expect was that Du-ruo didn't have the slightest bit of anger on his face. Instead, he rarely carried a light smile. It's okay, he's my friend. You guys just did me a big favor by letting him in. Upon hearing this, the guards present all froze. They had inquired from the Bounty Hunters Union that the advisor was only a level 1 Imperial Beast Master. A level 1 awakened was able to do a favor for the Cthulhu Dragon Knight? Is there a problem? Du-ruo could see the skepticism of those guards and his face instantly turned cold. No. The soldiers didn't dare to ask more questions, let alone think more, and immediately shook their heads, then split into 2 rows to protect Du-ruo and the advisor's side. 2 bounty hunters, congratulations on successfully completing your mission. Now we will personally escort you away from each other. The advisor looked at the respectful attitude of these guards, and noticed the hint of otherworldly glances that Ruo threw at him from time to time. He proudly revealed a smile, and with the rhythm of the slime above his head, he waddled towards the outside. Chapter 17, Dalong. Time to take your medicine. After following these guards out of the Dragon County sewers, following the normal process, the bounty hunters who had completed their quests needed to report back to the tavern. But the advisor didn't follow the process. He was now preoccupied with going home to help the slimes upgrade. About the rewards of this bounty mission, in the advisor's opinion, money was no more than a possession, and weapons were of no use to him as an Imperial Beast Master. As long as the kernel of the Silver Vine Demon World Flower arrived, it would be the best ending for him. Just let Ruo take care of the aftermath. After returning home, it was getting late. The advisor deliberately cleaned up a bit, swept away the clutter on a table, and with a hint of pious ceremony on his face, he solemnly placed the Q slime on the table. Oro. Not. Done. Time to take your medicine. He smiled and put the deep purple kernel in front of the slime. This good cub was obedient, and after squirming on the table for some distance, he wiggled and opened his mouth. Then, ham! The kernel of this Silver Vine Magic Realm flower was swallowed into its body. There wasn't much of a reaction for the first few seconds, but soon the advisor noticed that the kernel began to emit some granular points of light, with purple points of light representing the poison attribute floating around. The slime's body shook up and shivered, digesting the energy that had accumulated in this magical beast's kernel. The difference was that this time, the slime didn't turn into liquid, but kept its original shape, looking unaffected. Gulp, gulp. The slime let out a sound of blowing bubbles, its two wise eyes looking at the advisor. Digest slowly. There's no rush, ow, baby. The advisor smiled and carried the slime back to the bedside, cradling this beast cub with a hint of warmth, slowly closing his eyes. After a few days, the advisor did not even go out of the house. Every day in addition to holding the slime days is to hold it to sleep. The kernel of that Silver Vine Magic Realm flower also survived in the slime's body during this period of time, emanating lavender light spots, little by little integrating power into it. After a period of digestion, the kernel had become very small, and the slime's skin color had changed from light purple to an opaque deep purple, looking like a large mushroom. In this state, 10 days passed quickly. On this day, the advisor opened his eyes early and quickly looked at the slime that was still dozing on the side, noticing that there were only a few remnants of the inner core left in its body, dissipating like an hourglass. Finally, has successfully digested the inner core of the Silver Vine Demon Realm flower. Soul bonded Imperial Beast, iced undone, slime. Beast character, absolutely neutral, leaning towards chaotic goodness. Beast level, 15. Attribute, poison. Beast race, slime. Beast ability, eat. Imperial Beast abilities, eat, giganticize, poison cordial juice, self-detonation, spreads toxins through explosions. For a short time the Imperial Beast will fall into a state of exhaustion. Holy, leveled up by 10? The advisor was shocked when he saw the message, not expecting the slime to have risen 10 levels in a row after devouring this kernel. But soon he calmed down. The Silver Vine Demon Realm flower was after all a level 45 4th rank magical beast, and it was normal for its inner energy to make the Imperial Beast grow a level 10. Well, it feels like a loss when you think about it like that. The advisor shook his head, put away his greed, and looked at his information panel again. Name, advisor. Race, human. Awakened profession, Imperial Beast Master. Level, 1. Physique, 25. Magic, 35. Strength, 25. Spirit, 35. Resistance, poison resistance 50%. Beast, iced undone, slime. Beast attunement, 100%. Mastery, observation. Power of unification. Knowledge of Imperial Beasts. Power of body imitation, can make the soul of the Imperial Beast change into the Imperial Master, sharing the attribute boosting effect with the Imperial Master. The system's evaluation of this is, there are still 30 years to go before the 30 years of Hushi. Step down and don't pretend. From the value of this attribute, he should now be able to catch up with many level 10 melee professionals. But the problem is, why am I still only level 1? The advisor frowned. According to the normal situation, the awakened in this world could accumulate experience value for upgrading after utilizing their professional abilities to do certain things. For example, a melee physical profession would be hacking some small monsters. Long-range professions were casting spells or shooting arrows or something like that. In addition, some supporting professions, like Zuodao, he only needed to make more potions to be able to upgrade. However, he had already fought with a slime once through the ability of the Imperial Beasts, and it was also a fight with a level 15 Demon Realm flower. But the result was that he didn't upgrade. Strange. The advisor looked at the slime with a stupid face, rubbing that fleshy body back and forth, his brain thinking rapidly, and finally spent half a day before coming to a conclusion. Love what you want. if you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Anyway, something like rank is just something that looks good, relying on the power of unification. Even without slime, the advisor is now much stronger than the physical quality of many low-level awakened people, not to mention that he was inexplicably more prominent in the two attributes of magic power and spirit. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door suddenly came, interrupting the advisor's thoughts. Coming. Who is it? The advisor topped off his slime, walked to the door and opened it a crack, glancing outward. At the doorway stood a slender, delicate figure that looked to be a woman. The advisor hadn't been outside for a few days, and when he opened the door he was blinded by the sunlight outside. He squinted his eyes and took a few steps back, while the person at the door was also nonchalant, casually pushing the door open and walking in, looking at the advisor and saying impatiently, "Advisor, it's time for you to pay attention to your personal hygiene." This voice was so familiar, so cold. The advisor rubbed his eyes and looked at the other party, then a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. Du Rua? At this time, Du Rua was not wearing that familiar armor. Instead, she had changed into civilian clothes. Her long black hair was draped over her head, and she looked a little more feminine than when she was fighting. Chapter 18, Divine Sword. Magic Swordsman Awakening. The advisor looked at Du Rua's civilian clothes and subconsciously said, "Your clothes are much better looking than that hedgehog-like armor." "What did you say?" Du Rua didn't hear and asked casually. "Nothing." The advisor shook his head and retrieved his mind to ask, "How did you find your way here?" Seeing that the topic returned to business, Du Rua stepped into the room. "The information you registered with the Bounty Hunter Union had an address inside, so I looked for it." "Oh?" The advisor recalled that this was really the case. He raised his eyebrows, looked at Du Rua and slowly said, "Then you, don't get me wrong, I'm just bringing you the payment from the last mission," Du Rua said with a calm face, casually waving his hand. The ring on his finger flashed with a dark light. In the blink of an eye, there was something more on the table in the room. It was a card with the logo of Dragon County printed on it. The advisor had seen this before, and to put it bluntly, it was something that symbolized something like a bank card. "There's $100,000 in here. It's considered half of the payment." Du Rua shook the card and gently placed it on the table, and as soon as the consultant heard this, he immediately picked up the card like lightning, and was instantly ecstatic. $100,000 ah! How many materials can you buy with this amount of money? Although the prices of goods in this world were a bit high, $100,000 was still a considerable amount of money. The advisor quickly stuffed the card into his shirt pocket, then looked at another thing on the table. That thing was wrapped in a tarpaulin and it was impossible to see what was inside. The advisor didn't dare to touch it. "What's this?" Du Rua, however, said with a face full of concern. "Take a look for yourself." Thinking that Du Rua shouldn't harm himself, the advisor carefully ripped the rope above the tarpaulin and gently shook it, only to see a light blue cold light flash by. "Holy, so cool." The advisor couldn't help but let out a gasp when he saw what was inside. It was a 1-meter long knife with some curves hidden in the sheath. The blue crystals at the hilt of the knife were wrapped in cloth, but that wouldn't hide the brilliance of it at all. "This is the reward inside the mission payoff. I'm keeping it useless. You can take it as a toy." Du Rua saw the advisor's eyes full of stars. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but show a hint of a smug smile, but still pretended to have an icy tone. And at this moment, the advisor's eyes and heart, only this knife. He took the sword in his hand and weighed it, feeling that it was far lighter than he had imagined. "Is this a magic sword?" the advisor said to himself, not waiting for Du Rua to answer. He held the knife in his left hand. His right hand gently rested on the hilt of the knife, took a deep breath, and pulled with force. Buzz! The blade was pulled out of its sheath, and a heart-stopping friction sound was emitted. At the same time the blinding blue light flickered for a moment. The blade emitted a cold chill, and at the same time possessed the effect of vaguely stimulating magic power within the body. The advisor gazed at it, and with the help of the system, a virtual panel appeared. Weapon, famous sword moon hidden. Description, a weapon created by a Dragon County master craftsman using pyroxene. When the sword is knifed and sheathed, it will blossom with the light of magic power. Attachment skill, gap moon hidden, accumulates magic power by nabbing the blade, and when it is released, it can cut off magical blade energy that has an explosive effect. The more the advisor looked at this blade, the more he liked it, and with this kind of exclusive skill, his heart was even more ecstatic. He followed the instructions and inserted the knife back into its sheath, slightly sinking his breath, intending to try it out. But Du Rua, who was on the side, stopped him. "Counselor, I with need to remind you, as a royal beast master you have no way to use out the skills of this knife." "Ha!" The advisor froze, and in the next second he wilted. Euro in this world, anyone could use a weapon, but because of the different professions, the type of weapon used would be different. For example, A mage. It was impossible to slash someone with a sword, unless his name was Gandalf. And a warrior can't take a stick and go up to swing someone, unless its name is Sun. Duruo noticed the advisor's pensive expression and looked at the sword in his hand. She continued, if you don't die, you can go out and try it outside, but don't hurt yourself. Fine, fine. Even if there was no way to utilize the skills of this knife, the advisor still wanted to try the feeling of swinging it. Soon, the two left the house and went outside. The place where the advisor lived was on the outskirts of Dragon County, and there weren't many people nearby. It was all small forests. Alright, you can try if you want to. Duruo watched from the sidelines, her tone rather feeling like she was coaxing a child. After all, she didn't really think that an Imperial Beastmaster with a weak physique would be able to destroy anything with this magic sword. The advisor didn't make a sound as he stood in front of a tree with the slime atop him and took up a stance. His left hand gripped the sheath of the sword and angled it at his waist, while his right hand rested lightly on top of the hilt. That feeling of magic being sucked up reappeared, vaguely entering the famous blade. Moon Crypt. This feeling. The advisor frowned. Didn't he say he had no way to use it? Swish. Accompanied by the blade's piercing blue light, the sharpness of the famous blade Moon Hidden appeared. A foot of cold blue aura transformed into blade energy, and in an instant, it crashed into a thick tree. Ka! Only a crunching sound was heard, and the thick tree trunk not far away was actually chopped to pieces by the blade energy attached with magic power, instantly bursting into a ball of blue flames. When Duruo, who was on the side, saw this scene, his face changed with a brush. How is this possible? An Imperial Beastmaster was actually able to use a weapon that required magic power, and the power displayed by this blade was not even achievable by her at level 60. Looking at the magical flames that gradually dissipated into the air, Duruo was stunned, half speechless, and equally shocked. There was also the advisor who wielded the sword. Just at the moment he had just made the sword, a system prompt appeared in his brain without any warning. You have successfully awakened your profession, Magic Swordsman. Magic Swordsman? Chapter 19, Ring should be given by the man. The advisor was at a loss, his mind suddenly recalling a scene from when he initially performed the awakening ceremony. At the beginning of the awakening ceremony, his body had indeed flickered with an aura representing a magical swordsman, but eventually this aura had been swallowed up and he had eventually turned into an Imperial Beastmaster. Could it be that he was originally supposed to be a magical swordsman, only to be hindered by the system to become an Imperial Beastmaster? The advisor was shocked. System, open my current attribute panel. With the advisor's thoughts, the current information panel appeared before his eyes. Name, advisor. Race, human. Awakened occupation, Imperial Beastmaster. Magic Swordsman. Level, Imperial Beastmaster level 1. Magic Swordsman level 10. Physique, 30. Magic power, 40. Strength, 30. Spirit, 40. Resistance, poison resistance, 50%. Magic resistance, 20%. Weapon, famous sword, Moon Hidden. Beast, Ice Dun Slime. Beast fitting, 100%. Mastery ability, observation. Mastery abilities, observation. Power of unification. Imperial Beast knowledge. Power of body imitation. Gap Moonshadow. Now, it dawned on the advisor. Holy, I was supposed to be a magical swordsman, but this system forcibly gave me the profession of a slime Imperial Beastmaster. And then there seems to be a small bug in the system that caused all the experience gained from the Imperial Beasts to be added to the profession of the Magic Swordsman that had been snowed under. No wonder the Magic Swordsman had just awakened and reached level 10. If he hadn't gotten this famous sword Moon Hidden and accidentally awakened his second profession, otherwise he would have just been a first-level Imperial Beastmaster in his life. Oh no! A low-grade Imperial Beastmaster with a high-grade Magic Swordsman physique. Pitiful ah! The advisor then couldn't help but curse the system for not being human. But he forgot that it was a system with a temper. Warning, this system can control all of your awakened professions. So, obviously, this was implying to him that if he dared to push again, the system would have the ability to take back his Magic Swordsman profession. The corner of the advisor's mouth twitched slightly and he had to close his mouth, not even daring to say another word in his heart. Duruo on the side saw the advisor standing in place muttering to himself. She walked to him with an odd face and raised her hand to shake it. The advisor came back to his senses and looked at Duruo. What's wrong? What's going on with you? Duruo was vaguely able to see that at this moment, the advisor had magic power remaining in his body that should not belong to an Imperial Beastmaster. This time, the advisor also did not know how to answer. He stammered for half a day. In the end it was Duruo who opened his mouth first. Could it be that you're a dual occupation awakened person? Yes. The advisor hurriedly nodded his head. However, Duruo's brows did not stretch, but instead wrinkled tighter. Her tone was puzzled. That's not right. None of the dual career awakened I've seen are like you. Are there many dual career awakened? Hearing Du Ruo say this, the advisor suddenly felt bummed out. He had thought that he was a special case, but hearing Du Ruo say this, it seemed like there were a lot of dual career awakened people. Du Ruo shook his head and answered after a few seconds of silence. Not really many. It can even be considered rare. I've only seen a few. Those dual career awakened people, their careers are often in the same category, which is completely different from you. Same category? Du Ruo didn't sell himself short and explained, that's right. For example, a pharmacist's side occupation is usually an alchemist, a swordsman's side occupation could be a martial monk or a knight. However, there are very few sub-professions in the law department, because magic requires a lot of energy to delve into, so generally even if there are sub-professions in the law department, no one will practice them. The advisor nodded when he heard this, and subconsciously asked, then what should the side occupation of an Imperial Beastmaster usually be? Now, Du Ruo didn't say anything and just looked at the advisor quietly. After a few seconds, the advisor then reacted, tilting his head in realization. Oh, I remember. Imperial Beastmasters are rare, so there was no conclusion to this question. After a while, Du Ruo was ready to leave, and she casually said, about your situation, I will report it to the Bounty Hunter Union, and at that time, if there is another mission, I will come to you. The advisor nodded and was ready to send Du Ruo away. Without taking 2 steps, Du Ruo looked like she remembered something. Oh yeah, this is for you, she said, took off the ring she was wearing before from her finger and handed it to the advisor. The advisor was confused for a moment, then coughed and pretended to be serious. Generally speaking, the ring should be sent by the man. Du Ruo? She stood frozen in place for a few seconds, casually reacting. Don't get any ideas, this is part of the mission's reward. Keep it. She shoved the ring into the advisor's hand and turned around, her long black hair covering the slight redness on her face. The advisor didn't notice any of this. He just looked down at the ring that retained a lingering warmth, and a prompt appeared in front of his eyes. Space ring, inanimate items and props can be stored in it. Remember not to store living things. No wonder Du Ruo was able to change his sword and money out of thin air just now. The advisor put the ring on his hand. Then he returned to the house, which tried to use his spiritual power to communicate with the space in the ring, and instantly realized that there was actually something inside. Well, it seemed to be an announcement. Go you. The advisor casually shook his hand and took out the announcement. Scanning it. On the bulletin was a familiar portrait of the very same silver vine demon realm flower that he had seen not too long ago. A large cross marked it. The advisor looked down the portrait, and below it was a paragraph. Chapter 20 Fusion. Dual Route. Dragon County would like to give special thanks to the Bounty Hunters Union for solving the demons in the sewers of Dragon County, decapitating the silver vine demon world flower, and restoring a peaceful environment to Dragon County. For this operation, special thanks to the 2 bounty heroes who participated in the mission to clear the drains. Reading this, the advisor's expression became a little odd. Level 6 Bounty Hunter, Heart-Piercing Gun. Junior Bounty Hunter, None. Looking at the names, the advisor blinked and looked at the slimes on a side table, his eyes going unfocused. The piercing gun should be Du Ruo. I didn't think she would actually take that name, but that nothing. The advisor instantly slapped his thigh, and then remembered that at that time, when he was filling out his personal information, it seemed that he didn't write anything in the code name column. I'd become None. The advisor felt that he had lost a lot of money. Obviously this was an opportunity to be praised by name by the Dragon County officials, but as a result, the advisor threw the announcement into his spatial ring and once again took out his famous sword. Moon Crypt. System, how should I raise the strength of the magic swordsman? Soon, the system gave an answer. After calculations, this system provides 2 routes for magic swordsman enhancement, so please feel free to choose for your royal master. There are actually 2 of these as well? The advisor's heart rejoiced, suddenly feeling that this system was enlightened. His heart could not help but be moved, but when he saw the 2 routes floating in front of him, the advisor was petrified on the spot. Enhancement Route 1, find a place suitable for cultivation. Try to fuse the power of the Imperial Beasts with the magical swordsman to complement each other, and strengthen the magical swordsman's power with the attributes of the slimes to embark on a path that few people have ever set foot on. Remarks, just pick this path. Highly recommended. Enhancement Route 2, like most magical swordsmen, specialize in one job. Give up the beast slime, grind a sword for 10 years, and become the 10-mile slope sword god. Remarks, dare to choose to get you killed. Little pussy, already starting to not act right. Direct verbal threats, isn't it? The advisor looked at the 2 choices and couldn't help but open his mouth and spit out a sentence. The slime on the side was paralyzed on the table, his 2 eyes blinking as if he was being cute, but the advisor could see a hint of intrigue. It was true that the system didn't stop him from improving the magic swordsman's ability this time, but the 2 paths also represented the system's toughness. Either let the magical swordsman cooperate with the power of the Imperial Beasts, and both of them were raised together. Either that or a direct death threat. Advisor is a person who had traveled over and was very familiar with novels and games. Could that listen to the system? Of course it could. The advisor laughed dryly. Hey, what you say is what you say. I'm a person who listens to advice, so I'll follow the first route. Good. You are a smart person. As a reward, your spirit improves by 1 point. Ha, thanks Ao. You're very generous. The advisor grunted coldly and gritted his teeth as he thanked him. The system's voice once again appeared beside his ears. You have successfully chosen Route 1. Next please pick a suitable place for cultivation and start trying to fuse the power of the Imperial Beasts with the magical swordsman. After this last sentence, the system fell into silence. The advisor sat on the chair for a long time, waiting with his mouth half open, and finally only let out a sigh. System, you've instead pointed out the suitable place for cultivation. For this request, the system still ignored it, obviously intending to let the advisor find it on his own. Forget it if you don't tell me. I have people, the advisor said gaily, picking up the slime and placing it on his head, casually using his spatial ring to put away a large number of magic realm flower crystals that he got from the last mission to touch the corpse. He then quickly stepped out the door, pedaled his own bike, and quickly headed towards the center of Dragon County. Not long after, the advisor arrived in front of the familiar villa. This was Zhuo Dao's home, but today there were a lot more busy servants outside the door. These servants knew him and didn't stop him. He made his way through the gate to the inside of the villa just in time to see a man walk out. It was a man wearing a black suit. His hair was combed shiny and his 2 mustaches were even neater. When the advisor saw the other party, he immediately stopped in his tracks. Hello Uncle Zhuo. This was Zhuo Dao's merchant father, who was likewise a pharmacist. Well, little consultant is here. Father Zhuo had a hint of a smile on his face when he saw the advisor. Through his previous memories, the advisor learned that Zhuo Dao's father was not only rich, but his character wasn't bad either, and never treated the advisor with any contempt because of his status. The advisor maintained his rare politeness and said, Uncle, I brought some materials that can be used to make a pharmaceutical connection for Zhuo Dao. Aha, good, thank you. Father Zhuo smiled gently. He didn't think that the advisor, a poor child, could bring anything useful, but he still nodded his head in thanks. Saying that, Father Zhuo pointed to the stairs leading downstairs. Left road is in the pharmacy. Go find him. Okay, the advisor answered and walked into the villa, following the stairs to the pharmacy. At this time, the pharmacy was closed. The consultant directly pushed the door in. A strong smell of medicine came to the face. Ahem, choke me to death. The advisor hugged the slime to cover his nose and frowned as he walked into the room, and soon saw Zhuo Dao, who was squatting next to the medicine stove and constantly letting out a hee strange laugh. Grandson, what the hell are you doing? The advisor kicked Zhuo Dao's ass, which made this person who was addicted to pharmaceuticals wake up a bit. Gu, brother, you're here. Come sit. Sit? The advisor looked around. The floor was full of herbs and empty bottles. Where was there an empty space for him to sit? Good brother, when I succeed in making this medicine, I'll be able to level up to level 5. Zhuo Dao looked excited, but the fatigue of his physique couldn't be hidden. He had heavy black circles hanging under those eyes. The advisor raised an eyebrow. Well, this grandson doesn't look like a medicine maker. He looks like a stoner. A few minutes later, with the flame of the medicine furnace extinguished, Zhuo Dao immediately opened the ventilation fan of the room and fished out some residue from the medicine furnace. His eyes stared at it for a few seconds before some crystal tears came out of his eyes. Failed again. This is already the 26th time. He trembled and threw the residue into the garbage can on the side, lying on the ground without any rich kid appearance, looking up to the sky and the ceiling and whistling. God, kill me. Where am I going to find magical beast crystal cores to make medicine? Magical beast crystal core? The advisor's ears twitched, then grinned, casually took out a magic world flowers crystal core from the spatial ring, and waved it in front of the left path. Chapter 21, Brothers, did you go on a robbery? Stop it, I'm this. Crap. Zhuo Dao shook his head and just wanted to push away the advisor's hand, but in the end, after seeing what was in the advisor's hand, he froze. Immediately afterward, he scurried up from the ground with lightning speed and snatched the magical beast crystal core from the advisor's hand. He carefully scrutinized it for a while, and then he quickly closed the door of the pharmacy behind him, before he vigilantly looked at the advisor and lowered his voice to ask, Brother, where did you steal it from? Not. The advisor's face froze, half froze and didn't say anything. Casually shaking his hand, he piled all the Demon Realm Flower crystal cores in his spatial ring on the ground. These Demon Realm Flower crystal cores were all specially selected by him and were of very good quality, a full 30 to 40 of them. If this was put into the Tail Feather Bazaar to sell, it was estimated that selling tens of thousands would not be a problem. Looking at this ground of Magic World Flower crystal core, Zhuo Dao's face changed again and again. There was no blood color at all. What was left was only miserable white. This, brother, tell me honestly, did you go to rob? Zhuodao quickly walked to the advisor, staring at his face. Advisor, we are the friendship of piss and mud. Tell me honestly, if you meet any difficulties, I can let my father help you. You cannot go on the road of lawlessness and discipline. The consultant looked at Zhuodao with a face that was about to cry. This thing was not in a good mental state because of the late night and fatigue, and did not dare to stimulate him. The advisor could only pat his brother's shoulder and slowed down his tone. No, I just helped a very powerful awakened person a little bit. These are the gifts she gave me. I can't use them, so I brought them to you. And after hearing the advisor's explanation, Zhuodao looked at him in disbelief and muttered, Really? Brother, you swear? I swear. What kind of oath I swear? Just say if you want it or not. 2. Zhuodao nodded his head while biting his back teeth. Then said, My dad said, I can't rely on his money if I want to become an apothecary. So, I've been tossed around by this magical beast crystal core thing for a long time in the past few days. Zhuodao said, took off his jacket as a pocket and started picking up the crystal cores on the ground. The advisor took the opportunity to find a clean place to sit down and hugged the slime as he watched Left Road. After a few minutes, Zhuodao put all the crystal cores into the medicine cabinet. Then he took a long breath, sat on his butt on the ground, turned his head to look at the advisor, touched a handful of dirty face, and asked, Brother, these things are not free, right? The left path is worthy of being the son of a businessman. Easily perceiving the advisor's thoughts, the advisor didn't hide it and nodded his head. I want to know if there are any suitable places for cultivation in Dragon County. The venue doesn't need to be too big, but it's better to be professional. Cultivation place? Zhuodao casually picked up a herb from the ground and held it in his mouth, looking at the slime in the advisor's arms with a strange gaze. Dude, wouldn't you be able to upgrade by finding a grove and letting it roll around? The advisor didn't say anything. He just looked at Zhuodao with an expressionless face, while the slime in his arms also blinked its two eyes, mimicking the advisor, and glared at Zhuodao. Ha! Just kidding, Zhuodao smiled sarcastically, and after thinking for a while, I remember that there's a cultivation field specially built for awakened people in the north of Dragon County. It's pretty obvious that it seems to be pretty good there. It's just that the cost is a bit high, and the people there. Alright, that's it. The advisor heard the desired information and immediately got up. There was no time to lose. In order to be able to work on improving the magical swordsman's ability, he would set off now. Seeing the advisor's windy appearance, Zhuodao hurriedly stopped him. Hey wait, I still have something to tell you. What is it? Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Euro seeing that the advisor was in a hurry, Zhuodao said helplessly, Brother, do you still remember half a month ago? Lou Blackhand said something about the awakening exam? Awakening exam? The advisor recalled for a moment before nodding. Remember, isn't there still half a month? It's half a month, yes, but this exam is said to allow for teaming. Have you considered who to team up with? Aren't you talking nonsense? The advisor blankly glanced at Zhuodao and replied without thinking, Do I know anyone else besides you? Zhuodao looked like he was really thinking about this question quite seriously, then shook his head. His face looked a bit odd as he asked out loud, Brother, at the risk of asking, how many levels are you at now as a royal beast master? 1 level, the advisor answered without thinking. Snap! When Zhuodao heard this answer, he pressed a slap on his face and after a 2-second reprieve, he pointed at himself. Me, the apothecary, I estimate that I can rise to level 6 in half a month, the fastest I can get to level 8, and I'm an auxiliary profession. Then, he pointed at the advisor. And you, beast royalist, let's not mention the level. You're also an auxiliary profession. Zhuodao's hand twirled back and forth in midair. 2 auxiliary professions. Where should we go to find a stupid receiver? Looking at Zhuodao's pained expression, the advisor was unimpressed. Hey, this is it? This is it? Zhuodao was filled with suspicion when he saw the advisor's confident face. You have a candidate? No, the advisor answered dryly. Then added, but wait for me for half a month. I'll take you to fight then. Oh, I believe you, damn it. Zhuodao naturally didn't believe it. The advisor just wanted to explain about his dual career, but seeing this expression on the left path, he wanted to give Zhuodao a surprise at the time. That's it, let's go. You're cheering for Pharma. The aid is yours. The words fell. The advisor ran away without looking back. Zhuodao watched from behind. He could only sigh, casually took out a crystal core of a demon realm flower, placed it in the medicine jar on the table, little by little, knocked it into powder, put it into the medicine furnace, and once again started the journey of making medicine. And the advisor who left the villa, with a slime on his head, pedaled on the bike again, and went all the way north in the direction guided by the left path. Chapter 22 Highest Treatment Training Room. Half an hour later, the consultant arrived at the northern city of Dragon County. As Zhuodao had said, this training ground was obvious. A huge building stood in front of it with the Dragon County logo on it. Coming and going were the awakened who had come to conduct training. The advisor had just approached the place when he noticed that above the building, a banner was hanging. To congratulate the Bounty Hunter Union for eradicating the Aqueduct Silver Vine Demon Realm Flower for Dragon County. Members of the Bounty Hunter Union who come to this cultivation ground are free of charge until the end of this month. The advisor actually paid attention to the price list of this training ground before he came. According to the different grades of the rooms and the different configurations, the amount of spending required was also different. Even the cheapest training room required $200 per hour. The most expensive one was $800. But now that there was this banner, the advisor breathed a sigh of relief. What's free is the best. The advisor immediately led Slime down the gate and entered. Inside the building, a number of people were lining up, standing at different windows according to their professions and the training programs they needed. The advisor found a queue that belonged exclusively to bounty hunters. This passage seemed to have just been opened. The queue wasn't too many people, and soon he followed the people to the very front. The receptionist at the window was a short-haired girl. "Hello, please show your bounty hunter ID." That girl's voice was sweet and her attitude was good. "Okay." The advisor pulled out his bounty hunter card from his pocket and displayed it in front of the girl. After the other party swept a glance, her face changed slightly and she murmured softly, "Imperial Beastmaster? Is there a problem?" The advisor didn't want to draw attention to himself and lowered his voice to ask. The short-haired girl reacted and shook her head. "Of course not," she finished, quickly registering herself on the list at hand before she handed over an elevator card and proceeded to explain. "You can take the magic elevator next to you to the top floor. All bounty hunters will enjoy the highest treatment during this time in the training room. You can freely pick a room. Highest treatment means food and drinks are free. There is a separate bath and lounge. Plus you are free to pick the configuration of the training room." The girl's focus was clearly on the second half of the sentence, but the counselor had smiled when she heard the first half. "Got it. Bathhouse. Still free. Understood. Hard work." The advisor received the card and turned towards the side. The girl looked at the advisor's back, froze, and quickly began to receive the next awakened person. The advisor followed the direction of guidance and came to the side of an elevator. He scratched a card on one side, only to see a crystal door slowly open, emitting a hint of light blue. Magic? The advisor, as a magic swordsman, instantly recognized that those blue auras represented magic power. In that case, there should be a very powerful mage in this training ground? The advisor thought darkly as he walked into the elevator. Click click click. The crystal door sensed a person entering and quickly closed. There were no buttons in the elevator, only an alcove. The card swept over it again and felt the magic begin to surge around it. In a matter of seconds, the crystalline door in front of them opened once again. In front of them was a straight corridor with a red velvet carpet on the floor. Some awakened who traveled in pairs skulked around here, exchanging experiences gained from their training. Next to it was a room with no sound inside. Blue magic flickered on the door of the room. Obviously a silencing spell had been laid long ago. The counselor looked in the corridor. In the training rooms off to the side, the ones with blue branding flashing on the door meant that there was someone inside and no one else could enter at will. The counselor turned around and found an unoccupied room. He pushed the door open and noticed that the room was nothing special, just a large empty room. But just as he placed the card on a crystal base aside, the next second the entire room changed dramatically. Blue magic power began to surge as a stone slab slowly rose from the ground. Blue writing surged above this stone slab, like the interface of some game, leaving the advisor with many options. Profession, magic doll, number. The advisor chose down one item at a time, finally organizing the panel of information before the slate sank down, followed by a blue glow that illuminated the entire room. The aura of magic power produced fluctuations, but the advisor didn't feel any discomfort. So it seems that the level of the mage controlling these training rooms is ridiculously high. The blue light flickered for a minute or so before slowly dispersing, and the originally empty room changed drastically, not far away from the display of a variety of sword-shaped weapons. These are all suitable for the magic swordsman's blade. The advisor possessed the famous sword Lunar Cane, so he didn't need to medicate those weapons for the time being. He swept a glance and then looked ahead. Directly in front of him was a huge demon realm flower, whose shape was the same silver vine demon realm flower that he had seen not long ago. The difference was that the exterior of this magic realm flower was emitting a blue magical glow. Obviously, this was a virtual illusion created using magic. This was the target in the training room. The advisor hadn't set up too many things, but just relied on the magic power of the training room to create the equipment needed. Okay, let's begin. He let out a long breath and set aside the slime above his head. Swish. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, he pulled out the famous sword, Moon Crypt, from his spatial ring. The blade emitted a blue light in the magic-rich environment. As the advisor held the sheath, he could feel that the blade was already filled with magic power and was trembling like an impatient beast. Phew, he took a deep breath, looked towards the virtual magic world flower in front of him, took a step forward, lightly touched the hilt of the blade with his right hand, and after a brief pause of a second, he drew the blade out. Gap Moon Shadow. Only a blue blade chi was seen exploding from within the blade. A meter-long blade chi, attached with the light of magic power, slashed straight at the body of the demon realm flower, and instantly exploded into a blue flame of magic power. The illusion of that demon realm flower flickered for a moment, followed by a panel hovering in front of the advisor. It was a panel that tested the power of an awakened's moves, and information about the awakened could be deduced from the damage inflicted. Name, Counselor. Profession, Magic Swordsman. Damage source, famous sword Moon Hidden Gap Moon Shadow. Damage type, Physical. Magic. Damage test, this damage can decapitate up to second-order intermediate magical beasts. This effect, advisor was not satisfied. For magical beasts, below level 10 are ordinary beasts. Even ordinary people are able to kill them as long as they find a way. It was only from level 10 to level 20 that they were called first-rank magical beasts. Level 20 to level 30 were called second-rank magical beasts, and so on. When he hadn't yet become a magic swordsman, he had relied on the abilities of the Imperial Beastmaster and the slime to kill a level 15 demon realm flower, which was an intermediate first-rank magical beast. Now that he was using a weapon, he could only kill second-rank magical beasts that were around level 25. The advisor checked his panel, and he realized that he was now a magic swordsman, but he hadn't mastered any skills about it, and the only skill was still the one that came with the famous sword Mooncrypt. Just as he was meditating on how to improve his strength as a magical swordsman, the system's prompt came. Hint, dual profession awaken can use the skills of different professions to cooperate with each other, so as to play beyond the normal effect. Mutual coordination, the advisor muttered, and suddenly his eyes lit up, turning his head to look at the slimes rolling around on the ground. There. Chapter 23. This is a training ground, not a restaurant. The advisor walked quickly to the side of the ice dundun and rubbed the soft and cold head. Change for me. While saying this, the advisor secretly unleashed the body imitation power belonging to the Imperial Beastmaster. Receiving the command, the slime's body trembled for a moment, and then exploded into a purple mist. A few seconds later, a figure emerged from the mist. This was none other than the slime that had transformed into another advisor through the power of body imitation. The advisor surveyed it and was delighted. As before, they were identical to each other. Not only the way they were dressed, but even the famous sword Lunar Cane in their hands was similar. Only the same color as the human. The famous sword Lunar Cane in the slime's hand was also purple. Gulp. At this moment, the slime still hadn't mastered the ability to speak, and could only let out a strange sound from its throat. The advisor, however, understood its meaning and let out a light laugh. Don't be nervous, baby, come follow me and learn. After saying this, the advisor once again looked at the illusion of the silver vine magic boundary flower, his hand resting on top of the hilt of the blade. The slime to the side, like a mirror with a slight 1-second delay, made the same motion. Very well, on my command. 3, 2, 1. Counting down to the last moment, the advisor struck again to unleash Gap Moon Shadow. This time, the advisor didn't focus on the power of this move, but instead turned his head to look at the slime beside him, only to see it use the same motion, drawing the blade in its hand and swinging it out in a single motion. The same crescent-shaped blade light appeared, the difference being that it was purple, the same color as its attribute. The moment the advisor's blade light landed on the body of the demon realm flower and just exploded, the slime's blade light also arrived in an instant and exploded another purple mist. In a flash, the entire room shook. A large amount of smoke filled the room, and there was an extra hint of fishy sweetness in the air. Ahem, the advisor coughed lightly, hurriedly controlling the stone plate to draw the smoke out of the room, then looked at the demon realm flower in front of him, and suddenly stared in disbelief. That demon realm flower had half of its body shattered at this moment, blue flames scorching its exterior, and at the grinning wounds, there was still quite a bit of purple poisonous mist corroding its body. Different attributes? The advisor hadn't expected that the slime using the power of body imitation was also using the famous sword, Mooncrypt, and that the attribute damage inflicted after activating the skill would still change. When he saw the damage panel in front of him, he was even more convinced of this in his heart. Name, Counselor. Occupation, Imperial Beastmaster. Magic Swordsman. Damage source, famous sword Moon Hidden Gap Moon Shadow. Damage type, Physical. Magic, Poison. Damage test, Mixed damage. Up to decapitating a 4th-rank low-level magical beast. That's right. The advisor nodded and exchanged a glance with the advisor beside him, a hint of a smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. Using this move in coordination with him and the Imperial Beast, not only was he able to do one more attribute damage, but the effect was more than doubled. The more the advisor thought about it, the more pleased he became, and he once again took a deep breath. intending to use another slash in conjunction with the slime to see the damage. But before he could strike, the body of the slime advisor on the side suddenly trembled, and as if it was melting, it rapidly shrunk and quickly changed back to its original appearance. At the same time, the advisor felt a sense of fatigue strike his body, and the knife in his hand couldn't even be gripped anymore, dropping to the ground with a bang. What's the situation? The advisor sat on his butt on the ground, looking at his slightly trembling hand, and was a bit confused for a moment. Previously, he had similarly used the power of body imitation, but he completely did not have the feeling of powerlessness that he had now, and his head was still a little distended. Just at this moment, the illusion of the silver vine magic boundary flower in front of him suddenly disappeared, and in its place was a segment of the training room's prompts. Trainer's magic power overdraft detected. Trainer's physical strength overdraft detected. 2 consecutive prompts appeared one after another. This training room seemed to have a kind of magic that could detect the awakened person's physical condition at any time in order to facilitate counseling and assistance. The system, which understood the advisor's physical condition even better, took the initiative to explain for him at this time. With your current magic power, you are unable to use weapon moves continuously. The use of body imitating power requires the consumption of magic power and physical strength, and at the same time, under the state of body imitating power, the moves used by the Imperial Beast will also consume your magic power. For the safety of you and the Beast Cubs, please take a short break before continuing. For the safety of you and the Beast Cubs, please take a short break before continuing. The advisor lay on the ground wordlessly, listening to the system's voice, squinting at the slime that continued to roll on the ground to the side, and sighed helplessly. Why is it that the slime uses skills, but he is the one who costs blue? The system acted as if it had heard his heart. You can choose to focus on the Imperial Beast Master profession, and this system will help you completely remove the Magic Swordsman profession in order for you to focus on cultivating Imperial Beasts. Don't even think about it. The advisor very simply rejected this offer from the system, summoned the control tablet from the ground with a flip, and continuously tapped a few times on it. 2 minutes later, a knock sounded on the door. The advisor adjusted his breathing to get up from the ground, walked quickly to the door, and opened the door to the room. Outside the door stood the short-haired girl who had received him earlier, with a cart in her hand. The girl pushed the cart skillfully into the room and stood in the doorway and said in a sweet voice, "Hello, Mr. Advisor. Here is your order of roasted Dragon County flower duck, roasted Dragon County chick goose, and steamed Dragon County pheasant." She came to the doorway for a bit to announce the names of the dishes before owing slightly. "Please enjoy your meal and cheers to training." Her face maintained a smile, but as she said this, she deliberately increased the tone of the second half of her sentence, as if reminding him that this was a training ground, not a restaurant. The advisor waved his hand with disinterest and shut the other party out after saying thank you. He pushed the cart back into the house, laid out all the food on the floor, and grilled the slime. "Done done done. Dinner is served. Feel free to eat." The advisor barked out an order and had a blast building with the slime. These things were much tastier than what the advisor had made himself at home, and the slime was on the sidelines, swallowing the cake cut into small pieces right into his stomach. Soon, the food turned into a mess. Euro after resting for some time, the advisor rose from the ground with slime in his arms, and looking at the reappearance of the magic world flower illusion not far away, he pondered for a moment. Just using the power of the imitation body and the famous sword Mooncane to slash hard, that slashing for a month won't grow much. There had to be a way to solve the problem of consuming too much. Even if it was less powerful it would be fine. The advisor sat on the ground, staring wide-eyed at the slime in his arms for a few seconds before he slammed his thighs, eyes wide open, and instantly decided. Go, take a bath. Chapter 24, 3 Auxiliary Division Teams? The counselor grabbed his rune card and turned around. It was a long time coming anyway, not a day too soon. He left the training room and followed the signs on the walls of the top floor all the way to the bathroom that came with the place. Very nice. Not many people. The ones that came to train came from serious trainers. Street skaters like the counselor were few and far between. He took a comfortable soak, giving slime a massage in the process, before stepping out of the bath and turning to the lounge off to the side. There were more people here, and quite a few people who had finished their training were exchanging tips here. Unfortunately, those people's tips were basically useless to the advisor. The profession of Beastmaster would not appear here. As for the magical swordsmen, the ones who usually awakened this profession were the sons of rich families, and they had better places to train. The advisor casually listened to a couple sentences, laid down on a recliner, crossed his legs and glued the slime on his face to block out the light, closed his eyes and began to contemplate the next mode of training. But not a moment later, the advisor issued a slight snoring sound. It wasn't long before a few girls walking in a group passed by, and one of them suddenly stopped in her tracks, her eyes falling on the advisor. Advisor? Hearing someone call his name, the advisor's body shook. Peeling off the slime, He looked sleepily at the girl who called his name. The other party was of a similar age to him, wearing a white cloth robe and a top hat. From what he was wearing, it was ruled out that the other party was a warrior. And the advisor noticed the cane encrusted with white faience in the other party's hand, guessing that this person should be a mage or a priest or some other profession. But she knew his name. Did she recognize him? The advisor subconsciously used the ability to observe, and the other party's information quickly appeared before her eyes. Name, Sunwon. Race, human. Awakened profession, priest. Rank, level 8. Formation, none. The system's evaluation of this is diligent, hardworking, and conscientious. Even as a priest, you have some great things in store for the future. How is it that as soon as you get to someone else, you're so able to praise them, but when it comes to me, you start pulling a stomp on them? The advisor was speechless at the system's evaluation. But, Sunwon? Why does this name sound so familiar? Sunwon looked at the advisor's bewildered appearance. Her willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled, took off her pointed hat, walked over to him and shook her hand. Advisor, what's wrong with you? The advisor didn't say anything, his mind quickly recalling, and after a few seconds reuniting her with someone he remembered. Sunwon, wasn't that the class president? The advisor remembered. When the awakening ceremony was held, this girl seemed to have a bit of a crush on him, and while there was a male idiot in the class who targeted him because of this girl. Oh, it's fine, long time no see. The advisor identified the other party, and his tone was a bit perfunctory, but Sunwon didn't pay any attention to that at all. Looking at the advisor and the slime in his arms, she revealed a hint of a smile. Advisor, I didn't expect you to come here too. Ah yes, what a coincidence. The advisor's tone remained flat. This time, Sunwon noticed the awkwardness of the atmosphere even with her lover's filter, and she could only take the initiative to find a topic. Advisor, how many levels have you raised your Imperial Beast Master to now? This level 1, the advisor answered truthfully, while an odd look surfaced on Sunwon's face. It doesn't seem to be going too well. After Sunwon smiled awkwardly, seeing that the atmosphere was once again silent, she once again said, hey right, advisor, there's still half a month to go before the awakening exam. This time, we can make a team. This you know, right? It's this thing again. The advisor nodded. He sat up straight. No. Sunwon smiled again as she saw the topic open up. So have you decided who to team up with? If not, decided, the advisor said bluntly. Left path. It's that stupid rich second generation. Now. Sunwon's expression became even more odd. She blushed slightly and asked suspiciously, but I remember that Zhuo Dao isn't a pharmacist? Yeah. I remember him saying that he was able to raise to level 8 this month, so he should be pretty good. As soon as the advisor's words left her mouth, Sunwon was a little less than happy. After a few seconds of silence, she angrily spoke out. I'm already level 8 right now. If it's by the end of the month, I'll definitely be able to raise to level 10. Oh, how gripping. The advisor didn't know what there was to argue about. Is it hard to be jealous? But what would she be jealous of a priest and a pharmacist for? Not to mention that Zhuo Dao was still a man. Women are really strange creatures. The advisor secretly shook his head and casually rubbed the slime, eliciting a gurgling sound of defiance from the slime. Advisor, Sunwon saw him go off on a tangent and ignored his straight answer from earlier, saying once again, we can have up to 4 people in a team for the awakening exam. Who are the remaining 2 people in your team? Nope, it's just me and Left Path. The advisor really didn't know that there was this rule. He had previously thought that only 2 people could team up. As soon as Sunwon heard this, her face was immediately happy and she immediately said, then let's team up together. It just so happens that I'm alone, and I'm also a priest, so I can assist everyone. This time the advisor didn't say anything, quietly looking at Sunwon. Sunwon looked at his eyes and after a few seconds of silence, her face changed again. Priest, auxiliary, there was nothing wrong with that, but the key was, if Sunwon also joined this team, then the configuration of this 3-person squad would be auxiliary Imperial Beast Master, auxiliary type pharmacist, as well as an auxiliary type priest. 3 auxiliary type awakening professions teamed up. This scene is unimaginable. Seeing Sunwon's embarrassed and helpless appearance, the advisor was suddenly a little less tolerant as he casually responded, if you don't mind, it's fine to join. Anyway, 1 more person is 1 more strength, right? I don't mind. Hearing this, Sunwon immediately revealed a smile. There's still half a month of time left, so we can go find another person willing to join. Well, I'll leave it to you then. The advisor didn't have time to find someone. He was in a critical period at the moment. He had to find a way to fuse the dual professions as soon as possible. That's it then. I'm going to go train first. By the way, I'll look for the others then. Go for it. Sunwon looked like she was in a good mood, greeted the advisor and left. Looking at the girl's back as she left, the The advisor shook his head once again. 3 auxiliary type occupations. This is really interesting. Wait, auxiliary type occupations? As the advisor mumbled to himself, it was as if an aura flashed through his mind, suddenly realizing something, and the next moment he slammed his thighs. Right, this is it. Auxiliary type occupations and offensive type occupations were complementary to each other. The auxiliary type imperial beasts, coupled with the offensive nature of the magic swordsman. Thinking of this, the advisor hurriedly picked up slime and quickly ran back to his exclusive room. After setting everything up, the advisor once again took out the famous sword moon crypt from his spatial ring. This time, he didn't waste any more magic power, he just drew the blade out, and the escaping magic power gave off a blue aura. Like frost, the advisor held the knife in one hand and hugged the slime with the other, trying to feel the attributes within it. The process was complicated and extremely testing of patience, but the last thing the advisor needed right now was time. Calm down, condense your breath, and empty your mind. Listen, feel, think, eat, drink, poop, and soak. After a few days of hard work, the advisor finally felt a hint of something different as he meditated in his room as usual. Eyes closed, he was in the midst of black smoke, and a lavender glow floated slightly in front of him, like a jellyfish without tentacles. The advisor had been able to see this thing before, but he had no way to touch it. After these few days of time settling in, he was vaguely able to touch it. That should be the soul of a slime. Chapter 25, Divine Kung Fu has become a reality. Go out of the mountain. The advisor tried to pull the purple color in, and after an unknown amount of time, he finally touched the slime's soul with his full hand. At the same time, his left hand trembled, and the advisor's eyes snapped open, and then brightened up. The slime that was originally like a one-headed garlic, at this moment, under his control, transformed into a translucent soul floating in midair. This feeling, as if the slime was suppressed in his soul, the consultant knew that the ice dundun wasn't affected in any way, and as long as he wanted to, he could liberate its soul at any time, and it would be able to change back to its solid jelly form. But before that, the advisor held the slime soul lightly in his left hand, and slowly raised the famous blade moon crypt in his right hand. The magic above the blade created a small cyclone under the advisor's control. Hope it works, the advisor secretly prayed, holding the famous sword moon crypt high in front of his body, his left hand carrying the slime's soul as he slowly approached the blade. A sound of wind came from the blade, and slime's soul was quickly controlled, using a small portion of his magic power as a channel to merge into the famous blade moon hidden. This was a delicate task, like threading a needle. Determining that the slime was completely integrated into the blade, and that its soul was not damaged in any way, the advisor breathed a sigh of relief, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. Swish! With a turn of the blade, he swung out towards the not-too-distant demon realm flower. This was not a skill that came with the famous blade moon hidden, it was merely an ordinary strike from the advisor. However, the blade's aura had a faint purple color mixed with the blue magic power. As he swung the blade, the shadow of a slime flashed above the blade. The blade flew by and instantly left a deep slash on the body of the demon realm flower. Name, Counselor. Occupation, Imperial Beast Master. Magic Swordsman. Damage source, famous sword moon hidden. Damage type, physical. Magic, poison. Damage test, mixed damage. Up to decapitation of second-order low-level magical beasts. The advisor looked at the panel and secretly weighed it. In terms of power, this slash was definitely not as strong as the damage he inflicted using Gap Moonshadow under the power of Imitation Body. However, this ordinary slash barely consumed much magic power. In other words, with the advisor's current state, he could continuously strike out with his slash attack, even if it lasted for more than an hour straight without taking a break. If this was coupled with the left path's pharmaceuticals and sun when supporting spells as a priest, then he was now simply a god of war who would never feel tired. And with the upgrading of the slime with the possible attribute shifts, this effect of attaching the beast's soul to the weapon would become even more powerful. Cool, the advisor let out a loud cry, and rather vindicatively, he continuously drew a few slashes. A blue and purple blade light flashed, slashing the demon realm flower in front of him like a rotten watermelon. The advisor abruptly stopped and gave a slight shake. The slime soul then dislodged from the blade, bounced in midair like a jellyfish for a few moments, regained its solidity, and barreled down onto the advisor's head. With this first experience, it would be much faster for the advisor to use the slime soul to enchant the knife in the future. The system's voice came from beside his ears again, and this time it was good news. You have successfully completed the Magic Swordsman Beginner's Training. Your beast has been upgraded. The Magic Swordsman level has been raised to level 15. Jumped levels? When the advisor heard this news, the corners of his mouth grinned even further to the base of his ears. Previously, his Magic Swordsman was only level 10. And now after comprehending the method of combining dual professions, he actually jumped directly to level 15. The advisor immediately opened the information panel and looked at his current attributes. Name, Advisor. Race, Human. Awakened profession, Imperial Beast Master. Magic Swordsman. Level, Imperial Beast Master Level 1. Magic Swordsman Level 15. Physique, 40. Magic Power, 50. Strength, 40. Spirit, 50. Resistance, Poison Resistance, 40%. Magic Resistance, 30%. Weapon, Famous Sword, Moon Hidden. Beast, Iced Undone, Slime. Beast Fitting, 100%. Mastery Ability, Observation. Mastery Abilities, Observation. Power of Unification. Imperial Beast Knowledge. Power of Body Imitation. Gap Moonshadow. As his level increased, the advisor's full attributes also increased, but soon the advisor frowned. How did his poison resistance drop? Due to the power of the Imperial Beast, his attributes were related to the slime, and he was so frightened that he rushed to check the slime's attributes. Soulbound Imperial Beast, Iced Undone, Slime. Imperial Beast Character, Absolutely Neutral. Beast Level, 18. Attribute, Poison. Magic. Beast's Race, Slime. Beast's Race, Slime. Beast's Ability, Eat. Sentinel Beast Abilities, Eat, Giganticize, Poison Cordial Juice, Self-Explosion, Soul Enchantment. Under the control of the Sentinel Master, it can enchant weapons with qualitative changes. No wonder. The advisor looked at Slime's attributes and came to a realization. It seemed that after the slime entered the famous sword Moon Crypt, it not only attached the poison attribute to the weapon, but also drew some of the magic power from it, thus causing the resistance to be dispersed. But as long as he had the power to imitate his body, he didn't have to worry about the poison resistance dropping. Euro very well. The divine power has been realized. Come out of the mountain. The advisor counted the time. 10 days had passed since he entered the cultivation field until now. There were still 2 more days until the Academy's awakening exam, so he could take a good rest then. As the advisor was getting out of the room and preparing to leave, he only heard a loud noise coming from the room. Turning his head to look, he saw a few flighty-looking young men standing in the middle of the road, snapping at a short-haired girl. The advisor walked forward and only then noticed that the girl being scolded was the receptionist from before, and a couple of young men in front of her were yelling and screaming. Why can't we come here? That's right, we paid money to train wherever we want. Isn't it just that the Bounty Hunter Union completed a mission? Is that worth wasting half a month's time? I've been here for so long, and I've never been in the training room on the top floor. Now what's to stop you from letting us come? It wasn't hard to hear that these people were dissatisfied with the bounty hunters taking up a lot of the resources here. And that short-haired girl's face was red and aggrieved as she explained in a small voice. I'm sorry, this is the meaning of Dragon County. I can't make a decision. And the bounty hunters didn't occupy all the rooms. It's you guys who came late. Those spare rooms were just occupied by others. If you guys want to use the advanced training room, you can first apply to join the Bounty Hunter Union, and we will handle your cultivation qualifications for free on our side. Even though this girl had already made her words very clear, those people were still unforgiving, neither refusing to leave nor join the Bounty Hunter Union to obtain the qualifications to enter the cultivation field. After all, joining the bounty hunters meant that they needed to go on missions first, missions that were either dangerous or required a lot of time. This group of people were clearly not happy about it. The advisor looked at this scene and raised an eyebrow. He was looking for something that would move to practice on after his great success, plus that short-haired girl had been in charge of bringing him food all this time, so it was a bit of a friendship. The advisor, head over heels in slime, turned around and took a few steps to the girl's side. Those few people were making a lot of noise. As soon as they saw the advisor appear, they were silent for a moment, and were full of curiosity as they surveyed him, and the thing on his head. Who are you? Mind your own business, one of them snapped. When the bystanders saw this, their guts grew again and they quickly chimed in. That's right, you have no business here. Hurry up and get lost. Where's the little brat with a pile of on his head? Before the advisor could say anything, the slime on top of his head became angry and couldn't help but let out a gurgling sound. The advisor, on the other hand, raised the corner of his mouth into a cold smile, looked at the other party, and provoked. I'm the bounty hunter. You guys didn't seem to be too happy with my identity just now? Chapter 26, Non-Combat Profession Awakened. Pulling out a knife? The short-haired girl's complexion became even more tense when she heard this and rushed to speak. Advisor, don't mind. I've already informed the supervisor. She could tell that the advisor wanted to help her. But again, as a staff member here, she was well aware that the advisor was only a level 1 Imperial Beast Master, and couldn't possibly be a match for these people. If anything happened to the advisor, not only would she feel bad in her heart, but more importantly, she would also be punished for it. The advisor wasn't afraid of getting beaten up. He had long ago used his system to observe a few people. None of their levels were high, just a few level 8 or 9 swordsmen. With his current level, dealing with them was simply easy. But, well, if the supervisor of the training ground came, this matter might get big. in case he was imprisoned in the station for fighting, then his awakening exam would be in vain. In that case, then you handle it. As the words fell, the advisor turned around and left without hesitation. The short-haired girl also didn't expect the advisor to be so obedient, and froze in place for a moment. And as soon as those punk-like people saw the advisor trying to run, their temper instantly became arrogant. Hey, that kid, don't go. Stop. Aren't you going to stand out? What are you running for? I'll look down on you if you run. Some people sneered. Some even took 3 or 2 steps forward and slapped the advisor on the shoulder. The advisor only felt a soreness in his shoulder. He jerked to a halt and turned his head impatiently. Yo, you still dare to glare at me? Kid, is it so easy to play the hero? How about you kneel down and kowtow to us, so we'll let you get lost? Hearing this, the advisor's heart came to anger. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile, turned around and shook the man's hand off easily. That person did not expect this weak-looking kid to actually be able to break free, but he did not think much about it. After all, this kid looks really weak. Look, this kid seems to be angry. Goo, really scary. But what can you do? That's right. I think this kid's estimated awakening is not even a combat profession. It can't be a beast master. I heard that this profession is quite rare. How could it be? I remember that Imperial Beast Masters are all old men. How could it be him? Those people kept mocking the advisor. The short-haired girl on the side had some panic on her face. She wasn't an awakened. She was just an ordinary person. She didn't dare to intervene at all. The advisor looked at those people, not making a sound, but the corner of his mouth always carried a trace of arc. This kind of blandness, in the eyes of those punks, turned into contempt. Of course, this was contempt. Kid, what are you laughing at? Only to see that the person who had just stopped the advisor had an angry face. Raising his hand and bringing up a strong wind, a slap was called. If it was an ordinary person who received this slap, he might have to lie in bed for days. But he was different. He was an advisor. A coldness flashed in the advisor's eyes. His feet withdrew and dodged away easily, and in the process, he held the slime on his head. Try the water. The advisor quickly found a familiar feeling and transformed the slime into a lavender soul. At the same time, his right hand shook and summoned the famous blade Moon Crypt from his space ring. In a flash, blue magic power flowed. This scene stunned those people. A weak non-combat profession awakened person pulled out a knife, and the knife didn't look mortal. The next moment, the advisor attached the slime soul to the blade. Well, even though these people had some cerebral palsy, there was no need to send them to the west. He didn't draw the knife. He just swung it hard with the sheath. Snap! The knife was light in the advisor's hand, but when it landed on someone else, the weight was as heavy as a mountain. Coupled with the magic power, the man only had time to let out a muffled grunt before he collapsed to the ground and fainted outright. There's a problem. Seeing this, the remaining few people's faces suddenly changed, and their hands scrambled with the intention of taking out their weapons, but the advisor simply did not give them a chance. His feet took a few consecutive steps closer, and his hand rose up and sheathed his sword. Snap, snap, snap. After a few consecutive times, the advisor put the famous sword Moon hidden into the space ring, holding the slime in his arms and looking at a field of fainting punks, nodded with satisfaction. Very good. It seems that with my current strength, I can easily deal with these low-level awakened without putting out my full strength. After roughly understanding his strength, the advisor didn't stay much longer so that he wouldn't be caught in his abusive behavior. Girl, no need to thank you. It's just a matter of being chivalrous. Goodbye. The words fell. The advisor turned into the stairs in a few steps and flew away, while the short-haired girl who stayed in place looked at the advisor's back, her mind filled with the way he had just struck out, but her face became more and more odd. Why would an Imperial Beast Master use a knife? Wait, how does that knife look so much like the weapon that Dragon County gave to those 2 heroes from the Bounty Hunters Union? It shouldn't be. In a flash, the short-haired girl violently froze in place. Chapter 27, Pulling very steadily. After learning how to use the fusion of the Imperial Beastmaster and the Magic Swordsman, the advisor once again returned home. Nothing happened for 2 days. He also didn't go looking for other people to make a group to take the awakening exam. The reason was simple. He didn't know anyone. 2 days later, the exam arrived and the advisor pedaled his bicycle to the exam location. The autumn wind was sluggish, and golden fallen leaves lay on the ground. The advisor pedaled through the sun-dappled forest, all the way forward, and it didn't take long to reach his destination, the edge of a forest. This was a green forest area on the outskirts of Dragon County, with little danger on the outskirts, but the depths of the forest were filled with many dangerous magical beasts. This place was known as Lang's Forest. The Dragon County Awakening Academy had set up a formation constructed by a number of old mages in this area, using it as the location for the awakening examination. The advisor arrived at the border and soon saw the giant stone pillar in front of him. This was the source of the spell formation set up by multiple mages. There were countless fine incantations engraved on the stone pillar, which shone with a blue light, symbolizing the never-ending magical power. On the side of the stone pillar, the people of the Dragon County Awakening Academy were gathered. Students, teachers, professors, and examiners were all here. The advisor scanned down the circle and immediately noticed a person who waved his hand at him. It was his old acquaintance Zhuodao. "Hey bro, this way." The advisor followed the voice and came to Zhuodao's side, sizing up the other person. At this moment, Zhuodao had changed a lot compared to half a month ago. His hair was combed up and waxed. He was wearing a dark green trench coat, and there was a small bag around his waist, which was bulging and should be filled with a lot of things. The advisor silently used the observation ability. Name, left path. Race, human. Awakened profession, apothecary. Level, 10. Formation, none. Systems evaluation of this is, gifted. Heavenly reward. Clear bones. Future is promising. The advisor looked at the final review and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly for a split second. The advisor was cursing the system for the 180th time in his heart when a white-robed girl on the side unknowingly walked to his side, and the other party gently patted his shoulder. "Advisor, long time no see." This voice. The advisor looked back and unsurprisingly saw the girl in front of him. Sun 1. She hadn't changed too much from her previous appearance, but the advisor was able to see at the moment that her eyes were filled with spirituality, and there was also a faint trace of magic power surging through her body. Through the system's observation ability, the advisor saw Sun Wen's information at this moment and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Level 10? I didn't expect that both Sun 1 and Zhuodao had actually used just a month's time to both raise to level 10. And without hiding his curiosity, Zhuodao looked at the advisor and opened his mouth to ask, "Brother, how are you doing with the leveling up of the Imperial Beastmaster now?" Although Sun Wen didn't ask, she also cast a concerned gaze. "It's alright." The advisor let out a light laugh and replied honestly, "It's still level 1, and it's staying very stable." Zhuodao and Sun Wen fell silent. At this moment, another person also noticed the advisor's side, and with an impish smile on his face, he brought a few lapdog-like people along. That was Zhang Qi, the #1 gangster in the advisor's class and also his love rival. Yo 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 yo, this isn't the advisor, the rarest Imperial Beast Master. How come he's still so pulled after not seeing him for a few days? Zhang Qi hooked a teasing smile, while the advisor, seeing this, didn't say anything and just looked at the other party. Name, Zhang Qi. Race, human. Awakened profession, warrior. Level, 13. Formation, none. System comment on this, the most typical kind of person in a novel. You know, ha ha ha. The advisor couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw this line of evaluation. It seemed that this system would not only taunt him, but would also have the autonomy to taunt others. When Zhang Qi saw the advisor suddenly burst into laughter, he couldn't help but take a step back in fear, but he soon felt embarrassed by this action, and for a moment, a hint of sulking arose on his face. "What are you laughing at? Looking for a beating, aren't you?" Zhang Qi said, raising his hand towards the advisor. Of course, a fight between awakened people at this moment would disqualify him from the exam. So, what he hit was not the advisor, but the slime that was swaying above the advisor's head. It is not possible to hit people, but it is always possible to hit the dog, right? Zhang Qi did not hold back at all and seemed to want to break the slime with a slap. This action immediately caused Zhuodao and Sun Wen to panic, while the advisor looked at Zhang Qi's not-so-fast speed and sneered. Not even dodging. With Zhang Qi's current level, he was no match for him at all. Not to mention that he had no chance to injure the slime. He secretly sent a command to the slime, who blinked, the wisdom in his eyes unabated, and his body violently expanded by a circle, then contracted. Poof! A pile of dark purple mucus flew out from its body like a mouthful of spit. Zhang Qi's heart tightened when he saw this. This kind of feeling could only be found when he faced those extremely powerful magical beasts when he was practicing during this period of time. In a flash, he could not think too much and immediately turned his head, dodging to avoid it. And that mucus that spewed out from the slime's mouth landed on the ground. A nuisance sound came out, and in just a few seconds, the fallen leaves on that ground instantly corroded into gray. This is poison? Chapter 28, The True Chosen One. The advisor looked at the other party's panic and laughed coldly, raising his hand to rub the slime on top of his head. The venom that the slime had just spewed out was one of its skills, poison cordial juice. This move was capable of killing people. However, the advisor was not a great evil. He deliberately controlled the slime's speed, which gave Zhang Qi the opportunity to barely dodge it. Seeing that the advisor skillfully defused this provocation, Zhuodao couldn't help but grin and took a few steps to the advisor's side, provoking Zhang Qi. He, what are you running for, Zhang Qi? Zhang Qi realized that he had lost his temper. He let out a cold snort and resumed his previous grimness, looking at the advisor and Zhuodao with a fierce smile. Very well, you two losers make up a team. I'd like to see how you're going to pass the exam this time. Saying that, Zhang Qi turned his head. His complexion instantly turned into a fawning look as he looked at Sunwon. Xiao, don't get too close to this punk. In addition, I still have places in my team. Do you want to join? I can protect you. In terms of lineup pairings, swordsmen and priests are indeed a natural combination. But, no need. Sunwon did not have a smile on her face. Her cold vision looked at Zhang Qi. Her footsteps moved closer to the advisor instead. She said coldly, I am also a waste profession. I don't need you to bother. The three of us will go and get help from the others. The moment Zhang Qi heard this, the smile on his face froze. The few lapdogs behind him also didn't dare to speak, looking back and forth at the two. After a long time, Zhang Qi's face turned red as he glared fiercely at Sunwon and the advisor. Good, very good. You three like to hug it out, so you guys hug it out. I'll see who dares to join you. After saying this, Zhang Qi unapologetically blurted out in front of the advisor and the others. Go, tell all the people taking the awakening exam this time, whoever dares to team up with them, I'll break his legs during the awakening exam. As a level 13 swordsman, Zhang Qi's strength could be said to be at the top of the list in this awakening exam, and he had the confidence to say such words. As soon as these words came out, the dog legs behind him immediately nodded their heads, showing a hint of bad smile and went to proclaim something. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, viciously gouged out the advisor, with a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth, and without a word, he turned around and left. His threat sounded, to the advisor. Well, the genus is childish, but this comment affected Zuodao and Sunwon, and the two of them did not look too good. Grandpa, this grandson is so vicious, we need to find a chance to drug him. Zuodao looked at Zhang Qi's back and couldn't help but curse. Sunwon didn't think that way. She just said rationally, it's okay, as long as we hurry, we can definitely find other offensive awakening professions to join us. Zuodao hurriedly nodded. That's right, then hurry up and act. There were 100 students participating in the awakening exam this time. Many of them had found members of their group. The advisor they could only go and find people who had fallen behind. However, it was not easy, not to mention that the intimidation spread by Zhang Qi and the others was enough to make many people shun the advisor. Just consider it from the top of the profession. Pharmacist, priest, plus an imperial beast master who only had slimes. With these three support-type professions on the same team, others simply didn't dare to join. The three advisors wandered around the venue for half a day, asking quite a few people, and the results were predictable. Either they already had a team, or they directly rejected their invitation. There were even people who not only didn't intend to join them, but instead wanted to poach from the three of them. After all, Zuodao and Sunwon were both level 10. The importance of priests in a team was self-evident, and apothecaries were also able to provide various medicinal aids with efficacy. Only the counselor belonged to the people who disliked the dogs who didn't treat them. Until finally, after asking the people in the entire venue, the trio finally landed their target on a less familiar person. It was a boy with long black hair, alone, holding a short sword, his face indifferent, like a chivalrous man sitting on a rock. His name was Zhu Ming, and he was the one who had awakened the magic swordsman during the awakening ceremony. There were quite a few people who came and took the initiative to throw olive branches at him, but Zhu Ming didn't join any of the teams. There were also people like him who chose to travel solo, and these people usually had one characteristic, which was that they were strong enough on their own. Without realizing it, the three advisors came to Zhu Ming's side. Name, Zhu Ming. Race, human. Awakened profession, magic swordsman. Level, 18. The system's evaluation of this is, a true chosen son. When the yin and yang are reversed, stain the sky with his demonic blood. Excessive. The advisor looked at this evaluation, the corners of his mouth twitching, and for a moment, it was difficult to express the dissatisfaction in his heart. Even though Zhu Ming's magic swordsman rank was higher than his, there was no need to blow it off like this, right? The advisor was cursing the system for being unfair when Sunwon had already walked in front of Zhu Ming. Well, Sunwon as the class president, she was quite good looking, claiming to be one of the top few big beauties in the academy. But even so, Zhu Ming only raised his eyelids at this moment, with no waves in his eyes. Zhu student, we would like to come and ask you if you want to join us? Only seeing Zhu Ming holding his short sword, he emotionlessly swept his eyes over Sunwon, then looked at Zuodao, and finally landed on the advisor, and in his eyes, a trace of azure blue that represented magic power flickered vaguely. When he looked at the advisor, a hint of fluctuation flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared without a trace. The advisor noticed Zhu Ming's expression for the moment, but he couldn't tell if it was disgust or surprise. There's no need for that, it's a bit more convenient for me to be alone. You guys should go find someone at a similar level as you. Zhu Ming's voice was not loud and his tone did not have any ups and downs, but the kind of arrogance in his words was on display. Without a doubt, in his eyes, The three advisors were simply not on the same level as him. Perhaps this was the arrogance of the strong. Zhuodao and Sun Wen's faces darkened. But they didn't get angry. Zhu Ming's words made sense. He was a magical swordsman. How could he be teamed up with three support type awakened? Not far away, Zhang Qi and his lapdogs had been staring at the advisor's side, and as they watched the trio fail yet again, a few of them couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Hee, three supporting professions coming together. Even a magic swordsman wouldn't dare to join. That's right. How could anyone bring in three auxiliary professions? It's mainly because the advisor's beastmaster is useless. If he replaced it with other professions, maybe their teamwork would still be a bit stronger. At this time, the preparation time had already ended, and the three advisors could only return to the middle of their class. Throughout the Dragon County Awakening Academy, there were a total of 96 awakened in this term, divided into multiple classes arranged in the periphery of Lang's forest. In order to prepare for the next awakening exam, the class teacher of each class began to register the current occupation and related level for the awakened. This time, the advisor didn't report his vice profession as a magical swordsman, and could only register as a level 1 Imperial Beast Master. And once again, this caused the crowd to laugh. Ha, this advisor, still level 1 after all this time? Has he been sleeping at home for the past month? Who knows? Look at his slime. It's all discolored. I wonder what the advisor did to the Imperial Beast at home. It's almost time. If we don't talk about it, it's time for the others to give up. Abstaining is good, so that we may be able to pull Sun Wen over. She is a priest, and the advisor left road these two people team is a waste. For the ridicule of the bystanders, Zhuodao and Sun Wen face is not very good to see, but the party counselor as if he did not hear, after the registration, still holding the slime pinch to play. In addition to them, there are quite a few students from Dragon County Awakening Academy around. They are not awakened, just ordinary people. To put it bluntly, they just come to see the fun. One of them asked, "Who do you guys think will be the first place this time?" Chapter 29, Trials, Lang's Woods. Of course it's Zhu Ming. He's a magic swordsman. I think it's also Zhu Ming. I heard that he's been in seclusion for a month, and now that he's out, he'll surely kill the entire audience. Most people naturally supported Zhu Ming, who was the most famous, had the coldest personality, and was very attractive to girls. But there were also people who held opposing views. Not necessarily. I think Chihao from class 6 is not bad. He's awakened as a warlock. What's so great about a warlock? Is it comparable to a mage? Mages and warlocks are two different professions. Compared to mages, warlocks have more bizarre skills and abilities. I think class 1's Wang Yao is more powerful. His awakened profession is Stargazer. What's a Stargazer again? This profession can be even more mysterious than warlock. In short, it's very powerful. Awesome my ass. Isn't Stargazer an auxiliary profession? What's so awesome about it? Auxiliary professions are usually the brains of the team. Isn't that awesome? As soon as the watching crowd mentioned auxiliary professions, they had just quarreled for not more than a few sentences before they had to shift their sights to a certain three people. Just now that said auxiliary profession is the team brain out. I ask you, advisor the team inside three auxiliary profession, do they have three brains? Ha, three brains are indeed powerful, but the problem is that no one dares to be the body alas, do not mention, consultant and the left way these two shameless. Delay my granddaughter god. People are priests awakening occupation inside the most sought after. Robbing or not these three are finished. It's better to talk about others. Soon, the topic shifted again from the advisor and their bodies to a few other key objects. First was a girl from class 2. This girl was petite, wearing a black robe with a hint of a smile on her face. Her name was Jiang Half-Summer, and her looks were characterized by an aura that attracted the attention of many males, but no one dared to take the initiative to pursue her. There was only one reason for this. Jiang Half-Summer's grandfather was none other than Jiangxin, the dean of the Dragon County Awakening Academy. Brothers, can you reveal what awakening profession Jiang Half-Summer is? It should be very powerful, right? Isn't that nonsense? Her grandfather is Jiangxin. Can she not be powerful? Dean is a mage. I guess Jiang Half-Summer must be a mage too, right? You all don't know. I'm in the same class as Jiang Half-Summer. Although she looks like a mage, she's actually a martial arts monk. Martial monk? Are there any women amongst martial arts monks? Why can't a martial monk have a woman? Don't you know that there's a term for a martial monk called a boxer? As the crowd chattered, they chatted about all the star seed contestants present, and in the end, there was a mention of an even more mysterious person. Hey, you guys heard about it? Half a month ago, I heard that the Bounty Hunter Union solved a level 4 mission issued by Dragon County. Of course I heard about it. It is said that the one who stepped in was the heart-piercing gun Du Rua, and it seems that Du Rua was even invited over as a guest for this awakening examination. Indeed, but I heard from the people from the Bounty Hunters Union that besides Du Rua, there was another person called Nothing who participated together in that mission. Who is none? Never heard of him. I haven't heard of it either, but it's rumored that this person is from our academy, and might be hiding in the middle of this awakening exam. Really? Someone who can go on a mission with the Cthulhu Dragon Knights? Then isn't this person casually slaughtering others like pigs? It's just a rumor. Maybe this person is a teacher from our academy. After the crowd had chatted for about 10 minutes, a blue magic force suddenly appeared in the middle of the venue. This magic power carried a clear and cold feeling, forcing the crowd to close their mouths with a huge sense of oppression. The crowd participating in this awakening examination looked at the flickering stone pillar not far away, and then after a few seconds, swish, 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 accompanied by a blue beam of light shining, several figures stepped into the void and appeared one after another in the space opened up by magic power. At the head of the group was a white-bearded old man wearing a white robe. This person was the dean of the Dragon County Awakening Academy, Jungson. As the dean, he was a level 80 mage, and a high-level archmage who had gone through a second transfer to double major in heuristics and frost. In the entire world, someone like him could be considered a stormliner. Beside Jungson were several elders of the institution, and they were also the old men who maintained the Lang's forest boundary. Apart from these heavyweights, there were also several special guests. Among them was the Tsong Tian Dragon Knight known as the heart-piercing gun, Du Rua. At this moment, Du Rua was still wearing that iconic Dragon Knight armor, standing quietly on the side, his eyes scanning the students on the stage, and finally landed on one person. That was the advisor. The advisor didn't expect Du Rua to appear here, but he didn't want to draw attention to himself, so he just grinned and threw a look at the other party. A smirk, if any, passed through the corners of Du Rua's mouth, then he turned his head and continued to put on a cold face. After a few minutes, the magic dispersed, and with a wave of Jungson's hand, a staff like a withered tree appeared in his hand. First of all, welcome to all the awakened. This exam is the most important moment in your life for you. I hope you are ready. Jungson's voice was not loud, permeated with a sense of old age, yet with the added power of magic, it clearly reached everyone's ears. No one answered, but everyone looked at him with a hint of reverence. After a few seconds, Jungson spoke again. Then, next, I will begin to read out the rules of the awakening examination. Everyone was quiet once again, waiting for this respected old dean to read out the rules. After waiting quietly for a few seconds, Jungson added, for this exam, all people will enter the Lang's forest and look for the meeting point set by me. The order in which the classes will be arranged will be determined by how quickly you arrive at the rendezvous point. During the course of the awakening examination, you may engage in appropriate fights and teamwork, but the use of lethal means to harm your classmates is strictly forbidden. With this last sentence, Jungson spoke decisively and unquestionably. And then, someone asked the vital question, may I ask the dean, where is the location of the meeting point mentioned in this exam, and are there any obvious buildings? Regarding Lang's forest, since it was an area that was blocked off by the academy, no one was usually able to come in, and no one knew what was inside. Many people looked up at Jungson, intending to listen carefully to the details about this mission. However, Jungson laughed at this moment. Ha ha ha. He didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked around. The few people beside Jungson similarly let out a laugh, which was permeated with a hint of strangeness. Chapter 30, Bad Taste. Despite the men's advanced age, the counselor heard a hint of mischief in them. Junzan laughed and then slowed down for 2 seconds before answering the question. You can come to Lang's forest to find maps that have information about the gathering point to find the location. These maps have been divided into multiple broken pieces by us, and you will need to find all 3 to fuse them into one complete map. Jungson had just replied when some anxious students anxiously inquired, may I ask Dean Jiang, where are those map fragments? Jungson smiled as he looked at the crowd, and after a few seconds of silence, he shook his head. I don't know, maybe it's on the ground, amongst some treasure chests, maybe it's been taken away by some magical beasts as food? Jungson blinked his eyes as he said this, giving off an old boyish look. This look of his made the advisor instantly understand why he had felt that this old man's tone had a mischievous undertone to it before. This was no longer a prank. This was bad taste. As expected, most of the students present had varying degrees of fear on their faces when they heard this. Almost all of these people were awakened, but none of them were of a high rank. There were magical beasts in this Lang's forest, and this matter was well known. If a weaker squad encountered those demonic beasts, then they would easily fall into danger. Of course, Jungson wasn't a demon. He was certainly aware of the dangers of doing so, and because of this, he had invited a bounty hunter like Du Rua as a guest. The purpose was to always look after these fledgling children, and to be able to come to their aid when they were in danger. But all the same, the students who were rescued would be judged as failing the exam and be assigned to the bottom class. Regarding this matter, Jungson did not tell the crowd directly. After all, Guts and detection ability are also abilities that awakened people need to master. After Jungsun finished announcing the rules, the venue was once again in a state of chaos. Some were eagerly searching for stronger teammates, while others were rethinking their plans in the group. But Jungsun didn't give them another chance, and the staff in his hand struck the ground heavily. Buzz! With a muffled sound like the ringing of a bell, a blue magic power appeared at first, calming the voices of the crowd. Then, the match will begin. We will be watching you at all times, so please give your full strength. With these words from Jungsun, he once again raised the spell in his hand. A pillar of blue light spread out, wrapping all the students in it. In just the effort of saying his opening speech just now, he had learned the groupings of the people present, and each pillar of light shone on a team member. The three of them, Advisor, Zuodao and Sunwon, together, were bathed under the blue light of magic, and only had time to glance at each other, before the next moment turned dark and a wave of discomfort began to appear in their bodies. It felt like falling into a giant drum washing machine. The advisor only felt some very nauseating sensations, like his internal organs were misplaced. Is this teleportation magic? The advisor endured this feeling and secretly added in his heart, it's so ineffective. This feeling lasted for about a few minutes, and the advisor only felt his body gradually return to normal as he slowly opened his eyes. The cold dirt was somewhat damp. The air carried a faint acidic smell, along with a strong plant flavor. In front of his eyes was a purple translucent object, wobbling, with two black bean-like eyes blinking, staring at the advisor with a silly gaze. Well, it's over already, the advisor muttered to himself as he rose from the ground, casually rubbing the slime in front of him in his arms before looking around. This seemed to be the depths of Lang's forest. All around were thick trees, and the dirt was wet with dew, giving off a gloomy aura. Beside the advisor, there were two more people lying around, Zuodao, who was on all fours, and Sunwon, who was saved in a ball. Hey, wake up! The advisor ignored Sunwon and walked to Zuodao's side first and pushed his body. However, Zuodao didn't wake up, just shook his arm and let out a soft snoring sound. Who, TSK, big man, the advisor cursed, put the slime on his head, moved his wrist, and then swung it fiercely towards Zuodao's face. Splat! A crunching sound echoed through the forest. Zuodao's body stirred, snapping his eyes open and doing up from the ground. Hey! Just as Zuodao was about to speak, the advisor immediately pressed his shoulder. Brother, did you have a nightmare? Zuodao looked at the advisor blankly, subconsciously rubbed the numb left side of his face, and nodded. The sound over here seemed to have disturbed Sunwon. She also opened her eyes at this time, sat on the ground and looked around. Eventually her eyes fell on the advisor. Advisor, where is this place? It's the depths of Lang's forest. Probably, the advisor responded, pulling the two men to their feet. Afterward, he took a deep breath, and on the side, Zuodao and Sunwon also observed their surroundings. This is the depths of Lang's forest. Then, the first thing they had to be careful of was the magical beasts that could appear at any time. Chapter 31, Shielded Chi-Pill. What a smell! Fortunately, the advisor's few people had observed the area for a few minutes, and hadn't found any traces of magical beasts in the surrounding area. There weren't even any silhouettes of other students, and with this half hour of cautious exploration, they still hadn't been able to find any clues related to the map. Just when the advisor was wondering if he was going in the wrong direction, a trace of joy suddenly appeared on the face of Sunwon, who raised her hand to point to the dense forest ahead and spoke. There seems to be someone over there? People? Where? Why can't I see them? Zuodao tugged his neck and looked into the distance but saw nothing. The advisor likewise couldn't see it either and turned to Sunwon in confusion. Sunwon stuck to her judgment as she explained. I can feel the movement of magic power ahead. There must be someone else. So there was such a use for magic power? The advisor, who had no experience in this area, vaguely tried it, and indeed felt some faint magical power fluttering in the distance. In any case, in this current situation, it was definitely a good thing to find someone. If both sides didn't have the map pieces, then they could find a chance to cooperate for a wave. If the other party already has the map fragment, then grab it. The advisor grinned, waved his hand, and said to Sunwon, lead the way. Let's go. Good. Sunwon was happy that she was able to help, and with an answer, she quickly led the crowd towards the front. At this moment, many of the teams that had entered the Lang's forest had already encountered low-level magical beasts carrying fragments. Those who had the ability to fight would choose to kill the magical beasts to obtain the fragments. However, there were still quite a few people who wanted to be a fisherman, hiding in the shadows and waiting for those who had wasted their 9 cows and 2 tigers to get the fragments before striking out to snatch their map fragments. This was a way that was tacitly recognized in the exams and was not considered cheating. On the other side of Lang's forest, Zhu Ming, who had woken up early under the teleportation magic, headed deeper alone. As a magical swordsman with an outstanding talent, he had long since searched for his target through the magic in the air. The arrogant Zhu Ming didn't want to find other students to join him. His goal was to challenge a magical beast alone. It was a magical beast hidden in the depths, and there was a trace of special magical fluctuation on its body. This magic power fluctuation was similar to the magic power on the old Dean Jiangxin's body, and Zhu Ming quickly distinguished that it should be the scent of the map. In order to find this piece of map, he chose to meet that magical beast of notable strength head-on. In addition to Zhu Ming, there were several other solo travelers in this awakening exam. Among them was Jiangxin's granddaughter, Jiang Hanxia. She was likewise a soloist, but unlike Zhu Ming, as a fighter, she did not possess the ability to use magic, but she was, after all, Jiangxin's granddaughter, and her ability to sense magic was not at all weaker than that of an ordinary mage. Thus she quickly traced the magic power from her grandfather's body and found a cave. Perhaps she was lucky, or perhaps Jiangxin, the old man, had left a special mark for his granddaughter. Jiang Halfsummer, who had arrived at this place, found a map fragment without a ripple, and to the side was a crystal ball floating in mid-air. This crystal ball was a monitor within the playing field, and within it floated multiple images presenting the situation of most of the people who had entered this examination. Jiang Halfsummer is not in a hurry to pass. She lifted her robes and sat on the ground, her hands resting on her chin, smiling and looking at the situation inside the crystal ball with relish. At this moment, on the advisor's side, they had already approached the members of the other team. What a coincidence! The advisor brought the two of them to hide in the forest and quietly looked at the other team, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Those people in front were none other than the team led by Zhang Qi. There were 4 people in total, all male, exploring a dilapidated ruin. What to do, brother? Zhuodao looked at the advisor and lowered his voice to ask. As a pharmacist, he barely had the ability to fight head-on, so naturally he didn't dare to act rashly. Sunwon also pursed her lips on the side and looked at the advisor without a word. Don't be anxious. The advisor waved his hand and gazed intently, quickly making out the occupations of those few people. Zhang Qi, who was the captain, was a level 13 warrior. The other 3 people were a level 10 knight, a level 11 mage, and a level 9 scholar. Compared to the common priest, the scholar profession, although it was also able to heal the injuries of his teammates, he was more likely to use gain magic for his teammates, so it could be said that it was a jack-of-all-trades type of auxiliary profession. As a team, Zhang Qi and his team were considered to have the perfect configuration of a tea and a milk, a far and a near 2 DPS. It was difficult for an ordinary team to put together this kind of configuration, and generally speaking, no one would take the initiative to mess with them unless they wanted to find death. This also fueled Zhang Qi's anger, and the 4 of them explored the ruins in a big way, without hiding their whereabouts in the slightest. Very good. The advisor looked at Zhang Qi and the others' defenselessness and greeted the 2 people to follow them, whispering under his breath, "Follow them and watch my eyes in a while." Even though in the eyes of Zhuodao and Sunwon, the advisor was only a level 1 Imperial Beast Master, the kind of innate leadership in him was enough to convince the 2 without any questioning. However, just as the advisor was about to set off, Zhuodao suddenly raised his hand to stop him. "Brother, wait." He only saw Zhuodao pull open his trench coat and fumble around in his waistband for a while before pulling out 3 small dark red pills. "What's this?" Sunwon looked at the pills with a somewhat bewildered face. Zhuodao, on the other hand, had a smug look on his face. "This is called the Qi Shielding Pill. I made quite a few of them before. It can slightly shield the breath of the person taking it, so we can get a little closer." Zhuodao spoke in a serious manner, but the advisor still felt that he was like a fake medicine seller, and hurriedly used the system to look at it. "Sheltering Qi Pill, it's the same as what he said. Just eat it and be done with it. In addition, the system's evaluation of this is, trust left path. He's a pharmaceutical genius." "System brother, are you sure?" "Okay. This system was poisonous, but it wouldn't intentionally harm him." Seeing this, the advisor casually took a pill from Zhuodao's hand and threw it into his mouth. This pill began to melt the moment it touched the saliva in the mouth. An indescribable bitterness drifted out with a strong pungency that echoed in the mouth, stimulating the advisor's brain. "Good lord, patchouli?" The advisor forced himself to endure this disgusting taste and swallowed the pill before he finally couldn't help but dry heave. Sunwon, who was on the side, saw the advisor eat the pill and had to half-heartedly take one and throw it into his mouth, and then his face turned red. "This flavor." Sunwon covered her mouth and muttered half a sentence in a small voice. Zhuodao looked at the 2 people and smiled awkwardly. "Hey, the flavor still has a lot of room for improvement. I'll see if I can put in some sugar next time," Zhuodao said, throwing the pill into his mouth. The advisor skimmed his lips and felt it slightly. Sure enough, the pill did suppress the magic power that was slightly dispersed in his body, and there was even a hint of the effect of concentrating the magic power. Chapter 32 Beast Master. What are you pretending to be? The system really didn't lie to him. This Zuodao really was a drug-refining genius. Only a short month and he was able to produce this medicine with a double effect. Let's go! After making sure that the pill was fully functional, the advisor waved his hand and greeted the two of them as they approached the target. The ruins weren't small, but had been destroyed by some giant beasts before, with huge claw marks everywhere, and even some places still had traces of burns. Once upon a time, Lang's Forest was also a territory of the Dragon County, after which the beasts ravaged the area, and many places near the forests and deep mountains were destroyed. It was because of this that so many areas with magical beasts appeared. Not only that, there were also quite a few magical beasts hiding in the shadows of the city. If left unchecked, these magical beasts would most likely gradually devour the land where people lived. This was also why bounty hunters existed. The reward was only part of it. It was more about hunting the magical beasts that jeopardized the city. At this moment, a thick layer of dust floated on the greenish-gray floor, and the sound of heavy footsteps as well as playful laughter echoed in the cold forest. Brother Zhang, do you think we'll be the first to finish? Ha ha, that's for sure. Even if it's Zhu Ming, it's impossible for him to be faster than us alone. Hey, maybe Jiang Hanxiao will be faster. After all, her grandfather is the dean. Maybe he'll let her go through the back door? Don't talk nonsense. Our every move may be under the deans and their surveillance. It's better to find the map first. That's also right. Hey, Brother Zhang, look over there. As the few people chatted, the scholar who was walking at the end suddenly had a flash of light in front of his eyes, pointing ahead and exclaiming. In front of him was the altar of the ruins, and above the altar was not a flame and a spell formation, but a small silver-colored chest. It looked like a treasure chest in a game. This kind of chest would definitely not appear here for no reason. It was definitely a chest that hid a map. Zhang Qi's face showed joy as he quickly rushed towards the treasure chest. However, his every move had already fallen into the eyes of the advisor in the shadows. It's that simple? The advisor smacked his lips. He thought that the map fragments would be guarded by the magical beasts, and he had planned to reap the benefits. But it turned out that he did not expect that the dean would actually set up a treasure chest in this place. This if let Zhang Qi and the others grab it first, then trying to snatch it down again might be a bit troublesome. Do it! With a command, the advisor stood up and held the slime as he took a step and rushed out. However, behind them, Zuodao and Sun Wen looked at each other. That what? What did the advisor just say? Zuodao was stunned. Sun Wen similarly didn't react and subconsciously replied. He said, do it? Do it? He didn't say look at his eyes and act. Holy, Zuodao only reacted at this time. Anxious secretly cursed. Master, a royal beast master, what to pretend? This grandson do not want to die. Although his mouth said so, Zuodao did not hide anymore. He rolled and crawled and rushed through the shrubs. Seeing this, Sun Wen pulled out a short wooden staff from behind him and followed. The advisor had already made his move. As teammates, Zuodao and Sun Wen couldn't just sit back and watch. As soon as the advisor rushed out, he casually threw the slime over. Ice done. Over to you. Spray them. Gulp. Gulp. The slime let out a sound of blowing bubbles in midair, and then violently squeezed its body. Su! A purple liquid shot out like a flying arrow, heading towards Zhang Qi, who had just approached the treasure chest. Zhang Qi's attention was fully focused on the treasure chest, and he didn't even notice the poisonous cordial juice coming towards him. While his few teammates were not rice buckets, the mage standing at the back quickly noticed the magic power exhibited by the slime's venom. His face suddenly changed, and in the next second, he raised his hand and waved the rough wooden staff in his hand. A mass of magic power coalesced in the air, and in an instant, it turned into sheets of ice, heading straight towards the poisonous cordial juice that the slime had just spewed out. This mage's speed could not be described as not fast, and his level reached 11, which was not low. It was a pity that he wasn't facing an ordinary slime, but the advisor's Soul Imperial Beast, a level 18 slime. The piece of ice that flew out from the tip of his staff hit the poisonous cordial juice with precision. The mage's face rejoiced, but in the next moment, his expression turned into dismay. His ice shards only blocked it for an instant, and in the next moment, the poisonous cordial juice relied on its powerful corrosive properties to turn the broken ice into vapor, and with unabated momentum, it flew towards Zhang Qi. It was only at this moment that Zhang Qi realized what had happened, but he had absolutely no way to deal with it. Luckily, the one closest to him was the knight. Drink! The knight bellowed explosively, removing a thick shield from behind him to block Zhang Qi's face. Ding! The poisonous cordial juice slammed into the large shield like a sharp arrow, making the sound of metal clashing. The knight stifled a grunt and could not help but take 2 steps back, which barely blocked the blow. Zhang Qi's face sank as he immediately pushed the knight away and looked ahead, and then his eyes locked onto the advisor, who ran out from the corner as he drank. Advisor, it's you again? The sneak attack just now did not harm him, but it still scared him out of a cold sweat. The advisor smiled as he caught the slime and looked at the few people in front of him. He waved at Zhang Qi. Farewell. Several people. The several people behind Zhang Qi had grim faces, staring at the advisor without a word. Zhang Qi's face was even harder to see as he looked at the advisor and laughed fiercely. Surname Gu, this is really a narrow escape. I didn't expect you to actually dare to come out alone to die. Wait, who said he's only one person? Only to see behind the advisor, Zhuo Dao and Sun Wen appeared, the two of them standing to his side on the left and right, facing Zhang Qi and the others. Zhuo Dao was obviously a bit apprehensive, but he still braced himself and took out a few small bottles containing viscous liquids from his bag. As an apothecary, some of these potions of his could enhance his physique, and there were also some poisons that could temporarily resist defenses. Sun Wen, on the other hand, held her short staff without a word, always ready to help her teammates recover. Seeing the three Gu people come out one after another, Zhang Qi sneered. In his eyes, these three people were lambs to the slaughter. The only tricky thing was the advisor's slime. But now, it seemed that it was not enough to be feared. Humph, very well, you guys came together to give away your heads. It saves me from having to look for them, Zhang Qi said, pulling out a short-handled axe from his waist. He took a step forward and let out a soft shout. Ha! Along with this bellowing cry, Zhang Qi's body obviously rose in size, with a faint layer of red light attached to his burgeoning muscles. This was the symbol of a berserker, and it was evident that this was the direction of Zhang Qi's cultivation. At the same level, the berserker was the melee profession with the strongest explosive power for a short period of time, enough to kill most professions in seconds. Watching Zhang Qi enter into battle, the three people standing behind him also came forward with a hint of disdain on their faces. The current situation was 4 against 3. And it was the most scientific team configuration against a strange team of 3 supporting professions. Not a single person would think that the advisor and the others could win, or even escape. While Zhuo Dao and Sun Wen looked at Zhang Qi and the others leaping into action, their complexion became even more tense. The only one who was alone was advisor, Calm One. He casually waved his hand and used the ability of his spatial ring. A shimmering light appeared, the glow of magic power surged, and the famous sword Moon Crypt appeared. In a flash, the crowd froze upon seeing the weapon in the advisor's hand. Whether it was Zhang Qi and the others, or Zhuo Dao and Sun Wen, their hearts held the same doubt. Where did this knife come out from? Why did the advisor have this knife? What is the saying of a royal beast master holding a knife? Chapter 33, Sweet Dreams. Little brother. It's not just them. On the outskirts of Lang's forest, quite a few students who stayed to watch the scene also saw it, and everyone had their own words to say. This counselor actually engaged in a sneak attack. How disgusting. Hey, it's normal for people to sneak attack when they have 3 people in a team and all of them are support professions. But he failed. He's soon going to be annihilated by Zhang Qi and his group. No, look guys, the advisor is holding a knife in his hand. Isn't it just a knife? What's the big deal? Do you think an Imperial Beast Master would be powerful with a knife? Even though they saw the advisor draw a knife, not being there, many could not feel the magic power above that knife. However, among these students, there was no lack of people who had seen a lot of things, and their faces changed as they subconsciously said, "No, that's not an ordinary knife. I see that there seems to be a blue glow on it. It should be a magic knife. Holy, isn't that the famous sword Moon Hidden? I remember some time ago when the bounty hunters completed the official Dragon County quests, the weapons that were rewarded to the heart-piercing gun and nothing were this blade. What are you saying? Just kidding? Not joking. My dad is a Dragon County official, so I've seen this knife. What the hell? You mean the advisor is that bounty hunter?" As soon as this speculation appeared, the entire room roared. Many people turned their heads to the other side. That was the old Dean Jiangxin and several elders, as well as the guest seats including Du Ruo. They looked in Du Ruo's direction, their eyes filled with curiosity. Old Dean Jiangxin also noticed the chaos on the stage, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes as he turned his head to look at Du Ruo and asked, "Xiao Ruo, are those students telling the truth?" Jiangxin asked the question that everyone in the room wanted to ask, and for a while the venue quieted down as everyone waited for Du Ruo's answer. Du Ruo just looked at the big screen. A trace of arc flowed out from the corner of his mouth and he smiled slightly. You can ask him this question at that time, but the only news I can reveal is, at this point, Du Ruo deliberately paused for a moment, stirring up the crowd's appetite, and then said quietly, "The advisor doesn't have only one profession, the Imperial Beast Master. He is a dual profession awakened person." What the hell? Dual occupation? He's actually a dual occupation? How is that possible? Imperial Beastmasters are already rare enough. He can actually be a dual profession? No wonder after such a long time has passed, his Imperial Beastmaster level is still level 1. Good guy. This kid's awakened profession is enough to be able to hide it. Then what's his other occupation? Stop chatting. The advisor is about to strike. At the end of the conversation, all the students quieted down and looked up at the magic screen in midair. In the middle of the screen. Bro, What's the deal with this knife of yours? Zuidao hadn't seen this knife before, but he was after all a rich second generation and had seen many rare weapons before. The magic power on top of the famous sword Mooncrypt gave him an indescribable sense of familiarity, and he could be very sure that this was an uncommon weapon. Sunwon also looked at the advisor in surprise, a glint in her eyes, and this scene fell in Zhang Qi's eyes, hating him so much that he gritted his teeth. A royal beast master doesn't tame beasts and switches to melee combat, right? I think you are looking for death. A hint of anger flashed in Zhang Qi's eyes, getting angrier and angrier because Sunwon chose the advisor over himself, and at the moment, he could only feel his blood boiling all over his body. Sunwon, look at the two losers you chose. With that, he looked at the advisor again. Advisor, inhuman and ghostly, the Imperial Beastmaster is still playing with knives? Just you still want to steal a woman from me. There is no good juice for you to eat today. As the words fell, Zhang Qi swung his short-handled axe and quickly rushed in. At the same time, the knight beside him was also protecting his left and right with a large shield, in case the advisor continued to engage in sneak attacks. Behind them, that mage mouthed some incantations, and in just a few seconds, several ice cones hovered in the air, aiming at the advisor's direction. That's right, what's the point of bothering with so many words? The advisor looked at the few people in front of him as well as the mage who was poised to attack. He coldly grunted, not panicking, and raised his hand, only to see the slime in his arms instantly transform into a purple spirit under summoning. Buzz. The slime skillfully attached itself to the famous sword Mooncrypt under the control of his mind. No one had ever seen this kind of ability from the advisor. Not even the spectators outside the arena. Not even the old Dean Jungsun. At this moment, Zuidao and Sunwon behind the advisor saw this and wisely took a few steps back, leaving the advisor better room to play. The advisor held his sword in his left hand, his right hand resting lightly on the hilt as his eyes scanned ahead. Fighting Zhang Qi and that knight head-on? No, that was a foolish approach. At this moment, there was only one smartest thing to do. Kill the milk first. Let's go. Ice dump. The moment the advisor lowered his body, he stomped out with a single step. Even though his second profession was a magical swordsman, under the power of the Imperial Beastmaster's unifying force, the advisor's physique was also far beyond that of an ordinary awakened. In a blink of an eye, Zhang Qi and the knight only felt a blur before their eyes, and in the next moment, the advisor had already disappeared, and at this moment, a trace of panic surfaced on the face of the mage behind them. As an awakened who fought by his wits, he reacted quickly and immediately understood what the advisor was trying to do, and hurriedly shouted, "Come back quickly, they're dealing with." Unfortunately, his reaction was fast, but the advisor was faster. Before the words were finished, the advisor had already arrived in front of the scholar a few meters away. "Hey, little brother, have a good dream," the advisor sneered, and without even pulling out his sword, he swung his sheath and slammed it hard on the scholar's head. Snap! This student was smashed solidly and directly fell on the ground with his big head facing downwards and fainted. In less than 5 seconds of this exchange, the team's healing profession had lost its combat power. Zhang Qi's heart tightened, knowing that something had gone wrong, and that the advisor's strength was far from being as simple as a level 1 Imperial Beastmaster. But it was already too late when he realized this. Chapter 34, Hanging On. Don't you think it's cool? Without stopping his steps, the advisor easily dodged the ice picks thrown by the mage with the help of the slimes bound to his soul, and quickly approached him. The mage's profession was a glazed turret in the eyes of the advisor, directly getting close to hit at will. At this moment, the mage looked at the advisor who came before him, his face filled with panic. "Don't be afraid, you can accompany him for a good night's sleep." The advisor's words just fell, casually picking apart this mage's staff and giving him a pain in the ass with the same method. 10 seconds into the exchange, a mage and a milkmaid had already fallen. Zhang Qi could not help but feel a trace of fear in his heart, and the blood that had just been ignited instantly cooled down. The knight by his side was obviously a bit braver. He held a large shield and rushed towards the advisor like a mud truck. A knight was a very versatile profession that could serve as a team's defender, or could be transformed into a paladin to become a healing profession, and could even be transformed into a dragon knight like Daruaz to become an attacker with the help of miraculous encounters. His strength was not to be underestimated. This collision was enough to kill a low-level magic beast. "It's just a pity that," advisor laughed. In front of him, this goods, thick skin, a big shield on top, not fast, running straight lines. This is simply a natural target. Just now, the advisor continuously knocked down 2 people or collected strength. Very unhappy, now looking at this charging idiot knight, he naturally could not let go of this opportunity. Very good, just keep this speed. The advisor pressed the sheath to his waist with his left hand and rested his right hand on the hilt. He took a deep breath and transmitted his magic power into the slime, which was then transferred into the blade through the slime, and whirled out. Gap Moon Shadow. The moment he struck out, a blue blade light appeared, The sharp edge that contained magic power arrived in an instant, surrounded by a purple poisonous mist that floated in the air. The shield-wielding knight's face suddenly changed, but it was too late to change his stance, and in the next moment, an extremely heavy explosion of magic power suddenly appeared. Boom! Accompanied by a violent muffled sound, the knight's body flew backwards, and the heavy shield in his hand slammed to the ground. The gaping moonshadow tore a hideous crack on it, and the corrosive toxicity belonging to the slimes corroded the edges of the great shield rapidly. Looking at the miserable state of the great shield, the knight's face turned pale and he swallowed with great effort. Zhang Qi, who was behind him, was also stunned as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. As a level 13 warrior, even if he struck with all his might, it would be difficult to break through the knight's defense, but the advisor in front of him easily shattered the shield with this slash. What are you? You? Zhang Qi looked at the advisor who was striding towards him, and immediately lost the will to fight. His voice was a bit shrill as he screamed. The advisor was about to knock them all out with one person, but right at this moment, two options from the system appeared in front of his eyes. Option 1, knock out everyone on the other side and show off your might and dominance. Reward strength +1, spirit -1. Option 2, let everyone on the other side go, demonstrating the king's benevolence. Reward magic +1, spirit +1. As soon as option 1 appeared, the advisor didn't even think about it and chose the second one. No matter what, reducing the attributes was something he couldn't accept. The advisor gave up on the idea of making the knife, and with a casual wave, disarmed the slime's enchantment. After retrieving the knife back into the spatial ring, the advisor picked up the slime and walked over to Zhang Qi. At this moment, Zhang Qi's face was covered in cold sweat and his body was trembling violently, fearing that the advisor would give him a knife. You are exactly what you are. His words broke off. The advisor looked at him like this, laughed softly, before tilting his head back to look at the sky, seemingly casually said, could it be that the matter of me being a magical swordsman is also going to be said for you to hear? Magic swordsman? Hearing the advisor's words, everyone present was shocked. If it was a few minutes ago, no one would have believed that the advisor was a dual profession awakened person, much less that he was a magic swordsman. But now was different. After the advisor released a powerful magic power with that blade, the identity of a magic swordsman had already been securely hung on his head. Not only them, even those outside the arena who were watching the battle were shocked to see this scene. This advisor is actually a magic swordsman? This is too strong. Can't it be that he's really that bounty hunter who was on a mission with Du Ruo? That's not necessarily true. He might have bought that sword, but he's also strong enough. I think it's necessary for me to change my previous thoughts. For this awakening exam, maybe the final first place might really be the advisor? That's something else to consider. After all, he's not the only magic swordsman. That's right, I think Xu Ming, as a magic swordsman, is definitely stronger than the advisor. And at this moment, the advisor who was in the middle of the examination looked at Zhang Qi who had been petrified in front of him, frowned and coldly drank. Why are you still standing here, looking for a cut? Zhang Qi's face changed once again. He didn't even dare to say anything and turned his head to run. Seeing this, the advisor frowned once again. Stop. Hey, brother, there is something you can say. Zhang Qi immediately stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at the advisor with a fawning face, nodding his head. This huge contrast between his before and after was really unexpected. The advisor grimaced coldly and pointed with his chin at the three people who had fallen to the ground. Take your people away, and don't appear in front of me again, or I will punch you in the face. Yes. Zhang Qi nodded his head, not even daring to raise his eyes for a moment, quickly helping the knight to stand up, and the two of them fled in haste with the unconscious team members on their backs. It was only until their figures disappeared into the dense forest that the advisor breathed a sigh of relief and looked back at his teammates behind him. The expressions of Zhuo Dao and Sun Wen were the same, both shocked and bewildered. Brother, how did you open up? Zhuo Dao only felt that it was hard for him to vocalize at this moment. Compared to him, Sun Wen was much more normal. She quickly revealed a smile and looked at the advisor. Advisor, how come you didn't tell us that you're actually a dual profession awakened? You guys didn't ask either. And, the advisor said in a cloudy manner. But soon, he changed the previous second's bashfulness and grinned an exaggerated smile, mainly for the sake of pretending. Don't you guys think it's cool? Compared to those male protagonists who pretended to be pigs and also pretended to be grandchildren, the advisor was much more honest. Euro handsome, too handsome, but brother, if you had said that you are a magic swordsman, I wouldn't have to be so scared, Zhuo Dao said while giving a thumbs up. While Sun Wen on the side didn't say anything, the adoration in her eyes got a few points deeper. That's fine, don't blow it too much. The advisor waved his hand, then pointed to that treasure chest at the altar. Let's get down to business first. Finding the map fragment was the most important thing now. The advisor walked over to the treasure chest and looked down. This silver treasure chest was unlocked. After opening the treasure chest, a pale golden glow flashed by. Inside was indeed the map that Dean and the others had left behind, but this piece of map didn't look quite the same as they had thought. It was just a piece of rag. There was a strand of magic branding on it, emitting a hint of golden light. Other than that, there was nothing. Chapter 35, Jung's an old thief. Your grandfather. What the hell? The advisor looked at the piece of cloth in his hand, puzzled. Zuodao didn't say anything and was equally bewildered, while Sunwon looked at the piece of cloth, as if she remembered something. I remember the dean said that the only way to fuse it into a complete map is to find all 3 map fragments. A piece of map fragment is useless, so the pattern is hidden. This is also to prevent us from deducing the location of the meeting point from a piece of map pattern, right? As soon as Zuodao heard this, he immediately transformed into a relentless pointing machine. Well said. It's worthy of being a squad leader. Your brain is just as good. The advisor looked at the 2 people and smiled. Didn't say a word, storing this map fragment along with the silver treasure chest into his space ring. What about the map fragment is to pass the exam, and the treasure chest is to sell it for money. Good. Keep looking for the next piece. But next, they weren't lucky enough to find anyone else again, and could only wander around in the forest. Other than them, the others who entered the Lang's forest together, the lucky ones had already opened the treasure chest and found the first map fragment, but more were the unlucky ones, the criminal gangs that specialized in finding people to rob. There were also some who were of the orderly and kind faction, who chose to benefit from each other, but instead of making them faster, they were dragging each other down. In addition, there were a few other soloists whose progress could be described as godly. Zhu Ming, who was a level 18 magical swordsman, had effortlessly killed 2 magical beasts at this time, obtained 2 map fragments, and was heading towards the next even more powerful magical beast. For Zhu Ming, this exam is not just about class placement, but more importantly, he can use legitimate reasons to enter this place and fight powerful magical beasts as a way to get growth. The other solo traveler, Jiang Hanxia, was not as violent as Zhu Ming. As Jiang Cheng's granddaughter, she had never been out of that cave other than finding a map fragment when she first started. Even so, she had many duplicate map fragments in her hands. It wasn't that Jiang Tseng had opened a back door for her, it was mainly because she had too many lickspittles. The lickers didn't expect to become Jiang Halfsummer's boyfriend, they only wanted her to remember them, so they could satisfy a sliver of their self-esteem. Jiang Halfsummer didn't pay any attention to those people. She was still sitting in the cave, looking at that crystal ball, as if she was watching TV, observing the advisor's every move. Time kept passing. The 3 of the advisors were lost in the forest ever since they got the first map fragment, not to mention the other team members. They hadn't even encountered a single magical beast and had been traveling in irregular circles. Just when the 3 of them were feeling tired and even wanted to actively release their magic to attract others to come closer, Zuodao suddenly looked excited. Hey, quick look, there's a house over there. Are we running around to the meeting point? Hearing this, the advisor and Sunwon were also overjoyed. As soon as they heard that there was something new, they were busy looking in the direction of Zuodao. Sure enough, in the forest not far away, a house loomed, surrounded by nothing but filled with some mist. This place is not too unusual, but the advisor didn't think much about it. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of this. No matter what was in the house, a trip had to be made. Quickly, set off. The closer he got to that hut, the more humid the air around him became. The dirt on the ground was loose and soft, and every step on it stirred up the earthy odor in the air. The 3 of them approached the hut all the way and didn't find any scent of living beings in the vicinity, and there was no examiner or the like present here either. Could it be that it seems that both he and the left path had guessed wrongly, and that this was not the gathering point for the exams? He pushed open the door and prepared to enter the house to take a look, but the moment he just pushed open the door, he shakily rejoiced. In the center of the room, there was a golden treasure chest. This treasure chest was much more dazzling than the treasure chest he had opened the map from before. If placed in the game, it definitely hid a particularly rare treasure. The advisor lost his mind when he saw this treasure chest and ran towards it with a smile on his face. Behind them, Zuodao and Sunwon also had excited faces as they followed the advisor to the treasure chest. Thanks to Dean John's blessing, the advisor rubbed his hands together, put the slime on his head, ambled over and clasped the edge of the treasure chest, and lifted it with force. Click! A crunching sound came from it, but instead of bursting into golden light, a pungent odor of smoke emanated. At the same time, the door of the broken house behind him was instantly closed, and a blue magical glow appeared, enveloping the surroundings. Oh no! This is a trap. The advisor's heart wavered, this time realizing that treasure chests in the game weren't necessarily treasures, but could also be the malice of the producers. Before the mist completely blocked their sight, the advisor's mind was left with only one sentence. Old thief Jiangsun, you big shot. Chapter 36, The Second Shard. In the midst of the mists, The counselor didn't even try to open this house to escape, because he knew that the door would never open. Instead of delaying, it would be better to take advantage of the present to adjust the state, so that it would not be difficult to fight against what strange things appeared from the middle of the mists. The two people, Zhuodao and Sunwon, also had their backs to each other, and the three of them crowded in the center of the room, always dealing with the next accident. However, nothing happened. The mists went from thick to thin, and during that time, not to mention the shadows of the magical beasts, there was not even a sound. After a long time the mists dispersed. The advisors were dumbfounded. Where is this? Zhuodao waved his hand and fanned the surrounding mist, looking around in bewilderment. Sunwon also put down her short wooden staff and looked around in confusion. Is this a swamp? The advisor, on the other hand, did not say a word and frowned. Just as Sunwon had said, they were surrounded by a swamp. The broken house had disappeared, and the mist was like it had a teleportation effect, wordlessly teleporting them to this strange place. Other than the piece of loose dirt they were standing on under their feet, the surroundings were dark red mire. A fishy odor came from it, and bubbles would occasionally rise from the mire. It looked like the burial place of a magical beast. The advisor looked at the sky, and through the current time and weather, it was certain that they were still in the Lang's forest. But if they wanted to leave from here, they would inevitably have to go through the surrounding swamp. But the problem was that there was no road to leave. It was as if it was an isolated island. What can we do about this? The advisor smacked his lips and looked around sadly. There was definitely something terrifying in this dark red quagmire. Well, even if there wasn't, he didn't want to walk into this place that looked like a cesspool. Psychopathic? It wasn't. In order to be able to find a way out, the advisor had no choice but to shamelessly go and ask Big Brother System. System, is there a hint? Hurry up and get one. The system's reply was also very dry. Hello, your system is online, and will provide you with multiple options next. Choice 1, swim directly over there and show your dominance. Choice 2, sit and wait for the end of the exam, showing your calmness. Choice 3, figure it out yourself. I'm a system, not your father. These thoughtful routes that the system provided for him were simply expected. Your second grandpa. The advisor casually hugged the slime above his head down, gently rubbing it to ease the dissatisfaction in his heart. Gulp, gulp. The slime in his arms let out a sound of resistance and suddenly squeezed out of the advisor's hand, barreling down to the ground. Hey! The advisor was startled, afraid that the creature would fall into the swamp. But before he could bend down to pick it up, the slime was already rolling towards the front. The advisor dared to guarantee with his head that if this thing fell into the swamp, it would instantly become one with the swamp. At that time, even if he didn't want to go down, he would have to go down to find gold in the dung. Stop, stop, stop. The advisor hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted. But this time, the slime ignored him. Even relying on the power of the imperial beast didn't work anymore, only to see it approaching towards the quagmire, its rolling speed increasing instead of decreasing. Spinning, floated in the air. Not only the advisor, the left path and Sunwon also froze together. This slime wasn't flying, it was more like stepping on an invisible path. Bro, what's going on here? Zhuodao blinked blankly. Sunwon also asked from the side. Advisor, how can your slime float above the swamp? The advisor didn't answer because in the moment just now, a flash of light flashed through his mind. Ice Dun Dun couldn't fly, and the fact that it would be floating in the air at the moment wasn't the slime's ability, but illusion, or maybe it was magic. This place wasn't necessarily real. The illusion brought about by magic was only effective on people, but not on the imperial beast slimes. Ice Dun Dun, take us out of here. Thinking of this, the advisor sighed in relief and ordered. Gulp. The slime made a sound of bubbles crumbling, as if responding to the advisor's order, and continued to squirm towards the front. Brother, are you sure? Zhuodao was a little apprehensive. Sunwon did trust the advisor and followed him without a word. Let's go. Keep up. As the words fell, the advisor carefully stepped on the place where the slime passed by and stepped up. Ding! The sound of what seemed like glass colliding came from under his feet, and the advisor's heart trembled for a moment. But fortunately the invisible bridge was sturdy, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Several people followed the slime all the way down a winding route. It was not a peaceful stretch of road, during which there were constant strange sounds coming from the swampy pools, with things wandering around in them, stirring up quite a few dark red spots of mud. But fortunately, the magical beasts didn't come out to attack them. Half an hour later, the advisor and the group finally arrived at the edge of the swamp from the mud in the middle, led by the slime. Phew! The advisor who managed to disembark quickly picked up the slime and let out a long breath. Behind them, Sunwon and Zhuodao quickly followed, sitting on the shore with shocked expressions on their faces, looking back at the swampy pool. Luckily, there was a slime to guide them, or else if an ordinary person was caught in a trap, they would not be able to get out. And after they passed through the swamp pool, It seemed that they had passed this trial under the judgment of magic. A large amount of mists began to rise from the mire, once again wrapping the three of them in it. After a few short seconds, the mists dispersed, and the advisors were once again back in the broken house from before. This is the end? The advisor looked around strangely and realized that they hadn't changed from their previous location, as if they had been in a dream. Not far away was the very same box that had just contained the malice of this old man, Jiangxin. But at this moment, there was a dim light flickering in this box. The advisor carefully stretched his neck to look and was surprised to find that there was actually an additional map fragment in the middle of the treasure chest. This is the second piece. Looks like we didn't make a trip for nothing, Zuodao and Sunwon said with a smile from the side. The advisor, on the other hand, nodded and loaded this map fragment into the spatial ring along with the treasure chest. This treasure chest was gold, and was more valuable than the silver treasure chest from before. After leaving from this broken house, the advisor and the others were left with only the last piece of broken map pieces that needed to be collected. As long as they could find it, they would be able to follow the map to the final gathering point next. Chapter 37, Waiting for Death. At this moment, in the entire Lang's forest, apart from Jiang Half-Summer, who had already obtained multiple map fragments through his personal charm, only the counselor's group and Zhu Ming, who was traveling alone, had obtained 2 map fragments. Jiang Half-Summer had no intention of competing for first place, and if nothing else, the first place in this match would be decided between the counselor's group and Zhu Ming. Outside, the crowd watching the battle through the magic screen began to talk. Brothers, why don't I make a bet? Who are you going to bet on to win? Of course I'll bet on Zhu Ming. He's a magic swordsman. I'm also betting on Zhu Ming. He killed those 2 beasts with no effort just now, and now he's already heading towards the 3rd beast. He's definitely going to win. The advisor is also a magical swordsman. He's also a dual profession beast master, and he has 2 teammates. I'm betting on the advisor to win. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Aren't the advisor's 2 teammates a drag? Did you guys see what role those 2 teammates played when they met Zhang Qi just now? If I were to say, the consultant might as well leave his 2 teammates behind and go look for them by himself. It would be faster. Although the counselor and the others in Zhu Ming's progress is the fastest, we can't rule out the possibility of others coming later. I think Wang Yao's team is not bad either. Where's Jiang Hanxia? I haven't seen her. She's also alone. As the granddaughter of the old dean, she can't possibly be lagging behind, right? Shu, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Half-Summer is probably already waiting for the others at the gathering point. The people under the stage were talking, and Jiangxin as the organizer didn't stop it. Instead, as if for the sake of heat, he casually waved his hand, dividing the magic screen into multiple halves. The 2 biggest pieces of them were the counselor who was wandering around in the forest, and Xu Ming who was alone towards the magical beasts. Back in the Lang's forest, the few people from the advisor who had left the broken house had been traveling through the woods for almost 10 minutes. Only this time, they were no longer running around like headless flies. Just a short while ago, after the advisor and the others had just left after getting the second map fragment from the broken house, a strange aura of magic power had reached their range of perception. There was a tingling sensation in this magic power, like an electric shock. The advisor didn't know whether this magic power came from the other students or the magical beasts in the Lang's forest. He only knew one thing. The source of this magic power definitely had map fragments. With this idea in mind, he took the 2 of them, Zuodao and Sunwon, all the way towards the source of the magic power. But from the time they set out, they had already been tracking for 10 minutes. During that time there was nothing on the road. No people or magical beasts. Even the ordinary beasts in the Lang's forest were gone. Something's not quite right. The more the advisor walked, the more apprehensive he became in his heart. Logically, he had felt this magic power in the broken house before, so the source of this magic power couldn't be too far away. But up until now, he had already walked out a distance of several kilometers and still hadn't found his target. The only difference was that the magic power was getting stronger and stronger, so much so that Zuodao, who had the lowest magical sense, was able to detect a paralyzing sensation in the air. Brothers, how come I don't feel too comfortable? Why don't we withdraw? Zuodao's body didn't look too natural, and his hair stood up at the roots. This wasn't just fear, nor was it an exaggerated description. Zuodao's hair was really standing up. Counselor, I also feel that there is some danger. This shouldn't be any other students. It's most likely a dangerous magical beast. Sunwon's face didn't look too good either. Holding the short wooden staff tightly in her hand, she quietly pulled the advisor who was walking ahead. Well, indeed, the advisor wasn't a fool. As a person with a normal brain, he could certainly tell that high energy ahead. As they advanced, the magic power in the air at this time became more and more agitated, and even azure-colored electric light could be seen flickering. The originally lush and green dense forest began to wither. The loose soil also became hard, revealing a sense of desolation and gloom. Even without Sun Wen's reminder, the advisor planned to turn back. After all, the surroundings had undergone a huge transformation, and it was almost as if there was a sign in front of it with a sign that read, "Do not enter the restricted area." Ice done. What do you think? The advisor raised his hand to hold the slime on his head in his arms and rubbed the soft body. Gollum? Ice done let out a puzzled sound. His two eyes that were permeated with wisdom blinked, and then began to turn in a direction. The scene was a bit comical. After all, the slime didn't need to turn around to be able to move its eyes to other parts of its body. However, none of the advisors laughed out loud when they saw the scene. After they looked into the depths of the withered forest along with the slime's eyes, they discovered a creature that was slowly approaching towards them. Or maybe it was a monster? It was a skeleton that looked to be covered in black hair. Judging from the shape of the skeleton, it should be a four-clawed creature, close to a wolf-like creature. However, its body was much larger than a normal wolf. Even with 4 bone claws on the ground, it was close to 2 meters tall, and its body was 4 or 5 meters long. As it appeared, the surrounding magic power began to boil, and a trace of crackling electricity began to appear on its body. Gulp! I don't know if it was slime, or whoever gulped. Zhuodao's face was white as he looked at the monster that was approaching from the withered forest, and his body trembled as he tapped the advisor's shoulder. Snap! A blue light exploded from the static electricity, and Zhuodao's body trembled even more. Bro, can we still run away? This is simply nonsense. The advisor didn't make a sound, only to see Sunwon take a step back and draw her short wooden staff. A white glow coalesced on the tip of her staff, and after gently waving it around, the glow swept out and attached itself to several of them. In an instant, the magic power that filled the surrounding area with electric arcs was diminished by quite a bit. Immediately after, Sunwon spoke with a grave expression. This seems to be a Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton. I've seen it in a book. What the hell? Thunder Wolf Dragon? Zhuodao's eyes were almost glazed over as he shivered. You're talking about that 6th order magical beast Thunder Wolf Dragon? No, but it's similar. Sunwon was so nervous now that she couldn't think of how to explain it for a while. However, the advisor had already used the system's observation ability the moment that magical beast appeared and saw that there was information about it. This magical beast's name had the word dragon in it, but it wasn't a real dragon. It was just a type. To put it bluntly, it was a ground-walking dragon that couldn't fly. Magical beast name, Thunder Wolf Dragon Rec. Level, 38. Race, Undead Tooth Dragon Clan. Character, chaotic and evil. Introduction of the skeleton of the mighty Thunderwolf Dragon, revived by the erosion of the Yin spirit, is less powerful than the Thunderwolf beast when it survived, but its characteristics remain unchanged, and it even has a more brutal character. And once it locks onto its target, it will not rest until it dies. The system's evaluation is nameless. Peeping through the dark night, thunder claws and teeth break the silence. The jade forest deep bushes bury heavy bones. Unexpectedly the dead spirit into a black soul. Can't read it. That comment was too poetic. At this moment, the system very thoughtfully presented him with another sentence. Evaluation that even a fool can understand. You can't run away. If you don't give it your all, just wait for your death. Chapter 38. Don't you get it by saying it directly like that? The advisor also ignored the system's derision of him, and after a cold laugh, he quickly shook his hand and drew out the famous sword Moon Crypt from his spatial ring. Prepare to strike. We can't run away. As soon as the words fell, that Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton immediately tilted the sky and let out an ear-piercing shrill whistle. Ow! Its voice was extraordinarily shrill, and it even produced a wave of sound agitation that shook the surrounding dead trees and shattered countless fallen leaves. Even the other candidates who were far away from the various parts of the Lang's forest were able to hear this intimidating sound. Seeing this, Zhuodao and Sunwon immediately understood the current situation and could only harden their hearts and enter the battle. As a priest, Sunwon calmly stood in place, waving the short staff in her hand, accompanied by a faint white light attached to her advisor's body. She was, after all, a support-type profession, and still mastered quite a bit of game magic. The advisor only felt that she was now full of power, and after using the system's ability to inspect it, her heart could not help but be a little surprised. Name, Counselor. Current status, Blessing, slightly increases strength. Prayer, slightly increases magic power. Regeneration, continuous healing to restore injuries. In just a few seconds, the advisor's body was basing on 3 layers of buffs, which suddenly made him feel the benefits of having teammates. That's all I can do. Sunwon's face was a bit pale after continuously casting spells, and it looked like she had consumed a lot of magic power. It's fine. It's enough, the advisor said, propping the slime off his head and unleashing the ability of attunement mass change once again. A faint purple color once again appeared on the famous sword, Moon Crypt. Previously, when he was facing Zhang Qi and his students, the advisor was unable to use his full strength, and it was still more or less not too painful, but now was different. He was facing a magical beast, and it was a level 38 magical beast. A magical beast of this level was enough to be called a third-rank advanced magical beast. Let's go! Ice Dumpling. The advisor faced the Thunderwolf Dragon Wreck without taking half a step back and met it head-on. While the famous sword lunar cane in his hand trembled gently, a jellyfish-like slime emerged as a shadow, as if it had read the advisor's words, and surprisingly nodded to him. Looking at the response of his soul imperial beast, the advisor was in a good mood and took a few steps, leaving a safe area for Zhuodao's son when before stopping. Not far away, the Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton was scratching the ground with its bony claws, like a wolfhound ready to fight. There were no eyes on that long and terrifyingly huge skull, only two empty eye sockets looking towards the advisor's location, and a cold ghostly fire was burning in the center of the brain. The Thunder Wolf Dragon that had died long ago and turned into an undead spirit did not have a magical beast's crystal core, and that ghost fire should be the core of its power. The advisor aimed at the ghost fire, took a deep breath, and immediately drew his sword out. Gap Moon Shadow. The 4 words of this move came out of his mouth, and a blue magic blade chi mixed with poison attributes slashed out. It contained a great deal of the advisor's magic power. In the blink of an eye, the size of this blade chi began to increase dramatically, like a waning moon. Swish, the magic power tore through the air. Even the fallen leaves were chopped up. Even some dead trees were uprooted. At the same time, that Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton also launched an attack. Roar! The Thunder Wolf Dragon Wreck still let out a sharp and ear-piercing roar, splashing out a large amount of dirt from its limbs, and meeting the advisor's blade energy like a senseless beast. Boom! The sound of the explosion was deafening. Blue magic flames overflowed in all directions, turning the already somewhat desolate woods even more gloomy. A large amount of magic power turned into mist spreading and exploding like waves of air. The advisor immediately stabilized his footsteps and fixed his figure in the airwaves. Behind him, Zhuodao's son went staggered, their faces filled with shock. Although they knew that the advisor's sub-profession was a magic swordsman, they had never thought that the advisor actually had this kind of strength. That blade light was even comparable to the full-force strike of some awakened after transformation. Humph! Unbearable. After waiting for the airwave to diminish, the advisor couldn't help but laugh and blow his wave. But soon, a line from the system appeared in front of his eyes. Q. Thunder Wolf Dragon Skeleton is not dead yet. Please don't be in a hurry to act like a pussy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The system would not lie to him. The advisor only felt his heart tighten and hurriedly looked towards the center of the airwave. Sure enough, in the center of those blue magical flames, the skeleton of a beast staggered to its feet. Some of those bones had already shattered in some places, and the black fur was still burning with unextinguished demonic flames. But even so, this Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton did not die. Instead, it was provoked into a raging beast by this slash. Crackling, snapping, blue electric light began to explode in the air, extinguishing the demonic flame. Ka-la-la-la. With the sound of bones being put together, that Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton rose once again, the ghostly fire in the center of its skull burning even more vigorously. Ow! This time the shrill whistling sound from this undead skeleton was even more ear-piercing. At the same time, a large amount of lightning began to converge. In an instant, the magic power in the air began to surge, transforming into lightning light attached to its body and exploding into a blue thunderbolt. The black fur drifted away, and the skeleton began to be colored with a hint of indigo. Instead of being able to directly kill it, the slash just now had galvanized the full power of this Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton. With its shrill whistling, waves of sound continued to spread. The black hairs on his body had electricity attached to each one of them, and even from a distance, the advisor was able to feel a sense of paralysis in his body. At this moment, it was difficult for the advisor to breathe. Unexpectedly, he still underestimated the strength of this magical beast, and right at this moment, the system also presented a pair of updated monster illustrations in front of him. Beast name, Thunder Wolf Dragon Wreck. Level 40. Resistance, Poison Attribute Immunity, while keeping its original race and abilities unchanged. This Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton had actually upgraded at such a time, advancing to become a 4th-ranked, low-level magical beast, and also possessing the characteristic of being immune to poison attributes. This also meant that the poison attribute that the advisor had relied on the slime to obtain was no longer of any use. Why are you still fighting in a hurry? This time, without waiting for the advisor to strike, that Thunder Wolf Dragon Wreck had already leapt up high. The already gloomy forest was instantly covered in a haze by the huge body of the Thunder Wolf Dragon Wreck. Ow! Accompanied by a shrill whistle, a sharp claw filled with thunder tore towards the advisor. It was important to know that he now belonged to the paradigm of Kung Fu high paper defense. If this claw was solid, it would directly send him to the west. Of course, the advisor did not dare to take it on, and hurriedly rolled to the side. Crack! Lightning made a sound like a flock of birds beside his ears. With a single claw, the Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton slapped a terrifying crack in the ground. Dirt and debris splattered, heavily hitting the advisor who had yet to get up. Hey holy! Yuck! The advisor's exposed skin and face instantly had a few more blood marks, but he couldn't care less about that, rushing to spit out the mud and sand in his mouth, rolling and crawling a bit farther away before he stood up with palpitations in his heart. Buzz! A white light appeared at that moment and landed on the advisor's body, transforming into some healing magic power, quickly healing the injuries on his body, and at the same time restoring some of his physical strength and magic power. Without a doubt, this was an ability from someone else. The advisor quickly turned his head to look at Sunwon, and sure enough, he saw that Sunwon, as a priest, was doing her best to heal him. Good teammate. The advisor gave a secret thank you in his heart. But that Thunder Wolf Dragon wreck in its berserk state was more clear-headed than before. After noticing the recovery glow on the advisor's body, it quickly looked at Sunwon, who was the healer. Jie! The Thunder Wolf Dragon wreck let out a strange whine, and in the next second, it left the advisor behind and headed straight towards Sunwon. It was too late for the advisor to stop it again. Chapter 39, Surprising Appearance. Divine Level Magical Beasts. Sunwon, who was in the middle of a healing session on the other side, turned pale when she saw this scene. She was able to grow to level 10 by diligently practicing her healing techniques, not by engaging in a battle against a magical beast. She didn't have any means to fight back, not to mention counterattacking. Even if she were to run away, she couldn't even take a step right now, only feeling that her mind was blank. But just at this moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared. Grandson, charge me. This sentence, in this kind of crisis situation, sounds handsome, but the person who shouted this sentence is not so handsome, because this person is called Left Road. As a pharmacist, he obviously couldn't help much. However, in a situation where his companion was in danger, Zhuodao still rushed up without any hesitation. Of course, although Zhuodao was dangling, he had no problem with his brain. Relying on a mortal flesh to rush up is nothing more than being double killed by this demonic beast. While shouting out these words, Zhuodao had already fished out several pills from his medicine bag. These pills were all refined by him before the tournament and had various effects, only he didn't have the time to distinguish them and could only grab a handful and throw them into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, all kinds of pills were mixed together, and Zhuodao kept chewing, his two cheeks bulging, looking like a hamster. But he was a very good pharmacist after all. Those pills exerted various effects as soon as they were ingested. For a while Zhuodao's eyes flashed with essence, and his body vaguely expanded a bit. Although not as much as a warrior or a knight, it still turned him into a half-muscular man. In the state of feeling his body full of power, Zhuodao was bursting with confidence. Clenching his fists and standing in front of Sunwon, he swung his fist out and shouted under his breath, "Look at lousy punch you a skeleton." Snap! Surprisingly, before Zhuodao finished pretending this pussy, that Thunder Wolf Dragon wreck had already slapped Zhuodao as if it was swatting a fly. The advisor watched with his own eyes as Zhuodao's body flew out diagonally and crashed through a withered tree before coming to a stop, and he couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise. Crap! This grandson won't be in trouble, right? Sunwon was originally quite moved, but as a result, when she saw this scene, her face shifted from fear to excitement and emotion for a moment before being slapped back to fear. Just as the advisor and Sunwon were worried, they only saw Zhuodao climb up again from the ground not far away. His trench coat was shredded by this claw, revealing a full set of ribs, but other than that, he didn't receive any injuries, apparently from the effects of being high on drugs. Grandson, master is still alive. Let's continue fighting. As Zhuodao spoke, he grabbed another handful of pills from the medicine bag and threw them into his mouth, clicking and chewing. The advisor's scalp went numb when he saw this, not to mention whether or not that Thunder Wolf Dragon Rex next slap would huff and puff him to death, just for the way he was getting high. In case he took the wrong medicine and drugged himself to death, it would be hilarious. You rest, hide away. The advisor took advantage of this effort to quickly run to the front of the Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton, hastily pulling in the hate, and casually slashing out a slash of magic before he confronted the skeleton once again. Counselor, be careful. Sunwon was very understanding and didn't add to the chaos, quickly running away a few steps and starting to use her priest skills to help heal the left path. Meanwhile on the other side, outside the Lang's forest, there were only two panels left on the big screen as the advisor and the others fought the Thunder Wolf Dragon wreck. On one side was the advisor, and on the other was Xu Ming. Same as the advisor, Xu Ming's side had also encountered a magical beast. The strength of this magical beast was not as strong as the Thunder Wolf Dragon wreck, but it was also a third-ranked low-grade magical beast. Xu Ming, as a level 18 magic swordsman, was obviously a bit tired after 2 consecutive battles, and his fatigue was evident against this magical beast. Go for it, Xu Ming. This is so unfair. Right, why Xu Ming is dealing with the magical beast alone while the advisor on the other side has 3 people. That's right, we demand that the advisor's qualification be cancelled and directly bail out brother Xu Ming. For certain girls who were flooded with nymphomania, a portion of the crowd began to fight back. Don't be ridiculous. Can't there really be any fools who can't see that the magical beast that the advisor and the others dealt with was far stronger than Zhu Ming's one? That's more than just a little bit stronger. Right, after all, it's the skeleton of a 6th rank magical beast. And are the two teammates on the advisor's side really useful? This is actually still there. The Sun Maiden Goddess as a priest is able to help heal the team. And the left path, as a pharmacist, was also very brave just now. Pharmacist? Holy, so that guy is a pharmacist. I saw that he was fine even after taking a hit. I thought he was a knight without a shield. The audience watching from the stage kept talking. On the other hand, Jungsun and the others on the side were silent. Before the advisor encountered the Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton, someone had already notified Jungsun in advance, asking if they wanted to step in to help. After all, this magical beast that was about to be promoted to the 4th rank was far from being able to be dealt with by an ordinary novice awakened. But this suggestion was stopped by multiple elders, and there was only one reason. They wanted to see the strength of this double rare awakened who was a royal beast master plus a magic swordsman. If it was not possible, it would not be too late for them to strike again. But if the advisor succeeded in killing this Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton, then this was definitely a seed to be cultivated as a priority in the future. Old Dean Jungsun naturally agreed to a point, wanting to take a good look at the performance of these two, the advisor and Zhu Ming. But right at this moment, a person quietly ran to his side and bent down to call out to him in a low voice. Dean Jiang, the Dragon County officials have something to inform you. When Jungsun heard this, he turned his head and looked at the man inquiring. What is it? That person didn't dare to delay and quickly answered. It is rumored that a recently awakened god-ranked demonic beast has appeared in a village 100 miles away from Dragon County, and now that village has been destroyed. As soon as this news reached his ears, Jungsun's face abruptly changed. A god-level magical beast? That was a rare legendary class magical beast, and once it appeared, it would be a disaster for the world. I know, Jungsun nodded, before waving his hand, looking at the magic screen above his head, secretly thinking in his heart, when this exam is over, I have to go out. Jungsun muttered softly, and for a while his mind shifted from this exam to somewhere else. The advisor of Lang's Forest was unaware of the changes that were about to occur in the world outside. At this time, he had already trembled with this Thunder Wolf Dragon wreck for a few rounds. Ordinary blade chi simply couldn't penetrate the opponent's thunder light, and the poison attribute was useless. With this coming down, the only thing left for the advisor seemed to be one last way. Chapter 40, Eat your fill and carry on. Imitate the power of the body. This move was extremely consuming, but equally powerful. The advisor had tested it in the Dragon County's training grounds, and he and Slime were able to kill a 4th-ranked, low-level magical beast by using the famous Sword Moon Crypt skill at the same time while in the state of imitation of body power. 4th-ranked low-level magical beasts corresponded exactly to the Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton in front of him, but the problem was that this skeleton didn't eat poison attributes. This made the advisor's greatest killing move much less powerful. Zuodao, do you have any potions that can replenish your physical strength and magic power? There was definitely no way to kill the Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton with one slash, so the advisor decisively chose to rely on his teammates. Zuodao's response was swift. His bare chest casually fished out a handful of pills in his belt pouch and patted his lean chest. There's plenty of them, it's manageable. With these words the advisor was much more relieved. Then he turned his head to Sunwon. Sunwon, continuously help me recover my strength and magic power. No problem. With few words, Sunwon nodded firmly. After making sure that his two teammates were able to provide on help, the advisor took a few steps back, allowing the Thunderwolf Dragon Rex target to shift to himself, before quickly closing his blade. Imitation body power. As the words fell, the slime attached to the famous sword Tsukiakari floated out and re-emerged as a solid body bearing down on the ground. Gulp! The slime responded, and then its body shook violently, and along with a rising purple mist, the silhouette of a replica advisor emerged. Holy, what is this thing? Zuodao looked at the slime that had transformed into a consultant and was filled with shock. Sunwon was similarly wide-eyed, not understanding what was happening for a moment. Similarly, the shocked people weren't just them. There were also the students, teachers and even the academy's elders who were watching the battle outside. After the advisor used the power of body imitation, everyone's gazes moved from Zhu Ming's side, who was caught in a bitter battle, to the advisor. How come the advisor can still split his body? Is this also a magical swordsman's ability? Why wouldn't Zhu Ming? This isn't a magical swordsman's ability. Did you guys forget that the advisor is an Imperial Beast Master? Then the Imperial Beast Master can split? Silly, that's not a doppelganger. That's not a slime. Does a slime have that kind of power? Why did I see the doppelganger change the advisor's sword? Then who knows? Who in their right mind would study slimes? Apart from some of the students' comments, Jungsun, who was sitting in the main seat, also changed his face. As the rarest awakened profession in this world, few scholars would study it. let alone study a slime. But at this moment, Jungsun couldn't help but frown as a figure appeared in his mind. It was an Imperial Beastmaster that he had met decades ago, before he had become an Archmage, or even when he was first starting out. That Imperial Beastmaster had once displayed the same power, but it was so long ago that Jungsun had long since lost track of that person's name. However, he knew very well that Imperial Beastmaster back then was a wizard amongst the awakened. The old king of the past has returned, and a divine beast has awakened. It seems that a new era is coming, Jungsun said darkly in his heart, once again casting his gaze towards the advisor in the magic screen. At this moment, the advisor was facing the Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton, accumulating power. In the state of imitation of body power, all of his attributes had been greatly improved. Name, advisor. Current status, body imitation power. Blessing, prayer, regeneration. Physique, 60. Magic, 82. Strength, 60. Spirit, 82. Resistance, immunity to poison attributes. 40% magic resistance. With his current attributes, it was enough to look out of the corner of the eye with most of the transmutation awakened. However, to maintain this state, it consumed physical and magical energy as well as spirit, so the advisor couldn't maintain it for long. Are you ready? Ice dump? The advisor lowered his body and his eyes drifted to the slime on the side. Even in human form, the slime couldn't speak, and it nodded at the advisor, making the same motion. Very good. The advisor let out a long breath, looked at the Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton that was whistling shrilly as it rushed towards them, and drew his sword out. Gap Moon Shadow. With a command, two eye-catching rays of light appeared together. One was a violet light that symbolized magic power. One was a composite blade chi laced with poisonous attributes. The two blade chi crossed and slashed out, instantly shattering the air and even triggering a distortion in space. Gale force winds swept through the entire withered forest, and then the powerful killing force landed on the Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton's body. Rumble. These two blade chi exploded like cannonballs, destroying the thunder light on the Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton's body, while knocking down that huge body at the same time. The Thunder Wolf Dragon wreck let out a roar dash. Under the double attack, this Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton's bones shattered in many places, and blue demonic flames burned on its body. But that didn't kill it outright. The blue thunder light converged again with its roar, and little by little, it began to repair the shattered bones. This was all expected by the advisor, and Sun One, who was standing behind him, didn't even need him to speak, immediately raising her short staff high after seeing the advisor discern the slash. Holy light, by your supreme power, help my friend. A bit of white light flickered and turned into an aura that fell onto the advisor's body, quickly blending in. He could feel that his magic power was recovering. At the same time, the bare-chested Zuodao ran over to the advisor like a wild man in the forest and threw 3 or 4 vials at him. Come on, bro, eat up and continue. The advisor, casually catching a few vials, subconsciously glanced at them. Second-order strength potion. After taking it, it will quickly restore physical strength, while enhancing the strength of the taker for a short period of time. Second-order magic potion. After taking it, it will quickly restore magic power, while enhancing the magical power of the taker in a short period of time. Second-order explosive potion. After taking it, it will strengthen all the attributes of the taker for a short period of time. Rare aphrodisiac potion. Aggression is like fire, the wind is like a forest, and the soldiers are fast. Zuodao, have you taken the wrong medicine? The advisor frowned and casually slammed the bottle of aphrodisiacs towards the left path. Luckily, he looked at it before he ate it, or else if this bottle of medicine went down, the next scene could only be described by the word unbearable. Egu, brother, you actually recognize it. Hey, this is a treasure. Zuodao grinned playfully. It was obvious that he didn't take it by mistake, but on purpose. If the advisor hadn't guessed wrongly, it was very likely that Zuodao had just taken too much medicine, causing his brain to not work too well. At this time that Thunder Wolf Dragon wreck was about to climb up, the advisor didn't have time to play poor talk with Zuodao, and could only rattle the corks of the several bottles of medicine in his hand, and poured them into his own mouth in a brain. Cough cough, really authentic. The flavor of these several bottles of medicine mixed together oddly, like slop mixed with stomach juices, but the effect was obvious. The advisor just drank it down and felt that his strength and magic power recovered extremely quickly, even more powerful than he was before. In order not to waste the effects of these potions, the advisor seized the moment and once again gripped his blade, matching the slime of imitation of body power, and rereading the Gap Moon Shadow. The same slash leapt, even more powerful than just now. This blade directly slashed the Thunder Wolf Dragon wreck, which had not yet stood up, to the point where it slumped to the ground, continuously emitting a mournful cry. Chapter 41. The magic door appears. With Zuodao's potion and Sun Wind's recovery spells to boost him, The advisor slashed out several times in a row and hardened himself by relying on his blade chi to shatter the skeleton of the Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton, leaving only a skull burning with ghost fire roaring on the ground. In this state, as long as he had one more slash, he would definitely be able to break the ghost fire of this Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton's soul. But he stopped. It wasn't pity, but the advisor had an idea. Since the slime was able to rely on devouring the magical crystals of magical beasts to gain a boost, then this ghost fire might be able to produce the same effect as the magical beast crystals. Don't run around. Stand still and don't come over, the advisor admonished his teammates, then dispersed the imitation of body power state. The slime on the side also changed back to its original form. The advisor carried it into his arms, holding the weapon in his left hand, and carefully approached the skull of the Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton. Click! The skull that was ablaze with ghost fire faced the advisor's direction and opened and closed its mouth, making the sound of bones clashing. How dare you gnaw on it? Shut your mouth for me. The advisor casually drew his knife and landed it hard. The blade easily penetrated the skull without lightning protection, hardening this skull's mouth. The blue ghostly fire fluttered in the skull and seemed to produce a rare fear. This Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton is not going to speak, but the advisor can vaguely feel that it is begging for mercy. This magical beast had already died a long time ago, and it was the dead souls of various magical beasts in this environment that converged on its bones to resurrect this undead beast. Ashes to ashes, earth to earth, corpses should enjoy eternal peace, the advisor muttered softly, his hand reaching through the skull's eye socket. The blue ghost fire swayed, but there was not a trace of temperature. Instead it was cold and piercing. The advisor's hand had just touched that blue fire, and it was stung by the frost with some soreness, and there was even a burst of tingling from the electricity running through it. But he didn't stop and probed his hand completely into the ghost fire. Grabbing hold of something, he ripped it out of his skull with a casual swipe. Gulp! The slime in his arms looked at the ghost fire and made a gulping sound. Seeing this, the advisor couldn't help but laugh lightly, enduring the pain and sending the ghost fire to it, saying, "Dinner is served." Hearing this, the slime shook its body, light emanating from its two small eyes as it opened its slimy mouth and swallowed this ghost fire. Unlike the usual digestion of those magical beasts' crystal cores, this ghost fire immediately began to weaken after entering the slime's body. The blue light spread, and in the twinkling of an eye, it colored the originally deep purple slime all the way to indigo. Congratulations to the host. Your beast cub has successfully consumed the soul flame of the Thunder Wolf Dragon skeleton. The advisor didn't expect the digestion to be so fast this time, and with joy in his heart, he hurriedly checked the slime's current status, and then his heart couldn't help but stutter. Soulbound Imperial Beast, Iced Undone, Slime. Royal Beast Character, Chaotic Goodness. Imperial Beast Level, Level 20. As the slime now has multiple attributes, each attribute cannot coexist with each other, so you can only choose to switch forms according to your master's instructions. Soulbound Imperial Beast, Iced Undone, Slime. Beast Attribute, Base Form, Thunder. Other Forms, Poison. Magic, Normal. Beast Race, Slime. Beast Race, Slime. Imperial Beast Abilities, Eat, Soul Enchantment, Thunderball, releases a floating ball with lightning attributes. Slimes currently have so many attributes within their bodies that under normal circumstances, only one can be shown. Other than the two generalized skills, Eat and Soul Enchantment, all the other skills would change after switching attributes. For example, a slime with the Thunder attribute would be able to use the Thunder Light Ball, the Poison attribute would be Poison Cordial Juice, and the normal attribute would be Giganticization and Self-Detonation. As for magic power, that came from the famous sword Sukiakari, which hadn't mastered any skills yet. Despite the different forms, these were all slime attributes after all, so as an advisor of the Imperial Beast Master, he could enjoy all of the attribute bonuses. Name, Advisor. Race, Human. Awakened Profession, Beast Master. Magic Swordsman. Level, Beast Master Level 1. Magic Swordsman Level 16. Physique, 45. Magic Power, 56. Strength, 45. Spirit, 56. Resistance, Poison Resistance 40%. Lightning Resistance 40%. Magic Resistance 30%. Weapon, Famous Sword Moon Hidden. Beast, Iced Undone, Slime. Beast Fitting, 100%. Mastery Ability, Observation. Mastery Abilities, Observation. Power of Unification. Imperial Beast Knowledge. Power of Body Imitation. Gap Moonshadow. The level of the slime affects the level of the magical swordsman. This caused the advisor's physical quality to rise once again, and along with the slime's attributes, he also gained an additional resistance to the lightning attribute. If the next time he encountered a thunder attribute magical beast like the Thunder Wolf Dragon wreck, he would definitely not be as tricky as he was now. At this moment, the advisor looked towards the Thunder Wolf Dragon wreck that had completely stopped moving. Its body had gradually turned into ashes and dissipated. The only skull left behind had not disappeared. but instead emitted a faint blue light. That was the aura of magic power. The advisor was startled in his heart, thinking that there was a fraud. He hurriedly pressed the knife in his hand, ready to deal with the danger. And not far away, Zuodao and Sun Wen also quickly came behind the advisor, waiting for an opportunity to act, only to see that the blue light flickered a few times before it was gone, and in its place was a golden piece of shredded cloth. It's a map fragment. Sun Wen's reaction was quick and her tone was flinty. This is the last piece, right? Holy, this old Dean really isn't a thing. A piece of the map is actually hidden in such a dangerous magical beast. Zuodao cursed from the side. The advisor knew that their every move was under the old Dean's watchful eye at the moment, so he didn't dare to pick up on Zuodao's words and just laughed. He put the puzzle pieces together and the 3 golden pieces of the map flashed and instantly fused, accompanied by a dazzling flash of light. A magic door appeared steeply in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 42, Counselor, I remember you. It seemed that after the puzzle pieces were fused, the portal could be found. The moment this door opened, those watching outside of Lang's forest caused a roar. Look, Counselor, they found all the maps. Did they summon this door? Is it true that if they go through the door, they'll win? Did I say it before? The advisor with the dual awakened professions must be invincible. Then didn't he rely on 2 supportive teammates to collect them all? Didn't someone else say before that the Sun Maiden God and the left path were useless? Zheng Qi and the others who said that are still lost in the woods. Strong, Counselor, all 3 of them are quite powerful, but Xu Ming's sight isn't bad either. He's walked alone until now, and isn't he about to kill that demonic beast right away? These words shifted the crowd's attention to Xu Ming's side. Sure enough, on the big screen, Xu Ming's battle had also come to an end. The magical beast that was confronting him was already scarred and completely incapable of resisting, so it was clear that Xu Ming had also won. Looking at the situation on both sides, Jiang Sun slowly got up at that moment and gently tapped his staff, attracting the attention of the students and teachers. It seems that this exam is coming to an end, so let's get ready to welcome the victor. As he said this, the staff tapped heavily on the ground. Blue magic surged, and in an instant, a blue doorway materialized not far away. This door, then, linked to the portal that the counselor and the others had opened. And at this moment, in one of the hidden caves of Lang's forest, Zhang Hanxia had been holding the crystal ball for a long time. As the first one to collect all the map pieces, she wasn't in a hurry to leave at all. Instead, she used the crystal ball to observe the situation in the field. It wasn't until she saw that the advisor had killed the demonic beast and had allowed the slime to absorb the ghostly fire of the thunder wolf dragon skeleton that Zhang Hanxia put down the crystal ball, a hint of a smile appearing on her face. Not bad. Kan Half-Summer's eyes flashed with a strange light, and her face carried a fiery blush. Counselor, I'll remember you. The line of sight returned to the advisor's side. After resolving the Thunder Wolf Dragon wreck and getting the last map fragment, Advisor and the others became the first team to open the portal. The blue magical light quickly engulfed the trio, taking the entire portal along with them as they disappeared into the Lang's forest. The next moment, the trio appeared in another unknown space. Originally, they thought that this was just ordinary teleportation magic, but when the advisor and the others entered it, they realized that it wasn't like that at all. Behind this portal was another strange place. All around them were rubble and ruins. The ground beneath their feet radiated the remnants of magic, and there were quite a few traces of dark red color. The air smelled of smoke and fire, as well as blood. What is this situation? Counselor, where is this? Zuodao and Sun Wen on both sides of the face were not looking too good. Close to the advisor subconsciously asked. The advisor, on the other hand, had his head in a slime, blinking blankly. Ask me, how do I know? The advisor was truly unaware of this place. Euro ruins, smoke, dried blood. It all looked like the world after a huge war or disaster. The advisor looked at the dusk in the sky and the magic around him, and was able to sense that this was indeed the world he was in at the moment. But there was something not quite the same in it. Time and space gradually distorted here, so much so that all three of them noticed physical discomfort. Cluck gulp. The slime overhead let out a strange sound. This cry contained some emotions that the advisor couldn't analyze, like feelings of fear, nostalgia and anger intertwined together. You recognize this place? The advisor raised his eyes to look at the slime above his head, but received no answer. As if it was an illusion, the slime remained silent and paralyzed on his head. There must be some secret here, the advisor thought in his mind, curious to look around when he didn't want a blue magic power to turn into a speedy wind and propel their bodies forward. Ahead was another blue portal. Through the virtual shadow inside the door, it could be seen that it was the outside of Lang's forest. Brothers, let's hurry up and leave. If the door closes, we'll be left in this strange place. The left path has a point, and here, I don't feel very comfortable. Compared to the advisor, Sun Wen's perception ability seemed to be even more outstanding. Having no choice, the advisor had to agree. As the blue magic surged around them, the three of them disappeared into this desolate world along with the portal. But the very next second after they left, a figure wobbled and appeared. This person's body was constantly fluctuating like a stream of water, and his gender and age could not be seen. He gazed at the direction where the advisor and the others disappeared, seemingly thinking about something, and after a long time, he melted a little bit until he disappeared. Over here, the three of the advisors returned to a familiar place, the edge of Grant's forest, surrounded by long-awaited students. Not far away was Dean Jungson with a kind smile on his face, and beside him stood a number of elders. As soon as the advisor appeared, he felt a line of sight thrown towards him, and greeted the line of sight to see, was Du Ruo. Du Ruo was standing right behind Jungson at this moment, although her face did not have any expression and looked rather cold, but in the direction no one could see, she quietly gave the advisor a thumbs up. The advisor hooked her lips in a smile and secretly nodded to Du Ruo, and the surrounding students who were watching were in a mess at this moment. It's really the advisor. I told you so. Quickly pay up. I bet earlier that the advisor could win. Me too. Check out. It's over. My pocket money for a month is gone. Me too. I didn't expect Xu Ming to be so ineffective. It can't be helped. Who let the advisor and the others have three of them? Anyway, he won. He's a god. Chapter 43, The Passion of the Fire. The old Dean Jungson didn't bother to maintain order. He just walked over to the advisor in their front, looked at the three people and nodded with satisfaction, and opened his mouth. Zhuo Dao, you are an apothecary, yet you have the bravery to protect your teammates. This alone is enough to change many people's impression of the auxiliary professions. Sun 1, you too, even though you are only a priest, you are able to provide the team with just the right amount of help they need, and that alone is very rare. In response to Jungson's unstinting praise, both Zhuo Dao and Sun Wen were a little embarrassed for a moment. Of course, Sun Wen's embarrassment was genuine embarrassment. Zhuo Dao's embarrassment was probably because he was shy about being bare-chested in public. In the end, Jungson looked at the advisor and sized him and the slime on his head up before speaking slowly. Counselor, your performance is equally outstanding. This exam not only showed your strength as a dual occupation awakened person, but also led the team to victory by your wisdom and courage. You deserve to be the first place. Thank you, Dean. The advisor looked a little bashful in the face of Jungson's praise, while in reality, he was just thinking about what was wrong with that place in the portal just now. Jungson couldn't see the advisor's thoughts, and smiled as he continued to ask, Advisor, can you reveal your current rank? I mean dual profession. Oh, that's fine. The advisor looked at the curious gazes of those watching around him. My Imperial Beastmaster rank is level 1, and the Magic Swordsman's rank is level 16. The moment these words were uttered, the entire room roared. Even Jungson's eyes showed a slight change. One must know that dual awakening professions were already rare, and dual professions of advisors were even rarer. Moreover, dual awakening professions had a common characteristic, which was that it was very difficult to upgrade. But unexpectedly, the advisor's magic swordsman was actually able to reach level 16. Xu Ming, who also had outstanding talent, was only at level 18 as a magical swordsman. Dual cultivation of awakened professions, and also skillfully fusing the two professions. This advisor was simply a genius. The advisor's answer caused many people to rise in unprecedented admiration for him. It could be said that the more people who had previously looked down on the advisor as just an Imperial Beastmaster with a slime, the more painfully their faces were being slapped right now. And at that moment, two blue teleportation portals appeared behind the advisor. Coming out of them one after another were Xu Ming, who had a scar on his face, and Zhang Hanxia, who had a calm face. Too bad. It's just one step too late. It doesn't matter. Even so, Brother Zhu is still the most handsome. Brother Zhu is the hard power champion. The advisor is a villain stealing the title. Quite a few nymphomaniac girls immediately let out a scream when they saw Xu Ming. This caused quite a few people to snort a bit before turning their heads and starting to lick up Zhang Halfsummer. Goddess Zhang doesn't even look injured. So this isn't the real number one? That's right. Finishing the exam without bloodshed. That's hard power. Ah, Zhang Halfsummer. After seeing her this moment, I feel like life is complete. Is this the granddaughter of Dean Jiang? To these people's boasting, Xu Ming and Zhang Halfsummer's reaction was, ignore it at all. Their gazes were on the advisor, carrying different thoughts in their hearts. Although Xu Ming had an indifferent personality, he also had a competitive heart. He had thought that he had quickly killed 3 magical beasts to complete the examination and would become the first, but he did not expect that he would still be one step behind. But he is not a small-minded person, and did not attribute the reason for his failure to the advisor and their large number of people. Instead, he felt that his strength is not strong enough to be that strong. Congratulations. Xu Ming looked at the advisor and the others and nodded his head gently in sincere congratulations. Zhuo Dao and Sun Wen looked at Xu Ming, and at this moment, they were no longer angry because of the other party's arrogant refusal from before. and the two of them responded with a smile. Only the advisor did not make a statement. At this moment, he only felt that his back was cold and his body was hairy. That woman seems to be called Jiang Hanxia, right? From this girl's gaze at this moment, the advisor saw 4 words: passion like fire. What is the situation? He has not seen this woman. She couldn't be looking at his slime, right? The advisor couldn't help but pop up some strange thoughts, and hurriedly held the slime to the side. Solely, Jiang Halfsummer just stood still and stared at him, not catching up, the corner of her mouth with a hint of a playful smile, making people elusive. More than half an hour later, the several teams behind came out one after another. According to the previous regulation law, this awakening examination, the classes would be arranged separately according to their rankings. The top-ranked advisors, the whole team, Xu Ming and Jiang Hanxia, they were naturally assigned to Class A. But when the exam was about to end and was counting the number of people, the advisor found that there seemed to be a few people missing. Not a moment later, the other students also found out. There seems to be 4 people missing, right? Yes, 4 people. It should be a whole team. Who is it? Such a delay. That's right, it's almost dark. There can't really be such a loser who can't find the map, right? Even if it's us ordinary people, just a few people teaming up, we should be back by this time, right? Hey, I've found it. Aren't those few people missing Zhang Qi who was in the same class as the advisor before? It's true. Hey, this news reached the dean's ears. Jiangxin didn't wait any longer and casually waved his staff, easily opening a portal. Through this portal, everyone was able to easily see. Behind the portal, Zhang Qi's 4 people were cowering in the corner of the woods covered in mud and water, trembling. Where was the slightest trace of searching for the map? Come out. The exam is over. Jiangxin sighed rather disappointedly as he looked at the wretched appearance of the several people. As for Zhang Qi, the several people had been wandering around in the Lang's forest ever since they were scared away by the advisor. They were never able to find the map again. Instead, they were chased by some low-level magical beasts, ran into a broken house in the forest, and then opened a treasure chest to be teleported to the center of the quagmire. This quagmire was not as dangerous as the one the advisor had encountered for them, and there were no magical beasts in it. But the problem was that Zhang Qi and the others didn't have a slime to scout the way, so they could only be like a couple of idiots, spinning around in the mud in place. Seeing the teleportation portal at this moment, a few people couldn't care less about their wretchedness and ran out of the portal with a roll, then stood at the very back of the line with a snotty face, becoming the last in line. At this moment, all the candidates returned to the periphery and formed several long lines according to their rankings. Jiangxin, on the other hand, held his staff and stood between the people, ending the one-day awakening examination under his presidency. The next thing to do was to go back to their homes, rest well, and wait for the start of the school year a few days later, as well as the rewards for the awakened that would be given out according to their rankings. Chapter 44, Counselors Are Not a Class. During the days of waiting for the results, the advisor didn't run around, but stayed at home to rest in a practical manner. However, his mind kept recalling the place he saw at the end of the exam. It was barren, desolate, and seemed to have been swept away by disaster and war. Where was that place? The advisor remembered the slime's unusual reaction at that time. He cupped the slime and looked at the pair of small eyes. Ice done. Do you still remember that place? The slime's body wobbled, its small eyes drifting around. You should recognize that place, right? The advisor asked after him. The slime still didn't have any answer. Give some response. The advisor's mouth twitched. The slime shook its body again and expelled a bubble from its body. Like a fart. TSK. The advisor smashed his mouth and gave up helplessly. Forget it. Love it. After resting for a few more days, it was time for the official enrollment. With a slime on his head, the advisor pedaled his bike and returned to the familiar school entrance. There were a lot of people coming to report, and the advisor scanned the surroundings and realized that most of the people he had seen before, including Zhu Ming, who had a cold face. Brother, coming so early? The advisor was looking around when a familiar voice came from behind him. The advisor turned around and saw Zuodao giggling at him. Zuodao was carrying a bag diagonally, and his body was filled with a smell of herbs. It seemed like he wasn't idle even on vacation and was still practicing pharmaceuticals at home. Why are you so hardworking? Turned around? The advisor was a bit strange. Zuodao handily teased the slime on top of his head. Bro, after the last exam, I was inspired by something and came up with a new medicine. New medicine? The advisor raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. What new drug and what effect does it have? He. Zuodao didn't rush to answer. He grinned and mysteriously came closer. This medicine is my original creation. You'll know when you taste it. The advisor looked at Zuodao's expression of selling fake medicine and got a little cold behind his back. He recognized Zuodao's pharmaceutical talent, but he still couldn't accept eating medicine with unknown effects. Don't be anxious, brother. In a few days I will be able to completely research and understand the formula of this medicine. The advisor sighed in relief. It turns out that this grandson hasn't made the medicine yet. Advisor. Left road. So you guys are here? The advisor and Zuodao were chatting when another voice came from behind them. The two looked back and saw a young girl wearing white robes, holding a staff and wearing a pointed hat. It was advisor and their class president, and the school beauty of the same grade, Sunwon. Hi, class president's son. Good morning. Zuodao sneaked a wink at the advisor and smiled oddly. The advisor directly ignored Zuodao's scowling and casually greeted her. Sunwon smiled at the two of them and naturally walked over to the advisor, quickly joining in the conversation about that exam the other day. It wasn't long before everyone had arrived. At that moment, the advisor suddenly felt a hint of magic. He stopped talking and looked at the academy's main gate in front of him. Sunwon and Zuodao froze and suspiciously followed his gaze, only to see a violent surge of blue magic power at the location of the main gate. Dean Jiang's figure in gray robes was slowly revealed. It's Dean Jiang coming. I don't know who said it. And the students immediately all moved forward, respectfully and attentively greeting the dean. Zuodao was about to move forward as well, but he found that the advisor who first turned his head to look at the doorway was standing still without saying a word. He asked strangely, "What's going on, brother?" The advisor revealed a cold smile and shook his head. Dean Jiang didn't come over at all. That was just a projected illusion. Ha, really? Zuodao and Sunwon couldn't help but be shocked and hurriedly looked at the doorway again. Zuodao didn't see any problems after looking at it for half a day, but it was Sunwon who tried to perceive it, and sure enough, she found that Dean Jiang's figure seemed to be somewhat illusory. Just as the advisor had said, it was just a projection. Sunwon looked at the advisor in surprise and delight. When did you use magic so well? But the soft voice of the phantom Jiangxin rang out, interrupting her. Good morning, and welcome to all the students who have arrived on time. His voice was not loud, but it easily reached everyone's ears. The advisor was shocked in her heart. The real Jiangxin was definitely in the academy, but the illusion he had detached was not only able to leave the academy, but was also able to transmit his voice to everyone's ears from such a distance. It was worthy of being a level 82nd transformation archmage, but it could also be illusion magic or voice transmission magic. This kind of profession that represented pure wisdom, in addition to possessing great destructive power, often mastered many little-known tricks. As the advisor was thinking, Jiangxin had already finished his opening speech. He gently raised his cane, and blue magic power quickly condensed and turned into a huge scroll with many names written on it. We will begin the official class division. Students whose names are read next, step forward and line up consciously to enter the academy. Class 1, Chen Lu, Lu Zhang, Zhang Bufan. Before his words fell, the crowd was stunned. Shouldn't it be according to ranking from highest to lowest? The person whose name was read out also walked out from the crowd with a confused look on his face. Hesitantly standing at the front of the line, the students cajoled. What's going on here? Who are these people and how did they get into the first class? That's right, where's Goddess Jiang? Where's my brother Zhu Ming? Move back a little. The auxiliary 3 males haven't spoken yet. Where are the other few? Stop bull asterisk 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 ting. Dean Jiang, there's something wrong with this ranking. The advisor was also a bit puzzled as he turned his head to look around. Xu Ming had a puzzled look on his face, while Jiang Hanxia had her hands behind her back and was looking at him with a smile on her face. The advisor immediately averted his gaze and looked at Jiangxin. As if he couldn't hear the students questioning, Jiangxin continued to slowly read the list. Students of Class 1 please enter the academy. Next is Class 2. Students who hear their names come forward in order. This time again, there was no advisor for their names. As time passed, most of the students were assigned to different classes. At the end of the day, besides the advisor, Zuodao, Sunwon, Zhu Ming, and Jiang Hanxia, there were only 7 students left outside, exactly the top 12 from the last exam. At this time, Jiangxin's voice appeared again. Finally, all remaining 12 students, you will be part of this semester's special experimental class, Class 0. Class 0? Chapter 45, The System Can't Observe? The advisor had never heard of this class before. He looked around at the few people around him, including the dean's granddaughter, Jiang Halfsummer, with the same puzzled look on their faces as his. Jiangxin didn't give the advisor any time for them to chat, and with a wave of his staff, a blue light flashed and a portal appeared, leading to the classroom that was exclusively for them. I'm sure you all know your scores from the last branch exam, so please line up according to your scores. The advisor hesitated for a moment and stood at the front with Zuodao and Sunwon behind him. Xu Ming frowned as he looked at the advisor and stood behind the 3 of them in silence, followed by Jiang Xinxia with the other 7 students. After everyone stood, Jiangxin's cane once again pointed towards the portal in front of the main entrance and spoke. In the future, you will understand your mission, but until then, don't worry about it and just focus on your studies. Now, go to your classes and prepare for the rest of your academy life. After saying these words, Jiangxin's figure gradually faded away, leaving them standing at the cold and empty gate of the academy looking at each other. It seemed that no one knew what tricks the old dean was up to. The advisor helplessly led a few people and lined up to enter the flickering blue light portal. At the other end of the portal was a classroom. Right in front of it was a huge blackboard with a podium, and next to it was a closed wooden door. There were a large number of desks and chairs that surrounded a half-ring shape, as if it was a council chamber. The classroom grounds were large, and the floor was covered with a red velvet carpet, which gave a comfortable feeling to the feet. There was a strange smell floating in the air, like some kind of aroma or pure magic. After the advisor and all 12 of them entered the classroom, the portal quickly disappeared, revealing the door behind them. At that moment, the wooden door next to the podium in front of them was slowly opened, and a person stepped in. It was a man in his 30s, draped in a long black robe, with waxy skin, greasy black messy hair, and dark eyes with a hint of coldness. He was carrying a thick book with a black cover in his arms, and walked in with hurried steps, placing the book on the table with a muffled thud. The advisors they all cast their eyes over. The man, however, did not rush to speak, but simply drew a short black wooden staff from his robes and flicked it at the door behind him. The magic in the air flowed slightly for a split second, and the wooden door closed quickly and silently. This man was also a mage? The advisor had just had this thought when the man had already withdrawn his cane. He propped his hands at the podium and raised his head slightly, his long black hair covering both sides of his cheeks, making him appear even more gloomy, almost like the classic image of a villain. Hello classmates, I'm your teacher and the homeroom teacher of class 0, Wang Dan. The man's voice was low, and he spoke so fast that it was almost inaudible. The advisor blinked darkly, staring at Wang Fong and using the system's observation ability. Name, Wang Fong. Race, unknown. Awakened profession, unknown. Level, unknown. Formation, unknown. System evaluation, there is special magic on this person. With the host's current strength, it is not recommended to forcefully observe the other party's identity. The advisor let out a soft eep at once. He had never seen this before. Shouldn't the system's ability be above the entire world? This Wang Fong was actually able to block the system's observation ability? This person was definitely not something good. At the same time, Wang Fong at the podium moved slightly and raised his deep eyes to look at the advisor. The moment the two of them locked eyes on each other, the advisor's back suddenly went cold, as if he was being stared at by a dangerous cold-blooded animal. With a shock, he hurriedly staggered his eyes, disengaged the system's observation ability, and secretly took a few deep breaths before relieving the fear he had just felt. Next, with those eyes as cold as a viper, Wang Dang swept each person one by one before dropping his eyes and whispering, "Those whose names I read will raise their hands and then find a random place to sit down." Wang Dang's voice was cold and without rise and fall. "Counselor, present." The advisor quickly raised his hand and picked a seat against the back row. Wang Dang's eyes swept over him and the slime above his head once again before he lowered his head and read out the next name. Soon, the roll call ended. Aside from Zhu Ming and a boy named Chi Hao, the rest of them sat in the middle and back rows. And there was even a boy named Wang Yao who sat even further back than the advisor. Wang Yao waved his wand and topped the contents of the black book on the blackboard, starting with the initial explanation of the various awakened professions. Perhaps the royal beast master was too rare. The advisor listened to half a day without hearing the relevant content, and finally fell asleep without realizing it. Bro, wake up, class is over. Ha! The advisor rubbed his eyes and raised his head with a frown. Zhuo Dao was standing next to him, and in the entire classroom, only the two of them were now left. Where are they people? The advisor held the slime, who was also huffing and puffing at the top of his head, down. All went back to the dormitory building. The dormitory building? The advisor was stunned. Zhuo Dao could see the advisor's confusion and explained, "We are now officially enrolled in school. In the future, except for rest days, we can't just leave the school. We have to live in the school's dormitory." Zhuo Dao said and paused for a moment, with a smile on his face. "By the way, there is a piece of good news. Listening to that black-faced teacher, we have a special dormitory building for class 0. The black-faced teacher seems to be more than just the counselor who looks at him in a bad light." Zhuo Dao handed over a black card, and the advisor took it and saw a black and gold handwriting with a 0 on it. "This is our proof of being a class 0 student. With this card you can freely enter and exit the dormitory, and you can also eat for free in the cafeteria." The advisor's eyes lit up, and he heard Zhuo Dao continue, "Moreover, there's a scholarship every month. Thank you Dean Zhang. His great kindness won't be forgotten until I have enough to eat and drink." The advisor rubbed his tingling legs and stood up, following the two of them with Zhuo Dao as they headed towards the cafeteria. Even though the advisor's dormitory for the 12 of them was separate, the cafeteria was still with most of the students. The advisor and Zhuo Dao used their special identity cards to punch their meals and sat in a corner. After the morning had passed, The advisor had long been hungry and wolfed down his lunch, not forgetting to throw out a few pieces of meat and vegetables along the way and feed them to the slime. However, Zhuo Dao, who was sitting opposite the advisor, didn't look like he had much of an appetite, holding chopsticks in his hands and fuming from time to time. That is, there was no need to spend money on food now, otherwise the advisor would have taken this opportunity to snatch all of Zhuo Dao's food. What are you fuming about? What? Lost love? The advisor had a bone in his mouth when he spoke. Zhuo Dao shook his head before sighing slightly. No, I'm thinking. As he said that, he changed his posture, the five senses on his face squeezed together, his eyes looking deeply into the rice on his plate. The counselor was a little amused. Thinking about what? Say it so I can think about it too. Hey, you don't understand. Zhuo Dao sighed despondently. It's something about pharmaceuticals. Although Zhuo Dao said advisor doesn't understand on his lips, after the words opened up, he still talked to himself. The general idea was that the medicine that Zhuo Dao was going to refine now, the prescription needed to be researched by himself, so he needed to experiment a lot. It would be best if he could find an open space where he could grow herbs. But the problem was that he didn't have this kind of condition. Although he had money and could find land and seeds, he didn't have the means for the herbs to quickly take root and germinate. This kind of thing, the advisor can't really help. There are specialties in the arts. Brother, cheer yourself up. Zhuo Dao laughed bitterly and continued to put on a thinker look. They didn't notice that not far behind them on a dining table, several people were staring at them with gloomy faces. Chapter 46, Your Sparks. These few people were students from the 6th class. It was also the class at the very end of this term of awakened ones. Those who would appear in this class were either not strong enough to complete the task after half a day of turning around in the forest, or they were unlucky and didn't find a suitable teammate before the exam. But these four sitting at the table had a very reasonable distribution of professions, with a perfect lineup of warriors, knights, mages, and scholars. The reason they didn't complete the exam and even rank last in the whole school was simply because they messed with the advisor. That's right, these guys were the 4 campus bullies led by Zhang Qi. After one match, they were much more famous than the advisor and the others. After all, they were picked up by the dean himself in front of everyone. All the teachers and students in the entire school had seen their asshole-ish side. They hated their teeth, counted all this account to the advisor's head, and thought about finding a chance to take revenge. Who thought that at the end of the exam, the advisor was actually the first place? First place, this title would not be something that the 4 of them losers could touch, but without revenge, they couldn't even eat, so that's why they set their sights on another person. That was Zhuo Dao, who was sitting in front of the advisor with a sad face. It was unlikely to be able to deal with an advisor with the dual awakened professions of a royal beast master plus a magic swordsman. But the 4 of them teamed up and it was still easy to think of the entire pharmaceutical master. Therefore, the 4 of them stared at Left Dao early in the dark. Even listening to the words of the left path was more serious than the advisor. The time for revenge has come. All know what they should do, right? Zhang Qi said sorrowfully with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, staring dead at the advisor's side. The knight nodded heavily. Understood, Zhang Qi, let's do it now and beat him up. Everyone was silent. The grimness that Zhang Qi had just put on disappeared without a trace, the corners of his mouth twitching continuously. That scholar's eyes rolled and said with a smile, I see, Brother Qi, you are planning to find an opportunity. He raised his hand and pointed at the left path, then slashed at his neck. His actions once again silenced the crowd. After a long time, Zhang Qi looked at the backs of the 2 people leaving the cafeteria and once again revealed a cold smile. Have you guys heard of the story of our academy having a bell tower? The mage snapped his head up with a light in his eyes. You mean, the star clock tower that is haunted at night? The knights and scholars next to him also had a gleam in their eyes. That's right, I remembered. There seems to be a medicinal field underneath that star clock tower. What do you mean? Let's find him to duel there? The crowd glanced at that knight, ignoring his retarded statement, and continued chatting. I understand what you mean, but that star clock tower is a forbidden area. That's right, that place is dangerous, and the teacher specifically said before that it should never be approached. Hearing the voices of the 2, Zhang Qi sneered and shook his head contemptuously. Dangerous is right. As for the teacher, are you guys afraid of the teacher? Of course not afraid, the knight still answered quickly. The others were silent and somewhat hesitant. Don't think about it, brothers, Zhang Qi hurriedly said. Have you forgotten what the advisor and the few of them did to us? The reason we've become last is because of him. It's only been one morning now, and there are already many people making fun of us. Do you guys want to put up with it for years? Now is the chance to turn the tables. As long as we lure the left channel to the bell tower to teach him a lesson, we can prove our strength. At that time, not to mention ordinary people, even teachers will have to avoid us. Zhang Qi stared tightly into the eyes of his 3 teammates, understanding from their flickering eyes that he had instigated a success. They looked at each other for a second, and together they had a sour smile on their faces, as if success was already within their reach. After lunch, the counselor and Zhuo Dao returned to the classroom together. The class was still taught by the gloomy Wan Daoyuan, and the advisor was also lying on the desk as usual, using the slime as a pillow to snooze. An afternoon passed. When Zhuo Dao woke up the advisor, he still had a despondent face, and looked like he hadn't gotten out of the bitterness. The advisor couldn't help, so he had to comfort him with a few words, and the two of them walked to the dormitory together. Class Zero's dormitory was a specialized small building, and on their identity cards, there were different numbers that symbolized the corresponding rooms. The advisor's room was located closest to the entrance of the building, and Zhuo Dao was next to him. After the two separated, the advisor used his card to open the door to his room. Once inside, a faint blue color flickered, seemingly recognizing the advisor's identity. This is magic power? The advisor was a bit surprised, then realized that this was probably set up by Dean Jiangxin especially for them, the students of the special class. The room was large, far more luxurious than the place he had stayed in before, and in addition to the proper amenities, there was also a stone tablet hanging on the wall with words written on it with magic. All students of Class 0, please absolutely obey the following rules. Rule number 1, all cadets are not allowed to fight in the dormitory. If there is any exception, they will be expelled from the school immediately. Rule 2, if there is a conflict between cadets, they may report it to the class teacher or the dean. Rule 3, no unauthorized departure from the academy during weekly study hours. No skipping classes, free to move around during breaks. Rule 4, all trainees are free to use the facilities in the dormitory as they wish, including but not limited to training and experimentation. Rule 5, subsequent content will be adjusted as trainees act. Final rule, each trainee is asked to protect themselves. You are the spark, the hope, the future. The advisor just swept a glance, and it was as if these contents were deeply embedded in his mind. Immediately after that, the content on the slate changed, shifting to the indoor blender that the advisor had seen in the training grounds back then. It was only that this dormitory seemed to have just been set up, and many of the functions had yet to be fully set up. Of course, even if these functions were completely done, the advisor had no intention of starting training right now. The advisor wasn't a very diligent person, and he would only work a little harder if he needed to. As for now, open pendulum. The advisor turned off the slate, took off his shoes, and lay down heavily on the bed with the slime in his arms, the faint scent constantly pouring into his nostrils, making him a little sleepy. Knock, clunk. The next door seemed to have been slammed open, and a rush of footsteps passed by the doorway, heading out of the dormitory building. Chapter 47, this is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That should be the grandson of the left channel. Urinating urgently? No, isn't there a toilet in the dormitory? The advisor's mind is rambling, but the body does not want to move a little. Slowly closed his eyes, and his thoughts began to drift. I don't know how long it took. A cold wind brushed past, and the advisor finally woke up. He frowned and opened his eyes, picking up slime, who was pigging out on his face, and looked out the window. It was pitch black outside the window, and a cold, gloomy wind was constantly blowing. The blue fluorescence of the slate flickered, showing that the time was now 11 p.m. It was quiet outside, the time when most people rested. The counselor yawned, feeling an emptiness in his stomach. He held it in for a few minutes and sat up helplessly from his bed. According to the fourth of those rules on the tablet, all special class cadets could use the facilities in the dormitory building as much as they wanted and for free. If only there was a vending machine in every dormitory. We'll have to talk to the dean about that sometime. The advisor tugged at his collar and put the slime on top of his head, grabbed his card and pushed the door out of the room. The dormitory building was dark and silent. The advisor fumbled his way down the hall, found the vending machine and swiped it with his information card, tapping away at the buttons on it. Heaps of snacks and drinks popped out of the window below. Hey, this is all free. The advisor grinned, holding up a large pile of snacks and walking back. But he was just halfway there when he suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. Next door to his dormitory room, the left path's room, the door was half open, and it was dark inside. This grandson sleeps without closing the door? The consultant muttered in his heart and poked half a head inside. Zhuo Dao's dormitory was similar to the interior of his dormitory, but it was a bit colder and very quiet. Zhuo Dao? The advisor felt something was wrong and called out in a low voice. There was no response, and the room was silent. What's the situation? The advisor smashed his mouth and picked the door open with his foot, taking a step inside and scanning the dark room. It was empty, no one there. Even the sheets and cups on the bed showed no signs of having been moved. Where did this grandson go? The advisor was wondering when his afterglow caught a glimpse of a white envelope next to the table. He placed the snacks in his arms on the table, picked up the envelope and walked over to the window, taking a look through the light outside. To left road, your good friend. The advisor's head was full of question marks. His heart was inexplicably not too solid, and he couldn't care less about privacy, and directly drew out the letterhead inside. There wasn't much on it, just a few sentences. There is a medicine nursery under the Star Clock Tower within the Dragon County Awakening Academy, and whenever night falls, the herbs within the nursery will grow dozens of times faster. If you have the need, you can go here for herb cultivation. Please note that this place is so magical that the growth rate of the herb garden only speeds up when you come here alone. I hope this helps you. The advisor froze for a moment before quickly clenching the piece of paper into a ball in his fist. This wasn't bull asterisk 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 asterisk, was it? How could there be a medicine nursery like this? Not to mention a medicine nursery where only one person was present to utilize the unique effects. More importantly, it was the Star Clock Tower. Although the advisor hadn't been in this world for long, he had heard some rumors. The Star Clock Tower was a forbidden area of the academy, especially at night, and it was extremely dangerous. Zuodao should have gone out when the advisor had just fallen asleep, but he hadn't returned until now. The only possibility is that Left Road was cheated. Although there were school rules in place, nothing big would happen to Left Dao, but he was after all the advisor's best friend in this world. TSK, what a pain in the ass. The advisor picked up slime and quickly ran out of the dormitory building towards the Star Clock Tower. Under the moonlight, the towering spire of the clock tower stood in the middle of a nursery. The moonlight shone down, reflecting the entire nursery in a white ghostly light. Zuodao was currently inside the Star Clock Tower. This clock tower was very large. The bottom floor was like a laboratory, and in the center, there was a rotating staircase that led all the way to the top floor of the clock tower. The top floor of the clock tower was very spacious. After coming up from the staircase, right in front of it was a huge clock. Next to it were two wooden shelves filled with white candles that hadn't been lit yet. The dial of the clock was white glass, and several metal hands kept turning, and Zuodao was being tied by a sturdy rope, hanging above the beams of the top floor. Around him, Zhang Qi and the others looked at him with a teasing face. Zuodao had been hanging here for more than an hour. When he came to the Star Clock Tower and saw Zhang Qi and the others, he realized that he had been tricked. But Zuodao wasn't a timid person, and he was very similar to the advisor when it came to the point of breaking his mouth. The joke is almost over. Hurry up and put me down. Otherwise it's you guys who will be in bad luck at that time. Due to being hung upside down for a long time, Zuodao's face was red from congestion and the veins on his neck were bulging. Without being able to take medicine, he was basically similar to an ordinary person. Therefore, Zhang Qi's few people were not afraid of his dangerous threat in the slightest, and they sneered. Zuodao, weren't you very godly before? Why can't you do it now? That's right, keep laughing again. Don't dare? The advisor, that bastard, isn't here. You dare to clamor. You really don't know how to die. Zhang Qi walked up and insultingly slapped Zuodao's face. Zuodao, I'll give you a chance. Apologize to us now. Call each of us grandpa again, and take the initiative to greet us when you see us at school in the future, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, Zhang Qi paused. His eyes turned cold, pointing to the huge glassy dial. We'll throw you down from here. Aha! Zuodao was hanging from the beams of the room, his body spinning uncontrollably, but his face wore a disdainful smile. Come on, if you're really capable, get me killed. Do it, please, Zhang Qi, quick, throw me down. I'm just a bully. What's up? The height of this star bell tower was not low. Falling down would definitely be life-threatening, but Zuodao didn't believe that Zhang Qi and his gang had the guts to do this. And the truth is that Zhang Qi and them do not dare. Originally, they only intended to scare Zuodao, let him admit a wimp, and find some face. But this left way is like a hobnail. Not only did not concede, but also showed the strength of a strong-mouthed strong king. Zhang Qi and the four of them froze to say no more than one of the left channel. Each person was left to the left channel spinning in a circle of a mess of curses, sprayed all over the face of the spit star. Good. You really don't want to live. Zhang Qi wiped the spit on his face and looked at Zuodao grimly. It was an ironclad rule that private unauthorized fights were prohibited in the academy. Anyone who was caught would definitely be dealt with by dropping out of school. Zhang Qi didn't dare to take this risk, but because of this, he lured Zuodao to the Star Bell Tower. They couldn't make a move against Zuodao, but if something else did, it would be Zuodao's bad fate. Zuodao, I hope your mouth can stay this hard. Zhang Qi revealed a calculating smile and waved at a few teammates around him. Chapter 48, The Last Person You Want to See. Understood. Qi. The knight shook off the saliva on his face and hair and decisively picked up a bucket of water from the side. There were quite a few impurities in this bucket of water, emitting an odd odor. After placing this bucket of water underneath the left path, he looked at the mage among the four. The mage was similarly cursed with fire in his heart, but still hesitantly inquired in a small voice, Brother Qi, do we really have to do this? Nonsense. Zhang Qi frowned and blankly glanced at the mage. Do you want to be looked down upon by everyone in the future? That mage hesitated for a moment and drew out a cold and shining dagger from his waist. Zuodao's face changed and he immediately tensed up. Grandson, if you have the ability to put me down, let's fight one-on-one. Speak up, are you a wimp? He frantically provoked, but the mage just glanced at Zuodao grimly, then gripped the dagger in his hand and stepped forward, the blade shaking in front of Zuodao's eyes. Zuodao's eyes widened in horror and his throat tightened, really thinking that he was going to be karmic, but the mage just gritted his teeth and made a cut on his own finger. A few drops of blood fell down his finger and dripped into the bucket of water underneath Zuodao. What the hell? What are you pretending? Zuodao breathed a sigh of relief, and then broke out in annoyance. The mage ignored him, wordlessly urging the magic power in his body. A faint trace of blue breath mixed with his blood dripped down, and the water in the bucket immediately became cloudy. At the same time, Zuodao inexplicably felt a chill on his back. An unusual aura began to appear, accompanied by some sort of strange, like a mixture of earth and blood flavor. It seems like something seems to be about to appear. Zuodao panicked in his heart. As a pharmacist, his ability to perceive odors was much stronger than the average awakened. However, Zhang Qi, their originator, did not seem to perceive it. Zhang Qi looked at Zuodao sorrowfully and said with a cold smile, Zuodao, have you heard that inside our academy's star clock tower, there are some invisible monsters? These monsters start to become active whenever night falls. When they smell blood with magic power, they will reveal themselves and devour the flesh and blood. Zhang Qi deliberately lowered his voice with a tremble to scare Zuodao. Zuodao froze for a moment and thought along with Zhang Qi's words. If something really appears, how can you put a guarantee that it won't eat even you guys? The atmosphere in the hall at the top of the bell tower froze for a moment. Zhang Qi let out a hesitant sound from his mouth and did not speak for half a day. The four of them, who had only thought about how to trick Zuodao over and find a way to scare him in the meantime, hadn't thought about anything else at all. As for that method of drawing out the monster, it was also not spread among the students, and it was him who heard a teacher he had never met mention it. Speaking of, that teacher seems to be very eye-catching. Never seen him in school before? Zhang Qi shook his head and shook the question aside. Anyway, this was just to scare Zuodao. Humph, that's not something you need to think about. Anyway, just wait. No, not right. You wait, Zuodao shouted, interrupting Zhang Qi with an ugly expression. That serious tone froze Zhang Qi and the few of them. The four of them looked at each other for a moment, and Zhang Qi wrinkled his eyebrows and said coldly, Zuodao, you think you can scare me? However, Zuodao's face became more and more gloomy. Without a word, he spun around in midair, his nose twitching slightly, sniffing the earthy odor in the air that was getting thicker and thicker, and then his face changed. Something really came out. This is not what is smelled, but what the left path sees. Not far away, at the dial of the huge clock tower clock, in the void, a red hexagram of a spell formation is hidden. Each corner is engraved with a different and twisted pattern. The bucket of blood water underneath the left path was windless, and strands of blood were drawn away from it and quickly sucked into the formation. The red spell formation emitted a burst of cold light, and immediately afterward, a huge black palm poked out from it. There were no arms, no body. The palm was stained with countless bloodstains and grew as many as 6 or 7 fingers, each as thick as a small tree trunk, with disgusting pus growing on it. Its fingers wiggled around like a snake's head, topped with sharp, blue, armor-like nails, while the finger right in the middle carried a huge ring. Bang! Red light flashed, and the hand landed heavily on the ground like a giant spider, propping up the ground with several fingers. After this hand appeared, the entire star clock tower immediately became gloomy. A magical, demonic aura quickly filled the entire space. Crap! Zuodao was so scared that his scalp went numb, and Zhang Qi and the few of them instantly froze in place. There actually really is a monster here, and it is still such an indescribable monster. After it landed, it flew in the direction of Zuodao and them, and every time its nails landed on the ground, it made a clicking sound. Help! Zhang Qi's face turned white as he shouted in panic and turned his head to run, but his 3 teammates ran even faster than him. Even before he could move, they had already run in front of them. Dumbfounded, Zuodao, who was hanging in mid-air, watched as the 4 of them scrambled towards the stairway. He also lost his composure just now, desperately shaking his body and struggling. Put me down and then run What the hell is this? Holy! However, Zhang Qi's ropes were tied too strongly. Zuodao alone could not break free. Finished, my life is over. Zuodao's satchel-batch face looking at the huge palm that was close to his eyes, gave up struggling and silently closed his eyes. But that palm monster paused in front of him for a moment, but raised a finger and inserted it into the bucket of water under the left road. In just an instant, the blood and water in the bucket was absorbed by this hand. Then, as if it had found its target, it ignored Zuodao who was hanging in midair and quickly turned towards Zhang Qi's 4 people. and the ring that was worn on its middle finger emitted a blue light. It should have been a glow that belonged to magic, but it had a hint of blood red. Swish! Several strands of blood suddenly flew out from the ring and heavily slammed into the backs of the four Zhangqi who were fleeing in a mess. They were shaken by the impact and fell to the ground at the same time. The gigantic hand monster approached the four step by step, not fast, but with a strong sense of oppression. Zhangqi and the others were filled with fear and pain, but they couldn't even get up to escape. Just then, another burst of footsteps running up the stairs sounded. Zhangqi and the others were ecstatic in their hearts and desperately shouted at the stairs. "Who? Quick help! There are monsters!" Zhangqi's face froze when he saw the people running up. Chapter 49, Where to hit this thing. He wanted to come over to a teacher, a dean, but he didn't think that it would be his enemy, the advisor. The advisor was not at all surprised to see Zhangqi and the others. Although this person, Zhuo Dao, had no mouth, he had almost never really offended anyone. The only ones who would use such tight tactics to trick him would be Zhangqi's gang of goods. Counselor, quickly, in order to save his own life. Even if he was an advisor, Zhangqi put down his face to ask for help, but the moment he just opened his mouth, a shoe sole was pasted on his face. Snap! Damn you! Picking a fight, right? Gave you face, right? The advisor didn't even look around. Huffing and puffing, he stomped on Zhangqi's face, cursing as he asked, "Honestly, where's the left path?" Zhangqi carried a shoe print on his face. His nose blood flowed down at once, and he blinked blankly. Zhuo Dao, who was hanging in mid-air, saw the advisor appear and was relieved in his heart. He hurriedly waved his hand and opened his mouth to shout loudly, "Brothers, I'm here, save me." The advisor heard Zhuo Dao's vibrant voice and lowered his heart, turning his head to look ahead. "It's coming." Ouch. The advisor saw the black, huge hand monster violently and cursed in fear, twisting his head and running. Zhuo Dao and Zhangqi, the four of them, froze for a moment. Even that huge palm monster, a few fingers tapped on the ground in bewilderment. The advisor, on the other hand, had already run a long distance by now. He reacted and stopped in his tracks. "Hey no, I'm here to save the day." The advisor hurriedly stabilized the slime above his head and twisted his head to run towards the stairs again. This back and forth didn't delay long, and the advisor once again returned to the top floor of the Star Clock Tower. The left path was still suspended in mid-air and spinning. Zhangqi's four men were lying on the stairway in a daze. Not far away, the large black and monstrous hand gently tapped the floor with its fingers, as if it was contemplating. "Did you make this thing?" The advisor returned upstairs, staring intently at the monster, and kicked at Zhangqi's body. Zhangqi didn't even dare to dodge, hating to hug the advisor's thigh, shivering in place, nodding his head uncontrollably and shaking his head frantically. The advisor kicked again, kicking him out of the way, and Zhangqi's figure skewed towards the monster, immediately screaming in a panic, "Save, please, save me." The remaining three people were also full of fear, and they couldn't wait to climb to the stairway now. The advisor knew that this time things were all caused by Zhangqi, only he didn't have the time to bull **** with Zhangqi right now. He said in a cold voice, "Get out." Zhangqi immediately rolled and crawled towards the stairway. The advisor turned his head to the other few people again. "What about you guys? Still not running?" Those few people also came back to their senses and looked at the advisor with gratitude, hastily speaking, "Run, run, run. This is running. Thank you, big brother, for saving my life. We were wrong. We're leaving now." Those three people said, helping each other to get up from the ground, and panically left after Zhangqi. Now on the top floor of the Star Clock Tower, only the counselor, the left path, and that terrifying monster remained. "What the hell is this? Bro, put me down first." Zhuo Dao was still spinning in midair as he waved his arms and screamed desperately at the advisor. "Got it. Don't scream." With a flash of blue light, the famous sword Moon Crypt appeared in the advisor's hand. The advisor smashed his mouth and used the ability of enchantment to incorporate the slime into the blade. The slime's attribute also changed from poison to thunder, and the blue blade immediately attached a layer of electricity. Swish! The advisor swung out his blade, and the blade energy wrapped in electric light arrived in an instant, instantly cutting off the rope that was tying up Zhuo Dao. Zhuo Dao fell heavily to the ground, making a close contact with the floor. "Egu, bro, wait for me to help you," he cursed, endured the pain and quickly untied the rope, took out a few bottles of medicine from the backpack on the floor, not caring to distinguish the efficacy, looked at the similar ones and poured them all into his mouth in one gulp. The consultant looked dumbfounded. The words did not have time to exit. Saw the left road long exhale. The essence of the light in the eyes flashed. The muscles unnaturally expand. "Coming on strong," he shouted, wildly removing his shirt and quickly rushing towards the giant hand bare-chested. Then he raised his fist and smashed it fiercely. "Today let you see what is called pharmaceutical." Bang! The palm monster merely raised a finger, slightly bent it, and then, the thick finger popped out like lightning. In an instant, the air was distorted and fluctuated. Zhuodao didn't even have time to let out a cry of pain, and his body immediately flew out backwards and landed on the ground motionless. This scene was only a few seconds. The advisor was stunned for a moment and hurriedly ran over to the left path. You have a cannon in your brain, right? You dare to go on this? Zhuodao curled up on the ground, his body constantly twitching, and whimpered in pain. Well, cough. Oh, it hurts. The advisor saw that his life was not in danger and sighed with relief. Alright, lie down you. I'll do it, advisor said, re-gripping the knife, and got up, turning his head to look at the huge hand monster. He hadn't looked at it carefully before, but now after examining it for a while, he realized that this palm monster was emitting a heavy aura of magic power. What in the world was this contraption? In order not to eat the dark losses, the advisor did not rush to do it, and quietly used the system's observation ability. Monster name, unknown. Level, unknown. Race, unknown. Character, chaotic evil. Introduction, none. System evaluation, it was a hand. The corner of the advisor's mouth twitched a few times. It was simply a fart. He cursed in his heart, but did not hesitate in his movements. Chaotic evil meant that it was definitely not something good. Just do it and be done with it. The advisor poured magic power into the famous sword, Moon Crypt, while keeping his eyes fixed on the giant hand monster for observation. However, his frown grew tighter and tighter, and in the end, he couldn't help but spit out, Grandpa, where should this thing attack? In past battles, the advisor would subconsciously follow the common sense of various games and attack at the monster's weak points. Anyway, if there is a head to hit the head, no head to repair the feet. Harry in weak fire, Daig in weak door. Liven the crotch of the reasoning he already know by heart. But the problem is, that is a hand. No head, no feet, no hair growing on it, much less crotch so to speak. Hey whatever. The advisor looked at it for half a day but couldn't see the weakness of this big hand. Cursed irritably, followed by a step out and a swift blade. Gap Moon Shadow. The blade was sheathed. Abundant magical power emerged from the famous blade Moon Hidden, and the light of the blade flew out wrapped in the golden electricity attached to the slime. It crackled and thundered. The blue and gold blade aura arrived in an instant. But, after the blade chi landed on that huge palm, the sound it made was similar to the sound of a blunt instrument striking. Thud, like it was knocking on an iron plate. The giant hand shook slightly, but it was unharmed. Then, the fingers of the giant hand crawled on the ground like spider legs and rushed towards the advisor. Chapter 50. Jump, brother. Crap. The advisor's scalp was numb, and he couldn't help but curse, yanking the bag on the body of the left path and dragging him to twist his head and run. AI. It hurts. My waist. Zhuodao couldn't get up in time and kept shouting on the ground. Rumble. As if the palm monster had lost its direction, it crashed headfirst into the shelf next to it. With a muffled sound, the shelf turned into pieces. The advisor couldn't help but gulp, and just as he was about to strike his sword again, a line appeared in front of his eyes. This monster's magic attribute resistance is 100%. It is not recommended to use magic attacks. Told you so. The advisor was so angry that he shouted angrily in his mind. However, he frowned again as he thought about it. His strongest means of attack was the skill of the famous sword Moon Crypt. Now that he wasn't allowed to use his magic, what else could he use? The advisor fell into deep thought for a while Zhuodao, who he dragged aside, stared at the huge palm monster and his face changed. Holy, bro, what is that huge hand doing? Zhuodao's voice became shrill with fear. The advisor immediately looked back and realized that the palm monster had once again turned towards them. Except for a few fingers that were propped up on the ground, all of its remaining fingers were wiggling like a snake's head, and the thick, long finger with a ring right in the center was held high in the air. What the hell? This thing still gives the middle finger? The advisor blinked his eyes in some confusion. But soon, he felt that something was wrong. The ring that was worn on the middle finger was emitting light. Blue magic was mixed with a hint of blood color. That was clearly a buildup of some special skill. With apprehension in his heart, the advisor quickly flung his blade, causing the slime to detach from it. Since the magic was ineffective, he would have to pick up the Sentinel's ability again. Ice done. Use. Thunder Sphere. The advisor thought for a few seconds before remembering the name of the slime's skill. Luckily, the slime's reaction was quick, and as soon as it hit the ground, a trace of indigo electricity began to flash. With a crackling sound, a sphere of flashing electricity floated into the air and rushed towards the giant hand. However, the advisor's Royal Beastmaster level was simply too low. The lightning orbs fell on the hand monster and had no effect at all. It's broken. Brother, do something. Zhuodao also realized that things were bad and shouted at the advisor at the top of his voice. Only in this situation, the advisor didn't have any good solutions. Even with the power of the imitation body, there was no way to deal with this giant hand. The advisor could be certain that it was definitely not an ordinary magical beast. It was even more powerful than the silver vine demon realm flower that was seen at the beginning. But strangely, the giant hand inexplicably gave the advisor a crippling feeling. This thought flashed by, but the light emanating from the top of the ring of the giant hand suddenly flourished. Extremely piercing. Not good. The advisor was startled in his heart and pulled Zhuodao and rushed towards the window. A strong premonition told him that even if he jumped down directly, he still had a higher chance of survival than being attacked by the giant hand. However, the moment they had just reached the window, several blue magical rays had already appeared from the air. Lance-like, they stabbed at the advisors. The speed of those magic lances was strangely fast, not giving the advisor any chance to dodge at all. It's over. This will make you damned pitiful. The advisor was a bit helpless for a moment. Even forgetting his fear, he blankly glanced at Zhuodao on the side and muttered curses under his breath. However, just as those lances were about to penetrate the body of the advisor and Zhuodao, another magic force suddenly appeared. Compared to that palm monster, this magic power was obviously milder, but there was also a hint of coldness. In the next moment, the space in front of the advisor's eyes distorted, and a silhouette appeared in front of him out of nowhere. It was an old man in gray robes who had his back to the two, and was holding a wooden staff in his hand. Dean Zhang? Zhuodao immediately let out a surprised cry. The person who appeared here was actually Dean Zhangson of the Dragon County Awakening Academy. His appearance undoubtedly represented both good and bad news. The good one is that the advisor and they are saved, and the bad one is that they might be punished next, but it didn't matter, as long as they could survive than anything else. So the advisor paused for half a second before directly opening his mouth and shouting, "Dean, help!" Face and whatnot wasn't important. What mattered was not dying here. Zhangson looked back at them. His expression was bland, and there was a light smile on his face. The advisor looked relieved, knowing that it was probably secure. Sure enough, after Zhangson looked at the giant hand again, he let out a bottomless, soft cry. Consecrate. He raised his staff high and swung it horizontally. Blue magic power instantly began to surge. This magic power was far more abundant than all the magic power the advisor had seen before. Even the counselor's double-gaping moonshadow under the power of body imitation was like a drop of water in the ocean under this magic power of Zhangson. And that huge palm, as early as when Zhangson had just appeared, seemed to be a bit uneasy as well. At this moment, with the surge of magic power, it was even more anxious as it scratched the ground, the ring on its middle finger once again emitting light, and more lances of magic power began to coalesce. But Zhangson didn't give it a chance to continue its attack. The magic on top of the staff quickly turned into a shield, and the magic lance crashed into it, directly shattering into overflowing magic. The magic didn't disappear. Instead, under Zhangson's control, it transformed into several sharp swords that floated around him. Just like the name of the spell he had just shouted out, consecration. Those swords quickly coalesced and headed towards that huge palm with a vicious momentum. Swish! The sharp blades tore through the air and traversed the void, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived next to the palm. The 6 swords stabbed at different places and did not injure the huge palm, but sealed it in dead center. Immediately afterward, Zhangson raised his staff up and slammed it into the ground. Ding! The end of the staff landed heavily on the ground, surprisingly making a sound like the clash of metals with the wooden floor. At the same time, a blue magic power spread along the staff, and in the blink of an eye, it was transferred to the 6 magic swords. A hexagonal formation appeared that was the exact opposite of the hexagram formation that had summoned this giant palm monster from before. Seal! A large amount of magic power surged madly from Zhangson's body, continuously pouring into the spell formation. Blinding blue light flashed continuously in the top room of the bell tower. That huge palm kept rolling over as if it was struggling in pain, but its power seemed to be unable to fight against Zhangson, and its figure could only become illusory little by little, and was eventually reabsorbed completely by a fissure that was torn open from the void. But just at the moment when that huge palm completely disappeared from sight, an extremely twisted and strange laugh suddenly echoed in the hall of the bell tower. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 51. Answer me what you saw. The advisor and the left path looked at each other somewhat strangely, while Zhangson, who was in front, suddenly turned gloomy. Only after a long time, when the magic in that strange laughter completely disappeared, did Zhangson's face reveal a hint of exhaustion? It's not good. He let out a low sigh as if he was thinking about something. The advisor was puzzled in his heart, not understanding what Dean Zhang was talking about. At that moment, Zhangson turned back to look at them. You guys TSK. Zhangson changed his demeanor from earlier with a helpless expression on his face as he looked at the 2 men and gently shook his head. The advisor was a little nervous. What did this old man mean? It wouldn't be because of this matter that he was going to fire them, right? Thinking of this possibility, the advisor hurriedly opened his mouth, intending to explain. Zhangson, however, shook his head first and waved his hand at them. You two, follow me. After he finished speaking, he turned back towards the stairway. The advisor and Zhuodao once again looked at each other, not daring to retort, much less chat freely, and could only make eye contact. Brother, is this matter a big deal? I don't know. Bro, are we going to be expelled? Don't know. Brother, you, don't ask. Don't know. The two men looked at each other in dismay. The left path kept making eyes, while the advisor kept shaking his head. They followed Jiangxin all the way to the stairway, went down the rotating staircase, and after walking out of the star clock tower on the original route, the advisor's expression immediately became much more relaxed. The reason was simple. At the entrance, there were still 4 unlucky people standing there, each with a face like death. These 4, naturally, were Zhang Qi and the others who had run away early and ended up bumping heads with Jiangxin who had arrived here. With these few people as companions, the advisor was instantly less flustered. After all, these few people were the culprits. You few, come here together. Jiangxin blared at Zhang Qi and the others, and his tone was much colder than just now. Zhang Qi and the others, of course, didn't dare to speak, and could only hang their heads and follow the advisor and the two of them. Jiangxin held his cane without a word, and with every step he took, he would tap the ground with it, and the door of the star clock tower behind them, also accompanied by a blue magic power and reclosed, as if nothing had happened. It wasn't long before the advisor and the group followed the silent Jiangxin all the way through the academy's roads to the entrance of a huge office building. Crap, it's not really going to be an expulsion, is it? The advisor had never had a good impression of this kind of place and couldn't help but start muttering in his heart as well. One must know that he could be said to have no one to turn to in this world. If he was expelled from the school, with his current situation, he might only be able to go and become a bounty hunter altogether. That was a dangerous job, and the counselor had already felt bad about this job by the time he first encountered the Silver Vine Demon World Flower. No, tonight's matter must be dumped onto Zhang Qi's and their heads. At this moment, the office building was empty, and the wall next to it was lit up with a blue ghostly light. The atmosphere was a bit heavy, with only Jiangxin's staff continuously making sounds, all the way to the deepest part of the office building. In front of them was a large door, on which hung a sign with 3 words, Dean's Office. Brother, entering the Dean's office on the first day of school, we are no one else. Zhuodao spoke in a low voice to the advisor in the back, trying to ease the atmosphere, but his trembling tone revealed his nervousness and pretense of calmness. The advisor didn't reply either, following Jiangxin all the way into the dean's room before turning his head to survey the room. The dean's room wasn't large, and it was stacked with bookshelves, all of which were covered with thick books. There wasn't a speck of dust on top of the books, which seemed to be due to the fact that they were often flipped through. After Jiangxin entered the dean's room, he stood his cane aside, he turned around and walked behind the desk, and after a moment of silence, he waved at the counselor and the others. You guys, come here and stand in line. There was a hint of sternness in Jiangxin's voice. The advisor hurriedly stood up straight, and behind him, Zhuodao and Zhang Qi and the others also lined up in a row with heavy faces. What should be said next? A verbal warning? A disciplinary action? Or just counseling? The advisor kept thinking of things that could happen, but none of these things happened. Jiangxin simply found a shorter dark wood staff from behind his desk, and later picked up a crystal-textured basin. You brats it's not good to run around anywhere, you have to go to that place. Jiangxin didn't look at anyone and muttered to himself as he placed this water basin-like object on the table before waving his black wood cane again. Faint magical power began to surge, and in just a few seconds, the crystal basin filled with a blue liquid. It was like liquefied magic, with dots of crystals glittering inside like a starry sky. The advisors, who had never seen this kind of spell before, all had curious looks on their faces, only that they didn't dare to show too much because of Jiangxin's presence. But Jiangxin smiled and waved his hand at the advisor and the others. All lean over and tell me what you see in here. As soon as the dean gave the word, they were already bursting with curiosity. They all jumped at the chance. The counselor walked over to the crystal basin first and looked down. The others also rushed over to the crystal basin and looked into the water basin that incorporated the starry night sky. The liquefied magic stirred in the water basin, and the stars in it constantly twinkled, which was very beautiful. But the advisor felt a bit bored after being fresh for a while. He was just about to raise his head, but he realized that everyone next to him was still looking at it, as if they were extremely engrossed, and no one even made a sound. The advisor was a bit confused. Was it that good looking? He looked back into that crystal basin, only to find the magic stirring a bit monotonous, inexplicably making the advisor a bit sleepy. At that moment, the slime in his arms suddenly shifted slightly, and he was instantly detached from his inexplicable drowsiness. At that moment, Jinjurtsun's voice once again came from the front. Children, what do you see? His voice was small and full of kindness, yet it seemed to carry a hint of compulsion. No one answered, only the slight breathing of the bystanders. Answer me, what did you see? Jiangxin's voice came again. The advisor looked at the others who were silent, a little puzzled, and opened his mouth to answer. Dean, I saw. Magic? What? Jungson's surprised voice came from the front. Chapter 52. Are you eating their brains? The counselor was nervous. How? Did he answer wrongly? He subconsciously raised his head and ended up meeting Jungson's blue eyes. Jungson's face with a rare consternation. He looked at the advisor, slightly opened his mouth, did not make any sound. What the hell? This old man wouldn't be sick, right? The advisor became even more nervous and subconsciously looked to his side. This look. He also froze. At his side, Zuodao and Zhang Qi, a few of them, were still staring down at the crystal basin. They, however, were deaf to the situation around them, and each of their faces carried bewilderment and disorientation. A faint strand of blue color was being drawn out from their eyebrows and merged into the crystal basin. This was the reason why the magic power in this crystal basin was stirring. What is this? Holy, the advisor muttered, and suddenly his face changed, quickly pulling out the famous sword moon crypt from his spatial ring, looking nervously at Jungsun, and opening his mouth to drink. Old man, are you eating their brains? With these words, the advisor seemed to have confused Jungsun. This old man looked at the advisor with a slight frown on his brow, as if he was thinking about something. In this situation, the advisor pondered two separate options. The first one was to just come out with his sword, no matter what happened, and cut this old man over first. The second was to run away, which he was most familiar with. As soon as these two thoughts appeared, the advisor's mind quickly recalled the image of Jungsun appearing out of thin air and subduing and sealing that palm monster not too long ago. Obviously, judging from the situation at that time, the advisor was definitely not Jungsun's opponent, so his natural choice was what he was best at, running away. But just before the advisor could turn that thought into action, Jungsun spoke. I didn't hurt them, I just erased the memories they just had. Don't bull ****** me, old demon. Let's not see the Green Mountains for a long time. Next time I see you again I'll weed out all your beards. The counselor did not believe Jungsun's words at all. He cursed, quickly ran to the door, raised his hand and pulled the door handle, twisted it with force, and then didn't unscrew it. The advisor was shocked in his heart before noticing the light blue magic power flashing on the door handle. The door was sealed. It's over. Just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den. The advisor's eyes went black and he turned around stiffly, preparing to deal with Jungsun, the old demon. Jungsun looked at the advisor's appearance, but his face sighed helplessly. Hey, advisor, don't be nervous. I told you, I didn't hurt them. Don't believe me. See for yourself. Jungsun's tone was sincere, but the advisor didn't believe it at all. Now he has no other way. Frontal is definitely just can't. In order to temporarily slow down Jungsun, he can only hold the knife, pretend to turn his head to look at Zuodao and them, at the same time using the system's observation ability to that crystal basin. However, this look doesn't matter. The advisor was once again stunned. Oblivion Dish, injecting magic power into it allows the scrutinizer to erase the memories of a certain moment in time. Appendix, this prop will not cause harm to the human body. At most it will allow the person to go back to sleep for a while longer. This can't be true, right? The advisor immediately felt bad, but the system very thoughtfully displayed a passage in front of him again. This system has no problems with the description of this prop. Please don't doubt the host and focus on thinking about how to apologize to the dean. This system would make some very examinable suggestions depending on the differences in the current situation. This was something the advisor was already familiar with. So without any hesitation, he immediately took the knife back into his ring. Dean Jung, I'm sorry, I was wrong. The advisor held the slime in his arms and quickly bowed his head at Jungsun, respectfully apologizing. Jungsun had planned to explain something, but in the end, when he heard the advisor apologize so dryly, the wrinkles on his face screwed together. Only after a long time did he wave his hand. It's fine. Wait a moment, Jungsun said, waving his black wooden cane once again. A blue magic power flashed, severing the link between Zuodao and a few of them in the Oblivion Dish. Zuodao and a few of their bodies shuddered, but judging from their expressions, they hadn't recovered from their confusion yet. You guys go back. Be careful on the way. Zuodao and the others didn't reply. Their expressions were blank as they lined up and walked out of the dean's room with a shake. Even though the advisor already knew that they hadn't been harmed, this scene that looked like a corpse being driven away still made him feel a hint of weirdness and terror. As Zuodao and the others left the dean's room, the door was closed once again and only the advisor and Jungsun were left in the room. The atmosphere was a bit gloomy. Jungsun was silent for half a moment, took a breath, and was planning to speak. But before that, the advisor had raised his hand and quickly said, Dean Jung, you don't need to say anything. I don't know anything. I didn't see anything. I slept in the dormitory tonight, and I slept for the whole night. Jungsun was still a bit serious. wanting to study why he couldn't erase the advisor's memories. But when he saw the advisor like this, he couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. He gently nodded. Very good, advisor, you're very smart. He. The advisor smiled somewhat awkwardly. That what? If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. The advisor didn't want to continue to stay here. After all, if his memory was wiped it was fine. Nothing would have happened this night and there wouldn't be any problems in the future. But his memory couldn't be erased, and even if he took the initiative to look at that oblivion dish, it had no effect. He was worried that maybe Jungsun would feel it was inappropriate and want to do something coercive to him. So after he said this, he immediately headed towards the door. Slow down. Jungsun, however, didn't let the advisor leave easily and quickly opened his mouth to call out to him. He came around from behind the table and scrutinized the advisor. Advisor, are you really not curious about what happened to the Star Clock Tower? The advisor didn't rush to answer and looked at Jungsun with his mouth closed, thinking carefully for a moment. To say that he wasn't curious, it was impossible. After all, the Star Clock Tower was a building inside the Dragon County Awakening Academy, and in this building inside the school, such a terrifying thing was sealed, and those who saw that thing would be subjected to memory erasure. This was originally a very strange thing. In addition, in the advisor's heart, there was another doubt. That was the Zeroth class that the advisor and the others had joined. And looking at today's situation, they were clearly the first batch of students in the Zeroth class. Why was such a new class suddenly formed? Coupled with that even weirder message in the dormitory. You are the fire, the hope, the future. This sentence seemed like a heavy mission no matter how one looked at it. The advisor was now even a bit skeptical that this special class of theirs would have anything to do with that sealed monster in the Star Bell Tower. Dean Jung, can I be curious? The advisor looked at Jungsun and hesitantly opened his mouth to ask. Chapter 53, Seal Loosening. His cautious look caused Jungsun to let out another light laugh, but in the next moment, he curtailed it. No, you're kidding me, aren't you? Stinky old man. The advisor cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he continued to force a trace of a smile, as if Jungsun had seen through his thoughts. He had a mysterious smile on his face as he stood in front of the advisor with his hands behind his back and slowly said, however, I can reveal something. Go ahead. I promise to listen and forget. The advisor's response was quick. Jungsun nodded his head before asking out loud, Counselor, have you heard of the bad omen? What the hell? The advisor subconsciously asked back, quickly changing his words after noticing Jungsun's expression. No, I mean, what are you referring to? A disaster? Or a wraith? Jungsun carefully observed the advisor's expression for a long time before asking, you haven't heard of this name? Isn't this nonsense? The advisor muttered in his heart, but on the surface, he still shook his head very respectfully, reporting to Dean. No, in that case, Jungsun nodded and waved his hand. Then it's fine, you can leave. This time it was the advisor's turn to be confused. He looked at this old man. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and finally resigned himself to his fate. Alright, then Dean Jiang, you rest early, I'll withdraw. Jungsun stayed alone in the dean's room, watching the smile on his face gradually disappear after the advisor turned to leave. He turned halfway around, his pale hand caressing an ancient book on the table, muttering, the seal is loosened. Not for long. While Jungsun sighed softly in the room, outside the dean's room, the advisor's ear was pressed tightly against the door of the dean's room, listening to the movements inside. What kind of medicine was this old man Jungsun selling in his gourd? What did he want to say? Or perhaps what was he testing with those words just now? Also, the seal is loosening? What the hell, time is not long? The advisor's mind was filled with doubts, but at that moment, a sound of footsteps gradually approached. He quickly left the dean's room, straightened his clothes and expression, coughed lightly, and walked towards one end of the corridor. Without taking 2 steps, the advisor saw a figure appear around the corner. It was a girl, wearing a long black robe, under which appeared to be the academy's uniform. The person leaned in. The advisor's heart inexplicably tightened just after he got a good look at that person. That was Jiang Hanxia, Jungsun's granddaughter. Then again, this woman had been looking at him with a very strange look since the end of the exam. There was an unnatural passion in those eyes, rather like a feeling of wanting to eat him up. As soon as the advisor thought about it, some chills ran down his spine, and he immediately lowered his head, intending to slip away from the side. However, when Jiang Halfsummer saw the advisor, a hint of a smile appeared on her face. Her feet lightly stepped a few times, creating a residual shadow and blocking the advisor's way. Brother Gu, good evening, what are you doing here? Her voice and address carried a hint of deliberately feigned sweetness. The advisor tensed. Nothing, I slipped. Slipping around in a place like this. This sentence was so fake that people didn't know how to take it. However, Jiang Hanxia's face was still smiling, and she nodded thoughtfully, her eyes flickering in the dark corridor. Brother Gu, it's so late, take an early rest, don't tire yourself out too much. Thanks for the concern. The advisor was really a bit unresponsive towards a girl like Jung Half-Summer, and could only reply in a hasty manner. On the contrary, it was Jung Half-Summer. As she looked at the advisor's somewhat flustered appearance, her face smiled even more, and even a hint of redness colored her cheeks. Well, I have some things to do to go to the dean's office to find Grandpa. Do you want to go with me? No. One Jung Half-Summer already gave him a headache, let alone going back to face that old man Jungsun all over again. The counselor immediately shook his head like a rattle as he said a vague goodbye and left at a quick pace. However, in the distance from the dean's room to the exit of the corridor, the advisor had been able to vaguely feel that Jung Hanxia's blazing eyes were always staring at him from behind. If it hadn't been for what happened before, the advisor might have thought that Jung Half-Summer had some interest in him. But now, he only felt that this granddaughter of Jungsun's had a problem in her head. Even, she might have other plans. After returning to the dormitory from the office building, the advisor didn't rush back to the house, but first went to the door of Zuodao's dormitory to take a look. This grandson seems to come back, then lie directly on the bed to sleep over. The room is not moving at all. The door to the room was closed, so the consultant couldn't get in, so he turned back to his own room. This night, the advisor slept very uneasily. He once again dreamed of that strange place, the war, the smoke, the smell of blood. The advisor traversed there aimlessly, but did not see a single being, whether it was a human or a magical beast. I don't know how long it took for him to wake up from his dream when the early morning sunlight shone into the room through the window and landed on the advisor's face. The advisor was a bit tired, and he yawned, stretched and sat up, staring at the window in a daze, his mind blank. But the calm didn't last long before a violent knock sounded on the door. Knock. Who is it? The advisor scratched his messy hair and walked to the door to open it. Outside stood Zuodao, still with a bag slung around his waist, but wearing the academy's uniform. A black top, a pair of linen-colored pants, and a red shawl with the word 0 on it. It was an outfit that the advisor had seen in his own closet yesterday. Before he had a chance to speak, Zuodao walked into the room with a somewhat anxious expression. Brother, let me tell you something. Do what? The advisor looked at Zuodao warily. Zuodao had 2 dark circles under his eyes and his brows were locked. Brother, I had a dream last night. Chapter 54, Good morning, Brother Gu. Aha? The advisor's heart fluttered, but he didn't show any expression and nodded, continuing to look at him. Zuodao also didn't care about the advisor's attitude and continued. I dreamt that I went to a place where there was a particularly terrifying magical beast. And then? The advisor guessed what would happen later, but he still shrugged his shoulders and slipped away to the restroom to wash up. Not caring about the advisor's rambling, Zodo just stood in the doorway and said handily, I'm telling you, I was fighting that monster for 800 rounds in my dream, and it was a hell of a fight. Put. The advisor couldn't help but let out a laugh, quickly collecting his expression again and nodding. Zuodao continued. Later, just when I was fighting that demonic beast, you suddenly appeared, and we teamed up together to fight that demonic beast. Aha, the advisor mouthed perfunctorily, took a towel and wiped his face. What happened later? Later, Zuodao paused. A mysterious expression appeared on his face and sold a secret. Guess who showed up later? Let me guess. The advisor pretended to ponder, and before he could answer, Zuodao had already taken the initiative to speak. It's the dean, Jiangsun. Sure enough, the advisor snickered, but caught the left path's attention. What's wrong? Did you dream about it too? Zuodao looked at the advisor suspiciously. The advisor hastily shook his head. No, you continue. After Dean Jiang appeared, he immediately made I forget what kind of magic it was. Anyway, he sealed that magical beast in one move. Aha, and then what? The advisor looked at Zuodao and asked. Zuodao this time but shook his head. No, then I woke up, but that dream was especially real. I feel sore all over now. The advisor didn't say anything, pondering. The spell that Jiangsun used on Zuodao and Zhangqi and the others through the oblivion petri dish did work, but the memories weren't directly erased. Instead they were transformed into the form of a dream, and then little by little they were forgotten, or remembered. Brother, do you think this will omen something? Zuodao looked at the advisor and asked with a serious expression. This was also the reason why he came to the advisor early in the morning. The advisor was silent for a few seconds, wordlessly thinking for a while. Since he had promised Jiangsun that he wouldn't tell this matter, he shouldn't have bothered to remind Zuodao, so he paused for a moment, looked at Zuodao, and said in a deep tone, This is an omen, that you should rest more, don't think about something all day long. In addition, the advisor said here, deliberately showing a strange smile, patted the shoulders of Zuodao. Young people, pay attention to moderation. Roll. Zuodao instantly reacted to what the advisor was saying. half-jokingly cursed, and no longer thought about it. I'll wait for you at the door. Go eat breakfast in a moment. His grandmother, how is it so hungry after this dream? Zhuodao muttered and left the room. Only after he left did the advisor slightly collect his smile and turn his head to look at the bed. Slime was currently paralyzed on the quilt, his two black bean-like eyes squinting as he blew out some bubbles from time to time. Last night's events, Zhuodao couldn't remember much, but the advisor was impressed. Although it was only a short exchange of blows, the advisor also understood that he was still far from being strong. As a magical swordsman, he was barely qualified and even surpassed most of his peers. However, the rank of Imperial Beastmaster was far from being able to keep up. We have to find an opportunity to continue improving the strength of the Imperial Beastmaster, or else something will likely go wrong in the future, the advisor muttered, also changed into the academy uniform, put the still awake slime on his head, and pushed the door to leave the room. After going to the cafeteria with Zhuodao to eat breakfast, the advisor returned to the classroom that was exclusive to their special class. After all the members arrived, Wang Dang appeared in the classroom on time. The man still had that gloomy look, his face waxy and oily, holding a thick book in his hands. This time, the advisor did not rush to sleep, but listened carefully for a while, and then fell asleep again without realizing it. After all, it was just the beginning of the school year, and what Wang Dang told was basically some basic general knowledge. Even if he didn't listen, the advisor could cope with it by relying on the knowledge he once had in various games. Returning to his dormitory room at night, the advisor set about researching his Royal Beastmaster profession. However, raising the level of Imperial Beastmaster was more difficult than he thought. The advice given to him by the system was basically geared towards with cultivating slimes. It would have been fine if the advisor was an ordinary awakened, but the problem was that the Imperial Beastmaster profession was too rare, and he couldn't even find a senior to learn from. As a result, a few days passed and by the end of the week, the advisor's Imperial Beastmaster level hadn't risen at all, and the Magic Swordsman's level had instead risen by another level. TCH, how about trying our luck at the Bounty Hunters Union? Anyway, thanks to the system, he could quickly increase the slime's level and attributes. If he really couldn't, he would just be a partial student and focus all his energy on cultivating slimes. The big deal was that when the time came, he would learn a few more auxiliary type skills and let the slimes act as buff monsters. Saying that he would do it, the advisor picked up Slime, grabbed his information card, and walked towards the door with hurried footsteps. However, he had just pushed the door open when he realized that there was someone standing at the door. Jiang Hanxia. It was this unsuspecting and eccentric woman again. Brother Gu. Good morning. Jiang Halfsummer still had a sweet expression on her face as she daintily shouted at the advisor. Just by looking at her appearance, it was impossible to imagine that she was a boxer by profession. Hello. The advisor made a polite remark and planned to slip away, only to have Jiang Hanxia stop him again. Brother Gu, my grandfather has something to find you. Ha? The advisor froze. That old man Jiang Tsun wanted to see him? The advisor didn't want to go. This grandparent and grandson, neither of them gave him a very good impression, but there was no way around it. Who let the other party be the dean? Okay, I'll go now, he answered and quickly drilled out from Jiang Halfsummer's side. Jiang Halfsummer didn't follow him over. She stood in place, wordlessly looking at the advisor's back with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Not long after, the advisor reappeared near the familiar office building. Because it was a weekend, there weren't many people coming in and out. What is this old man Jiangsun looking for me for? It can't be because of what happened last time again, right? The advisor was a little apprehensive in his heart, but as a member of the academy, he couldn't run away even if he wanted to, so he could only harden his heart and arrive at the door of the dean's office. Knock knock knock. The advisor knocked on the door of the dean's room. There was no response inside, but with a surge of magic, the door slowly opened. The familiar room was filled with the smell of ink from old books. The advisor poked half his body in towards the room and immediately saw Jiangsun's figure. This old man had a smiling face, gray robe and hat, sitting behind a desk, but at his side, there was another person. Chapter 55, Magic Crystal Stones. That person was wearing a close-fitting armor, and her long black hair was tied up, contrasting with her fair skin. That was the advisor's old acquaintance, as well as the Bounty Hunter Union's very famous pale dragon knight Du Ruo. "I-oh, Sister Du?" The advisor first called out in some surprise before turning his head in greeting Jiangsun. "Good day, Dean Jiang." Jiangsun nodded and waved at the advisor, waiting for him to walk over to the table before speaking. "Counselor, don't be nervous, this time I asked you to come over, mainly because Miss Du has something for you." After Jiangsun finished speaking, he looked at Du Ruo who was at the side. "Oh," the advisor sighed in relief and looked at Du Ruo as well. Du Ruo's expression didn't change much, still the same cold look from before. She looked at the advisor, crossed her arms over her chest, and opened her mouth. "Advisor, The Bounty Hunter Union has released a mission that requires 4 people to team up to participate. So prepare yourself and let's go. Do-rua's attitude was strong, with absolutely no intention of discussing with the advisor. What? But the advisor was already used to this way of talking to Do-rua, so he didn't feel surprised. He was just a bit puzzled. What mission needed 4 people to participate? And there was a high-level bounty hunter like Do-rua in the mission. Why did he need to bring him along? As if Do-rua could see the advisor's doubts, he said coldly, I think this is an opportunity to quickly improve your strength. Any comments? No. The advisor reacted and immediately shook his head. Do-rua's thoughts coincided with the advisor. Originally, he had planned to go to the Bounty Hunter Union to try his luck, but now that he was directly able to team up with Do-rua, it saved him a lot of things instead. Very well. When Do-rua saw the advisor agree, the corner of her mouth also revealed a hint of a smile. She took out a piece of paper from her spatial ring and handed it to the advisor. After the advisor casually took it, she scanned it and found that it was the Bounty Hunter Union's mission announcement. On it were various descriptions of this mission. Mission name, Lurking Scent. Mission difficulty, level 4. Recommended level, above level 40. Number of people, in order to ensure the safety of the bounty hunters. This mission should be attended by at least 4 people. Mission description, in the abandoned magic stone factory not far outside of Dragon County, there is a magic beast that has mutated due to residual magic crystal stones. Please ask the bounty hunters to go to the local area and kill the beast to prevent the beast from plaguing Dragon County. Mission reward, the 4 members who participate in the mission will be rewarded with special magic crystals from Dragon County. When the Silver Vine Demon Realm Flower was crusade before, the mission announcement above said that it was rewarding a weapon. And this time it turned out to be some kind of magic crystal stone. What is the special magic crystal stone? The advisor raised his head and subconsciously opened his mouth to ask. And before he could hear Do-rua's answer, Dean Jung on the side opened his mouth. A magic crystal stone is an industrially manufactured magic stone that possesses different attributes, which contains a higher level of magic power than simple magic stones and magic beast crystal cores. And special magic crystal stones are generally more advanced magic crystal stones, which have more attribute variations, and may even allow the holder to learn the skills of other awakened professions. Just for example, a warrior, after using a specialized magic crystal stone, might be able to use the moves and skills of a mage. After Jungsun answered the advisor's questions clearly, he looked at the advisor with a slight smile. Advisor, this knowledge, I remember that your teachers should have already covered it, right? This, ha. The advisor smiled somewhat awkwardly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Perhaps Wang Dang had really spoken about it, but the advisor was, at that time, most likely sleeping. Hey, you child. Jungsun shook his head helplessly, then looked at Do-rua and instructed, Miss Do, I hope you can take the trouble to take care of this child of the advisor. And in addition, I wish you all the best in completing this bounty mission issued by Dragon County. Don't worry, Dean Jung. Do-rua nodded and bowed slightly to Jungsun. Then I'll leave with the advisor first. I'll bring him back before school starts next week. Be safe. Oh yeah. Jungsun first nodded with a smile. Then, as if he remembered something, he called out to the advisor and Do-rua who were just about to leave. What is this old man up to again? The advisor looked at Jungsun, his heart filled with vigilance, only to see Jungsun picking up the shorter black wooden cane from the side, silently chanting something, then waving the cane. A trace of blue magic power suddenly appeared, and then quickly turned into a dust-like existence. The magical dust drifted and attached itself to the bodies of both the advisor and Do-rua. The advisor suddenly felt a faint coolness. He subconsciously used the system's observation ability to take a look, and was instantly shocked. On both his and Do-rua's bodies, there was an additional identical status. Frost magic shield, ice magic attached to others by the caster, can significantly increase physical and magical resistance. The effect and duration will change depending on the caster's magic power. Description, magic from the mysterious undead clan. Only the undead clan and high-level mages can learn it. The advisor could not help but sigh in admiration in his heart when he saw these descriptions. Although this old man, Jungsun, always had a willful smile, he was truly worthy of being a high-ranked archmage. Moreover, the advisor remembered the rumors he had heard. It was said that besides ice magic, Jungsun also mastered the even more mysterious arcane magic, and it was not known if it was true. On the side, Dragon Knight Do-rua didn't understand magic, but out of experience, she also felt the magic power on her body protecting her. Thank you very much, Dean Jung. Although Do-rua was cold, she was not a conceited person. In the face of someone whose strength was clearly higher than hers and who still held good intentions, she would also express her respect. It's okay, this spell will probably last until you guys finish your mission. Don't worry about it. Jungsun put down her staff and waved her hand at the advisor and Do-rua, resuming her seat behind the table. After saying goodbye to Jungsun, the advisor and Du Rua left the dean's room together, making their way out of the academy and heading directly outside of Dragon County. This was the first time the advisor had left Dragon County. Outside the city of Dragon County, it was obviously much more desolate, but fortunately, the mission location wasn't too far away, and they arrived quickly. As described in the bounty mission, it was a huge abandoned factory. It was clearly midday, but the sky was shrouded in a cloud of darkness, and the air was filled with an indescribably pungent smell, like pollution left over from the industrial manufacture of magic crystals. But this world is too different from the world where the consultant used to be. He can't be sure. The advisor followed Du Rua to the entrance of the abandoned magic stone factory and found that there were already 2 people waiting for them. These 2 people should be the temporary teammates that Du Rua had mentioned. According to what Du Rua mentioned when he chatted with the advisor on the way, they were not Du Rua's acquaintances, but were randomly assigned by the Bounty Guild. But of course, they both met the minimum criteria for this mission. As the advisor walked, he used the system's observation ability to check the information of these 2 people. Name, Han-Su. Race, human. Awakened profession, samurai. Level, 45. Formation, bounty hunter. System evaluation, no transfer opportunity. Simple and brutal offensive profession. The person named Han-Su's professional samurai looked short, with short black hair, a scar on his face, and a long sword on his waist, looking like an experienced bounty hunter, while the other one was tall and robust with a beard and dark skin, carrying a heavy shield on his back and a heavy axe on his waist. This person's information was: name, Lu Guang. Race, human. Awakened profession, protective warrior. Level, 48. Formation, bounty hunter. Specialization, bounty hunter. System evaluation, awakened profession as a warrior's transformation, specializing in team defense, with a notable offensive nature. After the advisor saw these 2 people, he probably understood why Du Rua had called him. Chapter 56, How Dare You Play With Your Life? A normal 4-person squad was composed of a protective profession, a support profession, and 2 offensive professions. But it is a pity that the advisor is not considered to be a purely auxiliary type occupation. When Du Rua and the advisor arrived in front of the 2, the warrior called Han-Su inclined his head and swept a glance, a hint of a smile flowing from the corner of his mouth. Is this the famous Cthulhu Dragon Knight? His voice was not loud, and his voice was a bit shrill, sounding with a hint of yin and yang. Lu Guang did nod at Du Rua, but when he looked at the advisor, he also frowned. Kid, are you also part of this mission? Du Rua said directly before the advisor could speak. His name is Advisor. I brought him here, and his occupation is a royal beast master. Han-Su and Lu Guang froze. They had originally seen that the advisor was young and wearing an academy uniform, so naturally they brought some contempt in their hearts. As a result, they didn't expect that this person was actually a royal beast master. One must know that in this world, the imperial beast master was a rare species. There hadn't been a true beast master for decades, and many people didn't even know what special abilities beast masters had. But surprise aside, Han-Su and Lu Guang didn't become respectful of the advisor just because of that. Even if imperial beastmasters were rare and mysterious, an imperial beastmaster with a slime was probably not that powerful. The advisor didn't bother to explain, but the slime above his head seemed to sense the contempt of these 2 people as if it had, and its translucent body shook slightly, emitting a burst of indigo electric light. Ha, somewhat interesting. Han-Su sneered and stopped talking. Lu Guang on the side was quite interested, looking at the advisor and asking, Kid, how many levels are you? The advisor hesitated for a moment. He could predict that if he honestly said that he was a level 1 Imperial Beast Master, then these 2 people would definitely not give him a good face. But making one up off the top of his head wasn't that necessary. Well, at this time, as the advisor's leader, Du Rua spoke again. You guys don't need to care about his rank. You only need to know one thing, and that is that his title in the Bounty Guild is None. Hearing this title, the 2 immediately changed their complexion, even more surprised than when they had just heard that the advisor was a royal beast master. Du Rua, you said, he's the one who completed that quest of the Silver Vine Demon Boundary Flower with you before? No way. Actually so young and a royal beast master? Han-Su and Lu Guang looked at the advisor and let out a gasp. Du Rua seemed as if she had long anticipated this scene. Her face was still icy cold, but the arc of her mouth hooked up still revealed a hint of her thoughts. Ahem. Well, don't mind me. Let's study this mission first. The advisor coughed lightly. He didn't really like this feeling of being in the spotlight, and opened his mouth to change the topic. However, after learning that he was the Bounty Hunter Union's recently very famous nun, Han-Su and Lu Guang's attitudes were significantly better, and there was also a hint of caution. Thus as soon as the advisor spoke, they nodded, and Lu Guang raised his hand to point ahead. Ahead was the interior of the factory. The doors open and dark inside without a trace of light. Lu Guang paused before speaking out. Several people. I was the first to come and have already observed this neighborhood. There are no traces of the existence of any magical beasts in the periphery of this factory, but there are many magical creatures inside, and they are of different types. These magical creatures have more or less been affected by the residual magic stones and transformed into more powerful magical beasts, so we need to be careful. However, my intuition tells me that if we want to complete this mission, perhaps it would be easier to find the target of this mission by following those powerful magical creatures. After Lu Guang finished his opinion, he glanced at Han Su and Du Ruo respectively, and only then did he finally drop his sight onto the advisor. Here. No, I should say that in this world. The knowledge that the advisor had learned about awakened people had also once mentioned a very important point. That is, in a team, the one responsible for commanding is generally the auxiliary type profession with the weakest attack ability, followed by the defensive profession leading the team. As for the attacking professions, unless there were certain cases where their minds were very good, most of them acted as fighters. Thus, the advisor, who was a support type profession, naturally became the commander of this team. Advisor, how do you think we should act? The advisor had never really commanded an entire team, let alone still commanding three big brothers who were many times higher than his level. However, Du Ruo also seemed to intend to intentionally train him to become a commander, so she just gave the advisor a look but didn't say anything. When the advisor saw Du Ruo's expression and looked at the other two, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. This is really daring to play with life. The advisor secretly spat out a sentence, then collected his stage fright and quickly put himself in a good state. Anyway, this world was not much different from what he had imagined, so just think of it as a game. After consoling himself for a few seconds, the advisor raised his head again, and by now, his face had gained more confidence. He thought carefully about the team's configuration, and without hesitating because he had the lowest rank, he spoke decisively. Lu Guang, just as you said, let's enter the factory and follow the intensity of those magical beasts to find the quest target. As long as we can quickly kill the strongest one, the other magical beasts should not dare to approach because they are intimidated. If there are any accidents, I will continue to conduct the command at that time. Any questions? The advisor's voice was not loud and there was no sense of majesty, but Du Ruo and the other two listened attentively. No, everything is at your disposal. As bounty hunters, they were already accustomed to listening to the commands of the support-type professions within the team, so they did not raise any objections and nodded together. Although the mission announcement did not detail the mission objective, on the way here, Du Ruo had already told the advisors, in this abandoned factory, because of the magic stones, a fourth-ranked magical beast, the poison demon bird, had mutated. The poison demon bird is a poisonous attribute bird dragon species magical beast, with an IQ almost similar to that of a normal human, living in a complicated environment, and usually without too much aggressiveness. However, after undergoing mutation, it was likely to leave the factory and enter the town to harm ordinary people, which was why Dragon County had issued the mission. The advisor guessed that even if this poison demon bird mutated and gained other attributes, the most basic poison attribute shouldn't change, and his slime also possessed the poison attribute, which, to a certain extent, could help the team come to resist the toxins. After formulating a preliminary plan, the advisor's several people walked together towards the abandoned factory. Chapter 57, There must be something wrong. The interior of this abandoned factory wasn't small, and as soon as he entered, a cold air hit him. The air was filled with a strange smell, like some sort of spice mixed with the smell of blood. It was the smell of magical beasts. The advisor walked at the end of the line, and as a dual-awakened professional of an imperial beast master and a magical swordsman, he easily sensed the magic in the air. This way, he pointed to the right. No one questioned him. Lu Guang, who walked at the front, quickly removed his shield from his back and hung it on his right arm, while his left hand was holding his great axe tightly. Behind him, Du Ruo, on the other hand, silently took out a carrying lamp from his spatial ring, turned the light on, and hung it around his waist. The advisor also held the slime with his left hand, leaving some space in his right hand, ready to pull out his knife at any time. He knew very well that the danger level of this mission was not low, and even if he had a dual occupation, he could not guarantee his absolute safety. But the good thing was that by his side, there was still the presence of Han Su, a warrior. Han Su's face was calm and silent as he walked beside the advisor, his right hand resting on the sword at his waist. His sword looked similar in shape to the advisor's famous sword, Moon Hidden, but it was obviously devoid of magic, more suitable for a purely physical offensive profession like his. The roads inside the abandoned factory were intricate, and soon there were quite a few forks in the road and some odd-looking magical beasts. This abandoned factory wasn't like the original Dragon County sewer, where there was only one type of magical beast. Instead, because it had been abandoned for too long, it had become a gathering place for magical beasts. there were all types of magical beasts, excluding the demon realm flowers. There were even quite a few wild slimes, but strangely enough, all of these slimes did not actively attack. Generally speaking, the strength and IQ of wild slimes were not too high, but they all had a certain level of aggressiveness. It was just that their aggressiveness would change depending on their attributes. However, these slimes they encountered not only didn't attack, they were even deliberately moving away to avoid them. Noticing this, the advisor couldn't help but look at the slime in his arms. His slime lay quietly in his arms, wobbling like a puddle of mud, completely ignoring the surrounding kind, and even the two black bean-like eyes revealed a disdainful expression. It is hard to believe that this is not an ordinary slime, but a slime king? The advisor couldn't help but think secretly in his heart. But soon, he dismissed this idea. Back when he had just obtained the system, he had observed it. But the system's evaluation was just a slime that could be found everywhere. This meant that his one wasn't fundamentally different from the ones next to it. The advisor could only guess that it was because his slime's rating was far higher than the other slimes, which was why he was able to be spared from the attacks of his kind. These musings did not delay the advisor's progress as they moved forward. Lu Guang always walked at the front with his shield raised. Du Ruo also took out his lance from his spatial ring early on, easily killing the less peaceful low-level magical beasts around them with his powerful movements. But the advisor always felt that there was something wrong. The desire of the magical beasts to attack here was not as strong as mentioned in the quest. Moreover, many of the magical beasts did not look like they wanted to attack, but instead looked more like they wanted to escape. What is this situation? The advisor gazed at the surrounding magical beasts that were hiding in the shadows, and some uneasiness rose in his heart. He quickly collected his mind and felt the magic power in the air. Ahead, behind a closed door, was the place with the most abundant magic power in this factory. If he wasn't wrong, the magical beasts that had mutated because of the residual magic stone should be behind this gate. The smooth sailing along the way made Lu Guang and the rest of them somewhat inflated in self-confidence. He looked back at the advisor and spoke. "Counselor, is the mission objective next?" "Yes." The advisor nodded somewhat hesitantly and once again felt the source of the magic power. Indeed, directly in front of this door behind, possesses a large amount of magic power. But in addition to this, there seems to be a strange flavor in the air. Well, look at me. Lu Guang didn't notice the advisor's abnormal face. He excitedly put his shield behind his back and took a few steps back. Drink! Lu Guang drank lowly. His hands gripped the great axe tightly. The muscles on his body tensed, obviously preparing to release his skills. While Du Ruo and Han Su took a step back together, the advisor stood silent, looking ahead with a slight frown on his brow, secretly thinking, there have been some things going on lately. The continuous dreams, plus the matter of the star clock tower a few days ago. Maybe it was just overthinking? Everyone back off. Lu Guang's low roar interrupted the advisor's thoughts, and Du Ruo gently tugged on the advisor's arm, pulling him over. He turned his head, and saw Lu Guang raising his great axe high in the air and ruthlessly dropping it towards the closed iron door, while shouting under his breath. Crippling outburst. With Lu Guang's roar, the great axe in his hand fell heavily, and the moment it came into contact with the thick iron door, it let out a near-splitting roar. Ka! This thick iron door was hardened and split open with a terrifying crack. This kind of power was close to the moves of many offensive professions, and the advisor couldn't help but smack his lips. But Lu Guang wasn't really an offensive profession after all, and after unleashing this skill, he had also consumed quite a bit of stamina. Han Su stepped forward at this time. Take a break and leave it to me. He patted Lu Guang's shoulder and walked forward. On this journey, he and his advisor had walked at the back of the group, and all the magical beasts they had encountered had been dealt with by Du Ruo. Now that his hands were idle and it was hard to get an opportunity, how could he let it go easily? He took a deep breath and put his hand on the long sword at his waist. This posture was very similar to the advisor's previous use of the famous sword moon hidden skill. The difference was just that Han Su didn't have any magic power in his body. Blade wind. Han Su wasn't as brash as Lu Guang. He spat out a sentence softly in a low voice and slightly moved his right hand. Miso. With the friction sound made by the blade coming out of its sheath, a biting blade light appeared, even slicing through the air with ease. The blade light fell extremely quickly and quietly, almost without a sound. But in the next moment, the crack in the door that had been hacked out by the great axe suddenly widened once again. Even though the advisor only saw Han Su make a single slash, several dense slashes appeared on that iron door. Well done. Lu Guang looked at Han Su and complimented with a smile, then once again removed his shield, hung it on his right arm, and approached the iron door with a vicious slam. The door had long been unbearable, and quickly turned into a pile of debris under this final blow from Lu Guang. The metal shards fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, the advisor and the four of them quickly shot up and looked towards the door together. Chapter 58 Danger. High-ranked magical beast. The moment the door was opened, an aura of magic power hit the area. The area behind the door was much brighter compared to where it was before, and appeared to be a huge storeroom of magic stones. The advisor looked up and realized that the original roof had suffered damage, revealing a large broken hole. Light shone down from above, landing on top of the magic stones of various attributes that remained in the room. Different colors such as yellow, green, red, blue, etc., were mixed together, looking very strange. The advisor felt the dirty and mixed magic power around him, and held his breath somewhat uncomfortably. In this kind of place, not to mention magical beasts, even if it was human beings, it was estimated that mutations would occur after a long time. Lu Guang took the lead in raising his shield and cautiously walked forward. The advisor looked over and followed the others into this huge magic stone storage room. Ahead, beside the magic stones that shone with magical light, lay prostrate a huge creature. It was a colorful magical beast with rough skin lines, like a chameleon. There were no feathers on its wings, which were attached to the ground like two large bushels, translucent with a greenish color. This should be the poison demon bird that mutated because of the magic stone and the objective of this mission. But strangely enough, the advisor was already very close to them, but this poison demon bird still didn't have any reaction. Something's not right. Durua's willow brows lightly frowned. Holding her lance, she circled halfway around and came in front of that poisonous demon bird. The advisor also took this opportunity to follow Durua to the side to take a look. This poison demon bird had a large head that looked like a large toad, but it had many odd scars on its body. These wounds were sharp but irregular, as if they were torn out by a demonic beast, and some yellowish-brown thick juice oozed out from them. This is a corpse? The advisor was startled in his heart and hurriedly used his observation ability. Monster name, Poison Demon Bird. Rank, 45. Race, Ornithosaurus species. Character, chaotic neutral. Description, a flying dragon with venom stored in its body, known as the Poison Demon Bird. It is able to stretch its tongue like a whip, and will use its tongue to wrap around food before hunting it. System evaluation, this is a corpse. Analyzing from the wounds, this poison demon bird had no chance to resist before dying. Something's wrong, don't come any closer. The advisor saw the system prompt and immediately opened his mouth to voice out a reminder. This poison demon bird was dead, but that didn't mean it was safe. A mutated 4th rank magical beast. The monster that could easily kill it could only be stronger. As soon as the advisor's voice rang out, the crowd immediately stopped in their tracks. What is this situation? This magical beast is dead? Lu Guang and Han Su looked around incredulously and also found the poison demon bird's death, and their faces didn't look too good. The mission was now at an impasse. If they left there, it would definitely be considered mission accomplished. But as bounty hunters, they couldn't let a magical beast that could easily kill the poison demon bird roam around the outskirts of Dragon County. Such a powerful magical beast. In case it ran into the middle of Dragon County, it would be a big problem. The advisor was also aware of what was on everyone's mind, so he didn't make a sound and carefully observed his surroundings. He found that next to the poisonous demonic bird, there were some pieces of flesh that were similar in color to its skin, which looked like they had been torn out. The pieces of meat all had traces of having been gnawed on, making it obvious that this was a predation between demonic beasts. As the advisor was thinking about this, he suddenly felt a dimming of the light at the top of his head. Something was above. Everyone quickly looked up, and the moment they saw the situation above their heads, their faces changed at the same time. Above the magic stone storage room, at the destroyed roof, a strange reddish-brown magical beast was staring at them. Its head looked like a wolf, but it strangely didn't have any fur. Those beast pupils looked ferociously at the advisor in them, filled with madness and bloodlust. Ow! Seeing that the advisor and the others had noticed it, the strange beast let out a sharp roar. Spinning around like a red mist, it rushed down the loophole in the roof. Quickly dodge! The advisor immediately shouted out, and at the same time, Lu Guang and Han Su quickly retreated several meters away. Durua, on the other hand, quickly grabbed the advisor's collar and pulled him to a safe area. Rumble! The magical beast landed heavily on the corpse of the poison demon bird, and in a matter of moments, it tore the corpse of this 4th rank magical beast into pieces. A large amount of blood splattered, and the demonic beast revealed its full appearance. It was over 2 meters tall and about 4 meters long. There wasn't a single hair on its body, and it was all dark red, as if it was pasted with a layer of dried blood, and as if it had been stripped of a layer of skin. There wasn't a trace of excess flesh on its body, and through the dark red skin, one could clearly see the gnarled and taut muscles on its body like stones. A long tail was covered with sharp serrated teeth. The forepaws were slim and slender, with claws as sharp as razors growing from each one. In its mouth were long, thick, yellowish-brown teeth, and some mucus fell from its mouth, dripping onto the ground with a zippy sound. What is this thing? Lu Guang had never seen this kind of magical beast before, and his face appeared fearful for a moment. Han Su on the side didn't make a sound, but he was obviously a bit bewildered as well. Durua's brows were furrowed. and his black eyes were also 3 parts shocked and 7 parts puzzled. Their reactions were seen by the advisor, and for a moment, they couldn't help but become curious. Aren't they all experienced bounty hunters? How could they not recognize the magical beasts around Dragon County? The advisor silently used his observation ability again and looked at the magical beast that had just appeared. Monster name, Miserable Clawed Dragon. Rank, 55. Race, Toothed Dragon Species. Character, chaotic and evil. Introduction, rare magical beasts, mostly inhabiting in the south near Yungo City. Ferocious and aggressive temperament. Will attack all animals it encounters. The system's evaluation of this is powerful and cruel. The advisor's face changed when he saw the system's introduction. A 55th rank magical beast? Wasn't this a 5th rank intermediate magical beast? And it was also the type with an extremely strong desire to attack. To hell with it. The advisor stared inwardly, but a bit of doubt was still born. Cloud Ancient City was a certain distance away from Dragon County. Why would this terrifying magical beast appear in this place? Chapter 59. How do you know it's the Miserable Clawed Dragon? Hey, screw it, couldn't care less. Seeing that the Miserable Clawed Dragon had already started scanning the advisor and the few of them, seemingly picking out its next meal, the advisor shook his head and quickly shook these strange questions aside. He quickly drew out his famous sword, Moon Crypt, while incorporating the slime into the blade, and opened his mouth to shout, "Don't look, this magical beast is strong. T pulls, milk is added, DPS at full strength." What? Bro, didn't understand what you were saying? Lu Guang and Han Su were also stunned by the advisor's set of specialized terms and looked at him blankly. Du Ruo also stared at him with a puzzled face, waiting for his explanation. But how did the advisor have time to explain all this at this time? Froze slightly and smashed his mouth. Hey, just beat it and be done with it. Lu Guang, go. Hey, if I had said so, it would have been over soon. Hearing this, Lu Guang immediately grinned. With a large shield in one hand and a large axe in the other, he quickly rushed towards the Miserable Clawed Dragon. Grandson. Lu Guang laughed and cursed, and with a single axe, he chopped towards the Miserable Clawed Dragon's head. However, the Miserable Clawed Dragon reacted extremely fast and moved swiftly. It slightly shook its head and easily dodged the axe, and then the body jumped up high. Long tail viciously whipped towards Lu Guang. Lu Guang wasn't surprised, and a sardonic smile appeared on his face as he quickly struck his shield with his great axe, and droned twice in a row. Iron Wall, Shield Wall. Both of these were Lu Guang's skills as a protective warrior profession. Although it wasn't magic, it did make his body more robust. After he used the skills, he very valiantly raised his shield to meet it. Thud! The long tail made contact with the large shield with an ear-splitting muffled sound. Lu Guang's face changed and his figure swayed, looking like he was almost knocked straight down. The advisor watched all of this in his eyes without a single bit of surprise in his heart. That was, after all, a 5th rank intermediate magical beast. Lu Guang was only a level 48 awakened, so it was certain that he would suffer a loss. But the advisor was not going to tell Lu Guang this information about them. It wasn't to deceive, but to, stabilize the military. Right, that's it. The advisor's face remained unchanged and he found a reason in his heart. Then, he took advantage of the moment the Miserable Clawed Dragon had just landed and quickly spoke out. Han Su, aim for its tail. The advisor had already discerned some information from that just now. This Miserable Clawed Dragon was very aggressive, and its strongest point was its swift and sensitive movements. But for its size, its long tail was the key to its balance. It could only be chopped up by its tail, then it would be much easier to clean up. But Han Su frowned when he heard this. He wasn't as reckless as Lu Guang, and just from the encounter just now, he could already tell that this magical beast's level was far above theirs. Han Su couldn't help but turn around and question the advisor. Are you sure? Sure, trust me. Without any hesitation, the advisor nodded decisively. He understood that at a time of crisis like this, if he wanted to successfully deal with this monster, he had to make all the members of his team believe in him first. Therefore, after the advisor finished speaking, he quickly looked at Du Ruo again. Sister Du, cooperate with Han Su and attack the eyes of that Miserable Clawed Dragon. The advisor had thought that Du Ruo would follow his arrangements, but what he didn't expect was that after he finished saying this, Du Ruo's expression changed. What did you say? The advisor was a little taken by surprise and pointed blankly at the Miserable Clawed Dragon. I said, you attacked that magical beast. How did you know that was the Miserable Clawed Dragon? Du Ruo asked sharply. The advisor didn't expect Du Ruo to be so serious on this issue, but now that the situation was urgent, he didn't have time for idle chit-chat, so he could only open his mouth and lie. I learned it when I was in school. Du Ruo stopped talking after hearing this answer. Her eyes flickered in thought for half a second, and she nodded. She gripped her lance and looked at the Miserable Clawed Dragon with renewed seriousness, and after lightly leaping into mid-air, she quickly dropped down. the tip of her lance pointing straight at the miserable clawed dragon's eyes. After Du Ruo started attacking, Han-su also rushed up, holding a long sword and continuously launching attacks at tricky angles against the miserable clawed dragon. Facing the combined attacks of the three, the miserable clawed dragon fell into a disadvantage for a while. The frontal attacks were all borne by Lu Guang, while on the side were Du Ruo's harassment and Han-su's sneak attacks, which made it a bit miserable. The advisor certainly wasn't idle either. His level wasn't high compared to these three, but from time to time, he also utilized his famous sword, Moon Crypt, to slash out a blade chi to hold the miserable clawed dragon at bay. But mostly, the advisor focused on directing the three to cooperate. Lu Guang, don't let it run around. Use your shield to corner it. Han-su, don't just attack. Pay attention to dodging and look for the dead center of this magical beast. Sister Du, this miserable clawed dragon's eyes don't seem to be working too well. You can attack without worry. I can help you attract some attention. The advisor ran around the room, constantly opening his mouth to command the three people. That miserable clawed dragon seemed to realize the importance of the advisor and repeatedly let out a threatening roar at him. However, the advisor never appeared within its range of attack, leading to a complete lack of any chance of injuring the advisor. The balance of victory in the battle continued to tilt, and the miserable clawed dragon's stamina quickly wore down, gradually losing the kind of might it had when it first appeared. If it was a one-on-one situation, the advisor definitely wouldn't be able to do this kind of effect, even if his level was raised to Darua's level. But now this situation was the advisor's favorite. The three fighters acted according to the advisor's command, and even though it was the first time they had acted together, their cooperation was unparalleled. This was the ability of a team commander. The advisor even had the feeling for a moment that he had once played a game in the original world. As time passed, the miserable clawed dragon's stamina was getting weaker and weaker, and its movements were far less swift than before. Just as it slapped Lu Guang's robust body back a few steps with another claw, it revealed a huge break of its own. Han-su, take advantage of this moment. The advisor immediately opened his mouth to command, and Han-su silently nodded his head as his feet stepped out in a few residual shadows, approaching behind the miserable clawed dragon like a ghost. He quickly sheathed his sword, his eyes flickering with a hint of brilliance as he gently opened his mouth and drank low. Shining break. The skill was unleashed, and the long knife in his hand was sheathed, cutting out a faint haze. Swish, an air-breaking sound resounded. The miserable claw dragon's long tail was cut in half by Han-su's blade. A large amount of blood splashed out. Ow! The miserable clawed dragon let out a mournful wail, and its body jumped violently, hardening itself against Du Ruo's attack and jumping to the side. Good. Seeing this scene, not only the advisor, the others couldn't help but let out an exclamation of praise together. Han-su didn't seem to expect that he could succeed either, and he detached himself from the state he had just been in with an unbelievable expression on his face. This blow definitely hit the miserable claw dragon hard, but the battle wasn't over yet. That miserable clawed dragon continuously exhaled haze from its mouth, its eyes scarlet and full of resentment. However, what it was staring at was not Han-su who had severed its tail. Instead, it was the advisor who was commanding on the side. That line of sight was so cold and incomparable that the advisor's heart immediately fluttered. Chapter 60, the outrageous upgrading method of the Beast Masters. But before he could say anything, Lu Guang had already bumbled his way to him, raising his shield filled with sharp claw scratches in front of him. Du Ruo and Han-su also quickly returned to the advisor's side. Everyone knew that the advisor was the centerpiece of this battle, but the miserable claw dragon didn't lose its mind. It coldly stared at the advisor for half a moment before suddenly heading in a direction. That direction was the tattered corpse of the poison demon bird, only to see the miserable clawed dragon quickly jump to the side of the poison demon bird's corpse, and without hesitation, it took a bite and directly crushed half of the poison demon bird's head. In a flash, red, white, and yellow liquids flew across the sky, and were swallowed by the miserable clawed dragon's mouth, a scene so disgusting that it was hard to describe. The advisor's stomach turned over and almost vomited. How to Fight Half also ate on. That is the brain plasmate. Really disgusting. The miserable clawed dragon was like it had never eaten in its life, and in an instant it had already wolfed down half of its head and swallowed it into its stomach. Immediately after, it let out a long roar to the sky, its crimson skin surging with a brighter blood color. White gas continued to gush out from its bloody mouth, as if its entire body had entered a state of overheating. At this time, a system prompt suddenly appeared before the advisor's eyes. Please note that the tragic claw dragon has entered a berserk state. Its movements are swifter and more sensitive. It moves strangely and does not fear injury. Aha, got it. Simply put, it's starting to play with its life, right? The advisor quickly took a step back, raised his hand and opened his mouth to shout, "Go on, up." Even in a berserk state, there was no need to be afraid. All he had to do was just protect himself and continue commanding Du Ruo and the others. Understood. Lu Guang immediately nodded his head and used his increased defense skill again. Charging up first, Duruo followed closely behind, as she leapt up and danced like an elf in mid-air, stabbing at the miserable clawed dragon with her lance in hand. Han Su, on the other hand, held his long sword and continued to look for opportunities to attack the miserable clawed dragon's abdomen. The miserable clawed dragon's berserk state, which should have been very tricky, appeared unbeatable at this time. After the tragic clawed dragon lost its tail, even though its movements were still swift and sensitive, it lacked an important means of attack. In just a few minutes, it was forced to break away from its berserk state and fell into a disadvantageous position once again. Good. Well played. Make it hard. Circle back and block him. Yes, that's it. Punch punch punch. The advisor even took his sword back into his ring, holding the slime in his arms as a cheerleader on the side. It was all in this situation. There was no point for him to go up. In case something went wrong, he would still have to let others come to his rescue. At that time, affecting his strategizing temperament was small, and having casualties or something was big, and Du Ruo and the others didn't have any questions about the advisor's behavior. After all, there wasn't any team that would want an auxiliary-type profession to appear in a frontal battlefield. The advisor's ability to command from the side and protect himself has already brought them great help. After a few more minutes passed, the miserable clawed dragon's stamina was exhausted and it fell under the three of them. The advisor used the system's ability to make sure that the miserable clawed dragon was completely dead. Before he felt relieved and went up to examine it carefully, the miserable clawed dragon's teeth and nails were broken off as much as possible. Many parts of its body were pierced by the lance, and its abdomen was even torn open with a horrifying wound. TSK. The advisor smashed his mouth a bit in disappointment. He had wanted to see what could be saved, but it turned out that there was basically nothing intact. But, even if the exterior was scarred, there was one thing that was definitely still there. That was the magical beast crystal core. The poison demon bird's magical beast crystallized core was not expected. Just now this miserable clawed dragon had already crushed the poison demon bird's crystallized core when it was gnawing on the corpse. Therefore, what was left now was only the miserable clawed dragon's magical beast crystallized core. On most of the magical beasts, the crystal cores were the most valuable and could be used to make various equipment or weapons. So the advisor was also embarrassed to directly pull out the tragic clawed dragon's crystal core for himself in front of everyone. But Du Ruo on the side clearly didn't have this concern. She casually stabbed into the miserable clawed dragon's body with her lance, and with a forceful jerk, she dug out a crystal core that was glittering with light. Lu Guang and Han Su had no objections to Du Ruo's actions. In this battle, Du Ruo had contributed the most, and the fatal wound was also caused by her. Even if she didn't say anything, the crystal core should belong to her. However, to the surprise of the crowd, Du Ruo pulled out this crystal core and threw it to the advisor with a glance full of concern. Last time, you came here for the magical beast crystal core, right? Then this crystal core is also for you. After Du Ruo finished speaking, he looked at the other two. Do you have any comments? Lu Guang and Han Su shook their heads together. Even if they obtained this crystal core, it would just be exchanged for some money. Instead of that, it would be better to sell their face and take this opportunity to bring that Song Tian Dragon Knight closer to this mysterious Imperial Beast Master. Not to mention that the advisor had played a big role along the way, including the final battle. The advisor also didn't expect to have a windfall. He took the crystal core, thanked Du Ruo, and casually wiped the blood on it on his clothes before glancing down. Miserable clawed dragon crystal core, 5th rank magical beast crystal core. Possesses the core power of the miserable clawed dragon. Couldn't see any special abilities. The advisor raised this crystal core above his head in front of several people. The slime lying on the advisor's head squirmed slightly and quickly wrapped this crystal core in it. Your slime has successfully swallowed the miserable clawed dragon's crystal core. It is expected to take 20 days to complete the absorption. After completing the absorption, the slime's special attributes will be strengthened. 20 days? The advisor was taken aback by this time. Even the silver vine demon realm flower from before didn't take this long to digest. But on second thought, the advisor thought that the miserable clawed dragon was after all a 5th-ranked magical beast, and the power contained in the crystal core was far beyond imagination. Maybe when the slime completed its evolution, it would gain unexpected abilities. Is this the way the Imperial Beast Master upgrades? Lu Guang saw the advisor's movements and revealed an expression of surprise. Han Su didn't say anything, but the expression on his face was also a bit odd. Relying on feeding the crystal cores of high-level magical beasts to upgrade, this method was unprecedented and costly. Du Ruo was also the first time he had seen the advisor's way of using magical beasts' crystal cores, and was just about to say something when he suddenly changed his expression and raised his hand to point at the advisor's head. You're slime. Du Ruo's appearance was a bit strange. The advisor subconsciously touched the top of his head, and as a result, before he touched it, he felt some slime fall down his head. Holy! Chapter 61, carrying a bucket of dirty water back to school. The advisor was startled in his heart before he remembered that every time the slime engaged in devouring and digesting magical beast crystal cores, it would enter this semi-liquefied state. He quickly took out a bucket from his spatial ring and carefully poured the slime into the bucket. But perhaps the grade of the magical beast crystal core was too high this time. The liquefaction of the slime was far more severe. If not said, many people would think that the bucket was filled with just some translucent dirty water. 20 days Old son's baby is going to stay in the bucket for 20 days, the advisor secretly muttered in his heart. Even though this upgrade might not be too ordinary, he still felt that the time was too long. At this time, the system seemed to have sensed the advisor's thoughts and popped up a prompt once again. Tip: using special methods or materials can shorten the slime's digestion time, and can even drastically increase the absorption effect. Oh, there's such a good thing? The advisor's heart was delighted, and he hurriedly asked the system what he needed. And the system's reply was swift. Special Method 1, incorporating crushed dawn moon spirit sand into a slime's body can shorten the required digestion time by more than half. Special Method 2, placing the slime under the moonlight at night can slightly speed up the time needed for digestion. What the heck is dawn moon spirit sand? The advisor had never even heard of it. But fortunately, the system always knew everything about what was needed and quickly gave an answer. Xiaoyu spirit sand, grit ground from a 100-year-old spirit stone that grows under the bright moon in a special region. It can be used to make all sorts of magical medicines or weapons, and can even enchant equipment. Oh, so it's a material that sounds like it's very common. Before the advisor could finish the sentence in his heart, the system popped up again. Based on the analysis of the host's current city, if you want to get your hands on the dawn moon spirit sand, you will need a minimum of 10 million in common currency, roughly equivalent to 50 miserable clawed dragon crystals. The system's evaluation of your current financial strength would not be enough even if you sold both of your waists. Please step down and sunbathe in the moon. The advisor's face instantly darkened, unable to say a word in half a day. This system not only flirted with his lack of strength, it would actually make fun of his financial ability. Which the hell is this system? This is simply a keyboard warrior. Du Rual looked at the advisor's face, not looking too good, not coming closer, looking at him and the slime in the bucket, and asked in a low voice, "Counselor, did something unexpected happen?" Lu Guang and Han Su on the side also came up. After all, the advisor was a rare imperial beast master, and this would be a big deal if something happened to his soul beast. The advisor looked at the concerned expressions of a few people before he hurriedly waved his hand and opened his mouth to explain. No, normal phenomenon, just let it rest for a while. Only then did the few people breathe a sigh of relief. Alright, since the mission has now been completed, it's time for us to go back and report. Seeing that the advisor was fine, Du Ruo took the initiative to speak up. The other two didn't have any opinions either. The magical beast crystals had already been returned to the advisor. What they were interested in was mainly the reward for this Bounty Hunter Union's mission. That was a special magic crystal stone, which contained an unimaginable effect. If put on the market, the average magic beast crystal core would be worth much more. Next, the advisor and the others left the abandoned magic stone factory along the original path. Along the way, those magical beasts were very quiet and did not attack the advisor in them, saving them a lot of time. But what the advisor and the others didn't know was that just after they left the magic stone factory, a figure quietly appeared, secretly gazing at the backs of the few of them. Eventually, his gaze landed on the advisor, who was carrying a bucket of water for a long time before his figure gradually disappeared. After the consultant followed Du Ruo and the others back to the Bounty Hunters Union in Dragon County City, he immediately submitted the mission report to the relevant personnel. These tedious matters were all taken care of by Du Ruo, and the advisor just listened from the sidelines. After the mission, the person in charge of Dragon County needed to go to the mission location to inspect it, so the rewards couldn't be distributed for a while yet. Advisor, when this mission is completely over, I will have someone send the rewards to the school. Du Ruo finished his report and took the initiative to say to the advisor, Understood. Then I'll go back first if there's nothing else. The advisor nodded and said goodbye to Du Ruo, carrying the bucket filled with slimes all the way back to the academy. Since it was the weekend, his return from his outing didn't attract too much attention. He had just walked into the school when he noticed the replacement of the notice board inside the academy. Previously, all that was hanging on it was the school's publicity, including the deeds of some outstanding teachers and students. But now, it all turned into another notice. The annual academy tournament is about to begin. The opponent for this tournament will still be last year's champion academy, from Seoul, Sukshu Awakening Academy. The venue of the match will be announced by Dean Jungtsen in a few days. At that time, all the students of the Dragon County Awakening Academy are invited to be there. What the hell? The advisor couldn't help but skim his lips. This kind of competition was probably attended by upperclassmen, so it shouldn't have anything to do with them. What he was more concerned about now was when his slime would be able to finish digesting. After digestion, what special effects could be obtained? A few days passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for school again. Originally, the advisor wanted to bring the slime with him at all times to observe its state, but it seemed that the attributes of the tragic claw dragon crystal core among them were a bit odd, and slime's digestion didn't go well this time. Its original attributes, from time to time, would go berserk. Occasionally it was electricity, and occasionally it was poison. Although it wouldn't harm the advisor, the imperial master, it was still dangerous to others. Therefore, the advisor could only leave the slime inside the dormitory. Anyway, the dormitories of their special classes were all single, and no one would usually enter. Every day after class, at night, the advisor lifted the bucket containing the slime and quietly went to the Star Clock Tower alone. That place was eerie and had a sealed monster inside, but it was better because it was empty, a good place to bask in the moon. As for the dawn moon spirit sand, the advisor didn't even bother looking for it, and couldn't afford it anyway if he found it, so he just didn't add to his problems. A few days passed. The slime's appearance still hadn't changed much. It was still like a puddle of mud, but on Wednesday morning, not long after the advisor had left the dormitory, he heard a voice coming from the academy. Advisor student, upon hearing the news, please come to the dean's office to receive your reward for completing the Bounty Hunter Union mission. It was Jung-sun's voice, and it sounded like he had used some sort of amplification magic, causing the entire academy to be able to hear it. What's more, this old man repeated it many times. Reward? Oh, come to think of it. The advisor froze for a moment before remembering that the rewards from the quest he completed last weekend had not yet been given out. But more than him, the students coming and going around were more excited. Many of them were whispering, "Counselor? Who is this person? You don't know? This is the first place winner of this freshman class. The first place isn't actually Zhu Ming? Who knows? I heard that this person is a royal beast master. That's right, the one that's particularly rare." Many of the senior students were discussing the advisor's identity, and some others noticed another point. A reward from the Bounty Hunters Union? What kind of reward needs a school-wide announcement? Chapter 62 Holy Radiance Magic Crystal Stone. Extra skills. This advisor is really powerful. Just enrolled in school and actually managed to complete a bounty hunter's mission. More than that, have you guys heard of the mysterious person without a title that just recently appeared in the Bounty Hunter Union? It's said to be this advisor. That can't be right? The advisor's face didn't look too good as he listened to the onlookers' comments, and in his heart, he couldn't help but complain about Jung-sun. This old man was really only concerned about the world. It wasn't just a reward. Was there a need to make such a big commotion? Luckily, there weren't many people around who knew the advisor, so he was able to make it all the way to the dean's room without any problems. The advisor knocked on the door and soon Jung-sun's response came from inside. "Come in." With Jung-sun's voice, a hint of magic spread around the room, and immediately afterward, the door to the room opened up a crack. The advisor pushed the door and walked into the room, and the aroma of books and ink was still on his face. "Good day, Dean." The advisor looked towards Jung-sun, who was sitting behind the desk, and opened his mouth without emotion to greet him. Jung-sun could see the advisor's dissatisfaction, but the old man didn't show anything, only grinning a bad smile at the corners of his mouth before taking out a small box from behind him. "Counselor, I heard that you played a very crucial role in this bounty mission. Not only do Ruo, but even the other two appreciated you," Jung-sun said, placing this small box on the table. The advisor shrugged and forced a smile. It wasn't because he was shy. It was mainly because he could easily sense that a lot of people had gathered outside the dean's room of this office building. Those people were all students of the academy, and were probably eavesdropping on the sounds inside here. With these words, Jung-sun had undoubtedly added many more enemies to the advisor. "Thank you, Dean Jung." The advisor gritted his teeth and thanked the old man with a bad stomach, looking towards the small box on the table. "This is your reward for this mission." Without caring about the advisor's attitude, Jung-sun pushed the box in front of the advisor and gently opened the latch. A dazzling golden light appeared, illuminating the entire dean's room with a glittering glow. Stunned by the sudden light, the advisor couldn't help but curse and quickly closed his eyes. After waiting slightly for a few seconds, he almost adapted to the brightness before opening his eyes and frowning at the interior of the box. Inside was a pure golden stone that emitted a dazzling light. Correctly speaking, it should be said that it was a magic stone, and it was a magic crystal stone that had been industrially refined. This was the first time he had seen a so-called special magic crystal stone. It was the size of a fist, rounded, like a bead that had been coiled for a long time, and had some golden branding on it, but the advisor didn't recognize this kind of handwriting. This magic crystal stone was completely different from those tragically left behind that the advisor had seen in the abandoned factory. Not only the appearance, but even the magic power contained on it was vastly different. This single magic crystal stone alone was enough to outweigh all the magic stones left behind in the entire magic stone storeroom. "This is your reward." Jongsun let out a light laugh and looked at the advisor's expression as he spoke again. This is an extremely high-grade magic crystal stone that can be considered valuable. Oh, the advisor couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile after hearing the words worth a fortune. He quickly gathered his mind and used the system's observation ability to look at this magic crystal stone. And soon, a description appeared before his eyes. Sacred Glow Magic Crystal Stone, manufactured by artificial synthesis. It contains pure sacred attribute magic power. Sacred attribute? The advisor subconsciously reached out and took the fist-sized magic crystal stone into his hands. In just a moment of touching it, a warmth was transmitted along the magic crystal stone to his entire body, making him immediately feel much more energized. But that wasn't all. Restoring energy was only the lowest level ability of this magic crystal stone. The system's voice once again sounded beside the advisor's ears. Instructions for the use of the magic crystal stone. The owner of the magic crystal stone can integrate it into a certain part of the body, as a way to obtain the attributes and additional skills embedded in the magic crystal stone. Magic crystal contains a large amount of magic power, so it is best not to incorporate all of them into the same part of the body in order to avoid adverse effects. The magic crystal can be freely taken out after it is used up. Awakened professions without magic attributes use additional skills that consume the magic power of the magic crystal stone itself. Awakened professions with magic power. Using additional skills consumes the holder's magic power. The magic power of a magic crystal stone will gradually recover over time, or it can be infused by the user. This explanation on the use of the magic crystal stone saved the advisor who hadn't listened carefully in class. His eyes lit up, and his face showed a few moments of eagerness to try. Jongsun opened his mouth at the right time and said with a smile, "Most of the magic crystal stones have different abilities, and even an old man like me only knows some of the subtleties of them, so give it a try." The advisor nodded and looked at the magic crystal stone once again. According to what the system had just taught him, the magic crystal stone could be integrated into a certain part of the holder's body. Of course the advisor wouldn't integrate a magic crystal into a strange place, and he thought carefully for a moment. When fighting, he usually held his sword in his right hand, so the empty left arm seemed to be the best place. Let's just fuse it into the left arm. The advisor thought in his heart and lifted up his sleeve, gently pressing the Holy Radiance magic crystal to his skin. The same wave of warmth appeared, and the magic crystal stone actually did start to integrate into his arm little by little. This feeling was a bit strange. Although this magic crystal stone had a solid body, in the process of integration, it was as if it had turned into pure magic power. In just a few seconds, the golden light in the room had completely converged, and the Holy Radiance magic crystal had completely integrated into the advisor's left arm. From the surface, the advisor did not show any great changes. However, he himself was able to feel an abundance of magic power in his body, and he had inexplicably gained a certain method of using spells in his mind. It seems to have succeeded. Jongsun looked at the advisor's expression and gently nodded before getting up and taking a step back, giving the advisor some space. The advisor understood, and without saying anything more, he raised his left hand and stood with a fist in front of his forehead, whispering softly, "Servant King Knight's Resolve." This was the extra skill embedded in the Holy Radiance magic crystal. As long as the person using this magic crystal was able to use this skill, a golden light flashed in the advisor's eyes as he lifted his left hand and raised it high. A golden divine light shone down and landed on the advisor's body. Even though the advisor was well aware of the effects of this move, he still scanned his status. Current status, Servant King Knight's Resolve. Squire King's Knight's Resolve, dramatically increase the power of your next attack. The system evaluates this as a auxiliary spell that can be used on friendly troops. Friendly forces? When the advisor saw this last line of evaluation, the first thing that came to his mind was the left path. He couldn't help but let out a laugh. Don't bull asterisk 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 about it. That grandson is a pharmacist. Adding this spell to him is equal to nothing. It would be better to put one on himself before making a move and then use the famous sword Mooncrypt for decapitation. Moreover, since it was emphasized that it was substantially increased, that Mooncloak's full force strike said that it couldn't possess a power far beyond imagination. As for when he was off campus, the advisor could inflict this spell on Duruwa. In this way, he could finally play a substantial role in the team as well. This bounty mission wasn't a loss. Looks like you're satisfied. Jongsun looked at the advisor and said with a smile. The advisor was thrilled in his heart, and for a moment, he also felt smooth looking at Jongsun as an old man. He casually shook his hand and took out this magic crystal stone from his left arm and nodded after taking a look at it. That's right, this magic crystal stone suits me well. That's good. Jongsun nodded, and then, a strange expression appeared on his face. The advisor was immediately on guard. Was he being tricked? Chapter 63, Teaching Counselors a Lesson. But Jongsun didn't do anything to him. Instead he waved his hand and spoke. Alright, since the reward has arrived, hurry up and go to class. Okay. The advisor gave him a skeptical look before pushing open the door to leave the dean's room. As a result, he was startled when he came out. In the hallway in front of the dean's room, it was crowded with students of all grades who seemed to be listening to the voices within the dean's room. There were even quite a few people looking at the Holy Radiance magic crystal in the advisor's left hand with envy in their eyes. My god, it's actually a special magic crystal stone. This thing is too rare. What kind of quest does this have to be completed to reward something like this? At the very least, it has to be a quest with a danger level of 4. Level 4 is more than that. It has to be at least level 5. This is a magic crystal stone. Something that ordinary people can't even see. Something that only the top brass of Dragon County can have. Many people were whispering from the sidelines, looking at the magic crystal stone in the advisor's hand, their faces filled with amazement. The advisor understood the reasoning of not revealing one's wealth, frowned and put away the magic crystal stone in his hand, and left the office building without looking back. But he didn't know that among the group of people behind him, someone was staring at him dead in the face, full of jealousy and greed. There were no words for a few days. The advisor remained in his original routine, going to class during the day and hugging slime at night to bask in the moon. But what made it a little difficult for him was that even after almost a week had passed, the slime was still in a semi-liquefied state, and with the digestion of the crystal cores, the slime's berserking became significantly more frequent. Every day, the inside of the dormitory was damp, electricity flickered wherever he touched, and there was a sweet, fishy odor filled with toxicity in the air. But he couldn't hurt the advisor anyway, so he endured it. On Friday, the advisor left the slime in the dormitory as usual, and brought the Holy Radiance magic crystal to class. It wasn't for the sake of pretending, it was mainly because the magic crystal stone was able to restore his energy very well. But not long after the advisor left the dormitory, a person quietly appeared near the advisor's dormitory building for their particular class. This person's name was Zhang Fan, and he was in the same class as the advisor. He had average talent and poor strength as an archery artist, yet he entered the first class. This was all because Zhang Fan's father was a senior professor at the Dragon County Awakening Academy. Borrowing his father's name, he behaved in a high-profile manner and could be described as domineering in the class, having a personality far more arrogant than the dean's granddaughter, Jiang Hanxia. Today, the reason why Zhang Fan had appeared here had only one purpose. He wanted to go in and steal an item. As the son of a professor at the academy, Zhang Fan was actually not short of money, but his personality caused him to be hostile to someone who outshone him in the limelight. This person was naturally the advisor. A few days ago, when the advisor went to the dean's office to receive his bounty hunter reward, Zhang Fan was one of those eavesdropping outside. He had thought that the so-called reward was nothing more than some money, but it turned out that he did not expect the advisor to get a special magic crystal stone. This was something that could not be bought with money. Originally, Zhang Fan was full of animosity towards the advisor, very much looking down on the advisor's status as the first in his grade, only believing that he relied on his team to win. Now that the advisor had also obtained a valuable treasure, this made Zhang Fan even more jealous. After a few days of squatting, he decided to sneak into the dormitory to steal the advisor's magic crystal stone while they went to class. Isn't it just a broken stone? What's with the arrogance? Zhang Fan cursed under his breath as he walked into the dormitory building and looked around, noticing that each person's individual dormitory door had their respective names written on it. Zhang Fan became even more furious. Ordinary class trainees, even those in the first class, usually shared a dormitory with several roommates. As a result, the advisor was actually able to have a separate room for them. This stinky old man, Jiangsun, must have built such a luxurious dormitory especially for his granddaughter. The more Zhang Fan looked at it, the angrier he got, and he couldn't stop cursing with his mouth. Then he quickened his pace and found the advisor's room, going out and actually locking the door. Damn it! Zhang Fan cursed without any justifiable reason. However, he had long anticipated this situation and had prepared a way to deal with it. He quickly pulled out a small knife from his backpack, as well as some lockpicking tools, and pounded on the door of his advisor's room. But unfortunately, Zhang Fan's lockpicking skills were as bad as his strength, and after prying for half a day, not to mention opening the door, he couldn't even find where the lock was. Zhang Fan became infuriated and took out a hammer from his backpack, and ruthlessly dropped it towards the counselor's door. With just one hammer, the door was smashed open. Humph, I should have known that I wouldn't have bothered. Zhang Fan snorted coldly and kicked the door open, walking into the advisor's dormitory room. But without waiting for him to search for magic crystal stones in the advisor's room, an object in the middle of the room froze him in his tracks. It was a bucket, but instead of water, it was filled with some viscous liquid. These liquids were slowly writhing as if they were alive, and had even gushed out of the bucket. That was naturally the slime that the advisor was digesting, and at this moment, it was once again experiencing an attribute riot. But Zhang Fan didn't know about this thing. What is this thing? Zhang Fan looked at the unknown thing and his sweaty hairs stood up. A strong premonition of danger alarmed frantically in his head. His heart was filled with fear, but when he tried to escape, he found it difficult to move. Indigo electric light filled the room, leaving Zhang Fan, a weak person, with no way to easily escape. In addition, at the same time, the slimy monster was continuously emitting a large amount of purple mist. These mists were filled with a sweet and fishy odor, and Zhang Fan inhaled those mists into his body before he could even react. Immediately afterward, his lungs were filled with a burning sensation and some purple spots appeared all over his body. This is poison? Zhang Fan panicked for a moment, not being able to recall his purpose at all, and ran out of the advisor's dormitory with a roll. At this moment, in the classroom of Class 0, the advisor was lying on his desk and huffing and puffing. Strange to say, even though he had already carried the Holy Radiance magic crystal with him, he still got sleepy every time he was in class. Perhaps this had become a habit. But the advisor's good sleep didn't last long when someone on the side tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, brother, wake up. Something seems to have happened. The one who woke him up was naturally Left Road. The advisor's good dream was woken up, blankly opening his eyes and turning his head with some annoyance. What the hell? Zuodao didn't care about the advisor's attitude as he waved at the advisor, signaling him to follow him over. The advisor glanced inside the classroom. Classes had already ended and there were only 2 people in the entire classroom, him and Zuodao. Even that black-faced teacher Wang Dang was not there. The advisor didn't know what kind of medicine Zuodao had bought in his gourd, so he could only rub his arm that was numb from the pressure and walk towards Zuodao. Zuodao stood by the window, looked at him coming over, pointed outside and said, "Brother, look outside. What are those people doing?" Chapter 64. It was poisoned by the counselor. The advisor looked in the direction of Zuodao's finger and found a large wave of people gathered outside the classroom. Everyone's face looked a little strange. Some people looked like they were watching, some had a nervous face, and many others had a gloating face. Ask also came to his senses at this time, and with the mindset of watching the fun, he glanced at Zuodao. The tacit understanding between the 2 people naturally needed no introduction, and without even exchanging words, they left the classroom together with quick steps. It was midday at this time. Not far away, groups of students and teachers were gathered together, chattering about something. The 2 of them, advisor and Zuodao, squeezed into the crowd and could barely hear some of the people's words. What kind of poison has this fan been hit by? Why is it so serious? Who knows? It looks as if it's some kind of high-level magical beast's poison. Have you heard? This kind of poison of Zhang Fan is particularly weird. Even a few professors of pharmacy can't do anything about it. Really? What magical beast's poison is so horrible? No, that's not right. Where did we get a high-level magical beast in our academy? The faces of the bystanders were not looking too good, as if they were frightened by the tragic appearance of the poisoned person. But there were also quite a few people with cold smiles on their faces, mocking in whispers. Isn't the one who was poisoned the one from class 1? I think I've seen him before. Deserved it. Indeed he deserved it. This kind of person just relies on his father being a professor to be so domineering all the time. He's simply a cerebral palsy. I don't even know what he's so proud of. Just because his dad is a professor? Oh, Jiang Hancha's grandfather is the dean. I don't see Jiang Hansha being so arrogant. Counselor and Zuodao listened to the words of the bystanders and looked at each other, blinking their eyes in some confusion. Brother, who are they talking about? How would I know? Stand inside and let me take a look, the advisor on the left path said, and squeezed towards the inside again. Just at this time, I don't know who softly shouted, "SHHHH, don't say anything, Zhang Fan's father is here." With these words, the voices around them were obviously much smaller, and the crowd became loose. The advisor and Zuodao took this opportunity to squeeze towards the inside, and they saw a person lying in the middle of the crowd. It was a student wearing their academy's uniform. He was lying on the ground, constantly flailing, his face filled with pain. Even his skin was colored with a strange purple color. The advisor looked at him and suddenly frowned, thinking in his heart, how does this color look so familiar? Advisor this has not yet pondered over. Opposite the crowd hurriedly walked out of a man wearing a teacher's uniform. He looks 40 or 50 years old. His body is a little bloated, and he has short curly hair, a nervous face. This is the father of the student who was poisoned, isn't it? The advisor thought, habitually sweeping a glance with the system's observation ability first. It didn't matter if he took this look. He didn't realize that there was actually an unexpected gain. Name, Zhang Tong. Race, human. Awakened profession, bard, archery artist's upper transmutation. Level, 30. Formation, Dragon County. The system's evaluation of this is a professor of collecting at the Dragon County Awakening Academy, as well as the canine father of the canine son. In addition, prompting the host, the person has the scent of the dawn moon spirit sand on them. Egu Crikey? He was already not even holding out hope for Hayuki Reisha. But he didn't expect to see clues related to Hayuki Reisha by looking at a random person. The advisor noticed this and didn't want to leave even more. He wanted to see what was going on, and if he could, find a chance to chat, and perhaps get his hands on precious materials. Zhang Tong, on the other hand, didn't pay any attention to the others as he walked over with hurried steps, shoving the students gathered around to watch the scene away as he half-kneeled on the ground to check on his son's condition. Son, how did you become like this? Dad, I'm having a hard time. Zhang Fan lay on the ground, barely opening his eyes to look at Zhang Tong, his voice weak. What's wrong with you? What turned you into this? Zhang Tong hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire, but Zhang Fan's face showed a hint of hesitation and did not answer. Zhang Tong became even more anxious at the sight, and he hurriedly looked at the few people on the side. What kind of poison did my son get? Those few people were likewise teachers of the academy, and they were all experts in pharmaceuticals and recovery magic. However, they only shook their heads coldly in the face of Zhang Tong's questioning. Prof. Zhang, I'm sorry, we also didn't check what kind of poison your son was suffering from. Oh right, Professor Zhang, we deduced that this poison is extremely toxic, and it is estimated that your son will not live for more than an hour. As soon as Zhang Tong heard this, his eyebrows immediately stood up as he stared at the few people around him with wide eyes and loudly rebuked. What are you guys talking about? My son won't live for more than an hour? If you guys fart anymore, believe it or not, I'll let you all get lost with a single word. Hurry up and cure my son. This is inside the academy. How can there be a poison that can't be cured? Zhang Tong had a bad attitude and cursed at a few people. The few people beside him seemed to be accustomed to his attitude. Not only did they not get angry, instead, they turned their backs and revealed teasing smiles. The advisor saw this scene from the sidelines, through the comments of the people around him, as well as Zhang Tong's current attitude. He also understood why the system's evaluation used the words canine son and canine father to describe it, blindly guessing a wave of two dogs that bark noisily. The advisor mimicked the system's tone and evaluated Zhang Tong and the poison Zhang Fan in his mind. On the other side, Zhang Tong couldn't care about anything else. He held Zhang Fan's hand tightly. An old face was red with anxiety, and his mouth kept shouting, Son, speak up son, what kind of poison did you get? You have to tell me so that I can have someone detoxify you. Zhang Tong's continuous pressing questions made Zhang Fan unable to withstand the pressure as well. He clenched his teeth tightly and his gaze wandered as if he was hesitating. The advisor was also curious in his heart. He looked at Zhuo Dao on the side and opened his mouth to ask, Zhuo Dao, take a look at that person. Can you tell what kind of poison he has been poisoned with? Although Zhuo Dao was not a high level, the system evaluated him as being gifted, so the advisor still had more or less confidence in him. Don't be in a hurry. Let me take a look. Zhuo Dao responded and pretended to raise his hand to his chin, observing Zhang Fan's skin color, and then raised his hand to his nose and fanned it, and after slightly sniffing, his face suddenly changed. Crap, Zhuo Dao cursed in a very soft voice. Seeing his reaction, he must have observed something. The advisor on the side became even more curious and hurriedly asked after him. No, don't rush to curse. Let's talk about the result first. What do you see? If Zhuo Dao could give a correct answer, then the advisor might be able to get Zhuo Dao to do a favor, and at that time, he might be able to take the opportunity to inquire about the Xiaoye spirit sand. However, after a few seconds of silence, Zhuo Dao frowned again and looked at the advisor, deliberately lowering his voice and spoke. Brothers, how do I feel? The poison that this person has been infected with is. Zhuo Dao's words had not finished. Over there lying on the ground more and more breathless Zhang Fan, finally was unable to endure. Out loud roar. It's poisoned by the consultant. Chapter 65. As soon as these words were uttered, the surrounding crowd of onlookers were silent for a split second, followed by a roar. What? Who is the advisor? Advisor you don't know. It's that person who was notified by the whole school a few days ago that he had completed a bounty mission. I heard that this person is also the number one in the new grade. Does this advisor have a grudge against Zhang Fan? I don't know. Hey, isn't that person the advisor? I don't know who shouted, and the crowd's eyes quickly shifted to the advisor who was watching the show from the side. No, it could no longer be called watching the show now. Zhang Fan's words had directly pulled the advisor into this good drama as well. However, the advisor was confused. What the hell? I poisoned you? What the hell? Brother, it's really you? Zhuo Dao also looked at the advisor and exclaimed in shock. Just now, when Zhuo Dao observed Zhang Fan's poisoning, he had already smelled the advisor's slime scent from the odor on Zhang Fan's body. The gazes of the crowd, and the voices of the two of them, also caught the attention of Zhang Tong and Zhang Fan. The father and son pair looked in the direction of the advisor together and their faces changed. Zhang Tong immediately picked up his son and pointed at the advisor and opened his mouth to ask, Son, is it him? This. Zhang Fan also did not expect the consultant actually really here. A time some swallowed, hesitation half a day, or ruthless nodded. It's him, He's the one who poisoned him. When he spoke just now, the advisor was still wondering if he was renamed to him, but now that Zhang Fan was pointing at him, it couldn't be the same name and the same face, right? The advisor was puzzled. Not, who are you? He didn't even recognize this person, and somehow he was put on a pot, but probably because Zhang Fan, this person's character was usually too bad. Most people didn't have any good feelings towards him. Without even needing the advisor to speak, many people began to question him one after another. Zhang Fan, what kind of enmity do you have with the advisor? Tell us. That's right, people aren't even in the same class as you. Why would they harm you? And the advisor wouldn't poison isn't he a royal beast master? The advisor is a dual awakened professional of a royal beast master and a magic swordsman. He's not even close to you, an archery artist, so why would he harm you? Speak up, Zhang Fan, why don't you say anything? The skepticism of the people around him caused Zhang Fan's face to turn from purple to red, tilting his head but not knowing how to explain. But Zhang Tong on the side was naturally toward his son. Son, tell me the truth. With dad here, I'll help you out. Once Zhang Fan heard this, he could only speak with a stiff upper lip. I was poisoned in the advisor's dormitory today. As soon as he said this, the advisor couldn't help but be infuriated and burst out laughing. I went to the classroom early this morning. Everyone can testify for me. When did I poison you in the dormitory? And, halfway through his words, the advisor suddenly realized something, frowned and opened his mouth to question. You can't be you ran to my dormitory by yourself, right? You. Seeing that his lie was demolished, Zhang Fan could not issue a retort for a while. As soon as the bystanders saw this reaction of Zhang Fan, they immediately understood and started brainstorming. Zhang Fan, you're not thinking of stealing something from the advisor's dormitory, are you? Definitely. When I saw the advisor receiving the reward from the Bounty Hunter Union a few days ago, Zhang Fan was on the sidelines with a look of jealousy on his face. Hearing the voices of those people, Zhang Tong reddened his face and glared at Zhang Fan as he opened his mouth to scold him. Zhang Fan, tell the truth. How exactly did you get poisoned? Seeing his father angry, Zhang Fan knew that he could no longer hide it before he started to explain. Zhang Fan had quickly escaped from the advisor's quarters after being infected with the toxin by the attribute berserking iced slime. But the toxin on the advisor's slime was not an ordinary poison. It was a poisonous attribute extracted from the crystal core of the silver vine demon realm flower, which had an extraordinary effect that an ordinary awakened could not carry. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Fan was very nervous at that time, his heartbeat accelerated, causing the toxin to have spread all over his body, and there was no possibility of normal healing for a long time, and he ended up collapsing on the ground just like that. Some students found him, and seeing that he looked like he was poisoned, they didn't dare to touch him easily, so they called some teachers from the academy. And then what happened later? The advisor was very clear. Zhang Fan, you have disgraced me too much. Zhang Tong knew that his son was usually in trouble often, but he didn't expect him to almost lose his life this time, and for a moment, he was so angry that he raised his hand to fight, but after half a day of hesitation, his slap still didn't fall. Zhang Tong looked at the counselor and spoke with a furrowed brow. Counselor, you poisoned this, only you can save my son. But with this tone of his, not to mention the advisor, even many of the teachers on the side could not help but appear annoyed. The advisor looked at Zhang Tong, not flinching in the slightest because the other party was a professor of the academy. Anyway, as a student of the special class, he would not have any interactions with Zhang Tong in his usual classes. The advisor sneered. Stop, let me correct you on one thing. I didn't poison your son. Instead, your son went to my dormitory room to steal something and got poisoned by his own unlucky luck. This has nothing to do with me. You. Zhang Tong's eyes immediately widened when he heard the advisor's words. However, after noticing that his son had already passed out again and his breathing was gradually weakening, he could only swallow his harsh words in his stomach. Fine. Zhang Tong took several deep breaths and barely managed to make a compensatory smile as he opened his mouth. Advisor, this matter is my son's fault. I hope you can save his life, and when he recovers, I will definitely bring him to apologize to you. This was already the biggest concession Zhang Tong could make in front of everyone. The advisor could also see this, so he did not continue to bite his tongue. After all, he now felt that Zhang Tong was profitable, so naturally, he would not push the person to the brink. It's fine, I should be the only one who can cure the poison he's gotten anyway. The advisor spoke slowly, while Zhang Tong revealed a look of joy. He said unhurriedly, wait, I haven't finished yet. The advisor smiled and turned his words around, pausing before saying, there's no problem with rescuing the person, but since he went to my room to steal something, then if something was lost in my room, you must surely have to pay me back, right? This sentence did not sound like a problem. Even Zhang Tong did not react and opened his mouth. This, certainly, if you lost something, I will definitely compensate you, but you must save my son. While Zhuo Dao was stunned, he looked at the light smile on the advisor's face, and seemed to vaguely understand what was going on, and laughed silently. Chapter 66, Baby, it's alive. Then it's a deal. The advisor nodded, waved at Zheng Tong and spoke. Bring your son with you and follow me. I need to make a trip back to the dormitory. Ah yes. Everyone disperse? Thank you all for speaking up for me, haha. The advisor just took 2 steps and stopped again, waving at the people around him before walking towards the dormitory with Zhuo Dao. Zheng Tong, on the other hand, was holding his son and followed behind the advisor. Other than the 2 of them, there were also a few teachers who had checked Zhang Fan's poisoning earlier. These teachers were not there to watch the fun. They were mainly curious as to how the advisor, an imperial beast master, was going to detoxify Zhang Fan. The advisor could guess their thoughts and didn't say anything, walking quickly towards the dormitory. After arriving at the dormitory building, the advisor quickly smelled a hint of fishy sweetness in the air, which came from the poisonous mist on his slime. It was a good thing that Class 0 was in a separate dormitory building, and with all of them having gone to class in the morning, there were no other students around here. You guys, the advisor was just about to turn around and warn them, but as soon as he did, he realized that the teachers had put a breathing valve on their faces. Zhuo Dao, on the other hand, put a bird's beak mask that approximated that of a medieval doctor on his face, and then handed a simple mask to Zheng Tong, who was holding his son. Quite prescient, the advisor couldn't help but smile as he stepped into the dormitory building. The dormitory building was quiet, and the advisor breezed to the door of his dormitory. Good guy, what a hard hand. The advisor saw the smashed door of his dormitory at a glance and could not help but let out a light sigh as he spoke to Zheng Tong. Professor Zhang, this door. I'll pay for it. Zheng Tong frowned and said urgently, hurry up and save my son. Take it easy. The advisor let out a light laugh and stepped through the shattered door of the room, walking into the dormitory. Because Zhang Fan hadn't even had time to rummage around the house before he was poisoned and escaped, there wasn't much change in the room. In the bucket right in the middle, the slime was still in a semi-liquefied state, with a trace of arcs flickering and the poisonous mist constantly overflowing in all directions. Seeing that it was indeed fine, the advisor was quietly relieved. However, he could not just help Zhang Fan detoxify it so easily. He pretended to rummage around the room until Zheng Tong became more and more agitated, and even couldn't help but open his mouth in anger several times before he rejoined him. What are you looking for? Quickly save my son. Zheng Tong looked at his son in his arms who was out of breath more than in, and urged the advisor in an anxious tone. The advisor swept a glance at Zhang Fan, roughly estimated the time, and shook his head again. Don't be in a hurry, Professor Zhang. Let's talk about what I've lost first. Then you say it quickly. Zheng Tong glared at the advisor and kept screaming curses in his heart. The advisor felt amused in his heart, but on the surface, he still put on a heavy look and opened his mouth. Professor Zhang, based on my observation just now, there are quite a few things missing from my room. I won't talk about the cheap things so as not to hurt the peace, but there is one thing you have to compensate me for. That would be the Dawn Moon Spirit Sand. As soon as those 4 words left his mouth, Zheng Tong was instantly stunned. Not only him, even Zhuo Dao and several teachers at the side were dumbfounded. They were all masters who had researched potions in various materials, so they naturally knew what the Dawn Moon Spirit Sand was. How could the advisor, an ordinary student alone, store such a treasured item in his room? Zheng Tong also immediately reacted to the fact that the advisor was planning to knock him down. He glared at the advisor as if he was about to spit out flames in his eyes and couldn't help but open his mouth to curse. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Advisor, how could a student like you possibly possess the Dawn Moon Spirit Sand? You're trying to blackmail me, aren't you? The few teachers on the side could not help but snicker as well and glanced at each other. They all knew that Zheng Tong, in addition to his status as a professor, was also a material collector, of which his most valuable item was the Xiaoyu Spirit Sand. Although they did not know how this advisor knew that Zheng Tong possessed the Xiaoyu Spirit Sand, but as it was rare to see Zheng Tong suffer, they were happy to watch the show and no one wanted to interfere. As the advisor's detractor, Zhuo Dao certainly understood the advisor's thoughts, but instead of being silent like those few teachers, he smiled and stood by the advisor's side, opening his mouth to follow suit. Hey brother, I remember, don't you still have a few herbs in your house? Such as radiant datten grass, the flowers of the moonface fairy thorns and an evil clove lavender. The advisor hadn't stopped at all at these few herbs that Zhuo Dao had mentioned, but the moment the two looked at each other, they understood each other's thoughts. Ah yes, and these few herbs. After the advisor finished speaking, he quickly glanced at the teachers on the side who had already begun to stifle their laughter, and secretly nodded in his heart. In any case, these were definitely the herbs that the left path needed. Anyway, Sensei doesn't care if there is one to slaughter this Zheng Tong first. You guys. Zheng Tong was so angry at this time that he was already about to be unable to stand up, If not for the fact that he was holding his son, he would have definitely rushed up to beat up the two extortionists, the advisor and the left path. First, but before he could break into a rage, the advisor waved his hand, put on a surprised expression, and pointed at Zhang Fan in Zhang Tong's arms. Gu, Professor Zhang, your son doesn't seem to be in a good state. When Zhang Tong heard these words, his face instantly became gloomy to the extreme. He inwardly weighed the extremely valuable materials that the advisor had just mentioned, and then looked at his son in his arms, and finally could only clench his teeth and say, "Fine, fine, I'll pay." As he said that, he waved his hand with force, the space ring he wore on his hand flashed, and numerous materials appeared on the floor of the room. No matter how valuable these things were, in his eyes, they were not as important as his son's life. After the advisor swept a glance at those things, he looked at Zhuo Dao again. Without a word, Zhuo Dao observed the herbs and finally quietly gave a no-problem gesture to the advisor. "Thank you, Professor Zhang, for sending." "Oh no, compensation for the materials. It's really broken." The advisor smiled and waved at Zhang Tong as he spoke. "Alright, quickly put your son on the ground. I'll get rid of the poison for him. You'd better be true to your word." Zhang Tong glared at the advisor sinisterly, and after some verbal threats, he placed Zhang Fan flat on the ground. At this moment, Zhang Fan's body was already a bit stiff, and his respiratory system was paralyzed, causing his body to turn purple and the veins on his neck to bulge. It was estimated that in a few more minutes, he would die. The advisor wasn't a hard-hearted person either, and sighed hypocritically at the sight. "Alright, then I'm going to start the show." But while the advisor said that, he actually didn't know how to detoxify the poison at all. To unring the bell, he had to be the one to do it. The advisor stepped aside, picked up the bucket, shook the semi-liquefied slime inside, and called out softly, "Baby, wake up, come alive." Chapter 67, flanked by two beautiful women. Despite the fact that during the time it took to digest the core of the magical beast, the slime lost a lot of its abilities and was not able to enter a fighting state, but a simple response was still able to be done, only to see the liquid of the bucket churning for a while, constantly changing colors, and then two small eyes the size of black beans floated up, blinking at the advisor. The advisor and the slime were soulbound to each other, and even if the advisor didn't speak, the slime was able to understand what he meant. Gulp! The slime made a strange sound and then blew a bubble out of the bucket. This purple bubble that was blown out floated and wobbled in the air, but did not explode. Instead, it landed towards Zhang Fan, who was lying on the ground. "Counselor, what are you doing?" Seeing this scene, Zhang Tong's heart was filled with nervousness and he hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. On the other hand, the few teachers on the side were wide-eyed. They were all experts in the study of pharmacology and recovery magic, but they had never seen this scene even after living for so many years. Of course, there was a part of the reason for this, mainly because of the researchers of the current generation. Almost no one was interested in conducting research on the lowest level magical beasts like slimes. "Don't be nervous, trust me." The advisor smiled and waved his hand at Zhang Tong and the others, only to see this purple bubble floating and landing on Zhang Fan's face. Immediately afterward, the bubble quickly melted and turned into some purple mucus that entered Zhang Fan's mouth and nose. Soon, the toxins that were eroding Zhang Fan's body, it was quickly absorbed by the small bit of slime that entered Zhang Fan's body. The purple color on Zhang Fan's skin gradually faded, leaving behind only the blood marks he had scratched himself. After about a few minutes, Zhang Fan opened his eyes violently, took a huge breath, sat up from the ground, and coughed violently. Some purple mucus accompanied by blood clots was coughed out by him. After a while, Zhang Fan slowed down and blinked his eyes blankly. "Alright, Professor Zhang, your son is fine now. Just pay attention to resting next." The counselor watched Zhang Fan recover and couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart. In case this was not saved and died in his dormitory, it would be too bad luck. "Son, are you alright?" Zhang Tong didn't fully trust the advisor. He quickly half-squatted down and supported Zhang Fan, asking in a nervous tone. Zhang Fan shook his head with a pale face, moving his lips as if he wanted to speak, but he had no strength at all. The advisor stood aside and put the bucket back down before speaking. "A few of you, please go back if you're fine. I have to go to class in a while." Those few teachers nodded, and after looking at each other, they silently put those blood clots and mucus on the ground that were coughed up by Zhang Fan into a small bottle before saying to the advisor, "Xiao Gu Ah, is it okay for us to take these away as research materials?" "Of course it's fine, go ahead." The advisor waved his hand and said to the men with a smile, "Thank you very much." The few teachers showed joyful faces and happily left the dormitory. After seeing that his son was fine, Zhang Tong also assisted Zhang Fan and left the dormitory without a word. Just as he was about to walk out the door, the advisor called out to him from behind again. "Hey, Professor Zhang, I'll remember to have someone fix this dormitory door for me when the time comes." "Got it. I'll inform the dean." Zhang Tong was now sick of hearing the advisor's voice as he finished without looking back and left the dormitory with quick steps. Soon, the room returned to calm once again. Zuodao squinted his eyes and looked at the advisor with a smile, giving a thumbs up. Brother, this time can be said to be quite rewarding. What Zuodao was talking about was of course those herbs on the side. The advisor also smiled and shrugged his shoulders, casually waving his hand. Other than the Xiaoyu spirit sand, it's all yours. Thanks brother. Zuodao didn't see any outsiders and quickly picked up those herbs and put them in his bag. The advisor, on the other hand, picked up the vial of Xiaoyu spirit sand. This spirit sand looked light blue, with distinct particles, like crushed crystals, flashing with a crystalline light. The advisor used the system to make sure that the stuff was okay, and didn't intend to avoid the left path, so he directly opened the bottle and poured the spirit sand into the bucket. As soon as those Xiaoyu spirit sand touched the slime's body, they immediately integrated into it. In a short instant, the electric arcs and poisonous mist in the room were under control, and the slime settled down, its body squirming a little. Although it was still unable to return to its initial state in a short period of time, the advisor also noticed that the slime's body began to solidify rapidly. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully fed the Dawn Moon Spirit Sand. The slime's digestion process will be enhanced, with an estimated 1 week remaining. In addition, after completing the digestion, your slime will perhaps gain stronger abilities. The advisor couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth curl up as he listened to the system prompt next to his ears. This was really what he wanted. Originally, he had already given up on searching for the Hayuki Spirit Sand, but as a result, he didn't expect that would actually have a fool who delivered it to his door. The slime was much more stable now, but the attributes were still constantly changing, so the advisor still decided to leave the slime in the dormitory first, and he went to class himself. As for this dormitory door, advisor, there is not much he can do at the moment. Anyway, even if there is a door, it cannot prevent the villain, and the advisor feels that with this outburst today, in a short period of time, there will be no more wrongdoers to the door. Early the next morning, the advisor woke up, and after having breakfast with Zuodao just planning to go to class, he heard Jiang Xin's voice echoing in the academy. All students please come to the academy hall to gather. Next I want to announce something. Please inform all students to inform each other and gather at the academy meeting hall immediately. Jiang Xin's voice kept ringing out, and many of the students on the road stopped, with puzzled looks on their faces, but the advisor smiled instead. No matter what Jiang Xin was going to say, it meant that he didn't have to attend classes in the morning. Zuodao and the advisor had the same thought, and the two of them looked at each other and smiled, immediately reversing their direction towards the academy's hall. Generally speaking, it was only on certain major occasions that Jiang Xin would call all the trainees to gather in the hall. However, since the advisor came to this world, there had never been a situation that required the whole group to come here. Therefore, this was the first time the advisor had come here. This meeting hall was the largest place in the entire Dragon County Awakening Academy, which was covered with a wooden floor, and right in front of it was a podium. Quite a few students had already gathered here, and there were quite a few teachers around. The advisor looked at Jiang Xin, who was directly in front of him, and realized that it was actually not an illusion, but a rare appearance as an entity. He held his staff in his hand and quietly scanned the crowd. As soon as the advisor appeared, Jiang Xin immediately shifted his eyes to him, and he wordlessly shook his staff at the advisor, pointing in a direction beside him. The students who came here were lined up in classes. Jiang Xin was on the far side, which was naturally where their class 0 was. Zhu Ming, Jiang Hanxia, and Sunwon had already arrived here a long time ago. What the hell is going on? The advisor thought darkly in his mind as he and Zuodao walked to the spot that belonged to them. Advisor, stand here. When Sunwon saw the advisor, she immediately waved at him, signaling him to stand beside her. AI, envious, I also want to stand beside the sun goddess. Zuodao smiled and followed the advisor forward, saying in a conspiratorial voice beside him. Knowing that Zuodao was joking, the advisor let out a light laugh and stood next to Sunwon, but just as he had just stood still, Jiang Half-Summer, who was on the side, also smilingly squeezed away from Zuodao and stood beside the advisor. Advisor, Chapter 68. This is my man, Agu, even more envious, TSK. Zuodao shook his head lightly and said with a deliberate sigh, but he was also very understanding and didn't approach the advisor anymore. Instead he stood not far behind. The advisor watched Zuodao dodge away. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he sighed helplessly. He knows that Sunwon has a good feeling for him, but that Jiang Half-Xia, the advisor always felt that this granddaughter of Jiang Xin had other plans for him, and every time he talked to her, his heart was always unconsciously filled with vigilance, afraid that he would be pitted by her one time. But now that Zuodao has slipped away without righteousness, he has no place to run even if he runs, and he can only stay here with a hard head. After waiting for about 10 more minutes, the people had basically arrived. The door to the hall was closed by a burst of magic, and the noisy venue immediately quieted down. Jungsun, who was standing at the front, cleared his throat, and instantly, everyone's eyes focused on him. Students, Jungsun infused magic power into his voice, and every word was easily delivered to everyone's ears. I'm sure everyone has seen what's on the notice board inside the academy. Notice board? The advisor froze slightly when he heard those words, and it took him a few seconds before he remembered what Jungsun was talking about. When he returned to the academy after completing his mission last week, he saw what was on the notice board. Remember what it said about the competition? While the advisor was recalling it, Jungsun waved his cane as well. With a flash of magical light, the bulletin on the bulletin board at that time appeared behind him. Starting next Monday, an academy rivalry tournament will be held. This confrontation is against the Shukshu Awakening Academy from Seoul. Last year's champion was this academy, right? I remember there was someone from this academy who performed particularly well last time. That person should still be playing this time, right? Many senior students looked at the contents on the notice board and whispered. The advisor listened to their chatter without any fluctuation in his heart. Right now, for him, the most important thing was to hurry up and avoid these two women beside him. But Jungsun above the venue couldn't just end it like that. He waited silently for a few minutes for the students below to chat more or less before speaking again. For this match, I have already selected the participants for this time. Next, those whose names I read will raise their hands, Jungsun said, waving his cane and flipping open a list book in front of him that floated in midair. The cadets whose names were called were basically all upperclassmen. These people would be fighting on behalf of the Dragon County Awakening Academy in this competition. So naturally, they drew the attention of the surrounding students. However, what was not expected was that in addition to the senior students, there were also cadets in this competition. First year class 0, Ju Ming. This was the first time that there were freshly enrolled students competing in an academy competition. Many people cast surprised gazes towards the advisor and their side, and murmured, Class 0? Does our school still have this class? It seems like some special class, but who is this Ju Ming? I remember this person. He seems to be the son of the Long County Zhu family. He should be a good seedling. More than a good seedling. He's a magic swordsman. This kind of awakened profession is the elite of the elite. The murmurs of the bystanders did not cause Zhu Ming to show any fluctuations. Ignoring the people around him, he raised his hand in a gesture, then gently dropped it and stood aside in silence. This action, in turn, caused many of the senior girls to have a heartbeat. The fluctuation lasted for several minutes before subsiding. Just when everyone thought Zhu Ming was the last person on this list, Jungsun opened his mouth again and read out another name that took people by surprise. First year class 0's counselor. Me? The advisor looked up in dismay. The hall, which had just quieted down, immediately resounded with a wave of even greater sensation. Compared to Zhu Ming, the name advisor was even more unfamiliar to those upperclassmen. Who is the advisor again? Is he also from the special class? Never heard of it. Hey, is he some kind of special occupation too? Doesn't look very strong, but why does he have two beautiful women around him so close to him? So envious. Hush, don't talk nonsense. The girl on the right is the granddaughter of Dean Jiang. What the hell? Relationship? Ah, that's fine. The murmurs beside him grew louder and louder. The advisor looked at Jungsun suspiciously, only to find that the old man was also looking at him, and was immediately shocked. He suddenly remembered that when he received his reward earlier, this old man Jungsun looked at him in a thoughtful manner. It was fitting that this old man had already thought about it at that time. The advisor's side finally pondered over and looked around. Most of the people who had just spoken were some upperclassmen. They were casting jealous gazes at the advisor, and there was even some contempt in their eyes. However, those freshmen who had witnessed the advisor finish the race in the first place were quite dissatisfied, and they were righteously indignant as they countered with words from the sidelines. What connections? The advisor is the pride of our class. That's right, he's the first place winner of this division exam. You may not believe me, but the counselor's awakened profession is far rarer than Zhu Ming's. The counselor is a dual occupation awakened person. That's called a double rare occupation awakened. A beast master and a magic swordsman. The advisor wasn't one of those people who would be smug after hearing a couple of compliments from others. He only felt that those people were making a lot of noise while casting a disgruntled look at Jungsun. One should know that his slime still hadn't fully digested the magical beast crystals by now, which meant that his strength wasn't complete. Even if he went to compete, he probably wouldn't do too well. But before he could speak, Sun Won, who was on the side, somewhat excitedly hugged his arm. Advisor, you're too good to be selected to fight for our academy. As Sun Won said, she couldn't help but stand on her tiptoes and kiss the advisor on the cheek. The advisor was startled, and when he turned his head, he saw Sun Won's eyes shining brightly as she looked at him, pride in her eyes. Gu, Is this scene something I can watch without spending money? When Zhuodao saw this scene, he couldn't help but coax behind him, and Sunwon's action made the eyes focused on the advisor's body suddenly become even hotter. Sunwon was known as the school's flower, and there were certainly many boys who had crushes on her, and for a while, all of these boys cast gazes filled with indignation at the advisor. The corner of the advisor's mouth twitched as he was bathed in the blade-like gazes, but before he could react, Jung Half-Summer on the other side acted again first, only to see her quickly pull on the advisor's other arm in front of the crowd, yanking him to a stumble before shouting, "The advisor is my man. Can some people pay attention?" Chapter 69, Brother, I have a medicine. Jung Hanxia's words could attract more attention than Sun Wen's actions just now. She was Jung Tsun's granddaughter, and that status alone gave her countless licking dogs. At this moment, when those licking dogs heard these words, many of them rolled their eyes and directly fainted. There were even more who looked at the advisor with envy and jealousy. What kind of person is this, actually letting the school flower and the dean's granddaughter grab up in public? This brother is also too ruthless. Right, eating meat himself and not even leaving soup for others? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Can Dean Jiang manage it? And the counselor, as the person concerned, after hearing the words of Jung Half-Summer, he only felt that his brain was blank, and there was only one sentence in his heart. These two women, are not both brain problems? The advisor cursed in his heart and hurriedly looked at Jung Tsun. Even if this old man couldn't control Sunwon, at least he had to control his granddaughter, right? But Jung Tsun had a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth and didn't even look at his side. Fine, you're starting to act blind, aren't you, old man? The advisor cursed at Jung Tsun in his heart and looked somewhat helplessly at Sunwon and Jung Half-Summer, who were staring at each other with hostility on both sides. He didn't want to see the two quarreling on this kind of occasion, or even staging some kind of dog-blooded 8 o'clock movie, so the advisor quickly pulled his hand out of the two people's arms and spoke. You two calm down, there's a meeting going on right now. He watched Jiang Hanxia open her mouth, fearing that she would say something shocking again, and in his haste, he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, I already have someone I like, so you guys get it. The moment the advisor's words left her mouth, the entire venue, all of a sudden, fell silent. Everyone's gazes were filled with shock. What kind of fierce person was this? The school's flower and the dean's granddaughter were vying for him, but he couldn't even look at any of them? You have a favorite? Sunwon was clearly a bit incredulous. Jiang Hanxia, on the other hand, looked at the advisor with a smile on her face and opened her mouth to ask, I don't believe you, tell me who you like? The advisor did not expect that these two would actually still be stalkers, and for a moment, he was a bit speechless. He was just looking for an excuse, where to make up a favorite. But then again, the advisor's mind really did conjure up someone in his mind when he thought about it. Ahem, the advisor coughed lightly, gathering his emotions before speaking again. I can't tell you who that person is. All you need to know is that she's also an awakened, and even though she's not a student of our academy, she's much more powerful than your two. Once Sunwon heard this, her eyes instantly became a little gray. She muttered, but, you never said that. The advisor looked at Sunwon's appearance and inexplicably felt some heartache, but he was ruthless and didn't try to comfort. After all, Sunwon liked the original owner, so if you want to break it off completely. He was traveling to this world to experience a different life, not to come here to experience the Shura. He twisted his head and looked at Jung Hanxia, but to his surprise, Jung Half-Summer still had that smiling expression, and instead of retreating, she once again held his hand. It's okay, even if you have a favorite, I can still compete with her. Big deal, let's do it in private. Ugh, stop. The advisor immediately felt that Jung Hanxia was about to say something out of character and hurriedly raised her hand to stop her. As for the Sunwon on the side, when she heard Jung Half-Summer's words, her eyes lit up, igniting some inexplicable fighting spirit again, and once again wrapped around the advisor's arm. AI, brother, this kind of blessing can only be enjoyed by you. Zhuodao smiled oddly and patted the advisor's shoulder, and lowered his voice again. Don't worry, I just recently researched a medicine that guarantees you'll be alive and well at night. Get lost. The advisor looked at Zhuodao without a good mood and cursed, and seeing that the scene was becoming more and more unmanageable, Jung Tsun finally knocked his staff heavily on the ground. This old man didn't seem to think that there was anything wrong with his granddaughter's behavior, and with an uncontrollable smile on his face, he opened his mouth and pretended to be serious. Ahem, it's meeting time now. Some people's private matters, please wait until the end of the meeting to settle them privately. Jung Tsun's words spread with a burst of magic power, which barely suppressed the two women, and the advisor got a moment of respite as a result. As the venue gradually quieted down, only then did Jung Tsun speak again, continuing on the topic from earlier. This academy tournament will take place next Monday. As such, all participating students will not be allowed to leave the academy during the weekend of this week. In addition, the competition is divided into 3 rounds. and the specifics will be decided at that time by me in consultation with the Dean of the Shuashu Academy. Now, those who have questions are free to ask them, and I will answer them one by one for you. No one had questions, even if there were. Most people's questions at this moment were basically related to the advisor's private life. Jungsun didn't wait long, and after a period of silence, he ended the meeting. The advisor waited for this moment. The moment the meeting ended, he drew himself up quickly and fled out of the venue without giving Sun Won and Jiang Half-Summer any chance to catch up with him. Since the academy competition was about to begin, the participants in the competition didn't have to attend classes for the past few days, so the advisor didn't even leave the door. He accompanied the slime who was digesting the magical beast crystals and Xiaoyu spirit sand every day, and even his meals were sent over by calling Zuodao. It felt like being visited in prison. It's good that Sun Won and Jiang Hanxiao's madness didn't continue to this point. At least during this period of time, they didn't appear to disturb the advisor. Time soon came to Monday. There were still 4 days left before the slime completely absorbed the magical beast crystals, but the advisor no longer had that time. The entrance to the Dragon County Awakening Academy. The sun was shining brightly, and occasionally a breeze blew through. Jungsun led the line and stood at the front, and behind him were the advisor and Zhu Ming and the rest of the selected participants. The other participants were led by the many teachers standing in line. The advisor stood at the very back of the team, surveying the surroundings with a bored look on his face. Standing beside him was Zhu Ming. This cold-faced handsome man was expressionless since the beginning. Not to mention he didn't say a word. His short black hair swept gently with the wind, and his dark eyes were as silent as stagnant water. This grandson is indeed quite handsome. The consultant squinted at Zhu Ming, secretly thinking in his heart, it seems that those nymphomaniac women will look at Zhu Ming is very reasonable. But the question is, why Sun Wen and Jiang Hanxia just have to pester him? Couldn't figure it out. What's the problem? Zhu Ming noticed the consultant's eyes and maintained his straight standing posture, slightly slanting over the side of his face. His pair of cold eyes surveyed the consultant and asked emotionlessly. This seemed to be the first time Zhu Ming had taken the initiative to speak to the advisor. Even back then, when the branch exams had just ended, he had ignored the advisor. No problem. Nothing is wrong. The advisor smiled back and slightly collected his breath again, using the system's observation ability to sweep a glance at Zhu Ming. The advisor was still very optimistic about this student with strong hard power, and after this sweeping glance, the information that the advisor received also startled him in his heart. Chapter 70, actually a dual career. Name, Zhu Ming. Race, human. Awakened profession, magic swordsman. Level, 25. Camp, none. Istem evaluation, like shaking mountains in vast seas of lofty surges, in a flash rolled up 10,000 miles of dust, under the eyes of God's wonderful hand-picking stars, is really a victory over the sky half a sun. Isn't it staining the blue sky with his demonic blood? Why are you still changing the words to blow? The corner of the advisor's mouth twitched slightly. He had noticed that this system seemed to be very favorable towards Zhu Ming, to the point that the way it blew was different from most people. But in truth, the advisor was not unconvinced. After all, it had only been 2 weeks since the end of the last exam. In less than half a month's time, Zhu Ming had risen from level 18 at the time to level 25, a speed that was even faster than the advisor who had the system. Of course, this system didn't help the advisor much at all, but this also showed that Zhu Ming, this person was indeed a genius. The advisor's heart was filled with admiration, but his face had little expression. Instead, Zhu Ming looked at him, his ears moved slightly, as if he was hearing something. His eyes swept over the advisor, and slowly spoke again. You haven't made any progress recently? How do you know? The advisor was stunned by Zhu Ming's question. Indeed, since the slimes hadn't finished digesting, his Imperial Beastmaster rank was still level 1, and his Magical Swordsman rank was only level 17. But the question was, how did this Zhu Ming see it? If the other party was a mage like Jungsun, or an appraiser profession, the advisor wouldn't even be surprised. But this Zhu Ming was just a magic swordsman? The advisor, who was also a magic swordsman, knew very well that this profession didn't have this kind of ability. Humph, don't care, I'm just saying. Zhu Ming's face remained indifferent, and after he finished speaking, his gaze turned back to the front, leaving behind only a bewildered advisor. No, after the sentence Lousy cared even more. Okay? The advisor was as curious as 100 claws scratching his heart right now. It was uncomfortable in any way, but before he could pursue his question, a magic power as brilliant as fireworks suddenly exploded in the midst of the high sky in front of him. Wow! The blue magic power fell like manna, lifting everyone's spirits, and immediately afterward, several blue rays of light appeared at the entrance of the academy. These rays of light quickly intertwined and formed a huge teleportation spell formation. A few short seconds later, an old man slowly walked out of the spell formation. The old man looked to be around Jungsun's age and wore a long, dark reddish-purple robe. He was not very tall and held a short staff in his hand, the tip of which emitted a glow of magical power that supported the openness of this portal. The magical fireworks just now seemed to be set off by this person. When Jiang Tsun saw this person appear, a small smile appeared on his face and he walked up to him head-on. "Who is this old man?" the advisor asked somewhat strangely. A senior cadet in front was enthusiastic and immediately turned around and replied, "That's Jin Tang, the director of the Shuashu Awakening Academy, and is rumored to be a strong dual awakening profession." After that senior finished saying this, he only noticed that it was the advisor standing behind him. His face looked a bit odd for a moment, and after hesitating for a split second, he added another sentence. Just like you. Not worth mentioning." The advisor laughed before casually replying back, somewhat curiously tilting his head out from the group and using the system's observation ability to sweep a glance at that Jin Tang. At the same time, Zhu Ming, who was standing beside him, did not make such an obvious move, but he also raised his head slightly, his eyes appearing out of focus for a moment. Name, Jin Tang. Race, human. Awakened profession, mage. Warlock. Level, mage level 70, warlock level 65. Formation, Shuashu Awakening Academy. The system's evaluation of this is Dual Awakening Professional, a master who focuses on the study of magic and spells. This person has a strong desire to win and lose, and will stop at nothing in order to win. Good lord, this is an old Inbi. Ha! The advisor could not help but smack his lips and muttered in a low voice when he saw this last description. Xu Ming frowned and twisted his head to look at the advisor once again, asking out loud, "What did you say?" The advisor was slightly stunned, not expecting this guy's ears to be so good, but he didn't explain. Instead, he mimicked what Xu Ming had just done and let out a light laugh. "Humph, never mind, it's nothing." Xu Ming seemed to have noticed that the advisor was mimicking him and didn't say anything else, turning forward again. The more the advisor saw Xu Ming's movements, the more he felt that there was something odd about him, and after Jin Tang walked out of the portal, magic surged behind him once again. Soon, dozens of silhouettes appeared from the portal along with his footsteps. These people didn't look very old, and they were all wearing uniform clothing. They should be the participants in this competition. The senior standing in front of the advisor seemed to have gotten bored of standing as well, and turned his head once again, taking the initiative to introduce the advisor in a small voice. "Oh, so," the advisor responded with a perfunctory nod, tilting his head to scan the people. The senior, on the other hand, quietly raised his hand and pointed at a person in the opposing group. "Look, that person is the main force that took the championship last time." Main force? This sentence did generate some interest in the advisor. He followed the direction of the senior's finger and immediately noticed the student walking at the front of the opposing team. He looked to be in his 18 or 19 years of age, and his figure was not robust and could only be described as average. Black hair was pasted on his head, looking like a large mushroom, and he even wore a pair of glasses on his face. "Just him?" The advisor let out a soft whimper in some surprise. He had thought that the masters were usually big handsome guys like Xu Ming, and that they also had an air of high coolness about them. As a result, he didn't expect the other party's master to be so unassuming, even looking like a good boy. That senior seemed to have seen the advisor's doubts. He smiled and lowered his voice to explain. "Counselor, I thought the same thing when I first saw that person, but don't underestimate him." At this point in his words, this senior's tone obviously became more serious, and out loud he continued, "That person's awakened ability is very rare, and his talent is extremely strong. At that time, he easily defeated the school's number one who had already graduated from our academy." "Aha! So powerful?" The advisor couldn't help but use the system to observe the situation of this number one expert. Chapter 71, A Pill for Everything. Name, Li Yi. Race, human. Awakened profession, shaman priest. Level, 30. Formation, Shuashu Awakening Academy. The system's evaluation of this is a rare genius, a guide of the soul, serving the elements of disorder and chaos, mastering many different elemental powers. Shaman priest? The advisor was surprised in his heart. As the system said, this was a very rare profession. It was estimated that in this world, the number of shaman priests wouldn't be much more than the Imperial Beast Masters. There were 5 participants from each side, and if this Li Yi participated as the ace of the opposing academy, then he would definitely be the grand finale. At the most crucial place, while the advisor was thinking, Dean Jiang and the other party's Dean Jin had already started exchanging words. "Dean Jiang, it's been a long time, your attainments have gotten a lot higher again." Jin Tang had a smile on his face and raised his hand in compliment, not at all looking as sinister as the system's description. Enough to be able to pretend the advisor had no doubts about the system, so looking at Jin Tang like this, he couldn't help but mutter darkly in his heart. And Jiang Tsun lightly laughed and spoke in the same way. "Dean Jin, as a dual awakening professional, you've made quite a bit of progress in this year's time. The two old men politely greeted each other and walked towards the academy. The road was filled with the aura of magic, and as the group progressed, the surrounding trees emitted a crystalline light, and a little bit of magic power fell to invigorate the spirit. These were all done by Jongsun, both to show respect and welcome to the guests, but also to secretly show the strength of his side, and Jin Tang was not willing to lag behind. Despite his smile, the confrontation between the two deans had already begun in secret. As the streams of light from the surrounding trees flickered, clumps of the same magical power began to coalesce in the sky as well. These magical forces kept exploding, turning into purple rays that hung in the sky, turning day into dark night. This kind of scene was something that the average person rarely had the chance to see. Many of the freshly enrolled students' faces were filled with shock. Even the advisor's heart was filled with amazement as he looked around at the otherworldly appearance. This was the ability of the two archmages. After reaching their level, even raising their hands, they are able to have the power to transform the heavens and the sun. The competition didn't start until tomorrow, so after the short opening, Jongsun arranged for these people's lodgings and had everyone dismissed as a whole. And as usual, the advisor didn't have to go to class. He sat alone in his dormitory, silently practicing his magic swordsman ability. But since slime hadn't recovered yet, it didn't improve much. The advisor sighed, stopped, and crouched in front of the slime staring at it and muttering to himself, "My big baby, wake up. The opposite academy is full of rare professions even at level 30. If you don't finish digesting, I'm going to be hanged by the opposite side." He thought of Jongsun again, this old man, but he was pitted against him. Just then, a sound of a door being knocked came. "Bro, open the door." It was Zhuodao, coming. The advisor responded casually and opened the door. At the doorway, Zhuodao was wearing an academy uniform and had a smiling face. He saw the advisor open the door and couldn't wait to walk inside, then quickly turned around and closed the door behind him. "What is it?" The advisor looked at Zhuodao with this mysterious look and inquired curiously. Zhuodao was not in a hurry to speak, and after closing the door, he placed his belt pouch on the table again, rummaged around inside for a while, and fished out a bottle of potion. This bottle of medicine was contained in a test tube. Inside was a clear yellow liquid. There was a layer of foam on top. It looked like the excrement of some people after they were on fire. "What the hell is this? Don't you get it on me." The advisor's face didn't look too good, and he hastily backed off a bit, looking at Zhuodao with a cautious face. However, Zhuodao laughed, gently shook the medicine bottle in his hand and opened his mouth to explain. "Don't be afraid, brother. Although this medicine doesn't look too good, the effect is very strong." "Effect?" The advisor suddenly remembered the medicine that Zhuodao had mentioned to him when he was at the venue last week, and for a moment his face became even worse. Asterisk 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 off. "I don't need an aphrodisiac." No, brother, you've misunderstood." Zhuodao was slightly stunned before he reacted and hurriedly waved his hand and said with an odd smile, "This medicine is my latest research, specifically for your next competition." "Race? Can you still get high for a competition?" After the advisor received the bottle of potion in a skeptical manner, he swept his head down, intending to let the system appraise it. As a result, what the system displayed made the advisor freeze. Unknown potion, effect, action, and formula are all unknown. Drinking it requires strong courage. The advisor looked at the description and then looked at the left path. His eyebrows twisted into a ball and asked in a questioning tone, "Where did you get this 3-less product?" "What 3-less product?" Zhuodao waved his hand with a smile and spoke, "This is something I made with so many precious herbs." The advisor didn't doubt this. When he was knocking on the door with Zhang Tong there a few days ago, he did help Zhuodao get a lot of precious herbs by the way. "First you tell me what effect this medicine has?" The advisor looked at Zhuodao warily and asked as he shook the medicine bottle in his hand. Zhuodao paused for a moment before saying, "Revitalizing blood circulation and removing blood stasis, refreshing and nourishing the spirit, clearing the lungs and stopping coughs." "Stop." When the advisor heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch as he raised his hand and pointed at the door. "The door is over there. Get lost." "Brother, listen to me. This medicine has many effects, absolutely beyond your imagination. You must use it at the critical moment." Zhuodao was still going to explain, but the counselor had already pushed him out of the door. I know. Next time definitely With these words, the advisor kicked Zhuodao out of the dormitory while ruthlessly slamming the door shut with a muffled thud. It wasn't that the advisor thought that Zhuodao would poison, and he also believed that all these miscellaneous effects that Zhuodao said were true, but as a normal person, he really couldn't swallow this bottle of potion that looked like urine. "Forget it, keep it for now." The advisor sighed and sent the bottle of potion into his spatial ring. The next day, early in the morning, according to the rules of the competition, the advisor and the rest of them, the participants, arrived at the central square of the academy. At this time, many people had already gathered here. These people were not the participants, but rather the trainees from both Dragon County and Seoul who had come to watch the match. Counselor and the others, the participants representing the Dragon County Academy, stood on one team, while on the other side were the participants from the other side. In front of the two teams were the two deans, Jungsun and Jin Tang. After waiting for everyone to arrive, Jungsun then lightly vibrated his staff and used a sound amplification technique to speak. Yesterday, Dean Jin Tang and I seriously discussed the rules of this tournament, and finally decided to divide the tournament into 3 rounds. For each round, the rules are different, and both deans will decide on the participants. One round will be held every day for 3 days, and after the 3 rounds are over, the overall winner will be decided according to 2 out of 3 games. After Jungsun read out the flow of the match, he paused slightly and spoke again. Now then, may I draw the attention of all participants to the following rules for the first round. Chapter 72, come on, I'm opening the pendulum. For this match, both academies will send a team of 2 members each. The members of the 2 teams will each enter the teleportation array we created to go to the competition venue. Your task is to defeat the mimic magical beasts created by Dean Jinting and I for the opposing academy using magic. The first team to win will win this round. This rule was short and concise, and there was almost no need to make any excessive explanations. After a few seconds of silence in the plaza, Jin Tang then spoke. Then, Shuwashu Awakening Academy. The participants in the first round of the competition are Park Shu and Zhao Ji. 2 boys wearing the uniforms of Shuwashu Academy walked out from the team next to them, and both of them were a picture of a head held high and unbeatable appearance. Not letting that Li Yi appear in the first round, was it to preserve his strength? The advisor wordlessly looked in Jin Tang's direction and secretly thought in his heart. According to his speculation, this match was in the first round, and the deans of both sides should have secretly observed the fighting styles of the opposing trainees, in order to deal with the next match. As such, Jungsun probably wouldn't send out any important people either, and would just randomly find 2 people with lower ranks to go up. Hey crikey, the advisor suddenly froze when he thought of this, and thought carefully for a moment. Lowest rank? Among the 5 participants from Dragon County Awakening Academy this time, the 2 people with the lowest rank should be Counselor Zhu Ming. For this first round, I'll leave it to you. Jungsun's voice came from the front, his tone without any fluctuations. The corner of the advisor's eyes trembled. Grandpa, it really made him guess right. Among these 5 people, the lowest ranked ones were the advisor and Zhu Ming. So in order to correspond to the opponent's strategy, it made the most sense to send out the 2 of them. After all, this was Dragon County's home ground, and after Jungsun read out the names of the contestants, those students watching the match on the side couldn't help but shout loudly. Go for it, Zhu Ming, Counselor, you're representing our Dragon County. Go for it, beat them to death. For Dragon County, charge. Those who came from the other side's cadets weren't willing to show weakness either, and shouted neat slogans. The advisor listened to the voices from the side and turned his head to look at Zhu Ming who was on the side. This person ignored the voices from the stage and similarly turned his head to look at the advisor, remaining silent for a few seconds before speaking. It's time to pass. The advisor didn't say anything and watched Zhu Ming step away from the group and walk towards the front before following closely behind him. At this moment, a field was vacated in the middle of Jungsun and Jin Tang at the front. Both of them raised their staffs at the same time, and blue and purple magical power surged, quickly intertwining in the air to transform into a teleportation array. Now, stand inside and prepare to start the first round. Jin Tang looked at the members of both sides and said in a stern tone. With his command, the advisor and Zhu Ming stood in the middle of the spell formation, and the 2 members of the opposing academy also stood beside them. Soon, the magical light around them spiked, blocking the sight of the 4 people within the spell formation, and at the same time, a familiar feeling appeared. That feeling of an entire person being thrown into a drum washing machine and constantly churning, with their internal organs being misplaced and then slowly restored. But the good thing was that this time was not long. In just a few seconds, the advisor reopened his eyes. His face was green and white, and he looked around him while holding back the feeling of retching. At his side was only Zhu Ming. It was a huge and empty place, like an ancient coliseum. The entire venue was probably constructed entirely out of magic, and the advisor could easily feel the abundant magical power. But perhaps because the competition hadn't started yet, the magical beasts hadn't been created yet. That's not right. Since it's a competition, why can't I even see the people on the opposite side? The advisor was having some doubts in his mind when he suddenly realized that Zhu Ming silently raised his head and looked upwards. The advisor subconsciously followed suit and tilted his head, and after seeing the situation in the sky above, his face couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Above their heads was not the sky, but 2 members of another team. They were similarly in an identical coliseum. The two sides were stuck together upside down as if they were mirror image reversals, which allowed them to see each other's situation at all times. This design is a bit interesting, the advisor said with a smile. Zhu Ming, however, still had an icy face, and he only glanced at the sky before turning his head to look at the advisor again, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Zhu Ming opened his mouth and said, "Counselor, it seems that your strength hasn't fully recovered yet?" "What?" The advisor was stunned by Zhu Ming's question and was a bit strange. "Recovered from what? I'm in good shape right now," the advisor said, bouncing in place twice, and even spun around to show off his body. Zhu Ming sighed slightly as he watched the advisor's movements. "I'm not talking about your body. What I'm referring to is your Imperial Beast ability." The advisor was momentarily speechless. Indeed, right now, his slime hadn't fully recovered, which was equivalent to losing an awakening profession. But the question was, how did this Zhu Ming know? To know that this matter of the advisor's slime still being in the digestive stage right now, apart from the advisor, it might only be clear to the left path, but there was no way that this grandson, Left Road, would talk to Zhu Ming about this matter. Anyway, for this round, just leave it to me. Zhu Ming, however, had no intention of explaining the advisor's doubts. After he finished speaking to himself, he half-turned his body and looked forward to the empty front. Standing with his arms folded, he had a chivalrous demeanor. Of course, this kind of chivalrous demeanor, falling in the eyes of the advisor, became completely pretentious. Like this kind of person, with the character of the advisor is definitely not going to spoil him. So the advisor immediately opened his mouth and said, "Roger, then you refuel. I'll open the pendulum." Zhu Ming probably didn't expect the advisor to say something so contrary to his grade 1 status, and for a while, his face had a complicated look on it. But in the end, he managed to hold back, turning his stomach full of spit into a long sigh. Meanwhile, as the members of both sides entered the competition venue, Jin Tang and Jiang Xin, who stayed outside, had already utilized their magic early on, turning both sides into projections that appeared in the sky above the square. This was in order to be able to let those surrounding academies watching the match see it more clearly, as well as to prepare for the next match. "Dean Jin, let's begin." Jiang Xin looked at Jin Tang and spoke with a smile. For his part, Jin Tang's mouth curved up in a hint of an arc as he silently extended his hand to Jiang Xin, signaling for him to go first. According to the rules, this first round was for the deans of both sides to create anthropomorphic magical beasts for the other's academy. Jiang Xin stood under the live projection of the opposing trainee, and with a wave of the staff in his hand, blue light was injected into it, which quickly coalesced rapidly. This scene was also clearly seen by the advisor and Zhu Ming who were in the arena. The two of them looked up at the other side of the sky and saw a gate slowly open in the other side's venue. The gate was just a phantom, yet as it opened, something with a solid body stepped out from inside. "Holy, this thing is a magical beast?" The advisor couldn't help but curse when he saw that thing. Zhu Ming at the side also changed his expression. Chapter 73, You call this thing a beast? What appeared in the opponent's grounds was a giant, standing at a height of about 10 meters. Its skin was greenish-gray. Its face was pale. Its figure was huge. Its body was burning with flames that lit up its orange-red fur, and there was also a horrifying crack in its abdomen. The advisor subconsciously gathered his mind and used the system's ability to look over. Then, his heart was even more shocked. Monster name, Flame Giant. Level, Race, Giant. Character, Order Keeping Evil. Introduction: The variant from the giant race, infested in the snowy mountain area, seems to exist to guard something. After falling into a berserk state, will use incredible power. The system's evaluation of this is a magical beast illusion created by mimetic magic. Its strength is far inferior to the main body, but it wins because of its huge size and extremely strong defense. Seeing this description, the advisor couldn't help but frown. This old man, Jiang Xin, is really ruthless, coming up and giving the opposite side a hard time. The advisor could guess that Jiang Xin had created this kind of magical beast for his opponent in order to give him and Zhu Ming a chance to win within reasonable rules. But it was precisely because of this that the advisor felt a little unsettled in his heart. Jiang Xin came up and created such a difficult to deal with magical beast for the opposite side. Then what would that Jin Tang from the other side's academy create? This question, not only the advisor, even Zhu Ming thought of it. And outside of the competition arena, after Jiang Xin created this flame giant, he then looked at Jin Tang with a smile on his face. Dean Jin, it's your turn. This match was not only about the academies of the two sides, but also the encounter between the two deans. Only after Jin Tang saw the flaming giant, his eyes narrowed and a trace of strangeness appeared in his tone. Really willing to go for it. Dean Jiang, this flame giant isn't a good fighter. If I don't take it seriously, this match might soon be decided. When Jin Tang said that, he drew out his short staff from his robes, and a bit of purple aura flashed at the tip of the staff. since Dean Jiang has already made such a generous move, then don't blame me for being impolite. After Jin Tang finished these words, the wand's wand once again radiated an even brighter light. The purple magic power turned into a star and poured into the fighting arena where the advisor and the others were. Immediately afterward, an identical illusory gate opened up, and before the magical beasts in it could reveal themselves, an ear-splitting roar spread through both the Colosseum and the Academy first. Hiss-ow! This roar was permeated with the might of a powerful race. Even before seeing it, just hearing its sound would surprisingly cause a wave of fear within one's heart. When Jungsun, who was on the side, heard this roar, his face instantly changed. The corner of his mouth slightly downturned as he gazed at the projection and softly spat out a word. Dragon! Those trainees in the academy who were watching the match were silent for a split second, followed by all of them roaring. Who would have thought that in this kind of academy rivalry match, Jin Tang would actually use mimicry magic to create a dragon? Even if it wasn't a real dragon, it was enough to make all the students tense and fearful until then. A dragon? I've never seen a dragon in my life. Oh my god, can dragons be created? It's over. How can the advisor and Zhu Ming and the others defeat a dragon? Don't worry first. What if that's just a dragon-like species? That's right. I remember when the advisor defeated the Thunderwolf dragon wreck during the branch exams before. Even the real Thunderwolf dragon is just a dragon-like species. The people of the Dragon County Awakening Academy kept talking and comforting each other. In this world, even dragons were divided into many species. For example, the miserable claw dragon as well as the thunder wolf dragon that the advisors had faced before belonged to was a toothed dragon species, and the poison demon bird kind was the bird dragon species. In addition, there were also some beast dragon species and sea dragon species. All of these magical beasts possessed dragon genes, but were not truly flying dragon species. Therefore, many people were certain that it should only be the dragon-like species this guess, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But before they could completely put their hearts down, someone saw the magical beasts that appeared in the projection and proceeded to curse out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really a dragon. It's a flying dragon species, a true flying dragon species magical beast. In an instant, all the trainees in Dragon County were somewhat desperate. Jin Tang, on the other hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at Jungsun with a cold smile on his face, and opened his mouth to ask, how about it, Dean Jiang? This return gift of mine, is it alright? Jungsun knew that Jin Tang was deliberately provoking. This kind of powerful mimicry magical beast was not something that could be created easily, and Jin Tang should have prepared for it long in advance. But at this moment, Jungsun only revealed a light smile once again. Of course, next, let's wait and see. After Jungsun finished speaking, he closed his mouth and looked into the middle of the projected image. The trainees outside were already clamoring uneasily just by seeing it from afar. The counselor and Zhu Ming in the Colosseum were facing the two flying dragons straight on, and the shock they received could only be greater than them. Nima, you guys care to call the thing a magical beast? The advisor cursed out loud, and Zhu Ming on the side didn't say anything, but his face wasn't looking too good all the same. After the illusory door in mid-air opened up, what fell from it was a bipedal giant dragon with its wings folded up. It was like the image of those western dragons in the advisor's imagination. Dragon's head, dragon's tail, huge wings, short thick legs. As soon as this dragon descended, it unfolded its wings and revealed its full face. The skin of its entire body was rough and hard, translucent with a dark red color, and these several bone spurs grew on its back, while the wing membranes of its wings were a deep red color. The dragon's head was like a large lizard, and its mouth emitted burning steam. The dragon's eyes were blue, but its pupils were golden. The long tail had the same black spines growing on it, like a giant nail hammer. This flying dragon landed on the ground and shook the entire Colosseum. Immediately afterward, it raised its head to the sky and let out a dragon roar. Roar! That dragon roar was deafening, and even the air around it began to heat up. The sense of oppression from the powerful race made it difficult for the advisor to breathe in an instant, but still took the opportunity to use the system's ability to observe. Monster name, male fire dragon. Level, race, flying dragon species. Personality, chaotic neutral. Description, among the many recognized flying dragons, it is known as the king of flying dragons for its outstanding flying ability and high danger level that combines combat power and rage. The system's evaluation of this is a magical beast illusion created by mimicry magic. Its strength is far inferior to that of the real body, but it is still tough. Please be careful. It was rare for the system to remind the advisor so seriously. The last time it prompted him with such an attitude, it seemed to be when he was facing the tragic claw dragon. Even if he couldn't see the opponent's level, the advisor felt that the situation was very bad. At this moment, the voices of both Jungsun and Jin Tang also came from the two Colosseums. Now, the first round of the match officially begins. Instantly, a magical blow emanated from the two Colosseums together. On one side was the flame giant, and on the other side was the male fire dragon. These two magical beasts looked like they had been unbound as they let out a hissing roar up to the sky, exuding a dangerous aura. Chapter 74 The Sword of Separation and Spectrum. It's coming, after Zhu Ming said with an icy voice. He casually waved his hand and took out a sword from the ring in his right hand. The advisor had long known that Zhu Ming was a descendant of a large family in Dragon County, so it came as no surprise that he also possessed a spatial ring. Most of his attention was placed on the sword in Zhu Ming's hand. This sword was completely different from the advisor's famous sword, Moon Hidden. It was a straight sword, roughly a meter long, and looked extremely gorgeous and majestic, even giving the advisor the feeling of a scepter. There was an abundance of magic power surging from the blade of the sword, symbolizing that this was by no means a mortal object. The advisor hurriedly used his observation ability to take a look at it, but the system's prompts surprised him to the point that he could even be called jealous. Weapon, Sword of Night and Fire. Description, an heirloom sword from the Zhu family's collection. Once held the name of one of the legendary weapons, said to have been made by an ancient hidden mage. Attachment skill, Night and Fire stance, raise the sword flush with the ground, followed by a display of two different magical swordsman attacks, Night and Fire. Maybe this is the real Richie Rich? The advisor looked at the straight sword in Zhu Ming's hand and couldn't help but smack his lips in envy. He thought about the famous sword Moon Crypt in his spatial ring, and all of a sudden, it didn't smell good. Although the famous sword Moon Crypt was also a very powerful weapon, from the system's description, it was definitely far inferior to this legendary weapon in Zhu Ming's hand. However, Zhu Ming completely ignored the advisor's gaze as he stepped forward alone with the Sword of Night and Fire in his hand. The male fire dragon looked at Zhu Ming standing in front of it and once again let out a dragon roar, then flopped down on the ground with both wings and rushed in. Holy, a dirt truck juju? The advisor watched as that male fire dragon didn't even have a brain to react after using the dragon carriage, and its body had already run out a distance of more than 10 meters towards the back. However, Zhu Ming was still standing in front with a calm face, gazing at the male fire dragon that was charging towards him. Hey, don't act like a pussy, why don't you run? The advisor looked at Zhu Ming's appearance and couldn't help but open his mouth to shout. However, Zhu Ming ignored the advisor and instead made a strange movement. He took a deep breath and lifted the blade of his sword to stand in front of his chest, then pulled it horizontally to assume a bow drawing position. This was the pose of the subsidiary skill in the system introduction just now. As the advisor's thoughts turned in his mind, he heard Zhu Ming speak softly, Night style. Immediately afterward, the magic power in his body quickly surged and was injected into the Sword of Night and Fire in his hand. The sword immediately radiated a blue-black light, and the overflowing magic power continued to fly away. Before the advisor could be surprised, he heard Zhu Ming's next voice, Black Knight Comet. As soon as the words fell, Zhu Ming had already struck his sword. In a flash, all the magic power in the entire arena seemed to have attached itself to the Sword of Night and Fire. A blue torrent of magic power shot out with a roar and slammed into the oncoming male fire dragon like a laser cannon. There was a loud boom. This male fire dragon was actually directly blown to the ground by the magical rapids, letting out a wail of pain. Seeing this scene, the advisor froze for half a day before muttering, F***CK, the Sword of Departure and Spectrum, the same magical swordsman, the same weapon with a skill. How come the difference is so big? The advisor stared at the Sword of Night and Fire in Zhu Ming's hand, his heart filled with envy. Perhaps this was the rich second generation. A weapon that came out of his hand was extraordinary, but this thought only lasted for an instant. In the next moment, the advisor saw the male fire dragon that had been flipped to the ground roll and climb up from the ground once again. Roar! That male fire dragon let out a dragon roar up to the sky, looking like it hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Instead, it had been angered by Zhu Ming's move just now. In an instant, the surrounding magical energy began to stir, and the air began to become abnormally hot. Between each breath, there was a fiery burning sensation. The advisor hurriedly gazed at the state of that male fire dragon, and a system prompt soon surfaced before his eyes. Warning, the male fire dragon has entered a berserk state. Please respond carefully. Isn't this nonsense? The advisor smashed his mouth. Even if the system didn't say it, he would definitely be careful. As for responding, the advisor looked towards Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming's side had already gripped his sword tightly in his hand and once again took up a stance, but this time, he wasn't using that magic rush move. Fire power. Spellfire chopping strike. Zhu Ming slashed his sword down diagonally. His sword blade lightly trembled, and the place that had just been slashed by his blade instantly exploded into a ball of fire. This firelight was condensed by magical power for a long time and slashed towards the male fire dragon. But that was, after all, the male fire dragon, a flying dragon species with fire in its name itself. After Zhu Ming's slash landed on the male fire dragon, it still caused little damage, but instead, It further stimulated the male fire dragon's madness. That huge body crawled on the ground like a large lizard with wings, rapidly approaching towards Zhu Ming. Faced with the situation, Zhu Ming frowned and immediately gave up the idea of continuing the attack and flicked his sword blade instead. Buzz! This straight sword emitted a light metallic sound before emitting a light that seemed to be enchanted with some sort of effect. Immediately afterward, Zhu Ming stomped his feet and leapt up like a hawk, pausing in midair for a split second before rapidly descending again. In midair, there was a faint flash. The dragon scales behind the male fire dragon were immediately smashed into a few pieces. Zhu Ming's reaction was swift, and before the male fire dragon could resist, he had already drawn away and landed to the side. The male fire dragon had suffered several injuries. Its eyes flickered with resentment, and its mouth was constantly overflowing with white vapor, only to see its legs bent, stomping hard on the ground. At the same time, its wings unfolded and flew up high. The fiery wind instantly swept across the entire arena. That male fire dragon circled around the entire Colosseum and locked onto Zhu Ming once again. It turned its body around, opened its mouth, and spat out a ball of blazing flame that was enough to melt steel. Zhu Ming faced the incoming heat wave without dodging or flashing, holding his sword with both hands in front of his forehead, reciting words under his breath, and immediately a light blue magic shield appeared at his side. This was the defensive move of a magic swordsman. However, compared to most magic shields created by spells, it was much less effective. Cold ice armor, Zhu Ming softly chanted again, and the magic power around him quickly coalesced, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into ice armor filled with cold air surrounding him. This kind of move with attributes that restrained each other well counteracted the blazing flames spewed out by the male fire dragon. The male fire dragon failed to land a single blow and roared in anger as it swept past Zhu Ming's head and landed in a clearing. The advisor, however, keenly noticed that Zhu Ming was not in a good condition at this moment. His surroundings were filled with evaporating white mist. His cold ice armor had been melted for most of the time, and his face was pale. Obviously he had consumed a lot of magic power by carrying this move. But after that, Zhu Ming didn't charge up like a reckless man again. Instead, he squinted over his eyes to the advisor at the side. Advisor, when do you plan to see? Chapter 75 Matching. The determination of the Servant King's Knight. Zhu Ming had certainly noticed that the advisor had been hiding in a safe place to watch the show ever since this male fire dragon had appeared, which made him a little dissatisfied. However, the advisor's words caused his face to stiffen. Didn't you say that it would be fine to leave it to you? After the advisor said this, he saw the corners of Zhu Ming's eyes gently shaking, his lips pursed tightly, and he didn't make a sound for half a day. Seeing this appearance of his, the advisor smiled helplessly and then said, "Hey, okay, I'll help out a little bit too, okay?" Only then did the advisor take out the famous sword Mooncrypt from his spatial ring, with his mouth saying that he would help. He didn't directly rush up. Instead, he carried the sword and quickly ran a few steps to Zhu Ming's side, who was adjusting his breathing. "What are you doing?" Zhu Ming wrinkled his brows and couldn't help but ask as he looked at the advisor with a smirk on his face. With a light smile on his face, the advisor raised his left hand and shook it. "Don't be in a hurry. I'll add a buff." "What?" Before Zhu Ming could react, a golden light landed on his body. In an instant, an abundant energy poured into Zhu Ming's body, and in his eyes, a golden light flashed. "This is the magic crystal stone?" Zhu Ming immediately guessed. This kind of divine attribute spell was definitely not something that the advisor could learn. The advisor didn't intend to hide it either. He smiled and raised his hand and shook it, then clenched his fist and erected it in front of his own chest, raising it high once again. Servant King Knight's resolve. He continuously used the power of the magic crystal stone to add the skill of the special magic crystal stone to both himself and Zhu Ming before he lowered his hand and looked at Zhu Ming and spoke. "That's good. Do you have the confidence to kill that big stupid dragon in one move?" The advisor had never seen a real dragon. Even this male fire dragon in front of him was just created with mimetic magic. He didn't have any respect or fear for the dragon race. Strangely enough, Zhu Ming seemed to have thought of something after hearing the advisor's words, and a rare smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He let out a light laugh before saying no more. Without even asking the advisor what the skill attached to him was, he raised the sword of night and fire once again. Blue magic power quickly attached itself to the blade of the sword, and at the same time, there was a divine glow on it. "Night style," Zhu Ming chanted softly under his breath, and his magic power quickly surged. And although the advisor was saying that Zhu Ming should go on his own, but at least the buffs were added, so it would be too much of a loss if he didn't take a slash. So he also slightly crouched down his body, slanting the famous sword Moon hidden at his waist, his right hand gently resting on the hilt of the sword. That male fire dragon looked at the two people not far away, its golden dragon pupils flickering with flames. It pressed its wings hard against the ground, and its two hind legs even pressed against the ground, opening its mouth like a huge turret. Flames converged crazily in its mouth, followed by, phew, With a dragon roar, blazing lava and flames shot out together towards the advisor and their side, and at the same time, the advisor and Xu Ming had finished storing up their moves. The two didn't consult, but they struck out together with a very tacit understanding. Gap Moon Shadow, Black Knight Comet. The advisor's blade chi flew out first, transforming into a crescent moon flashing blue and gold in midair. This move was soundless and seemed to be able to cut through everything, easily splitting the male fire dragon's flames in half. And taking advantage of this moment, Xu Ming's magic torrent also reappeared. The abundant magic power was mixed with holy power, greatly increasing the power of this move. Because the advisor had broken through the flames, Xu Ming's move managed to hit the male fire dragon's body. In an instant, it struck a bloody and fatal wound on the male fire dragon's massive body. Ow! The male fire dragon let out a long roar to the sky, and after struggling hard for a few moments, it collapsed helplessly to the ground. Immediately afterward, the body turned into purple magic power that quickly dissipated into the air. Ha! Just this? The advisor couldn't help but let out a light laugh as he looked at the purple magic power floating in the air. He didn't expect that this majestic and domineering-looking male fire dragon was actually so unbearable. And at this moment, within the academy outside the arena, the students watching the match were all in a mess. After Jin Tang had summoned the male fire dragon, everyone thought that the advisor would definitely lose. There were even some who were secretly praying that the two would not be injured too badly, affecting the later matches. But who would have thought? Not only did advisor and Xu Ming and the others win, but they also won so quickly. Are these two really first-year freshmen? This is too powerful. I heard that they're in a special class. Is it possible that Dean Jiang gave them special training? I'm so envious. I want to be in the special class too. Almost. We don't have the same talent as others. Even if you can enter the special class, it's absolutely impossible to be as strong as them. That's for sure. But this is too strong. It's the first time I've seen someone defeat a flying dragon species so easily. That's right. Even if that was just a flying dragon created by mimetic magic, that's enough to show how strong the advisor and Xu Ming are. The students of the Dragon County Awakening Academy were all enthusiastically discussing this matter, while Jin Tang, who was on the stage, was grim to the core. He had thought that he would be able to win easily by creating a flying dragon species, but what he hadn't expected was that the strength of those two human freshmen far exceeded his imagination. Jungsun still had a smile on his face, as if he was not surprised by the strength of the advisor in Xu Ming. He looked at Jin Tang and spoke with a smile. Dean Jin, the winner of this first round should already be obvious, right? With those words, everyone turned their gazes to another screen. On that was the battlefield of the Shuashu Awakening Academy. Two trainees were facing the flame giant created by Jiangsun. Even though they weren't losing the battle, that flame giant had thick skin and flesh, and it was definitely impossible to tell the winner in a short period of time. Looks like I underestimated you guys after all. Jin Tang sighed softly, slightly restrained his grim expression, and deliberately put on a helpless smile as he spoke. In the first round, it was you guys who won. As soon as these words were uttered, the trainees watching the match under the stage revealed excited expressions. Great! A victory in the first round. Strong ah! It looks like we're going to win this time. That's right, even if the opponent has an undercard. As long as we can win the next match, we will definitely be able to win in the end. The students of Dragon County under the stage were looking forward to the future victory with immense anticipation. Jin Tang suppressed the vicious color that flickered in his eyes and once again looked towards Jiangsun, raising his hand in a gesture. Jiangsun understood and immediately flicked his staff. At this moment, the advisor and Xu Ming in the Colosseum were watching the two people on the other side of the arena fight the flame giant. Suddenly, a voice came. The first round is over, and the winners are the advisor and Xu Ming of the Dragon County Awakening Academy. With those words, everything around them began to gradually shatter. The huge flaming giant also stopped moving, turning into blue magic power that gradually disappeared. In the next moment, as the light of magic flickered, the four people reappeared in the original academy. After seeing the advisor and Xu Ming, many students immediately let out cheers and celebrations. On the contrary, those on the other side of the Shuashu Awakening Academy had an expression like they had eaten a fly. Silent and gloomy. The advisor let out a light laugh and was just about to leave when he suddenly noticed a sight. It was a person standing in the opposing entry team, Li Yi. Chapter 76, You Let the Pharmacist Go Under? Li Yi didn't seem to be frustrated at all by losing his first battle. Instead, he was gently applauding with a smile on his face. Xu Ming noticed the gaze cast by Li Yi and swept an expressionless glance without any response. The advisor, on the other hand, nodded politely before returning to the queue. According to the previous rules, Jongsun and Jin Tang stood at the front and said a few words about the scene before ending this first day of the competition. The cadets who had watched the entire match came to the front of the advisor and Zhu Ming and happily congratulated them. Even a few of the upperclassmen who were also involved in the match also expressed their admiration for the final mutually complimentary strike between the two of them, advisor and Zhu Ming. However, Zhu Ming always had a cold look on his face, and after politely saying a few words, he left the venue. The advisor didn't really like this feeling of being surrounded by a crowd, so he didn't stay long and found an opportunity to slip back to his dormitory. Through today's first round of matches, the advisor could probably tell. This match between the academies was not just a competition between cadets and cadets, but also a secret competition between the two deans. In the next match, the rules would definitely change due to the strength of both deans. It's all unreliable. The advisor sighed. The most important thing right now was still Slime's digestion. Only after Slime had completely digested the magical beast crystal core would the advisor be able to recover to his full strength. As he thought, he couldn't help but observe the time with the system again. Your slime is currently 2 days away from completing its digestion. Please continue to maintain the auxiliary cultivation. It seems like the second game is definitely too late. One could only hope that it would work a little harder and maybe make it to the third game. But after thinking about it for half a day, the advisor realized that all he could do was to continue taking the slime to the clock tower at night to bathe in the moonlight. The next day, along with the bell that rang throughout the academy, the advisor slowly woke up. As a participant, no one disturbed his rest, and not even the left path reappeared. The advisor washed up and ate breakfast before skulking towards the square. Along the way, many of the participants who had seen the competition yesterday greeted the advisor warmly when they saw him, as if they were treating him like a big star. Counselor is not used to get too close to strangers. Some awkwardly responded to a few sentences, and then accelerated his pace to the square. At this time, the square had already gathered a large number of people to watch the game, even more than yesterday. As soon as the advisor arrived here, the senior who had enthusiastically explained all kinds of problems to him before pulled him to the team of participants. On the side were still the 5 students from the Shuashu Awakening Academy. Jongsun and Jin Tang stood side by side at the front of the two teams, and after a boring introductory speech, it was time to get down to business. But this time, it was no longer Jongsun reading out the rules of the match, but Jin Tang, holding a short staff. He stood in the center of the square and scanned the surrounding trainees before slowly opening his mouth. Welcome everyone to the second round of the Academy Tournament. Yesterday, I seriously discussed the rules of this competition with Dean Zhang, and finally decided on the following. Jin Tang said here and paused slightly, lifting his staff and gently waving it. As the purple magic power flowed, a huge mirror appeared behind Jin Tang and Jongsun. The mirror rippled like a wave of water, then gradually calmed down after a few seconds, reflecting the scene within. It was a huge lake. The lake occasionally produced some agitation, as if there was something lurking within it that had something in it. After Jin Tang cast the spell, he turned his head to look at Jongsun. Jongsun smiled faintly, and with a lift of his staff in his hand, he took a palm-sized stone from the corner of the square through the air. It was just an ordinary stone that could be found everywhere. Jongsun held the stone in his hand and waved his staff again. The blue magic power quickly turned into a stream of light and injected into the stone. In a flash, this originally plain and unadorned stone emitted a blue fluorescence, and there were strange patterns flashing on it. Next, Jongsun casually threw the magic-infused stone towards the mirror. Buzz! The moment the stone touched the mirror, it let out a soft sound, and immediately afterward, it unexpectedly blended in. Everyone could see clearly that the stone passed through the mirror before falling into the lake. The blue magic power only flickered for a split second, and the next moment, it was submerged by the lake and returned to calm once again. Jin Tang waited for a few seconds before speaking again. Everyone saw it, right? The stone that Dean Jiang threw into the lake is the target of this match. Both academies will each send 4 trainees to cross the magic mirror and enter the lake to search for that stone. When either side obtains the stone, the other side can use any method to snatch it. The first cadet to leave from the lake with the stone, the academy of the side it represents, will win this round. The rules of this round weren't difficult to understand, but many people revealed looks of shock. Finding a rock in such a big lake? This is like looking for a needle in a haystack. I don't know who came up with this great idea. This is simply making things difficult for people. Both academies have the same players, so this isn't really making things difficult for people, but for the choice of lineups one needs to think about it. Some of the smarter people instantly saw the difficulty of this match, more difficult than entering the lake in search of stones. This match was the configuration of the team, a small team of 4 people, with the venue under the lake. This meant that out of the 4 people, there had to be at least one auxiliary type awakened person who was capable of applying an underwater breathing or breath closure spell for his teammates. In addition, there was a high chance that an underwater battle would take place in this match. so the other 3 people had to have combat abilities, and since the ultimate winning condition was to leave the water with the stone, there was also a need for awakened professions that moved quickly even underwater. Then, this time, it will still be our Shuashu Awakening Academy that will be the first to select the participants. Jin Tang didn't give the audience under the stage too much time to react, and when he finished speaking, he immediately raised his hand and pointed at the 4 people in the team in front of him. The 2 people who participated in the competition yesterday were still chosen as participants this time. In addition, there were also 2 people who had long been eager to try out. Only the opponent's ace, Li Yi, was left behind. So confident. Is this a case of wanting to save your strength because you think the second round is a sure win? The advisor looked at Jin Tang's personnel choices and couldn't help but think in his heart. He used the system's ability to observe the 4 people who were chosen. They were warrior, knight, martial monk and pharmacist. After seeing the last person, the advisor suddenly felt a hint of puzzlement. Pharmacist? Why was it a pharmacist? In this kind of occasion, a pharmacist was definitely not a good choice. Even if a pharmacist had the ability to make some underwater breathing medicines, his or her own combat ability was simply too weak, and was basically unable to provide any effective help to his or her teammates. Generally speaking, pharmacists were not suitable for this match at all, and were better suited as logistics. In official matches, support-type professions should generally pick a priest or a scholar as well. But why did Jinting choose a pharmacist? Chapter 77, Counselor. You're a dual career, aren't you? Could it be that there was something special about that pharmacist? After locking his gaze on that pharmacist, the advisor took another closer look. However, that pharmacist didn't have any special abilities, and his level was only level 20, which wasn't outstanding at all, even compared to many senior students. What's this? While the advisor's side was thinking about it, the selection of personnel on Jiang Xin's side had also begun. Compared to Jin Tang's side, which was dictatorial, Jiang Xin clearly intended to consider the thoughts of the contestants themselves. Jiang Zhang, as a priest, you should have learned underwater breathing techniques, right? The one whose name was called was none other than the senior who had been answering various questions for the advisor earlier, only to see him immediately raise his head with a smile, confidently answering in a loud voice. Reporting to Dean Zhang, I've learned it and can participate in the competition. Jiang Xin smiled with a satisfied expression. Good, then you will lead the team. After Jiang Xin finished speaking, he looked at the remaining few people and opened his mouth to ask, the next 3 people, who wants to sign up? I'll do it. Dean, let me do it. The other 2 seniors immediately raised their hands and shouted, and Jiang Xin nodded in agreement. Then the last remaining person, of course, needed to be chosen from the 2 people, Xu Ming and the advisor. Without needing Jiang Xin to speak, Xu Ming had already turned his head to look at the advisor and asked, what? You don't intend to participate? Xu Ming still had that cold look on his face, speaking without a trace of emotion, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. The advisor quickly shook his head and said, I don't know how to swim. It's better if you do it. Xu Ming didn't show disdain or contempt, and rightfully nodded his head, raising his hand and looking at Jiang Xin without a word. Good, then Xu Ming, you also participate in this second round. Hard work. Jiang Xin nodded happily and waved his hand, summoning the 4 of them to the front of the stage. Then, the match is about to begin. Please prepare both players in advance. After Jiang Xin finished speaking, the players from the 2 academies immediately began to move. Jiang Zhang took out a short staff from the lining of his clothes, and as he gently waved it, a few channels of magic power floated out and landed on Xu Ming and the few of them. Underwater breathing technique. Jiang Zhang shouted softly while casting the spell. Those magical forces immediately turned into some bubbles and attached themselves to the bodies of the people. On the other side, the Shuashu Awakening Academy also began to prepare. That pharmacist didn't release magic like Jiang Zhang. Instead, he pulled out a few bottles of medicine from his pocket, and after handing them to his companions around him respectively, he himself drank a bottle. The consultant didn't even need to look closely. He was able to guess that it must be a potion for underwater breathing as well. It didn't take long for the contestants from both sides to be ready, and under the guidance of the deans of both sides, they walked into the magic mirror. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a few soft sounds, several people entered one after another, transforming into the mirror and quickly falling into the lake. This was, after all, a match, and it was impossible for those outside the arena who were watching the match to stare blankly at the surface of the lake. So after Jiang Xin and Jin Tang looked at each other, both of them immediately cast spells and began to control the magic mirror to shift its direction, splitting this huge magic mirror into 2. On one side were Jiang Zhang and Xu Ming and the rest of them, the participants representing Dragon County. On the other side were naturally the participants from Shurshu Academy. As soon as both sides entered the lake, they began to separately detect the magic power in the water, trying to be the first to find the magic stone that Jungsun had thrown into the water. However, this process was not easy, even though they already both possessed the ability to breathe underwater. The deeper they dived, the dimmer the light around them became. Even the spectators outside the arena had some difficulty seeing the situation in the water. And as contestants, their vision was naturally even more obstructed. And at this moment, after the participants from both sides entered the lake, in the middle of the square, there was only one person left from each of the two teams. On one side was the advisor, and on the other side was Li Yi, who had a scholarly look on his face. The advisor was sitting on the ground with one hand propped up on his chin, looking at the magic mirror with a bored expression. Not far away, Li Yi glanced at him and suddenly got up and walked over, smilingly speaking, "Counselor, right? Aha." The advisor squinted over his eyes at him and let out a soft response. Even though this Li Yi was someone from the other side, he had never shown any hostility since the beginning, so the advisor was somewhat favorable towards him. He moved his butt slightly to make some room for Li Yi. Li Yi also did not see any outsiders, similarly sat down cross-legged and followed the advisor's movements, resting his chin and looking into the magic mirror, then asked without turning his head, "Good performance on the field, but it seems like you didn't put out your full strength?" Li Yi seemed to have been paying attention to the first round before. When the advisor heard this, he couldn't help but let out a light laugh. It seemed that he had guessed correctly before. The reason why Jin Tang had not allowed Li Yi to go on the court for 2 consecutive rounds was on the one hand to preserve his strength. On the other hand, it was also to let Li Yi see the strength of the advisor and the rest of them outside the arena. So the advisor also kept a heart and casually pulled. "No, I've already used my full strength. It's just that Zhu Ming is very strong and the wind is more than enough." He, "You are too modest." Hearing the advisor's words, Li Yi smiled lightly before speaking. "I can tell that you should be a magic swordsman just like that Zhu Ming, right?" The advisor knew that he couldn't hide this kind of thing, so he nodded non-committally. But the next moment, Li Yi's words caused him to be slightly stunned. "Counselor, if I'm not wrong, you should have another awakened profession?" The advisor didn't say anything, turning his head and narrowing his eyes slightly as he scrutinized Li Yi's expression. In yesterday's match, the advisor didn't have a slime by his side, so naturally, he hadn't used the ability of the Imperial Beast Master. But how did this Li Yi see it? Could it be that there was a second 5? Before the advisor had time to get suspicious, Li Yi seemed to have read his thoughts, gently waved his hand and spoke out. "Don't think too much. I just felt that strange aura of our Dean Jean from your body." The advisor raised his eyebrows and looked at Jin Tang, and in the next second, he came to a realization. "Oh, I see. As I said before, Jin Tang was a dual awakened professional of a mage plus a warlock, so it seemed normal for Li Yi to be able to see this." "Counselor, can you reveal what your other profession is?" Li Yi looked interested and looked at the advisor with a smile. Chapter 78 Meanness, requesting a timeout. But the advisor wasn't stupid. The other party was a match opponent. How could he be stupid enough to casually reveal his information? It seems like you don't want to talk about it." Li Yi guessed the idea from the advisor's expression and shook his head. "It's okay, it's normal, and it's the only way to be unknown." When the advisor heard Li Yi's words, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at him. As a result, he detected a hint of hidden fire from his calm gaze. "I'm looking forward to tomorrow's encounter." Li Yi's tone had a hint of fighting spirit and provocation in it, and the smile on his face also appeared to have a hint of frenzy. Compared to just now, the current him seemed to be the real deal. The advisor was roughly able to guess some of the content of tomorrow's match, so he also smiled and casually said, "Don't think too much. Maybe I'll still have to sit on the bench tomorrow?" When Li Yi heard this, he was slightly stunned and couldn't help but be speechless. It was only after a long time that he laughed in embarrassment. That's right, after all, that Zhu Ming is also very strong." And, as he said that, he raised his finger to point at Zhang Zhang in the magic mirror and spoke. "Your senior Zhang once fought me in last year's tournament." This was something that the advisor hadn't thought of. He had thought that senior was just an ordinary priest, but he hadn't expected that he had actually fought with this Shuashu Academy's ace. Li Yi stared in the direction of the magic mirror and said to himself, "He's a very powerful auxiliary type awakened person. If it wasn't for his companion's mistake last time, maybe the champion would be yours." After these words, Li Yi turned back to the advisor. "So with that said, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's encounter, and I hope we can both put forth our best efforts." The advisor looked at Li Yi's expression that was serious about the match and nodded slightly. This person couldn't help but remind him of Zhu Ming. If Zhu Ming was a bit more cheerful, he might have performed similarly to Li Yi. "I hope so." The advisor didn't feel like he would be able to play tomorrow, so he casually said that before looking at the magic mirror once again and watching the match with Li Yi. At this moment, the match was still in the exploration stage, but strangely enough, the ones from Shuashu Academy didn't seem to be in a hurry. Instead, the 4 of them were gathered together. not knowing what they were doing. Lee, your academy's people won't give up, right? The advisor half-jokingly pointed at the magic mirror and opened his mouth to Lee. Even though he couldn't help in this match, out of curiosity, he wanted to get some information out of his opponent, but strangely enough, Lee's face was also puzzled for a while. This doubt was not feigned. The advisor was able to easily see that Lee's hands were clenched and slightly tense. I don't know. I was training on my own during this period of time. I didn't hear about their plans. You guys really have a plan? The advisor froze for a moment and asked with some surprise, and then, a shock went through his mind. Something wasn't right. The other party had prepared a plan in advance, which meant that they should have already known about the competition in advance. In other words, Shushu Academy's Jin Tang had revealed the rules of the match in advance. In contrast, on the other side, Jungsun, this old man, was just too much of an agreement keeper. Not only did he not say the rules, he even chose the teams on the fly. This difference in information immediately caused a huge gap to appear in this match. The way those few people from Shuashu Academy came together made the advisor feel less and less right. At this moment, on the other side, Zhang Zhang and Zhu Ming had taken the lead in finding the magic stone that had sunk to the bottom of the lake. This magic stone was flickering with blue light, and it was exceptionally conspicuous at the bottom of the pitch-black lake. Zhang Zhang, as the captain of the team, immediately swam over like a fish and easily took the magic stone that represented victory into his hands. Next, they only needed to bring this magic stone out of the lake, and this match would be over. There wasn't even a need for a final match, and the Dragon County Awakening Academy would be able to obtain the final victory. However, at this time, there was some uneasiness in the advisor's inexplicable heart. He subconsciously looked towards the other side of the Shuashu Academy, only to find that those four people still hadn't moved, and instead, they had each received a bottle of medicine handed over by that pharmacist in the water. After those four people drank the unknown medicine, no obvious effects appeared. However, that pharmacist took out another bottle of medicine from his body. This bottle of medicine was red, like blood, with bubbles constantly floating inside. The moment he noticed this scene, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from the crowd behind the advisor who was watching the match. Dean Jung, they're poisoning. At these words, the crowd's gazes immediately moved backward and landed on the person who had shouted these words. There was naturally only one person who would be so keenly aware that those people were poisoning, and that was Zuodao. Zuodao's face looked ugly at this moment. He didn't have any fear on his face in the face of the many shocked and unsuspecting gazes. Instead, he raised his hand and shouted loudly to Jungsun, Dean Jung, I request to suspend this match. He raised his hand and pointed at the magic mirror. That man, he is also a pharmaceutical engineer, and he is holding a bottle of medicine called blood solution in his hand. This medicine is odorless and tasteless, but as long as it is integrated into the water, it is able to cause great harm to those who come into contact with it, and it will also trigger the berserking of aquatic magical beasts. The fact that Zuodao was the first to react didn't mean that the abilities or knowledge base of the pharmaceutical sciences teachers watching the match around them were inferior to Zuodao. Rather, it was because none of those teachers had even thought that the opposing academy would choose to use such a despicable tactic as poisoning in this crowd-pleasing match. And the reason why Zuodao was able to quickly see this was also very simple. That is, just after Jungsun and Jin Tang read out the rules, Zuodao's first reaction was to poison the opposite side, but he wasn't a player, so he could only put that idea to rest. Now after he saw his opponent do what he wanted to do, he was immediately caught in the act. The advisor looked at the indignant look of the left path and vaguely guessed the mental journey of the left path. After all, he is not a good person, and the brain circuits of the two people are surprisingly similar. The advisor's thoughts in his mind. Without delay, he immediately swept over Jin Tang and Li Yi's expression. At this time, Li Yi's face carried surprise and annoyance, his eyes glaring dead at the direction of Jin Tang and the magic mirror, as if he was offended by this behavior. But Jin Tang's face did not change in any way. He even said in front of everyone, according to the rules, we have not banned any fighting style, and poisoning is also one of the means of the pharmacist. I reject the proposal to suspend the match. Chapter 79 A difficult decision. Victory or partnership? With these words, Jin Tang could be said to have carried shamelessness to the extreme. For a while, many students with violent personalities on stage cursed into a frenzy. Put your ass on the line. You're the one who instructed this old thing. Without your orders, who would dare to poison the match? Hurry up and stop the match. Those poisons are killing people. The curses had reached Jin Tang's ears, causing his face to instantly darken to the extreme. Jungsun on the side was frowning slightly, looking at Jin Tang unhappily and then at the situation in the magic mirror. At this moment, those people from the Shuashu Academy had already poured the pill bottle into the water. As soon as the blood-colored liquid came into contact with the lake water, just as Zuodao had said, it immediately turned into a formless and colorless liquid and began to spread. In this way, It seemed that what those people had drunk earlier was the antidote. Seeing that the poison had already been incorporated into the water, those people from the Shuashu Academy had quite a broken feeling and started to clamor. Why did you stop the match? Is it because you can't afford to lose? Don't think that just because this is your home ground that you can bully people. I'm telling you, fight if you don't submit. That's right, do you really think that we, Shuashu Awakening Academy, have no one? Even though the act of poisoning was disgraceful to many people, Jin Tang's strong words were somewhat justified. What's more, if the match was called off over this, it would likely lead to many subsequent complications. After weighing the situation, Jongsun finally shook his staff, and the huge magic power spread out in waves, instantly suppressing the cacophony of the entire arena. The match continues. Believe in them. Jongsun made the decision as the dean, and because of his prestige, the trainees, even if they were dissatisfied, could only press down and once again cast their eyes towards the magic mirror. At this time, those red toxins had completely integrated into the water and quickly spread to the entire lake. On the other hand, the Dragon County Awakening Academy team, Jiang Zhang, who was holding the magic stone and swimming rapidly towards the lake, suddenly had a lurch in his movements, then gradually slowed down. In just a few short minutes, the movements of several people in the team were noticeably sluggish. But what was even more dangerous was that the magical beasts hiding in the lake also began to become more and more agitated. Some aquatic magical beasts came searching for the smell and quickly attacked the few people. In this situation, there was no way for them to continue ascending towards the lake, so they chose to pull out their weapons in response. But probably due to the effects of the toxin, the trainees could see that everyone's fighting strength had obviously dropped by a large margin. As the house was falling apart, just as Zhu Ming and the others were caught in a bitter battle, the four people from the Shuashu Awakening Academy on the other side also appeared. They had taken the antidote in advance and were completely unaffected by the toxin, and the frenzied magical beasts didn't attack them either. Jiang Zhang and Zhu Ming's few people were surrounded by enemies on their backs, and in just a few minutes, they fell into a disadvantage. At this time, Jiang Zhang opened and closed their lips a few times as if they were speaking. However, the trainees outside the arena were only able to see what was going on in the match through the magic mirror, but they couldn't hear the sound of their conversation. Thus everyone grew tense and silent, watching their movements without blinking. At this moment, the four people from Shuashu Academy joined forces and continuously launched attacks against Jiang Zhang, who was holding the magic stone. Xu Ming and the other two seniors, who were protecting Jiang Zhang while dealing with the surrounding magical beasts, had long been stumped left and right. At this time, the toxins in the water were still continuously eroding their bodies. In this situation, there were only two choices in front of them. Either Jiang Zhang gave up on everyone and left alone with the magic stone, but once he left, even if the people from Shuashu Academy gave up attacking the other three, before he swam to the surface, the aquatic magical beasts could potentially cause serious damage to the poison trio that remained here. It was either give up the magic stone, use the ability to heal his teammates, and settle the magical beasts, but that would be equivalent to directly handing over the victory, which was about their honor, the honor of the academy. Last year, they had already lost to Shuashu Academy once. How much longer were they going to continue to let them bloat this year? The advisor noticed that Jiang Zhang's expression was filled with nervousness, as if he was hesitating. However, as the other three's faces became worse and worse and their movements became more and more sluggish, his expression suddenly became firm. In the next moment, he decisively threw the magic stone far away. When those from the Shuashu Academy saw the magic stone, they immediately rushed over like wild dogs that had seen a bone. Jiang Zhang, on the other hand, took the opportunity to quickly draw his staff and use his ability to heal a few of his teammates. Just as they were trying to get away from the attack of the aquatic magical beasts, the four people from the Shuashu Academy, who were not far away, had already gotten their hands on the magic stones and swam quickly towards the lake. Watching this situation, although the advisor didn't say a word and didn't have any expression on his face, his heart was filled with rage, his fists were clenched tightly together and his eyes were cold. The advisor never considered himself to be any kind of decent person. But this was just a match between two academies. Not only did the Shuashu Academy leak the questions ahead of time, it even condoned the trainees to poison them without a care in the world, completely unconcerned about the lives of the trainees from Dragon County. Despicable to this extent. Li Yi, who was beside the advisor, likewise had a bad look on his face. His brows were lightly furrowed as he took off his glasses and lightly rubbed the corners of his forehead, not even wanting to look at it again. A few minutes later, the four people from Shuashu Academy rushed out of the lake without any hindrance, and at the same time, a trace of a smile appeared on Jin Tang's face as he quickly spoke. Shuashu Academy is the first to complete the mission and wins this competition. Jongsun ignored Jin Tang's proclamation as he shook his staff the instant the match ended. The magic mirror immediately fluctuated and immediately turned into a stream of water. Wow! Accompanied by the sound of the water flow, The 4 people from Shirshu Academy quickly appeared. Jiang Zhang and Zhu Ming, they were also teleported to the middle of the square at the same time. At this moment, they were battered and bruised. Not only were they injured and exhausted, but the toxins were eating away at their bodies. Zhu Ming and the 3 of them simply didn't have the strength to speak anymore. But Jiang Zhang still gritted his teeth and stood up, looking at Jiangxin with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, Dean Jiang, Before Jiang Zhang could finish his words, he suddenly turned pale and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Chapter 80, I will avenge them. At the end of the match just now, Jiang Zhang had put his life on the line in order to protect his teammates. He was so focused on healing the other 3 that it resulted in him taking far more damage and toxins than even Zhu Ming and the few of them. Jiangxin shook his head with some heartache and stopped him from continuing to speak. The Dragon County trainees watching the match under the stage also did not blame the loss of this match. Instead, they cast admiring gazes at Jiang Zhang. There's no need to blame yourselves, Senior Jiang. You guys are the best. It's all because those bastards played dirty. That's right, we're still honorable despite our defeat, and the match isn't completely over yet. There's still one more round to go. We still have a chance. Quite a few people kept encouraging Jiang Zhang and Zhu Ming, but a few people simply didn't have the strength to talk back right now. The toxins in everyone's body still hadn't been eliminated, and it was a great load for their bodies. After today's match, I'll take you all to get rid of the toxins. Jiang Xin's voice was a bit icy, completely ignoring the students of Shuashu Academy who were celebrating their victory on the side. Several teachers of pharmaceutical sciences had long been standing to the side, and when they heard this, they immediately ran up quickly and assisted Jiang Zhang as they left. Counselor, I didn't know that they would use this kind of tactic. Li watched in silence as Jiang Zhang and the others left before turning to the advisor with an apologetic face, slightly lowering his head and saying, I'm sorry. The advisor knew that Li was genuinely apologizing, but he was in a bad mood right now. Tomorrow, I will take revenge for my friends, so prepare yourselves. The advisor didn't want to talk nonsense with him, and after coldly throwing down this sentence, he turned around and left the square. After returning to the dormitory, the advisor rarely didn't directly paralyze on the bed. Instead, he carried Slime to the side, and for the first time, he took the initiative to turn on the training system within the dormitory. The current training system within the dormitory was already very complete, and it functioned similarly to the training room he had gone to in the first place. Without a word, the advisor swung his sword, mobilized his magic power, and practiced his skills in the room. It was a day's worth of practicing, and he didn't even take a bite of food. After it grew dark, a knock sounded on the door. The advisor broke away from this ascetic style state, hammered his somewhat sore arm, and opened the door. Appearing in the doorway was a stony-faced Zhuodao. Brother, Zhu Ming and Senior Jiang, their situation isn't too good. Zhuodao, as a pharmacist, had also gone along with his teacher to help Jiang Zhang and the others get rid of the poison, so he was one of the first to know the situation. The advisor didn't say anything. He just picked up his sword once again and slashed down fiercely, practicing the only occupational skill he could put to use at the moment. Zhuodao could naturally tell that the advisor was in a bad mood, but there were still some things he had to be informed about. Dean Jiang said that all 4 of them might not be able to participate in the competition tomorrow. So, it's fine. The advisor didn't wait for Zhuodao to finish before he swung out a blade again, emptying all of his magic power before he half-kneeled on the ground in a somewhat exhausted manner, and whispered, I'm enough for one person. Zhuodao was well aware of the advisor's character. He knew that he couldn't persuade him, so he didn't intend to waste his words. Brother, this is for you. Zhuodao pulled out a bottle of potion from his belt pouch and handed it to the advisor. The advisor didn't bother to use the system to analyze the potency this time and directly opened the bottle and poured it into his mouth. The bitter liquid went down the throat and into the stomach, and in just a few seconds, it turned into abundant magic power, replenishing all of the advisor's consumption. This bottle of medicine was obviously very precious. The advisor looked at Zhuodao with some surprise, only to see Zhuodao's silly smile. Brother, I'll accompany you to practice tonight? There's enough medicine. Hearing these words from Zhuodao, the advisor's heart was filled with emotion and he wordlessly nodded his head and trained again. On the other hand, Zhuodao silently pulled out the pill refining furnace on the side and continuously made various medicines for the advisor. A few hours quickly passed. Even though they were able to constantly rely on potions to replenish their physical strength and magic power, mental exhaustion was still inevitable. In addition, Zhuodao's constant pharmaceuticals were also extremely energy-consuming. Alright, Zhuodao, go back first. It's time to rest. The advisor patted Zhuodao who was lying on the side beside the pill refining furnace and said, Zhuodao looked like he was already a bit delirious. He kept repeating the mechanical work, consuming even more physical strength than the advisor. I'll prepare some potions for you. You can definitely use them tomorrow. Zhuodao stood up with the advisor's help, put away the pill refining furnace, and wobbled outside. The advisor looked at his back. For a moment he didn't know what to say, and only after a long time did he softly spit out a sentence. Thanks, brother. Zhuodao didn't reply, raised his hand on his back and shook it, then left the room. The advisor watched Zhuodao leave and didn't rest directly, but practiced alone for some more time before stopping. It was now early in the morning. He looked out the window. A full moon hung high in the sky, emitting a bright light. It's time for the point ah. After raising his head to contemplate the bright moon for a while, the advisor looked to the slime on the side. The slime had basically completely solidified and no longer needed the bucket to maintain its shape. Time to bask in the moon. Dum. The counselor lifted his hand to pick up the slime, grabbed his information card and left the room. The corridor was dark and silent, with only the light still on in the doorway of the room next door on the left path, and from time to time a pungent smell of herbs came out. TSK. The advisor lightly smashed his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and decided not to bother him. He turned around and left the dormitory, heading towards the star clock tower as usual. The star clock tower still stood quietly. The advisor walked to the side of the medicine garden under the bell tower, found a familiar place to sit down, and placed the slime on top of his head. But unlike in the past, this time, the slime seemed to have woken up from its sleep, its body constantly shaking gently. The silver-white moonlight spilled down, dissolving into the slime's body little by little. That miserable clawed dragon's magical beast crystal core. At this moment, there was only a little bit of particles left as well. The advisor used the system's ability to analyze it, and a smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. It is expected that the slime will still need to completely absorb the crystal core and Xiaoyu spirit sand. 1 hour. This speed was far faster than the advisor had imagined. Catching up with the last match. Just wait, the advisor muttered in a small voice, finally letting go of his heart and closing his eyes to feel the smell of the herbs in the air. Suddenly, a very strange smell appeared in the air, like a mixture of perfume and incense. The advisor's nose twitched, feeling somewhat familiar. Right, he seemed to have smelled this odor a few days ago when the students of Shuoshu Academy first came here. The advisor quickly opened his eyes and searched for the source of this smell, but at that moment, a soft sound suddenly came from the slime above his head. In a flash, it was like something shattered. A scarlet glow emanated from the slime's body, instantly coloring the entire star clock tower red. Ah! At the same time, the advisor heard a soft cry. It came from the direction of the star clock tower. Chapter 81 Slime Evolution. Imperial Beast Master Upgrade. The counselor immediately turned her head, but all that came was a flash of a dark shadow. The advisor looked in the direction of that black shadow with a puzzled expression, then looked at the star clock tower. What the hell? The advisor frowned slightly, and before he had time to think about it, a voice suddenly came from beside his ears. Slime has completely finished digesting. Slime evolved. The level of the Imperial Beastmaster has increased to level 2. After the advisor heard these two system prompts, he instantly forgot about what had just happened and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The Imperial Beastmaster's level had finally increased? The advisor hurriedly looked at his information. Name, advisor. Race, human. Awakened profession, Imperial Beastmaster. Magic Swordsman. Level, Imperial Beastmaster level 2. Magic Swordsman level 18. Physique, 50. Magic power, 60. Strength, 50. Spirit, 60. Resistance, poison resistance, 40%. Lightning resistance, 40%. Magic resistance, 30%. Dragon attribute resistance, 50. Weapon, famous sword moon hidden. Beast, ice done, slime. Beast fitting, 200%. Mastered abilities, observation. Power of unification. Imperial beast knowledge. Power of body imitation. Gap moonshadow. Dragon attribute? The advisor caught this information keenly and reacted, quickly looking at the slime's information. Soulbound Imperial Beast, Ice Done, Slime. Imperial Beast character, Chaotic Neutral. Imperial Beast level, level 30. As the slime now has multiple attributes, each attribute cannot coexist with each other, so it can only choose to switch forms according to its master's instructions. Soulbound Imperial Beast attributes, Ice Done, Slime. Beast attribute, base form, Dragon. Other forms, Thunder, Poison, Magic, Normal. Beast race, Slime. Imperial Beast abilities, Eat, Soul Enchantment, Imitation Body Transformation into Dragon, makes a slime take the form of a tragic clawed dragon, or possesses the Imperial Beastmaster with the power of a dragon. It's actually possible to turn into a dragon. No wonder it took so long to digest the crystal core this time. The power of a dragon. This was a boost beyond his imagination. The advisor couldn't help but smile as he looked at the scarlet-colored slime. Thinking of this, the advisor's mind turned to the line that the system prompted just now. Slime evolution. Imperial Beast Master level upgrade. So the Imperial Beast Master level upgrade was tied to the evolution of his soul beast? But Slime's evolution this time was due to devouring a high-level magical beast's crystal core. Could it be that every time he upgraded in the future, he would have to kill a different kind of high-ranked magical beast to get the crystal core? It couldn't be, could it? The advisor smacked his lips. So the Imperial Beast Master is such a costly and life-consuming profession? Forget it, let's not think about it for now. He rubbed that soft body hard a few times and set the slime on his head once again. Now that the Imperial Beast Master level had also been raised, the slime has completely finished digesting and recovered to the strongest. No, even more powerful than before. Even if his dual career levels combined were inferior to Li Yi, his heart was filled with confidence. Go home and sleep. Perform well tomorrow and give those bastards a lesson. The advisor shook his head, and the slime above his head seemed to have sensed the advisor's thoughts. His body slightly swelled up a bit and let out a gurgling sound. The next day, the advisor got up a little later than usual. After all, he usually used to be lazy, and yesterday he practiced all night on a whim, and the price was that his body was sore. However, it was good that there was still some of the medicine that Zuodao had left behind for him. Even though this stuff didn't taste good, the medicinal effects were unadulterated. After he drank it, his stamina instantly returned to full strength. The advisor cleaned up a little, picked up the slime and put it on his head, and left the dormitory. Today was the last day of the tournament, and coupled with Shuoshu Academy's despicable tactics yesterday, it made today's tournament watchers unprecedentedly large. Even some of the Dragon County's official personnel had come here, conducting interviews with the surrounding cadets. The advisor had just gotten close enough to hear some of the students talking. Those students had obviously followed the match yesterday, and their faces weren't looking too good at the moment. Did you hear? Senior Jiang and the others were poisoned yesterday, and they haven't fully recovered today. What? Then isn't this the end? That's right, today's match is a top priority. What can we do? Now that all four of them are incapable of competing, should we count on the advisor alone? But the advisor is only a freshman. Can he do it? Don't be ridiculous, even if the advisor is the number one in his grade within the freshmen. But didn't you guys notice that the advisor didn't even bring a slime to the first two competitions? What's going on? What's wrong with the advisor? I heard that last time when Zhang Fan went to the advisor's dormitory to steal something. He found that his slime seemed to be dead. It's over. It's completely over. The advisor heard those people's conversation from the side and couldn't help but let out a light laugh as he walked into the tournament venue without saying a word. Zuodao had been here early waiting for the match to start, and as soon as he saw the advisor, he immediately walked up. He looked even more haggard than last night. His face was gloomy and his two eyes were topped with dark circles. However, when he saw the advisor, and then saw the advisor's slime, his eyes clearly lit up. Bro, your slime has been upgraded? Zuodao seemed to see at a glance that the slime was different and couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, bringing a hint of surprise in his tone. The advisor smiled and nodded mysteriously, not explaining too much. Zuodao, however, was distraught. He grinned and quickly took out several bottles of colorful medicine from his belt pouch. The advisor scanned them with the system's analyzing ability, restoring magic power, restoring physical strength, enhancing all attributes, increasing magic resistance. All kinds of effects were present, and the effects didn't seem to be weak. When the advisor received these medicines, he felt that the liquid inside was a little warm, and it was obviously refined by Zuodao all night last night. Thanks, brother. The advisor somewhat moved and patted Zuodao's shoulder. Next, watch me. I'll leave it to you. I need to rest for a while. For crying out loud, I'm exhausted this night, Zuodao said with a smile. Even though he pretended to be relaxed, the exhaustion in his tone could not be hidden. The advisor nodded and walked over to where the contestants were. Today, this place was much emptier. In the entire Dragon County Awakening Academy's contestant's seat, there was only one person, the advisor. Just like what Zuodao said last night, the poison that Zhang Zhang and Zhu Ming and the others had been infected with hadn't been completely lifted yet. Even if they wanted to compete, Zhang Xin definitely wouldn't allow it. Not long after, the 5 contestants from the other academy also arrived. When the few of them saw the advisor sitting alone in the contestant's seat, with the exception of Li Yi, they all had sneers and self-satisfaction on their faces, as if they felt that they had already won. Soon, Zhang Xin and Jin Tang also appeared. Zhang Xin's face did not look too good, while Jin Tang's expression was extremely soothing. With a hidden smile, the two didn't bring up yesterday's matter and directly read the opening statement of the match as usual. After a few sentences of useless nonsense ended, Jin Tang once again looked at the crowd. Students, before next is the final round of our match, the deciding round. After yesterday's discussion between Dean Jiang and I, we decided to simplify this final round. The rules for the final round are as follows. Chapter 82, I'm enough on my own. In a 2-on-2 squad match, the victor will be able to represent their academy for the final victory of the tournament. However, due to the fact that the Dragon County Awakening Academy side is missing many participants, we are allowing the students present to grossly nominate themselves for this match. The moment Jin Tang uttered these words, it once again caused many students to become dissatisfied. Old man, what are you pulling? The contestants we entered were injured because of you, and now you dare to tamper with the rules? Dare to fight one-on-one? Why do we have to reselect? Old thing, don't leave after school. Be careful for me. Many students directly cursed out, but Jiangxin waited for half a minute before gently raising his hand and pressing down, saying, everyone be quiet. This rule was decided by us together, and it's been the same in previous years. I'm well aware that this may be a lot harder for us, but I believe in the students of our academy. We still have a chance to win. Jiangxin's words clearly encouraged the students who had a low atmosphere, and there were even quite a few who immediately raised their hands, wanting to participate in the competition. Jin Tang didn't stop them either, as he smiled and waited for Jiangxin to finish before speaking. Then, it is still our Shuashu Academy that will be the first to decide on the contestants, he said as he swept his gaze over the Shuashu Academy's participating team and spoke. Our personnel are Shinsu and Li Yi. Upon hearing Li Yi's name, many of the cadets' faces darkened, and those who had originally planned to nominate themselves immediately lowered their hands. They were all senior students and had naturally seen the strength of Li Yi in the past year, and as a year had passed, Li Yi's strength was bound to be even stronger, and many of them had some drums in their hearts. Even before the match, they didn't hold the hope that they could win under Li Yi in the final round, and only planned to grab the victory in the first 2 rounds, and now as soon as they saw Li Yi appear, they also fell silent. Trash. Shinsu, who had just been named, looked at the people around him and sneered in an open tone. His words immediately ignited the anger of the crowd, but with Li Yi's reputation in front of him, in the end, no one dared to raise their hands again. As for Li Yi himself, at this moment, his brows were lightly furrowed and he walked to the front of the stage in silence. He looked in the direction of the advisor and slightly lowered his head, as if he was still apologizing for what happened yesterday. Now that the other side's lineup had been decided, all that was left was Dragon County's side. Jiangxin sighed slightly and spoke again. Everyone from Dragon County Awakening Academy, do any of you volunteer to participate in this match? There was a moment of silence on the stage, while the advisor had already raised his hand. Dean Jiang, let me do it. The advisor was originally the only remaining contestant right now, so it didn't come as a surprise when he said this. Jiangxin looked at the advisor and nodded with a pleased smile on his face. Counselor, thank you for your courage. So next, Jiangxin's gaze turned to the stage, and he was just about to say something. The advisor, however, had already stood up and walked forward in 3 or 2 steps. Standing in front of Jiangxin, he twisted his head, looked to the side at Jin Tang and the others, and said coldly, Dean Jiang, letting me come alone is enough. The moment the advisor's words left his mouth, the entire room erupted in an uproar. What? This kid is crazy, right? He actually wants to go 1-on-2? He really doesn't know what's going on. Bad. The advisor is on top. Even the people from Dragon County felt that the advisor's words were a bit too arrogant. After all, the other party was not just 2 people, but also Li Yi, a monster among his peers. However, there were also many people who noticed the difference in the advisor today. Wait, guys, look, what's that thing on the advisor's head? That's a slime, right? Hey, holy crap, his slime came back to life? Why is that slime this color? I don't know, it looks a bit scary. Oh, no matter, the advisor is at his strongest right now. Maybe he can win. Go for it, advisor. The many trainees let out another cheer and shout as they noticed the advisor's slime. Jiangxin, on the other hand, looked at the advisor and remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. Counselor, are you sure you don't need help? No need. The advisor smiled and took the slime into his arms, slightly shaking the body that looked like strawberry jelly. He then turned his head and cast a provocative gaze at the 2 people participating in the final round. Li Yi looked at the advisor and thought about something thoughtfully, with no expression on his face. On the contrary, that Shinsu disdainfully skimmed his mouth and said coldly, Humph, kid, do you think you're great because you're a magical swordsman who tamed a magical beast? That's just a slime. The advisor looked at the man with the same cold smile, lowered his head and gently rubbed the slime's head, and said casually, to be honest, I don't think you can necessarily beat a slime. You. Shinsu's face changed in anger at these words, and just as he was about to break into a rage, Jin Tang on the side had stopped him. The opponent had only sent out 1 person. It was simply impossible to win, and Jin Tang didn't want to give Jiangxin a chance to backtrack. He immediately waved his cane and used his magic to open a portal. Alright, the match is about to begin. Both players enter the portal, Jin Tang urged, and Li Yi and Shinsu immediately entered the portal. Jiangxin looked at the advisor and opened his mouth slightly, but in the end, he just sighed slightly. Advisor, be careful. Don't worry, Dean. I will help us take revenge. The advisor let out a light laugh and stepped into the teleportation portal. Behind him, the entire Dragon County Academy was silent, staring at his back without blinking. The competition venue this time was an extremely large, empty room similar to a training room. The room was surrounded by silver metal walls all around. The floor was flat and without any gaps, and the entire space was like a square. Opposite the advisor was the two people, Li Yi and Shinsu. At this time, Zhang Tsun's voice came from overhead. Attention both sides. The rules of this match, defeating all members of the other side is victory. Is that clear? The three people within the match venue nodded at the same time. Then, the match begins. With the sound of Zhang Tsun's announcement, the advisors immediately looked ahead. However, Li Yi did not rush to make a move. Instead, he took a few steps back and leaned against the wall behind him with his hands clasped to his chest. Shinsu also noticed Li Yi's movements, and he frowned. Li Yi, what do you mean? The advisor likewise looked at him somewhat strangely. Li Yi glanced at Shinsu and then at the advisor. I think this is an unfair match, so I want to fight the other side squarely. Hypocrite. Shinsu gave Li Yi a blank look and snorted coldly. However, he knew that the opposite party was only a freshly enrolled first-year student, and out of ego, he didn't ask Li Yi to do it again, but turned his head to look at the advisor. The advisor also didn't expect Li Yi to be such a gentleman, and smiled for a moment. He was in a hurry to make a move, but first used the system's analyzing ability to look at Shinsu. Chapter 83, Imitation Body Transformation Dragon. Miserable Clawed Dragon. Name, Shinsu. Race, Human. Awakened Profession, Bard. Level, 25. Formation, Shuashu Awakening Academy. ISTM Evaluation, a profession with swift and sensitive movements. Able to attach gain statuses to himself and his teammates, but not very strong on his own, so feel free to fight. Looking at the system's evaluation of that person, the advisor was a bit strange for a moment. How is it that all these people who look cerebral are bards? Could it be that this profession abounds in cerebral palsy? At this time, Shinsu had already taken off his bow and arrow from his back. He lightly whistled, and a green wind immediately wrapped around his body. Without a word, Shinsu directly drew his bow and shot an arrow. The air was torn apart by the blistering wind. The advisor had prepared for this and dodged calmly to avoid it. Even without the system, just from this arrow, he could tell that Shinsu was a waste. This Shinsu really couldn't beat his slime. The advisor thought about it and decided to reserve his physical strength to deal with Li Yi, his big enemy. Hey, over to you, Dumpy. The advisor carried the slime above his head down and placed it on the ground aside. Humph, you think you can win against me with a magical beast cooperating with you? Shinsu watched the advisor's movements, sneered, and shot a few arrows in succession. Only this time, the advisor did not dodge. Instead, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He quickly looked at the slime, then softly shouted under his breath. Imitation Body Transformation Dragon. This was a new ability that Slime had acquired after digesting the miserable Claw Dragon's crystal core. After receiving the advisor's command, the slime's body flashed with a fishy red light and quickly became soft. Poof! A cloud of blood mist exploded. Seeing this scene, a trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of Li Yi from afar, and those outside the arena who were watching the battle, noticing the projected image, were all similarly startled. Their gazes all focused on that blood mist. In the next moment, everyone's faces changed. Ow! Within the blood mist, a cry like a wolf's howl was heard. Immediately afterward, a huge figure emerged from it. It was a terrifying magical beast with no hair on its body, sharp teeth and claws, and a long tail that fluttered gently. With a casual flick of its tail, this magical beast knocked down several bows and arrows. Oh ho! The imitation is quite similar. The advisor was actually seeing this scene for the first time, and had just been equally startled. But with a glance, he could tell that this was the miserable clawed dragon that Slime had imitated using the power of body imitation. Although the miserable clawed dragon that Slime had transformed into at this time was not as large as the one he had encountered at the beginning, but that kind of bloodthirsty aura was by no means backward, and even had a more creepy wildness. This kind of wildness, if it wasn't for the power of unification given to him by the system, perhaps even the advisor himself would not have been able to control the slime in its dragon form. And those outside the arena had shock and disbelief on their faces when they noticed this magical beast that Slime had changed out of. What kind of magical beast is that? How come I've never even seen it before? Isn't the advisor's royal beast master rank level 1? How could he possibly be able to tame a magical beast of this level? That wasn't tamed. It should have been conjured by a slime. But would a slime have this kind of ability? The crowd looked at each other. No one could say anything. Instead, the two deans in front, Jiangxin and Jin Tang, looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Is that the miserable clawed dragon? How is it possible? Why was that cadet able to summon this kind of magical beast? Jin Tang looked at the advisor in the screen, full of questions. Zhang Tsun shook his head without a word. He knew that the advisor was a royal beast master whose sole beast was a slime, but imperial beast masters were rare, and slimes were likewise barely studied. Even he couldn't figure out why the advisor was able to make a slime look like a tragic clawed dragon. Their shock outside was all but unknown to the advisor in the tournament arena. To him, the most important thing was to solve this Shinsu first. Go on, bite the hell out of him. The advisor didn't even move his hand, casually commanding a sentence, and the slime rushed up. It let out a sharp dragon roar and slapped Shinsu's bow and arrow to pieces. Then it threw its tail and lashed solidly at his body. It should be known that when dealing with the miserable claw dragon, it was Du Rua who led the team, and there were also 2 awakened who were above level 40, plus the advisor's command. With such a complete setup, they were only able to defeat the miserable clawed dragon. Now it was just Shinsu alone. He didn't even have a chance to resist, and in just a single glance, he was smashed by the slime, shattering a few ribs, and fell to the side spitting blood. Immediately after that, the slime once again pounced on him, and a claw fell. Prick la! With an ear-piercing crack, the flat silver-colored metal ground was torn open with a terrifying crack. Shinsu looked at the crack beside him, and all of a sudden his face turned pale. Not to mention the harsh words, he couldn't even make a little sound. This was still the advisor not wanting to hurt his life, so he deliberately controlled the ferocity of the slime. Otherwise, this Shinsu might have been torn to pieces by the slime in the first encounter. I admit defeat. Don't. Stop fighting. I admit defeat. Shinsu took a deep breath and looked at the ugly and horrible magical beast in front of him and immediately shouted loudly. At this time, he couldn't care less about losing face. He only wanted to leave this place in a hurry. Jin Tang outside the field also seemed to feel that his old face could not hang on. Just after Shinsu's words, he waved his cane with a frown on his brow. A purple magic power quickly appeared and turned into a portal on the floor, ripping Shinsu out of the competition venue. As soon as he returned, Shinsu immediately looked as if he had been robbed of his life, and with a face full of fear, he hugged Jin Tang's thighs and cried continuously. Seeing him so humiliated, Jin Tang was so angry that he directly kicked him, then forcibly ignored the ridicule around him and once again looked at the projection. It was only after forcing Shinsu to leave the stage that the advisor collected the slime's ferocity and turned his head to look at Li Yi. Li Yi had already straightened his body by now. His face was calm as he looked at the advisor and the slime that had transformed into a miserable clawed dragon beside him, with a hint of an arc at the corner of his mouth. Your other awakened profession turns out to be the Imperial Beast Master. The advisor shrugged his shoulders slightly and looked at Li Yi and asked, What? Are you planning to admit defeat as well? The advisor could be said to be bursting with self-confidence right now, and his mood had relaxed quite a bit. However, Li Yi shook his head and let out a light laugh. Of course not. The smile at the corner of his mouth widened, and a hint of fighting spirit gradually ignited in his eyes. I haven't met an opponent for a long time. I hope we can have a good fight. As he finished speaking, he raised his hands and shook them slightly. A faint aura flashed, and a pair of weapons immediately appeared in his hands. They were 2 hammers. The hammers were not large, just like a craftsman's hammer. However, the advisor couldn't tell what material they were made of, only that they felt like metal and stone. Immediately curious, he used the system's analyzing ability. Weapon, Ancient King's Hammer. Description, said to be the founding hammer created by the Titan clan. Of course, it's only a replica, but the effect is still extraordinary. Attachment skill, Ancient King's Domain, unfolds a boundary that covers a wide area and reduces the attribute resistance of everyone in the area. Damn, scared me. The advisor couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. Just now, when he saw the first half, he still thought that this was another legendary weapon similar to the Sword of Departure and Spectrum. Luckily, it was just a replica. But the advisor's relaxation didn't last long before he saw Li Yi holding the hammer with both hands and hitting the ground twice with force. Bang! Bang! With 2 consecutive loud bangs, a light golden light pattern quickly spread across the ground, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire tournament venue. Chapter 84 Fusion. Double all attributes. In a flash, the advisor felt a coldness in his body. This should be the skill of that pair of twin hammers. To be fair, I want you to put out your full strength. Li Yi looked at the advisor's cautious expression, grinned, and stomped his foot to the ground. This time, he actually caused the space created by this magic to create a wobble. Then, the floor under Li Yi's feet rapidly swelled, and several strange totem poles rose from the ground. In the next moment, various different attributes such as wind, earth, thunder, wood, ice, and so on attached themselves to Li Yi's side, even affecting the environment around him. Rooted in trailing branches, lava and blistering winds, and thunderous lightning. This was the skill of a shaman priest? Different totems that represented different attributes? The advisor hit the ground running. Even though Li Yi's level was only 30, the shaman priest, an awakened profession, should definitely not be underestimated. the advisor didn't rush to attack. Instead, he took a deep breath and calmed his mood down. Full strength, right? The advisor looked at Li Yi's serious expression and also revealed a smile. Then don't blame me. As the advisor spoke, he quickly wiggled his fingers and took out some bottles and jars from his spatial ring. These were all medicines that Zhuo Dao had specially refined for him before the match. Anyway, this match didn't say that drugs were not allowed. The advisor looked at the pile of medicine bottles at hand, opened the corks, and poured a brain into his mouth. Immediately, an abundance of power filled his limbs and bones. He raised his hand once again and grabbed the famous sword moon hidden in his hand as well, then raised his head and smiled at Li Yi. It's not too late for you to admit defeat. Li Yi didn't move, still standing in place, with various elements floating around him. The advisor shrugged, and with a flip, mounted the slime in the form of a tragic clawed dragon, a person and a beast, rushed towards Li Yi. Li Yi did not make any evasive movements after watching the advisor rush. Instead, he raised both hammers and heavily smashed them towards the ground. In a split second, a bitter lightning bolt struck towards the advisor. Although both the slime and the advisor possessed a certain amount of lightning attribute resistance, now that they were in the ancient king's domain, the advisor naturally wouldn't take it on the chin. The slime and the advisor shared the same mind and immediately dodged to the side. Li Yi, on the other hand, laughed coldly and dropped his hammers again. His twin hammers were like staffs in the hands of a priest, and as soon as the hammers fell, lava erupted, surging towards the advisor with a destructive aura. At the same time, the root vines on the ground silently extended like spider silk, flying towards him. If it was with the advisor's own speed, he would definitely not be able to escape the binding of the root vines, and by then, he would be able to take this blow from the lava head-on. But now, underneath him was the extremely agile tragic claw dragon. The advisor easily controlled the slime to reverse its direction, while drawing out his famous sword, moon hidden, and swung it out. The blue magical sharpness flashed, instantly chopping away the scattered molten lava, and then, the advisor once again rushed towards Li Yi. From the few moves so far, Li Yi's profession as a shaman priest was basically a mage who controlled the elements. According to most experiences, mages were afraid of getting close. As long as the advisor was able to get close to him, he was confident that he could send him home with a slash. But the truth was, the advisor still didn't know enough about the rare profession of shaman priest. Li Yi watched as the advisor passed through the lava and approached sharply, without a hint of panic on his face. Instead, he swung his double hammers and a bizarre aura appeared. The advisor acutely sensed that it was not good and controlled the slime to take a few steps back. Immediately afterward, he saw a scene that surprised him. The various elements around Li Yi suddenly went berserk and chaotic, turning into balls of elemental light that quickly integrated into Li Yi's body. Ancestors of the elements, help me with my divine might. Immediately after the fusion, Li Yi shouted violently, and a semi-voided metallic suit of armor coalesced on his body. Good guy, opening a Gundam? The advisor smacked his lips as he looked at Li Yi's majestic and domineering appearance. He looked down at himself and the slime that had turned into a miserable clawed dragon on his crotch, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This was truly primitive man versus armored warrior. Li Yi's side didn't give the advisor a chance to think more and quickly swung his twin hammers towards him. A mage didn't play spells and switched to melee combat. The advisor almost laughed out loud when he saw this scene. He immediately urged his slime to charge up, followed by a swing, but Li Yi's reaction was extremely fast. His double hammers danced densely, and with a few clangs, he froze and shocked the advisor's arm to the point of numbness. Even several hammers landed on the slime's body. Seeing that he was losing ground head-on, the advisor immediately controlled the slime to make a flying leap and dodged away from Li Yi, who was like a small gyroscope. In this state, Li Yi seemed to have slowed down a bit, so he didn't catch up, but had a provocative smile on his face. The advisor was not provoked in the slightest. Instead, he was thinking rapidly. It was obvious that Li Yi's shaman priest had two abilities. One was an in situ spell turret, and the other was an elementally possessed berserker. This could be described as an awakened profession with both offense and defense. However, it is good that the advisor also has more than one type of attack right now. The advisor rolled over and dismounted from the slime, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth to drink softly. Done. Imitation body possession. After digesting the tragic clawed dragon's crystal core, the slime gained quite a few new abilities. In addition to changing itself into the form of a misery claw dragon, it was also able to attach the form of a dragon attribute to its advisor's body. After receiving the command, Slime's body immediately shuddered and let out another wolfish howl up to the sky, then leapt high into the air. That terrifying figure stirred in midair for a while like liquid, and scarlet light flashed. In the next moment, it quickly descended and landed on the advisor's body like a huge piece of jelly. It was just like Li Yi's kind of elemental possession. The slime also turned into a set of blood-red exoskeleton that wrapped around the advisor's body within a few seconds. At the same time, the advisor also heard the system's voice coming from beside his ears. You have successfully fused with the slime. In the body imitating fusion state, your full attributes are doubled. And you also have a dragon attribute attack. The duration of this state is 1 minute, and when it ends you will temporarily lose your ability to fight. So please pay attention. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The advisor didn't expect this status to last for such a short period of time, but rather have such a big side effect. He couldn't care about feeling the power in his body, and like a wild beast, he quickly pounced towards Li Yi. At this time, the famous sword Lunar Crypt in his hand was already surrounded by a red glow, and even had some crystals attached to it. Gap Moon Shadow. The advisor swung out his sword, but this time, what he chopped out was no longer blue magic power, but scarlet dragon attributes. It was like a blood moon. When Li Yi saw this scene, his pupils contracted and he immediately raised his twin hammers to resist. Even though the advisor's imitation body fusion state was very powerful, Li Yi was, after all, quite a bit higher than his level. Lightning and lava were attached to the twin hammers, and the surrounding area was constantly blocked by vines and dirt. At this rate, it was simply impossible to resolve the battle in 1 minute straight. The advisor quickly swung out a few slashes and pulled away, thinking slightly for a second or so. In the next moment, he casually shook his hand and took out a bottle of clarified yellow potion crashed in a test tube from his spatial ring. This was the bottle of medicine that Zuodao had initially given him with completely unknown potency. I hope it works. The advisor frowned, picked the cork with his thumb, and with a tilt of his neck, poured this last bottle of medicine into his mouth. Chapter 85, A Knife. Splitting space. A bitter, sour and fishy flavor appeared, as if it was a mixture of all the unpleasant flavors in the world. But strangely enough, after this bottle of medicine was consumed, it was as if the advisor's pores were opened up all over his body. All the sounds in the entire tournament venue, Li Yi's every move, and even the flow of blood within his own body could be perceived by him, and at the same time, the system's voice once again appeared beside the advisor's ears. You have attached a special status. Special status, Experiment of Sidekick. Effect, the next attack will consume all of your physical strength, magic power, and energy. The advisor looked at the effect and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had thought that this bottle of medicine was just like any normal medicine. It was for enhancement. As a result, after this bottle of medicine went down, he didn't even have a way back. TSK. The advisor smashed his mouth. In fact, he only had a few seconds left in his possessed form, and no matter what, there was only a chance for one last move. He raised his left arm, and with a flash of golden light, holy power fell upon him. Servant King Knight's Resolve. The advisor used all his means just for this next slash. Li Yi seemed to have seen the advisor's thoughts as well. He grinned as his two hammers slammed into each other and the power of lightning and lava erupted once again. The advisor, however, completely ignored the threat in front of him and concentrated on building up his strength. The magic power in his body was quickly drained by the potion and poured into the blades. The rapid loss of magic power even caused the advisor's eyes to blink, but he still gritted his teeth and held on. One last slash. The advisor squeezed out all the strength and magic power in his body and quickly drew his blade. It was still Gap Moon Shadow. The difference was that this time, the blade directly split space. In a flash, the entire playing field shook, and even space collapsed. A powerful suction pulled Li Yi's body, constantly moving closer to the scarlet blade chi. This scene was far beyond Li Yi's expectations. He resisted this gravitational force as much as he could, but it was all in vain. Even before the blade chi made contact, it quickly dissolved the elemental armor on his body. In the end, this red blade light unstoppably rushed in front of the defenseless Li Yi. With this blade, there was no doubt that Li Yi would absolutely die. Even the advisor did not expect the power of this blade to be so great. However, he wanted to stop it again, but he couldn't. At this moment, the two deans outside the arena who were presiding over this match were finally unable to hold back. Jiangxin immediately raised his staff high, intending to stop the match, and Jin Tang on the side was even drier. With a wave of his raised hand, a purple magic power directly surged into the projection and entered the match field. The moment the escaping moonshadow that was cleaved by the advisor was about to tear Li Yi apart, that purple magic power quickly wrapped it, and after a momentary pause, it quickly tore open another spatial rift, sending the blade energy inside. Seeing this scene, both the advisor and Li Yi were stunned. In the next moment, another blue magic force appeared and curled around the two people's bodies, ripping them out of this space and back into the academy once again. The victory was self-evident. Jin Tang's face didn't look too good. He knew very well that what he had just done was clearly against the rules, but he couldn't just watch his students die here. And after that hand just now, he also felt the terror of the advisor's blade. Even with Jin Tang's strength, it was very difficult to dissolve the momentum of this slash, and he could only tear open space and send it into the void. Dean Jiang, it looks like your students have a promising future. Jean Tang was undoubtedly being complimentary, and under this extremely powerful move from the advisor, even he had a tone that was less sinister and more of a hint of admiration, and these words caused the students present to let out a cheer. We won! We're the champions! Oh, the advisor was so good, he even beat Jean Tang. The cheers were so loud that the advisor had a bit of a headache. He hadn't said a word after coming out of the tournament arena and had been sitting on the ground rubbing his head. The power of this slash was beyond his imagination, but the exertion was equally huge. Originally, Gap Moonshadow would have consumed a large amount of magic power, and with the addition of that experimental potion given to him by Zuodao, it caused him to almost exhaust himself with this slash. Now he couldn't even stand up, and the slime's possession had been lifted, and was paralyzed on the ground to the side, looking equally exhausted. On the contrary, Li Yi was not too seriously injured, but his face was filled with dismay. Just now that all happened too fast, he didn't even realize what had happened. At this moment, Jean Tang rescued him and staggered for some time before realizing that his back was scared out of a cold sweat. Li Yi's complexion grew dimmer as he recalled the horror of just facing that blade straight on. He had thought that he was the best of his generation, but he didn't expect to lose so badly under an underclassman. He didn't even have a chance to escape in the face of that blade, let alone resist it. But Li Yi quickly accepted his defeat. He walked to the advisor's side and extended his hand towards the advisor, saying in a friendly manner, "Advisor, you won." But at the same time, there was one more person by Li Yi's side. It was a cadet wearing a Dragon County school uniform, slung across a fanny pack filled with potions. He pulled out a potion from the bag and handed it to the advisor. "Brother, how powerful is that bottle of medicine?" Li Yi froze when he heard this. Of course he saw the medicine that the advisor drank before he slashed out the last slash. Originally, he thought that the bottle of medicine was the bottom card Zhang Tsun gave him, but it turned out that he didn't realize that it was actually a potion created by his peers. The advisor took the potion handed to him by Zuodao and drank it in one go, quickly replenishing his strength before standing up while holding the slime. The effect is good. The problem is that the dosage is too large. It's better to take it a little easy. Although he was a little afraid of that potion now, remembering the effect of drinking it did surprise the advisor. If this kind of potion could slightly reduce its potency, it might be able to be used as a normal potion. Roger that. I'll improve it when the time comes. This is good. Zuodao nodded his head and finished, glancing at Li Yi who was on the side. Because of what happened yesterday, Zuodao had no good feelings towards everyone in the other academy. And of course he didn't give Li Yi a good look. Li Yi was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to speak for a moment. Instead, the advisor laughed lightly. He could see that Li Yi had an open character and was different from the other few contestants. Moreover, the match was won by them, so there was no need for him to make a face at Li Yi. Well played. The advisor graciously extended his hand to Li Yi. No, it's still you who's a bit stronger. The two clasped their hands together and separated. Li Yi spoke. I hope there's a chance that we can fight again next time. The advisor heard this and smiled with an odd expression. Better forget it. I suggest you find that Zhu Ming to fight next time. Okay, I'll remember. Li Yi replied back and walked back to his trainees team. And Zhang Tsun also began to read out the results of this match. The 3-day cadet match has ended, and the final results of the match. Zhang Tsun looked towards Jean Tang who was on the side. The corner of his mouth hooked up as he smiled. Jean Tang's face once again grimaced, but looking at the gazes of these people on the stage, he eventually sighed. The result of this match ends at 2-1. Congratulations to Dragon County Awakening Academy. These words coming from Jean Tang's mouth were far more exciting than Zhang Tsun's announcement. For a moment, the entire Dragon County Academy's trainees once again let out cheers in excitement. Even some of the people watching the match from the opposite side couldn't help but marvel at the advisor's strength under this atmosphere. But at this moment, the advisor suddenly felt a gloomy gaze. Chapter 86. I've been watching you. The advisor's back was cold, and there was even a vague tingling sensation. This was definitely not psychological. There was a very strong person staring at him. The advisor immediately turned his head to look around, but couldn't find the source of the gaze. Although the match was over, Shuashu Academy wouldn't leave immediately, but stayed for tonight's celebration party. The advisor and Zuodao went all the way back to the dormitory, inquiring about Zhang and their situation in the meantime. Zuodao was quite knowledgeable about it and immediately rambled on. The poison that Zhang and the others were hit with was handled relatively quickly and did not cause any serious injuries. Xu Ming even came to the scene to watch the game after the advisor entered the field. However, he had a dull nature and left the field silently after seeing the advisor win, which was why the advisor didn't see him. Getting this news, the advisor was relieved. After separating from Zuodao, the advisor had planned to take a rest first, but as a result, before he could lie down on the bed, a knock sounded on the door. He opened the door and immediately frowned. Standing at the door was the one person the advisor least wanted to see. Jungsun's granddaughter, Jian Hanxia. Last time in the academy's council hall, this woman and Sunwon seemed like they were out of their minds, bringing him no small amount of trouble. The advisor felt a headache when he saw her now, and simply kept a cold face and didn't say a word. But Jiang Hanxia didn't care at all about the advisor's cold attitude. Instead, she revealed a sweet smile and took the initiative to speak. Brother Gu, your performance today was amazing. Thanks. The advisor casually made a perfunctory remark. Is there anything else? Can't I find you if there's nothing else? Jiang Hanxia blinked, and there was more than a little aggravation in her expression. The corner of the advisor's mouth twitched, and he didn't say anything, just looking at Jiang Half. Jiang Half-Summer once again revealed a smile. Alright, not teasing you, Jiang Half-Summer said, and suddenly took a nimble step into the room, and backhanded the door tightly shut again. What do you want? The advisor subconsciously took half a step back, making sure that she didn't intend to do anything strange before she let out a slight sigh of relief. Instead, Jiang Hanxia leaned against the door and remained silent for a few seconds before looking again at the slime lying on the table to the side. Just as the advisor became a little impatient, she suddenly asked, Brother Gu, can I ask you something? What? Jiang Hanxia turned her head to look at him. Have you found anything in the Star Clock Tower these past few nights? The advisor was just about to answer when his face suddenly changed. Looking at Jiang Half-Summer in surprise, how did you know I was in the clock tower? The corner of Jiang Half-Summer's mouth hooked into a subtle smile, winking at him, because I've been watching your every move. Oh. When the advisor heard these words, he immediately felt chills all over his body, and even his hair stood up a little. Jungsun, this granddaughter's fetish is quite unique. The advisor opened his mouth, but in the end, he managed to hold back the word pervert as long as possible. But Jiang Half-Summer obviously didn't have this kind of self-consciousness, and she stared into the advisor's eyes, her eyes fiery as she asked, Brother Gu, did you notice anything over at the Star Clock Tower every day? Why are you asking this? The advisor just asked, and fearing that she would say some outrageous answer, he immediately added, there's no need to tell me, I'm not curious. He remembered an incident from yesterday and quickly said, I remember. Yesterday it seems like someone was out and about over the Star Clock Tower. It should be someone from the Shuoshu Academy. After saying these words, the advisor could not help but frown as well, remembering a matter that he had not thought deeply about before. Why would someone from the Shuoshu Academy appear at the Star Clock Tower? Even those from the Dragon County Awakening Academy were not qualified to enter and exit the Star Clock Tower at will. Anyone who dared to enter privately would be purged of their memories by Jungsun. The advisor was only sneaking over late at night every day to cuddle a slime under the bell tower and enjoy the moon, not even daring to enter. Why did someone from Shuoshu Academy go over there? Who exactly was that person and what did he want to do? As the advisor pondered these questions, Jiang Half-Summer similarly cocked his head with a thoughtful expression. After a long time, Jiang Half-Summer raised her hand in front of the advisor's face and opened her mouth to ask, Brother Gu, I actually came to ask you because I realized that my grandfather seems to be arranging something recently as well, and I don't know if it has anything to do with the bell tower. Arranging what things? The advisor asked with some curiosity. Jiang Hanxia hesitated for a moment and replied, not too clear. Or, we'll come to look for that person. I think he's not harboring good intentions. If it was anything else, the advisor definitely wouldn't have agreed to Jiang Half-Summer, but he was also curious about who exactly appeared over at the Star Clock Tower. So, good. The advisor nodded, and as Jiang Half-Summer watched him agree, he immediately revealed a leaping expression. Then it's a deal. Next we have to share clues. Oh. The advisor was slightly stunned as he listened to Jiang Hanxia's words. Do you currently have a clue? He. Jiang Hanxia nodded, revealing a grinning expression like Jungsun's. There are a few, but I'll tell you about them at the party so you don't forget about me, she said and spat out her tongue, making a playful face, and without waiting for her advisor to speak, she ran out of the dormitory, slamming the door behind her. The advisor looked in the direction Jiang Half-Summer had left, and for a moment, he was a bit puzzled. This Jiang Half-Summer, what exactly was she thinking? That night, the advisor brought slime to the academy hall. Tonight's celebration party was extraordinarily grand. After entering through the main entrance, in front of them were several rows of long tables. The students of the two academies were sitting in different positions, and there were also some Dragon County officials and reporters in front of them. When these people saw the advisor appear, they immediately got up and came over, all of them with excited expressions asking him about the process of the match at that time. The advisor's head got big from being asked, but he couldn't leave directly yet, so he could only answer with a stiff upper lip. Finally, it was only after 10 minutes or so that the advisor slipped out of the crowd and ran to the front row where their class was seated. Zuodao had been waiting here for a long time, and as soon as he saw the advisor sitting down, he immediately said, Brother, you're a big star now. The advisor casually waved his hand, Don't bull me? I'm starving. He buried his head and added a few mouthfuls to his mouth, swallowing them into his stomach without being able to savor them, improving his stomach to finally have something in it before he could shed his head. Across from him sat Jiang Hanxia, who was elegantly slicing the meat on her plate, but her gaze was looking in the direction of the advisor, her eyes curved as if she was smiling. Ahem. The advisor coughed lightly, wiped the corners of his mouth, and lowered his voice to ask, "Come on, what was that clue you were talking about before?" Chapter 87, Master Shusaku Academy has bad intentions. Before Jiang Hanxia had time to reply, the ear of Zuo Dao on the side twitched and immediately came up. "What are you guys talking about? What clues?" The advisor hurriedly pressed down on Zuo Dao's head and whispered, "Hush, don't scream." What he could be certain of at the moment was that person who approached the Star Clock Tower last night must be someone from Shuashu Academy, and that person might be in this hall at this time. If the voice was too loud and the other party heard it, it would be a surprise. Zuo Dao was obedient, although he still didn't understand what was happening, but looking at the advisor's serious face, he immediately closed his mouth. The advisor then took the opportunity to explain to Zuo Dao in a low voice. Although Zuo Dao didn't remember what had happened in the bell tower, he left the impression that the bell tower was dangerous. As soon as he heard that someone had quietly run to the clock tower, his eyes widened and he just wanted to speak, but he was immediately stopped by the advisor's eyes again. Zuo Dao lowered his voice. "This is someone in the Shuashu cadets who has mischief in mind and wants to mess things up, right?" The advisor thought for a split second and nodded as well. Jiang Hanxia, on the other hand, looked at Zuo Dao and then at the advisor with a frown. "It's fine, go ahead. Maybe he happens to be able to help as well." The advisor trusted Zuo Dao and explained to Jiang Hanxia. Jiang Hanxia was silent for a while before speaking. "I've found some information on these trainees from the Shuashu Academy. I'll say it to you guys." The advisor and Zuo Dao nodded together. "That Li Yi." Jiang Halfsummer started with the strongest Li Yi, and the more the advisor listened, the more his brows tightened. Finally he smashed his mouth. "TSK. Whoever looks fine. It can't be inside the battle-watching trainees, right?" Zuo Dao, however, retorted. "I think any of them are quite suspicious. That apothecary is sinister and cunning, and that Li Yi, look at him as a good guy. Who knows what kind of bad water is hidden in his heart?" Jiang Hanxia nodded. She also felt that Li Yi was the most likely. After all, his strength was there. The advisor pondered for a moment, still feeling that she couldn't judge easily, and asked, "Are there any other more special people?" Jiang Hanxia pondered for a long time, and suddenly thought of something. "There is one, but it's not an important person. I heard that in the Shuashu Academy's team this time. There is also a replacement player who has never shown up." The advisor was also slightly stunned after hearing this information. He indeed didn't know about this. After all, it wasn't like Shuashu Academy had a shortage of people, and indeed didn't need a substitute to appear. He was just about to speak when suddenly, a cry came from behind him. "Counselor, so you're here." The advisor turned around and saw Li Yi behind him, the strongest ace of the Shuashu Academy. It was also the key suspect of Zuo Dao and Jiang Hanxia just now. He had changed into a neat outfit and was now holding 2 cups full of drinks in his hands. The moment they saw Li Yi, Jiang Halfsummer and Zuo Dao on the side both had a change in color. Zuo Dao immediately came to the advisor's side and whispered, "Bro, just talking about him he came. I think this pussy must not be something good. The one who appeared in the Star Clock Tower that day was definitely him." Jiang Hanxia also lowered her voice. "Brother Gu, didn't you say that last time you smelled a strange odor? Was it from this person?" The advisor twitched his nose slightly as he listened to the two. A strange scent, like a mixture of incense and spices. It was this smell. The advisor's heart was startled, but he soon collected his expression and frowned slightly. It's not right. Although it was indeed the smell, this smell was not only found on Li Yi. During the course of the competition in the past few days, the advisor had been able to smell that these few people competing from Shuashu Academy all had the same smell on their bodies. Li Yi was just one of the targets of suspicion. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Li Yi asked with some consternation as he looked at the strange expressions of the advisor's few people. "Nothing." The advisor shook his head and asked, "Something wrong?" Li Yi once again revealed a smile, handed over a cup, and spoke. "Advisor, I haven't experienced such an intense duel in a long time. Thank you very much." The advisor took the cup and said politely, "Me too. You're very good. It's just a fluke that I was able to win this time." Li Yi certainly didn't feel that the advisor was lucky, so he smiled before speaking. "There's no need to be modest. You're the strongest awakened person I've ever seen in your age group, and you're also a rare dual awakened professional." As he said that, he raised his hand and raised his cup to midair as he continued, "On behalf of me personally, I would like to extend my highest congratulations to you." The meeting of the two of them, the advisor and Li Yi, naturally attracted the attention of quite a few people. The students of Dragon County Awakening Academy were naturally filled with admiration and praise for the advisor. The cries on the side of Shuashu Academy were heavily polarized. That person is the expert who won the last match against Li Yi, right? That's him. He seems to be a dual awakening profession. It's not surprising that Li Yi lost to him. It can only be said that his skills are inferior. That person is a dual profession of magic swordsman and beastmaster. Not to mention magic swordsman, beastmaster is a rare profession. It seems that it hasn't appeared for decades. In the future, if our academy doesn't have any new geniuses, then won't we be pressed by Dragon County for at least 3 years? But there were still quite a few people who scoffed. Humph. A bull ***** expert. Just a drugged up piece of trash. That's right. This match is just unfair. Why should he be able to use potions while he's competing? He didn't refine those medicines either. Isn't this cheating? If you ask me, an advisor, a Li Yi are all trash. This match is a fake match. These people's voices naturally caused the dissatisfaction of the Dragon County Academy students as well. Doesn't poisoning the water during your second round match count as cheating? The rules don't say that. So why is it considered cheating? Then the third round doesn't say that we're not allowed to get high. So why do we have to say we're cheating? If I say it's cheating, it's cheating. So what? Let's go out and fight. Let's fight. I'm afraid of you. The two deans hadn't come yet, and with no one to maintain order, the more the students on both sides argued, the louder they got. The counselor's side, on the other hand, was not affected by anything. Seeing Li Yi's sincere attitude, he also raised his hand and raised his cup to clink with him. Li Yi readily took the cup and drank it in one go. The advisor also brought the cup to his lips, but just as he was about to drink, Zuodao on the side suddenly shot out. Snap! The cup was slapped by Zuodao's raised hand and fell directly to the ground, breaking into several pieces. Chapter 88. Who gave you the drink? Li Yi and the advisor froze at the same time. Zuodao, what's wrong? The advisor looked at Zuodao strangely. He didn't think that Zuodao would make such a move for no reason. However, Zuodao didn't answer the advisor at first. He squatted on the ground without a word and pulled out a bottle of reagent from his bag. Watching his actions, the people around him realized what was going on. Their faces became not so good, and they all fell silent. After Zuodao poured the liquid from the reagent onto those drinks on the ground. Zzz. The moment the two liquids came into contact with each other, ear-piercing sounds quickly came out. And immediately afterward, even the carpet was corroded with a deep trace. Seeing this scene, Zuodao's brows tightened and he immediately spoke. It's poisonous. Zhang Halfsummer let out a small cry of alarm, her eyes taking on vigilance and gravity. And after Zuodao finished, he also turned his head to angrily look at Li Yi and spoke again. Grandson, I have long seen that you are not a good thing. Before Zuodao finished his words, the counselor immediately covered his mouth. He believed in Zuodao's judgment. He said that it was poisonous. Then the drink must have been poisoned. But now the situation is unknown. The students in the distance are already saber rattling. A sound will definitely cause a big commotion. The advisor stabilized the left path, and then looked at Li Yi, who looked at the corrosion on the ground. His face was also gloomy to the extreme, while his eyes were still filled with bewilderment. The advisor looked at Li Yi's expression and vaguely felt that this poison should not be placed by Li Yi. Wait! The advisor suddenly had a flash of light in his head. He hastily patted Zuodao's shoulder, and pointed at the blank-faced Li Yi, and opened his mouth. Zuodao, take a quick look. Was Li Yi poisoned? Is he sick, poisoning himself? Zuodao skimmed his mouth and said reluctantly, but still pulled out a long and thin metal rod from his bag. Open your mouth and say ah. Li Yi hesitated for a moment, but still did as he was told. Zuodao quickly held the metal rod and stabbed it into his throat. Cough. Li Yi almost vomited from being stabbed and dry-heaved a few times before barely suppressing the nausea. However, after Zuodao put this metal rod into the reagent that he had just tested for poison, a zippy sound once again came out from inside. Holy, you're such a man. You actually poisoned yourself? Zuodao couldn't help but let out an exclamation. But in reality, even Zuodao understood at this time. If it was really Li Yi who poisoned him, there was no need for him to pour himself a cup first. This poison could only have been given by someone else, and the target was both the advisor and Li Yi. Li Yi also thought clearly, although the effect of the poison hadn't kicked in yet. But he thought about this dangerous situation. He also covered his chest with a gloomy face and was silent. The advisor didn't want to see this rival with a great personality go wrong, and hurriedly asked to Zuodao. Zuodao, can you help him detoxify? Zuodao hesitated for a moment and nodded, muttering under his breath, Grandpa, it's so troublesome, and I still have to just you a grandson. Fortunately, I'm smart. I saw on the spot at a glance that this is poisonous. Otherwise the gods can't save you, Zuodao said. Pulling out 2 potions from his bag, he casually found a cup, poured the 2 potions in together, stirred it with the metal rod he had just used, and handed it to Li Yi. Li Yi didn't even think about it, and without hesitation, he poured the cup of potion directly into his stomach. As a result, just after swallowing the medicine, Li Yi suddenly changed his face, turned around and ran towards the entrance of the hall in a hurry. What's the situation? The advisor froze as he watched Li Yi's movements and hurriedly followed him. Zuodao and Jiang Hanxia also followed closely and left the hall together. Li Yi came outside, stopped in his tracks, held onto the root of the wall, and with a wow sound, spat out the medicine and drink he had just consumed. For a while, the air was covered with a fishy stench. Looking at Li Yi's appearance, the advisor's face didn't look too good either. Jiang Hanxia, on the other hand, looked curiously at Zuodao. Zuodao, what's going on? Catalyzing vomiting. Zuodao looked bashful and answered as he deserved. The advisor froze. The antidote to the poison is to induce vomiting? Of course not. Zuodao sneered. But anyway, the medicine hasn't kicked in yet. I gave him some emetic medicine. As long as all of it is vomited out, won't it be detoxified? Zuodao's explanation left everyone speechless. Although it sounded a bit unreliable, it was really the case. After Li Yi spit out everything in his stomach, he slowed down and also turned his head to thank Zuodao. Thanks, I feel a little more comfortable. Zuodao was full of care and waved his hand. Don't say useless. Hurry up and explain. What's going on with this poison of yours? Li Yi froze for a moment. I don't know who gave it. The advisor sighed somewhat helplessly, raised his hand and pulled Zuodao aside, and asked Li Yi. Li Yi, where did the 2 drinks you just brought over come from? Li Yi recalled and immediately replied. I asked Zhou Hao from our academy to serve them. After saying this, Li Yi suddenly thought of something, his face changed, and he added unnaturally. It's our pharmaceutical master, the one who was in the second round before. The advisor and their expressions all clouded over. What that person had done before had already made the advisor and the rest of them from the Dragon County Academy feel sick to their stomachs. Now, he actually dared to poison, but again, the advisor felt that it wasn't right. It was still possible for him to want to poison the advisor. Why would he not even spare Li Yi? Li Yi's face was gloomy as he clenched his fists and said to the advisor and the others, you guys wait, I'll go call him out. After saying that, he quickly walked towards the hall. A few minutes later, Li Yi once again walked out, and this time, the pharmaceutical master Zhou Hao was still tugging tightly on his hand. As soon as they saw this person, a hint of anger appeared in the eyes of Zuodao and Jiang Hanxia. However, the advisor felt that there was something odd about the pharmacist's expression. He didn't have the kind of nervousness that comes from being caught doing something bad. Instead, he had a blank look on his face, as if he was completely unaware of what was going on. Could it be that it wasn't him? The advisor was a little shaken. His intuition had always been accurate, but the other party's previous behavior was truly despicable and shameless, making him unsure as well. At this time, Zhou Hao also saw the advisor and the 3 of them, and some uneasiness appeared on his face. However, this level of uneasiness was not at all like thinking that they had been poisoned and dismantled, and it was more likely to say that they were afraid of retaliation. The advisor used the system's analyzing ability to scan the person. Name, Zhou Hao. Race, human. Awakened profession, pharmacist. Level, 25. Formation, Shuashu Awakening Academy. System evaluation, average techniques. System evaluation, a pharmacist with average techniques. Has learned many poison-making skills, but is not strong in his own right. The advisor was mulling it over, and there was no rush to speak. Instead, it was Zhou Hao who looked at the few of them and was a bit impatient. He nervously looked at Li Yi. Brother Yi, what happened? Li Yi looked at him and frowned, just about to speak, but Zuodao raised his hand to stop him. Wait. Zuodao stood to Zhou Hao's side, his nose twitching slightly as he sniffed the smell of his body. His movements caused curiosity among the people around him, and even Jiang Hanxia gently twitched her nose and sniffed. The advisor's brows furrowed as he suddenly sniffed out that the strange spice flavor in the air had become a little stronger. No, could it be? A thought suddenly flashed through the advisor's mind. Chapter 89. Are you kidding me? A level 45 replacement? However, the advisor did not leave to show it, but waited for Zuodao to confirm it first. After sniffing the air, Zuodao looked at Zhou Hao and opened his mouth with a smile and asked, Buddy, do you know about water-poisoned celery? Zhou Hao froze for a moment and nodded. Yes, I've recently refined this poison, misunderstanding the meaning of a few people. He continued, What? You guys want this poison to be useful? I can go back to the dormitory and bring it for you guys? Zuodao didn't say anything, paused for a few seconds, then swept his head down to glance at Zhou Hao's finger and shook his head at the advisor. The advisor immediately confirmed what he had just thought. Zhou Hao really wasn't the one who had poisoned, but he had made the poison water poison celery. Alright, let him go back first. Zuodao spoke to Li Yi. Li Yi froze for a moment and also understood. Looking at Zhou Hao's eyes were not as cold as just now. It's fine, go back. Zhou Hao even more didn't want to stay here, and without even asking, hurriedly turned around and ran back to the hall, waiting for him to leave. Li Yi re-looked at the counselor and them. It wasn't him? Zuodao nodded and opened his mouth to explain. This toxin, water poison celery, will leave traces on the poisoner's hands, and it's hard to remove it in a short period of time, so it's impossible for him to be the one. As soon as he finished speaking, the advisor and Jiang Hanxia looked at each other, both showing contemplative expressions. Jiang Hanxia asked, could it be? The advisor shrugged his shoulders. It should be that person. I guess he saw me that day and probably really wanted to silence me. What are you guys talking about? What exactly happened? Li Yi opened his mouth and asked. This matter is now related to me as well. Can you tell me? Maybe I can help. The advisor looked at Li Yi, thought about it, and decided to trust this person. He briefly told Li Yi about what happened in the Star Clock Tower yesterday. Unexpectedly, when Li Yi heard this, his face also changed and he hurriedly spoke. Star Clock Tower? Our Dean Jean specifically mentioned before he came that no matter who it is, no one is allowed to approach the Star Clock Tower, and once someone is found to have violated it, they will be expelled. So serious? Zuodao was surprised, as if he had forgotten that he had also been to the Star Bell Tower in the first place. Oh no, he did forget. The advisor swept a glance at Zuodao, looked at Li Yi once again, and asked, just now the Zhouhao said that he could go back to the dormitory to get that what poison? Water poison celery, Zuodao added from the side. The other two nodded. The advisor pondered for a moment and asked again, if it wasn't Zhouhao who poisoned him, then, who was able to freely enter and exit your dormitory and also steal his poison? Li Yi almost didn't even think about it and quickly answered, the only people who can enter the dormitory are our participants this time, but they are all here right now. Li Yi was just about to say that all of them were inside the hall for the dinner party, and halfway through his sentence, his face suddenly changed. Looking at his expression, the advisor's brows furrowed, and Zhang Half-Summer on the side also looked like she had thought of something. There's one more person. Several people suddenly shouted in unison. In Shuashu Academy, aside from Li Yi and the five of them, there was also a substitute who had never appeared before. Is that person in there right now? The advisor looked at Li Yi and quickly asked. After pondering for a moment, Li Yi shook his head and said with a somewhat gloomy face, I saw him at first, but when I just went in to look for Zhouhao, I realized that he wasn't at the party. The advisor couldn't help but curse. He must be at the Star Clock Tower. Yesterday, he had interfered with the man in the Star Clock Tower when he was helping the slimes upgrade. Today was the last day that Shuashu Academy stayed here, so he definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The other few people also thought of this and immediately planned to follow the advisor to the Star Clock Tower. Just a few steps away, the advisor stopped Zuodao and Jiang Hanxia behind him again. Zuodao didn't have any frontal combat power, and in addition, this matter still needed someone to inform Jiangxin. You guys go to Dean Jiang first and ask him to bring someone to the Star Clock Tower. Li Yi and I will go find that person. After the advisor finished speaking, he didn't give the two people a chance to retort. He and Li Yi exchanged a glance and then quickly headed in the direction of the Star Clock Tower. Jiang Hanxia originally wanted to stop the advisor, but now that the situation was urgent, she couldn't afford to be playful, so she could only give a petulant grunt and turn back with Zuodao to look for the person. The distance from here to the Star Clock Tower is not far. It didn't take long for the two people, advisor and Li Yi, to run here. It was nighttime, and the moonlight spilled down, shining on the towering Star Clock Tower and the low medicine garden. However, the Star Clock Tower, which was supposed to be tightly closed, was opened up a crack at this moment. Obviously someone had entered inside. Sure enough, the advisor muttered, while Li Yi quickly spoke. Advisor, hurry up. I'm worried that something might happen. Li Yi was right in his words. The advisor also sensed a strange aura after approaching the place, like a mixed scent of blood and magic. It was exactly the same as when that huge hand monster from Zhouhuan appeared. He remembered that Dean Jiang had said earlier that the palm monster was an evil demonic creature that had been sealed here. Although Jiangxin hadn't said what would happen if he released it, he didn't need to guess that it definitely wasn't something good. The advisor nodded and quickly walked into the bell tower. The two ran in along the door of the Star Clock Tower, and the strange aura inside became even more intense. At the same time, fluctuations of spatial distortion constantly came from above the bell tower. The advisor and Li Yi exchanged glances, too late to speak, and quickly ran up the stairs. The higher up they went, the more obvious this sense of spatial distortion became. Advisor and Li Yi rushed to the top floor of the clock tower, and immediately saw that behind the huge dial in front of them, there stood a short-haired boy wearing the school uniform of Shuashu Academy. He had his back to the advisor and them, and in front of him, there was a huge red spell formation. The spell formation was suspended in the air, forming a red hexagram pattern. It was exactly the way it was when that giant hand monster was released, and at this moment, on that spell formation, some blood was constantly flowing down. Jia Heng, What are you doing? Seeing that person, Li Yi immediately shouted out sternly. The advisor, on the other hand, silently used the system's ability to sweep that person, but after seeing the information that appeared in the system, the advisor's heart was shocked. Name, Jia Heng. Race, unknown. Awakened profession, illusionist. Level, 45. Formation, unknown. System evaluation, dangerous person. Never approach him without defense. A level 45 illusionist? How could this kind of person be a replacement player? And the camp is unknown? Even the race is unknown? Chapter 90, Second Kill. Terrifying strength. This wasn't the kind of ability that Wang Feng had to utilize magic to prevent detection. The advisor's back went cold, and he had a bad feeling. Speaking in a panic, Li Yi, don't go over there. However, Li Yi did not listen to him, and he had become enraged when he saw that it was really his own classmate who had poisoned and killed someone, violating the prohibition. He looked at Jia Hong angrily, and step by step, he walked towards the front and opened his mouth. Jian Hong, what exactly do you want to do? Have you forgotten what Dean Jin said? But before Li Yi could finish his words, Jia Hong let out a chilling laugh first. Then he slightly turned half of his body, revealing half of his face. The result was a terrifying look that startled the advisor and Li Yi. One of Jia Heng's eyes was flashing scarlet, and his face was covered in black spell marks, so it was clear at a glance that he was performing some dangerous ritual. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The advisor cursed darkly. Li Yi's face also changed drastically. However, Jia Hong continued to sneer continuously. He looked at both the advisor and Li Yi without any fear on his face. Instead, he opened his arms. In an instant, a white light appeared in his hands. At this instant, the advisor developed a familiar feeling. He recalled that at that time during the division exams, the advisor and the others had once been transported to an illusionary realm as a result of opening a box. The feeling at that moment was the same as back then, and this was also the ability of an illusionist. The white light coming from Jia Heng's side became brighter and brighter, and in the blink of an eye, it wrapped all of the advisor and Li Yi's bodies. A feeling of spatial distortion came, making the advisor dizzy. He forced himself to endure the discomfort and raised his head, only to find that he had appeared in another place. All around were ice walls taller than a person, like a huge labyrinth, and the air was filled with a strange smell. It wasn't the first time the advisor had appeared in an illusionary realm, and he knew that the only way to get out of here was to find the boundary of this illusionary realm. And he remembered that the one who entered this place with him was also Li Yi. Li Yi, where are you? The advisor shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice echoed continuously around him, but he didn't get an answer from Li Yi. TSK. The advisor smashed his mouth a bit in annoyance, and after a moment of hesitation, he held the slime above his head down. Since that Jia Hang would appear in the Star Clock Tower, it meant that he definitely knew what was being said here. Moreover, judging from Li Yi's reaction, this Jia Hong seemed to have been hiding his true strength before. He was definitely not a mere student of the Shuashu Academy. This meant that there was a high possibility that Jia Hong would directly strike. In order to be ready to deal with the danger, after the advisor held the slime in one hand, he also took out his famous sword, Moon Crypt. In his other hand, the dragon attribute slime attached itself to the famous blade Moon Crypt. In a flash, there were more red crystals on top of the blue blade. After making his preparations, the advisor once again looked around. As far as the eye could see, it was all thick ice, making it completely impossible to see anything else. Not wanting to take his chances here like a headless fly, the advisor held the blade and after calming his breath, he carefully felt the magic in the air. As a shaman priest, Li Yi naturally possessed a certain amount of magic power. Moreover, most of the places he frequented had the residue of multiple elements. In about a few minutes, the advisor opened his eyes and locked his gaze on a direction. There was a surge of magic power over there, along with a number of restless elemental scents. It's that way. The advisor quickly ran in that direction, but the paths of this ice labyrinth were intertwined and complicated, and the ice walls were very sturdy. Using brute force to break through them was physically exhausting, and it was never a wise choice. The advisor's movement was greatly restricted. Even if he knew the direction, he couldn't find a way to get there in a short period of time. On the contrary, Li Yi's side, not knowing whether it was good luck or bad luck, he quickly found Jia Heng's figure after entering the illusion. However, Li Yi didn't have the system to see Jia Heng's true level. In his eyes, the other party was nothing more than a classmate in the academy. Jia Heng, although you've done something wrong, as long as you let go of the illusion realm and take the initiative to leave here with me, I'll help you put in a good word with Dean Jin. However, after Jia Heng heard his words, he once again let out a grim laugh. Ha ha ha. He chuckled. Li Yi, you don't really think you can beat me, do you? Li Yi was just about to say something as he listened to Jia Heng's words, but as a result, his expression suddenly changed. He clearly felt the aura coming from the other party. It wasn't simply the aura of a secret artist, it was also mixed with something that looked like a magical beast. No, it was the aura of a demon race. Li Yi's heart was so tight that he couldn't think about it and hurriedly drew out 2 hammers from his spatial ring. This is not something that can be explained by mere words. Jia Hong might not be human. Li Yi gripped the 2 hammers, not caring about words, and heavily slammed them on the ground. The ice under his feet shattered in response, and immediately afterward, a small totem appeared at his side. In just a few seconds, Li Yi entered a combat state and looked at Jia Hong with a cautious expression. He had already sensed that Jia Hang's strength was definitely not below his. However, Jia Hong did not look threatened in the slightest. Li Yi, you're a good seed. It's a pity that you shouldn't have gotten together. Otherwise, you might have died a more comfortable death. The instant he finished these words, he raised one hand high, his body was windless, and he slowly floated in midair. Immediately afterward, in the void, a black and purple aura tore the space apart. A spear that was entirely condensed from void matter was held in Jia Hang's hand. When Li Yi saw this scene, his face became even more gloomy. He violently impacted his twin hammers and smashed them towards Jia Hang. Thunderbolt and lava appeared together, transforming into a biting attack that broke through the air. However, Jia Hang smiled disdainfully and threw his spear out in a cloudy manner. Swish! The spear, which shimmered with a demonic light, tore through the air, and even before it came into contact with Li Yi's attack, it tore those elements apart easily. And then, poof, Li Yi only heard a soft sound, followed by a roar in his ears, and his body rapidly turned cold. He lowered his head incredulously. A spear ran through his body. Those void matter continuously tore his body apart, disintegrating his body little by little along the wound. Blood and flesh collapsed in an instant. Li Yi endured great pain, but he couldn't make a single sound. His hands feebly loosened, and his double hammers fell heavily to the ground. The totems around him also gradually dissipated, leaving only the riotous elements that constantly surrounded him. But these elements couldn't save him. Li Yi fell to his knees powerlessly, feeling the blood flow out of his body in large quantities. The last scene he saw was another person holding a long sword, running from a distance. Chapter 91, swinging the sword at full power. The strength of the counselor. That person is naturally the advisor who just arrived. The advisor had been desperately rushing this way since he sensed Li Yi's aura, but before he could find Li Yi, he noticed a spatial distortion, followed by the rapid disappearance of Li Yi's aura. This was the first time that the advisor felt nervous, and he couldn't care less about conserving his strength as he quickly drew his sword and swung it out towards the ice wall in front of him. The scarlet light flashed, instantly splitting the thick ice wall into pieces. As a result, before he could even confiscate his blade, he saw this final scene. It was the moment Jia Hang's spear penetrated Li Yi's body. In an instant, Li Yi's life was annihilated by that spear, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. In a few short seconds, his heart transformed from initial bewilderment to shock, and finally only anger remained. Even though Li Yi was his opponent, the other party's integrity and honesty made the advisor feel deep admiration. It could be said that Li Yi was currently the most upright person the advisor had seen in this world. But such a good man. Jia Hong is it? The advisor tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, and his face swished and sank. His eyes were cold as he looked at the man half floating in the air. That face covered in curse marks and with scarlet eyes was deeply engraved in the advisor's mind. However, Jia Hong smiled disdainfully. Ha, looks like you're not too happy? Jia Hong completely ignored the advisor's anger. Instead, as if to stimulate him, he opened his mouth and continued to ask, why? You and Li Yi should be enemies, and didn't you hate the people of Shuashu? Oh no, I should say our academy before? Now that I helped you kill him, why are you angry? You. Jia Hang's words came one after the other, but the advisor couldn't listen anymore. He used unprecedented speed and drew his sword out like a bolt of lightning, slashing out a scarlet moonlight. You close your anus for me. With the advisor's roar, the blade felt like it had traveled through space, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jia Hong. This slash was filled with the advisor's rage. Even though he hadn't used any gain skills, not to mention being high on drugs, this blade still had the vague momentum of splitting space apart. Jia Hong had not expected that the advisor would actually erupt with such a powerful attack, and his face instantly changed abruptly. He hastily raised his hands and once again slashed through the void, drawing out a shield to block in front of him. Thud! The slash slashed solidly against Jia Hang's shield, which emitted a sound like a bell ringing. In the next second, cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. Jia Hang couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt. Before he could react, the advisor rushed to Jia Hang in 3 or 2 steps and slashed again almost face to face. Ka! That shield instantly turned into a sky full of debris. Jia Hang's body was slashed down from midair by the advisor's slash and smashed heavily on the ground, even cracking the ice surface. Cough cough. Wow! Jia Hong rolled several times on the ground, his face changing several times in a row, coughing violently for a while spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Aren't you very articulate? Keep talking. The advisor didn't give Ja Hong a chance to catch his breath at all as anger washed his mind away. He didn't wait for his stamina to return, turning his eyes and slashing again with all his might. Only this time, Ja Hong was already prepared. He already understood that even if he was a level 45 illusionist, he would definitely not be able to resist the advisor's slash anymore. But this was, after all, an illusion created by him. Kid, you're very powerful, but you're still a bit too young to kill me. Ja Heng's voice became several dozen years old in an instant. With blood at the corner of his mouth, he quickly slapped the ground. The ice beneath him ruptured in response, wrapping his body in it. The advisor's final slash fell short. Although it split the ice to pieces, Ja Heng's figure had disappeared. Ran away? The advisor was slightly stunned, and between his frowns, he quickly adjusted his breathing, trying to feel the scent that Ja Hong had left behind. But strangely enough, it was as if Ja Hong had completely disappeared. In the entire illusionary realm, there was nothing else but the advisor's and the vanishing Li Yi's breath. But the advisor knew very well that Ja Hong was still around. If he ran away from this, then the illusion would definitely disappear as well. But the problem now was how to find Ja Heng. This was the other party's home turf after all, and if it continued to drag on, the advisor would definitely fall into a disadvantage. And the truth was just as the advisor expected. Ja Hong simply did not intend to fight him head-on anymore. In the next instant, a swift wind swept behind the advisor. The advisor quickly twisted his waist and dodged, and immediately after, he felt a coldness in his cheeks. The pitch-black spear grazed the advisor's cheek. A trail of blood flowed down from the wound, and similarly, a cold sweat appeared behind him. However, when the advisor turned his head to look behind him, he still had not been able to locate Ja Hong. It was like whack-a-mole. Ja Hong could have appeared in any location in the illusion. He had countless chances to launch a sneak attack, but the advisor only had one chance. Calm down. I can find him. The advisor wiped the blood from his face, and with a flip of his hand, he took out a bottle of the remaining potion that Zhuodao had given him from his spatial ring. But before he could bring this bottle of medicine to his mouth, another spear appeared from the void. Snap! The potion in his hand shattered with a sound and the potion inside spilled out all over the place. I've seen your match with Li Yi a long time ago. Did you think I would still let you drink the medicine? This voice came from directly above. The advisor didn't even lift his head and quickly slashed out his sword towards the sky above. But the next moment, a spear reappeared from another tricky position. The advisor's heart tightened and he slammed the hilt of his sword. Buzz! The famous blade Moon Crypt let out a faint chirp, and the slime's enchanted state ended. Gulp! The slime let out a sound from its body, and without even needing the advisor to command it, it had already begun to rapidly agitate in midair. Boom! A scarlet mist dispersed, and in an instant, Slime's body imitation power triggered, and another advisor appeared at his side, followed by a slash. The slime under the imitation body power possessed almost the same strength as the advisor's main body. With this slash, the spear was instantly caned into two. Goo! Unseen tricks. You can really pull off quite a few tricks. Ja Heng's voice once again came from his side, but this time, the advisor didn't attack rashly again, but stood back to back with the slime under the power of the imitation body. Looking around vigilantly, Ja Hong was hiding in the illusion, and seeing that there was no chance to strike, he was in no hurry. He was an experienced person, and even if it was the first time he had seen a move like the advisor's, he was able to guess that it wouldn't last long. He only needed to keep stalling for time, throwing spears in the dark to wear down the advisor's energy. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the advisor to lose. The advisor certainly understood this, but the more so, the calmer he became. We must find that Ja Hong. The advisor quickly calmed his breathing after once again slashing down the spear that appeared from a tricky position. But at that moment, there was a sudden buzzing in his head, and he felt as if something was about to break through the ground. His figure swayed, and he couldn't even hold the knife in his hand steady. This is how this feeling is like. Chapter 92, Third Profession Awakening. The advisor was shocked in his heart and sat down cross-legged on the spot. Not only did he not pay attention to his surroundings anymore, he even closed his eyes. What? Want to die? Ja Heng's voice came out again, while throwing a spear towards the advisor. This time, his attack was so obvious that the advisor didn't make a move, and the slime on the side had already shielded him. Ding! The blade collided with the spear, making a crisp metallic sound. The advisor did not move a muscle and spoke softly. Done. Over to you. Give me some time. The slime heard the advisor's voice and nodded seriously. The advisor, on the other hand, continued to maintain steady breathing, forcibly suppressing the tension and anger within, and closed his eyes. His eyes were plunged into pitch blackness, but the magic power within him continued to emanate. At first, the advisor could only hear Ja Hong around him continuously launching attacks at him, while slime was blocking every blow for him as much as possible. but at a certain moment, the advisor seemed to have once again entered the feeling of having drunk that potion from the left path before. Everything around him was within his senses, even the way this illusion was composed was in his mind. The advisor suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. At the same time, a voice came from beside his ears. You have awakened the vice profession, Rune Master. Rune Master possesses the ability to utilize magic power to create various runes, which can be used to break or repair formations, environments, and can also be used to perform enhancements of various attributes belonging to the auxiliary profession. Rune Master? When the advisor heard this voice, he was stunned in his heart and immediately opened his eyes. Within his eyes, 2 dark green lights flashed by. In this world, the number of rune masters was not that many, and it was considered a rare profession. However, the rarity corresponded to the difficulty in acquiring advanced runic knowledge. Without advanced rune knowledge and the ability to harness it, the mere teaching of runes in ordinary academies made it difficult for this profession to be used in formal battles for cooperation. So even if it was a support profession, not many teams would choose the relevant awakened to team up. However, congratulations on awakening a new profession by your own ability. This system makes an exception and rewards you with some rare abilities regarding rune masters. Please make good use of them. With the system's prompting voice this time, the advisor's head shot up as some complex and obscure knowledge appeared in his mind, and at the same time, the profession Rune Master was added to his information, and this profession actually reached level 15 directly. For the first time, the advisor felt generosity in this system. He was delighted in his heart, and the green color in his eyes flowed once again. In a flash, the entire composition of the illusion was visible, and the method to break it also surfaced in his mind. Jia Hong was not sure about the change in the advisor, but a sense of crisis was born violently in his heart. For a while, his attacks also became more and more impatient. However, the advisor let out a cold smile and stood up unhurriedly, not even sheathing his sword, merely raising a hand. He stretched out 2 fingers and joined them together, gently waving them in the void, the power belonging to a rune master on display. In this world, there was a certain relationship of restraint between professions. The simplest was the basic relationship of a mage restraining a warrior restraining an assassin, and an assassin restraining a mage, and a profession like illusionist, which focused on causing mental effects, was completely restrained by rune masters. Detection rune. Between the advisor's finger swipes, a glowing green light appeared in front of him. Several twisted and strange runes appeared in midair. The function of this rune was just as the name suggested, possessing the ability to break through illusions and find enemies. Jia Hong was startled when he noticed the advisor's movements, and even stopped his attacks for half a beat, exclaiming in the void, "Impossible! How is it possible that you still have a third awakened profession?" Jia Heng's voice had more than a hint of fear in it compared to before, clearly seeing the ability of the kind of runes the advisor had just drawn. However, the advisor did not reply at all. The glowing green rune floated in midair and trembled slightly for a split second before being dispersed by the advisor with a slap of his palm. The rune dispersed and instantly turned into magic that broke the power of the illusion. The surrounding ice and snow rapidly melted away, and the illusory and present worlds constantly reunited, and Jia Heng's figure appeared in the advisor's line of sight. "Found you." After the advisor keenly captured Jia Heng's location, he snapped softly and raised his hand once again, using his fingers as a brush. Between the strokes of the brush, the glowing green light once again took shape, intersecting like a dragon and snake to form a new rune, Lion's Mane rune. After the advisor drew this rune out, he backhanded it and slapped it on his chest position. Suddenly, a lion's head-like phantom appeared behind the advisor. This rune could enhance the strength and attack power of the enchanted person, and could even be said to be a very effective auxiliary-type spell. And that wasn't all. The advisor raised his left arm again after attaching this rune to his body. Servant King Knight's Resolve. A golden raw glow descended upon him. Immediately afterward, he extended his hand to the slime in its imitation body state. The slime quickly transformed into the form of a tragic clawed dragon, its body trembling like glue, and attached itself to the advisor's body, completing the state of defensive possession. All of this happened in but a second, and Jia Hong was barely able to react to the fact that his illusion was almost on the verge of being broken. The feeling of his life being threatened gave him the creeps. This is impossible. You're just an ordinary student, Jia Hong hissed continuously, and after floating up some distance off the ground once again, he held a spear condensed from void matter high in his hand, but the advisor had no intention of giving him a chance to make a move. With all of his statuses enhanced, he merely lightly swung one out, and that scarlet blade light that was enough to cut through space reappeared. This time alone, Jia Hong didn't have the chance to hide in the illusion again, and didn't even have time to defend. The scarlet blade light flickered for a moment, and in the next moment, it had already cleaved through his body. The black spear was easily shattered, and along with it, Jia Heng's limbs, as blood splattered. The illusionary realm finally couldn't hold on and dissipated into white light. They had fought for so long in the illusion, but only a few seconds had passed in reality. The advisor once again appeared on the upper floor of the star clock tower, and the hexagram red spell formation was still flickering with a demonic light. Jia Hong half kneeled before the spell formation, his face full of disbelief. His arms had been shattered, and blood was flowing down uncontrollably, being drawn by the spell formation behind him. Li Yi, on the other hand, was lying on the ground, carrying a fatal hollow in his chest, having long since lost his breath. The advisor saw Li Yi's corpse once again, and the rage within him flared up once more. He looked at Jia Hong, who still had a breath left in his eyes filled with murderous anger. However, Jia Hong looked as if he had realized something. He quickly raised his head and looked at the spell formation behind him, and on his face, which was filled with pain, he actually revealed a hideous smile with a tinge of joy. Ha 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 ha, it worked! This is the third seal. When all the seals are lifted, the evil omen will descend, and at that time, everyone will submit to the feet of the gods. Even if I die, my soul will return to this world once again. Everyone can't stop it, no matter how long it takes. The evil omen will appear again. Chapter 93, Too late, the seal has been repaired. Jia Hong kept saying strange words while letting out a chilling maniacal laugh. His movements, however, made the advisor feel even more disgusted. What do I care about your evil omens? I'll die back. The advisor cursed angrily in a low voice, and without giving Jia Hong another chance to go mad, he shone a knife at his chest. Puff! The blade easily penetrated his chest, and the advisor jerked hard. Blood splattered out along the blood trough, and Jia Hong's body trembled as he finally lolled to the ground. A black-on-purple flame appeared out of nowhere, quickly setting Jia Hong's body ablaze. This flame had no temperature, but when it burned, even the surrounding space distorted. The advisor took a step back and looked over vigilantly. As a result, in just a few seconds, Jia Hong's body turned into a ball of ashes, disappearing along with the demonic flames. The advisor was silent for a moment, shook off the blood on the blade, reinserted moon crypt back into its sheath, and released the slime's possessed state. The scarlet slime reappeared above the advisor's head, swaying, its two small eyes staring at the red spell, vaguely showing some disgust. The advisor stroked it and looked at the spell formation again. Jia Hong's death did not make the spell formation disappear. Instead, the red glow became deeper and deeper, and the demonic aura continued to radiate out from around the broken spell formation. Is this seal going to be lifted? The advisor frowned. He still remembered knowing how strong that palm monster was at that time. Even the current him had almost no chance of winning against that palm monster. That was still if the seal hadn't been lifted. If it had been lifted, shouldn't the school be lost? Now the others hadn't arrived yet, but he looked at this seal from the perspective of a rune master, and I'm afraid it wouldn't last 2 minutes. Why don't I try to fix this spell formation again? The advisor muttered to himself. He had just acquired some sealing runes at this time with the help of the system as well. There was no other way now. He could only try it first, even if it was delayed for a minute. When it was said to be done, it was done. The advisor pursed his lips tightly, retrieved his sword into his spatial ring, and walked quickly to the front of the hexagram spell formation. In the spell formation, the demonic aura was constantly overflowing, making the advisor very uncomfortable, as if he was facing an extremely powerful demonic beast directly. Moreover, the advisor remembered that hand from last time. He suspected that what was sealed here should only be a part of some extremely powerful demonic creature. Hiss! Who? The advisor took a deep breath and raised his hands, mobilizing as much magical power as he could from his body and converging it into his hands. Dark green light flashed in his eyes once again. One runic magic appeared in his mind after another. Advisor quickly sifted through them one by one, finally leaving behind a few runes that were suitable for use right now. However, each of them was extremely obscure and difficult to understand, and compared to the detection rune he had used earlier, it was simply one heaven and one earth. This kind is an advanced rune, right? The advisor thought helplessly. Even though he had the assistance of the system, it was still difficult for him to use these runes, but he still managed to hold his head up and raised his hands, waving them in the void, still using his fingers as a pen and magic power as ink. In the middle of waving the brush, the pen walked like a snake. Green light flickered, and within a square inch, the Na Wanxian Sun Luo. But this was worthy of being the counselor's autonomously awakened profession, and he might actually have a bit of talent in this. Although it was extremely difficult, the advisor also drew the rune out in a decent manner. This rune looked completely different from that 6 main star, but the strokes of the brush and the direction of the magic power were similar. It was simply like it came from the same person. The consultant drew this rune, and immediately felt that all the magic power in his body had been drained, and for a while, even standing was a bit of an effort. However, he still gritted his teeth and slapped his palm out, imprinting this rune on top of the hexagram spell formation, while opening his mouth and softly shouting, "Return rune!" With the advisor's current rune master level, it wasn't enough to draw a rune that could completely seal it, so he can only make do with this repair spell formation type rune. But fortunately, after this rune landed on the spell formation, it immediately emitted a glowing green light point. These points of light were like starlight, falling lightly onto the spell formation, and at that moment, something unexpected to the advisor suddenly appeared in the surroundings. That was the elements, faint electric light, sparks of fire, gravel, and the power of nature appeared. The power of these elements took on a certain amount of the advisor's magic consumption and was able to help the advisor recast this spell more easily. This was not the advisor's power. The advisor's breath missed a beat and he turned his head to the side urgently. That was the direction of Li Yi's corpse. These elemental forces that were helping the advisor repair the spell formation at this moment were the very same elemental forces that, previously, Li Yi had used as a shaman priest. Even though Li Yi was already dead, he was still helping. Thank you. The advisor had only said 2 words before his voice choked a little, and after he gently nodded, he once again turned back to catalyze all the power in his body. With the help of the elemental power, the red aura of this spell gradually faded away, eventually turning back into a blue glow. The demonic aura also quickly disappeared and was sealed back into the spell formation. Success? The advisor looked at the spell formation that was no longer a threat, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curve up a little. In the next moment, the strength slackened and he sat on his butt on the ground. But before he could slow down, an aura of magic power suddenly emanated from behind him. The advisor's heart tightened and he hurriedly turned his head to look, but after seeing it clearly, he breathed a sigh of relief. The people coming were the 2 deans, Jiang Xin and Jin Tang. Although it was said that it was all over before these 2 old guys appeared, but after all, from the time he and Li Yi arrived at the Star Clock Tower to the time they had finished off Jia Hong to refix the seal, less than 10 minutes had passed, and the time in the illusionary realm was different from the flow of time in the outside world, so it was almost negligible. Thus, the appearance of these 2 people was also quite timely. Counselor, are you alright? As soon as Jiang Xin appeared, he quickly looked at the advisor and opened his mouth somewhat nervously to ask. The advisor shook his head and was just about to open his mouth to say something, but the sadness in his heart caused him to close his mouth, and he could only raise his hand and point to the side. Jin Tang followed the direction of the advisor's finger and saw Li Yi, whose body had started to become cold, and his face immediately changed. Li Yi. Panic rarely appeared on Jin Tang's face as he quickly ran to Li Yi's body in a few steps, completely ignoring the bloodstains on the ground. He fell to his knees and picked up Li Yi's body, continuously screaming his name. However, there was no response except for the remnants of the elements fluttering around him. Li Yi was Jin Tang's most honored student, and was even in existence that he regarded as his future successor. Li Yi, wake up, the dean is here, look at me. Jin Tang completely lost his usual steadiness and shook Li Yi's body with old tears. Jiang Xin silently walked over and looked at this scene, and could only pat Jin Tang's shoulder comfortingly. A blue magic power appeared and slowly poured into Jin Tang's body. It took about a few minutes for Jin Tang's emotions to stabilize. The advisor, however, felt that this old man, who had looked sinister before, seemed to have aged like a dozen years at this moment. What the hell happened? Jin Tang slowly flattened Li Yi's body onto the ground, turned his head towards the advisor, and asked through clenched teeth. He didn't suspect the advisor. After all, Zhang Hafsummer and the others had already notified Jiang Xin and Jin Tang in advance before. The advisor sniffled and told everything that had just happened. Of course, concealing the fact that he had awakened his 3rd profession during the battle. It wasn't a long story, but the more Jiang Xin and Jin Tang both listened, the worse their faces became. After hearing those strange words that Jia Hang said at the end before he died, the 2 people coincidentally changed their faces drastically. What? Already 2 seals have been lifted? Oh no! Jiang Xin quickly got up and walked to the side of the spell formation. Even Jin Tang couldn't care about his grief and joined Jiang Xin in scrutinizing the spell formation floating in midair. The advisor didn't dare to disturb these 2 and stood silently at the side. Only after a long time did Jiang Xin and Jin Tang look at each other with odd expressions and let out a question. This spell formation has already been repaired? Chapter 94, Level 90 Rune Master. Oracle, how is this possible? That person obviously hasn't come over yet. Why? As the 2 of them spoke, they suddenly turned their heads to the advisor in a panic as if they had remembered something. Jiang Xin stared tightly at the advisor and asked with a serious expression, Advisor, who repaired this spell formation? The advisor opened his mouth, knowing that he couldn't hide it, and could only open his mouth to answer. It was I who repaired it. Oh no! The advisor paused for half a second. It was repaired by me together with Li Yi's elemental power. When repairing the spell formation, those elemental powers of Li Yi did help him. However, Jin Tang was frowning. Aren't you a dual profession of Imperial Beast Master and Magical Swordsman? Not only Jin Tang, even Jiang Xin who was on the side was full of suspicion, not believing the advisor's words at all. Actually I have a third profession of rune master. When these words came out, both Jungsun and Jintang were shocked. In this world, those who were able to awaken a second profession were considered a minority. As for people who had awakened 3 professions, they had never appeared in recent times. At that time, the situation was critical, so I tried to fix it. That was why. The advisor hid the fact that he had just awakened while narrating. After all, he had used the runes to repair the seal, and it wasn't like a normal awakening would instill knowledge into his brain, let alone helicoptering to level 15. The advisor couldn't tell him about the system, so he had to pretend that he had been hiding his third profession. Jungsun and Jintang both looked at each other with some disbelief. They were just about to say something else when an extremely pure aura of magic power reappeared in the place. The moment they noticed this magic power, both Jungsun and Jintang's faces changed and they immediately looked in the same direction. The advisor suspiciously looked in that direction, but only saw a void. He was just about to ask what was going on when, as a result, a little golden aura suddenly flickered in the void. Within a few seconds, a golden portal suddenly opened. Immediately afterward, a silhouette emerged. It was an old man with a far taller figure. He wore a golden robe with crane hair and held a golden scepter in his hand. A tall hat was fastened on top of his head, covering most of his face. His body was filled with an extremely powerful magical aura, and his golden light constantly flickered, instantly illuminating this gloomy star clock tower brightly to the extreme. And after this old man appeared, Jungsun and Jintang immediately had a hint of awe and respect in their eyes. Who is this old man? The advisor could clearly sense that this gold-robed old man was far stronger than Jungsun and Jintang. No, it should be a world of difference. He squinted his eyes with some curiosity and used the system's ability to analyze the other party. The resultant information that appeared before him froze the advisor. Name, Ilman. Race, Elf. Awakened profession, Sage. Inscriptionist. Level, Sage level 90. Inscriptionist level 90. Formation, Oracle. System evaluation, one of the strongest in the entire continent, and also one of the defenders of the Calamity Sealing technique, but nothing more than an old elfin man with a weird personality. Elven race? The advisor looked at the system's description and couldn't help but curse in shock in his heart. He had long known that there were some other races in this world besides humans, but he had never dreamed that he would actually be able to see a living elf race with his own eyes at this time. One must know that the elf race represented nobility and power in most other worlds, but this system didn't seem to have much of a high opinion of him. Why is that? It was clear that the other party was an elf clan, and a dual occupation awakened, and even both awakened occupations had very high ranks. Even Jungsun and Jintang respected this person immensely, but the system's evaluation of him had some malicious intent. After Ilman appeared in the star clock tower, he casually scanned the surroundings before speaking. Jungsun, I've come to deal with the seals here. Hearing this, Jungsun's expression was a little complicated for a moment, and he couldn't help but glance back at the seal, and this action was naturally caught in Ilman's eyes. After he looked at the seal with those light golden eyes, he was slightly stunned, followed by a change in his face. Who repaired this seal? After he said this, he scanned Jungsun and Jintang, followed by a flash of deep green in his eyes. It was like the same color that appeared in the advisor's eyes when he used the inscriptionist's ability before. Immediately after, as if he had sensed something, Ilman looked back at the advisor who was curiously sizing him up. In a flash, the advisor's back went cold, and he even had the feeling that he had been completely seen through. At the same time, the advisor realized that his newly recovered magic power actually began to surge uncontrollably. The green light of an inscriptionist once again appeared in his eyes. Ilman's face became even more strange when he saw the light in the advisor's eyes. Kid, what is your name? Ilman's tone carried surprise and even some incredulity. Jungsun and Jintang glanced at each other after hearing this, their faces equally filled with shock. This Ilman was one of the most powerful people in this world. It was hard to believe that this spell formation was really repaired by the advisor. The advisor didn't know what they were thinking. He only felt that this feeling of being completely seen through was very uncomfortable. He frowned and replied in a not-so-good tone. My name is Advisor. Counselor. Counselor. Ilman repeated the counselor's name for a moment before speaking again. Let me ask you, did you repair this spell? Yes. And with those words, Ilman was taken aback. Ilman looked at the advisor's face. His eyes clouded. He paused for a long time before he opened his mouth and asked out loud. Advisor, was this seal done by you alone? After the advisor froze slightly, he opened his mouth and replied, no, someone helped me. This answer instead made Ilman look a little relieved as he asked again, is that person still here? As he spoke, he looked around. The advisor's gaze went to Li's body, and he replied with some sadness, no, he is gone. That person that the advisor was talking about was naturally Li. However, his reply made another thought appear to Ilman. There was absolutely no way that an ordinary rune master could have repaired this spell formation. It wasn't conceded. But Ilman knew very well that sealing this spell formation required not only strength, but also some very ancient knowledge. Therefore, the one who helped the young man in front of him to seal the spell formation was definitely an expert who was familiar with spell formations and possessed ancient knowledge. Even more powerful experts than Ilman. Chapter 95. Do you want to join the Oracle? So while Ilman was calm on the surface, his heart had already turned upside down, since the advisor didn't say it outright. It was not good for him to ask the advisor about the identity of that person, so he could only look back at the seal once again. After the seal was repaired by the advisor, it hadn't reached its initial level, and was still a certain distance away from perfection. Counselor, you are also a rune master, right? Ilman skipped over the earlier question and looked at the advisor to inquire. The advisor nodded and replied, that's right, rune master is my third awakened profession. Hearing that, Ilman was once again taken aback. Dual awakened professions were already few in this world, let alone someone who had awakened a third profession. Moreover, there was a strong person behind him. This son has a promising future. Thinking of this, Ilman's pair of golden pupils flashed with excitement. In this world, there wasn't just one seal like the Star Clock Tower, and so far, the seals of a few cities had been broken. But Ilman and several experts from the continent could only focus on defending one of the most important spells. Therefore, Ilman made a decision after discovering that the advisor possessed the ability to be able to repair the spell formation, and that there was even an unseen expert behind him. Advisor, I have something to tell you. The advisor already knew that this Ilman's identity was unusual, so naturally, he wouldn't push his luck. What is it? You tell me. Ilman was very satisfied with the advisor's decisiveness and nodded his head. Counselor, I'm going to perform a test on you now. If you can complete this test, I will introduce you to join us and become a member of the Oracle. The Oracle. This was the camp that the advisor had seen the other party belong to when he observed Ilman earlier. But what did this camp represent? The advisor subconsciously turned his head in Jiangxin's direction. Jiangxin and Jin Tang had originally remained silent after Ilman appeared. However, after they heard those words, they coincidentally looked up at Ilman and the advisor with the same stunned look on their faces. The Oracle? This was the most mysterious and powerful organization in the entire continent. To be able to enter this organization, it wasn't enough to simply have strength. What was more important was to have exceptional abilities or potential. Once one enters the Oracle organization, the mission and the rights one enjoys are worlds apart from what they are now. The consultant took one look at these two old men's expressions and probably understood that this was probably a particularly powerful organization. But Ilman didn't seem to have any intention of explaining, probably wanting to wait until the ordeal was over. As for the advisor, he didn't mind joining the organization as long as it could bring him benefits, such as improving his strength or something. After the advisor thought about it, he looked at Ilman and spoke. Then, if you say what you need me to do, I'll try my best to accomplish it. He didn't say his words too fully, and if he thought the danger of this matter was too great, he definitely wouldn't force himself to play with his life. But this kind of answer, in Ilman's eyes, turned into humility. Good, very good. Ilman nodded his head with glowing eyes. With a wave of his hand, a golden magical glow flashed, and a map appeared in front of the crowd. The advisor instantly recognized that it was a map of the Dragon County they were currently in. Ilman raised his hand again and raised that scepter up, pointing to a corner of the map. Do you know where this is? The advisor and the two deans sniffed and looked to where Ilman was pointing. Is this a mountain or a cave? The advisor looked there and thought darkly in his heart. On the other hand, Jiangxin on the side revealed a grave expression. This is the Black God's Grotto. The advisor frowned slightly. From the name, it looked like there was something in this grotto, but that word God made him very concerned. Luckily, Ilman didn't sell himself short as he nodded at Jiangxin and continued again. That's right, this is the Black God Grotto. About a dozen years ago, we Oracle sealed a small snake in this. After such a long time, I think the original seal has loosened up a bit. So, Ilman didn't continue. Instead he looked to the advisor. Seeing that Ilman had no intention of speaking, the advisor had no choice but to ask experimentally, you intend for me to patch up this seal? The advisor was able to roughly guess that Ilman wanted him to join the Oracle mainly because he was able to mend the seal as a rune master, so he asked so. But in reality, Ilman's intentions were far more than that. He did value the counselor's rune master abilities and considered him to be a very talented rune master. But there was an even more important reason, which was that Ilman wanted to test the waters and see if he could draw out the highly powerful person behind the advisor. And Jiangxin's face became a little odd when he heard this. As the dean of the Dragon County Awakening Academy, although his status and strength was far inferior to Ilman's, he was considered to have seen a lot. That Black God Grotto did seal a magical beast, but that magical beast was definitely not a small snake. The advisor didn't notice Jiangxin's expression, and after answering, he looked at Ilman. Ilman's expression was inscrutable as he nodded, waved his hand to disperse the map. and asked out loud, "That's right, counselor, can you do this simple thing?" The advisor was about to say yes, but hesitated and deliberately frowned slightly, pretending to look like he was thinking. It suddenly occurred to him that he wasn't sure about the oracle's situation right now, nor was he clear on the specifics of that black god's grotto. What if he had worked for nothing? Ilman seemed to have seen the advisor's thoughts as well, and the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly as he pretended to look as if he had missed something, and lightly tapped his head. "Oh right, I wonder if you, as a rune master, have a weapon you can use while you're at it." Ilman gently wiped the ring on his finger, and with a flash of golden light, an oddly shaped short staff appeared in his hand. The advisor swept his head down and was slightly stunned. Chapter 96, Remaining Information Blocked. It was a short staff of 12 centimeters, the texture of which was some kind of black wood, with some golden streams of light flickering on it, and a strange gear pattern on the grip. This short cane was not brand new. There were still some traces of Ilman's use on it, and it contained an abundance of magic power. The advisor looked at the cane with some delight and silently used the system's analyzing ability. Oracle Short Wand, a wand once used by Ilman, belonging to the standard of the Oracle Camp. The pattern on the end represents the Oracle. This wand can only be used by runesmiths, and possesses the ability to enhance the effects of drawing runes. The wand arbor can be replaced, and different materials can produce different effects. The current core of the wand is Blue Dragon Tendon, which can enhance the user's magic power and rune drawing speed. The effect doesn't look impressive, but it's a good one. The effect didn't look much out of the ordinary, but it was expected by the advisor. This was, after all, only a weapon for runesmiths, and runesmiths, as a supportive profession, didn't need to be very powerful offensively, as long as they made sure that the functionality was in place. Moreover, the most valuable thing about this wand was that it was once owned by Ilman. The magic power on it, even if it was left behind, was enough for the advisor to exert an increase beyond his strength. What's more, the core of this wand was still Blue Dragon Tendon. Ilman handed him the wand. "Use this first, it will definitely come in handy. Don't worry, I promise to complete the task." The advisor quickly took it, and sure enough, he felt the abundant magical power on it. "Oh, very good. Then, I look forward to your good news." After finishing his speech, Ilman instructed Jungsun and the others about the seal, and then once again used his scepter to open a magic portal. His golden eyes looked deeply at the advisor before he turned and walked into the portal. In a flash, the magic of the entire clock tower shook violently as his figure completely disappeared. Ilman's appearance was as if it was a dream. However, the wand left in the advisor's hand was real. Ilman hadn't given the test a limited time. In other words, the advisor was perfectly capable of making preparations before setting off. Moreover, although the matter about the seal was now over, the things that needed to be dealt with were not. This competition was far more complicated than expected. Someone wanted to break the seal and release some kind of evil omen to lead an army of magical beasts to invade the world. And the first victim who was innocently involved was Li Yi. What was even more saddening was that due to the secretive nature of this matter, the advisors were not able to let others know about Li Yi's death. So Jin Tang just silently brought Li Yi's corpse and left the Dragon County Awakening Academy. And during these few days, the advisor was not idle either. From time to time, he ran to Jungsun's dean's room, trying to find out about the Black God's Grotto. But unfortunately, this old man's mouth was simply harder than that of a platypus, and when he opened his mouth, he would do nothing but bull asterisk 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 or play dumb. This led to the advisor simply had no way to prepare in advance, and the only thing he could do was to find the left way to get medicine. The good thing is that the left channel is the advisor's iron brother, basically want what to give what, and all free. Therefore, before the departure, the consultant's space ring is almost full of various effects of the potion. Even the experimental potion that he drank during the competition had several bottles. Looking at these potions, the advisor's confidence swelled for a moment. Wasn't it just a grotto? What more, Black God? Don't say that what is sealed inside is a snake. Even if it is sealed with a dragon, the advisor is confident that after knocking on the medicine, he will escape. Since this time is the test given by Ilman to the advisor, he does not want to let others take risks with him, so he also did not look for the left channel to accompany them. But just as the advisor was about to leave the academy, a voice suddenly came from behind him and called out to him, "Brother Gu, are you going to the Black God Grotto?" The advisor's hairs immediately stood up in sweat when he heard this familiar title, as well as the pretense of a delicate voice. His footsteps lurched, and he pretended not to hear it again, instantly quickening his pace. But that person, seeing that the advisor didn't answer, instead, unrelentingly and swiftly came to the advisor's side, pulling his arm with one hand. "TSK." The advisor smashed his mouth slightly and turned his head to look. It was a petite young girl, who didn't look very old, draped in a long black robe, and underneath the hood, a hint of a smile appeared on her delicate little face. This was Jiang Hanxia, Jongsun's granddaughter. The advisor felt his head start to hurt every time he encountered this woman. The problem was that the other party was still Jongsun's granddaughter, and the advisor couldn't do anything about her. What's on your mind? Is it so hard to answer? Jang Hanxia looked at the advisor and smiled, moving a little closer. I heard Grandpa say that you're going to the Black God's Grotto, right? Isn't that what you know? The advisor returned without a good mood, while complaining about this old man Jongsun in his heart. Jang Half-Summer didn't get angry at the advisor's attitude and was still smiling. Then let's go together, just so I can protect you. Protect me? The advisor was slightly stunned. To be honest, he hadn't really paid attention to Jang Half-Summer's strength, but the other party was Jongsun's granddaughter after all, and even though she wasn't a mage, her strength wasn't expected to be weak either. The advisor subconsciously used the system's ability to take a look at Jang Half-Summer, but the information he got made him stare. Name, Jang Half-Summer. The remaining information has been blocked and cannot be viewed. Chapter 97 Brother Gu. You're not very strong. Two cold message prompts directly cut off the advisor's thoughts. The advisor frowned. This system was far from what the advisor had imagined. Not only did it rarely give him hints or help, but even the ability to analyze was inexplicably shielded. Not only Jiang Hanxia, but many people with special magical shielding on their bodies made this system useless. The advisor always felt that the voice in his head was more of an invisible detractor with sloppy strength than a system. I can protect myself, and the place I'm going to this time is dangerous. The advisor had intended to find a reason to get rid of Jang Half-Summer, but before he could finish, Jang Half-Summer had already smiled and opened his mouth. I've already applied with my grandfather and he agreed. You can't get rid of me. The advisor didn't know if what Jang Half-Summer was saying was true or false, but whether it was true or false, it was meaningless. Just by the way Jongsun was doting on Jang Half-Summer, he was definitely on the same side as Jang Half-Summer. Stop pondering. Jang Half-Summer couldn't help but urge the advisor on as she looked at his hesitant appearance and spoke again. Don't worry. I know the location of the Black God's Cave, and it's a shortcut, much faster than you alone. Compared to any protection and safety, the advisor found the word shortcut more appealing to him. Well then, if something happens, you take care of yourself. I know. Get going. Jang Hanxia couldn't help but expose some of her acute nature. She waved her hand and didn't wait for the advisor to finish. She pulled his arm and ran. The advisor had no choice but to keep up with Jang Half-Summer's pace, and the two quickly ran out of the academy. However, just as the two people, the advisor and Jang Half-Summer, were leaving the academy, a few people who had long been hovering at the entrance of the academy immediately set their sights on them. Among those few people, the leader was a man who looked to be around 30 years old. The remaining few people were of a similar age to him, and at a glance, they were not students of the Dragon County Awakening Academy. However, among them, there was also a boy in his teens mixed in, and that was Zhang Qi, who hadn't appeared for a long time, and the one in the lead was none other than Zhang Qi's cousin. His name was Zhang Rui, and he used to be a student of the Dragon County Awakening Academy as well, but a few years ago, he violated the rules of the academy and was expelled from the academy along with a few others. However, his talent was okay, and even though he had left the academy, his career level had now reached level 40. The remaining few people were not as good as him, but their strength wasn't too weak either. They were all around level 30 plus. Brother, that's him. Zhang Qi pointed at the advisor's back and said urgently. Zhang Rui, on the other hand, had an impatient look on his face as he grinned and looked in the direction of the advisor and the others, snorting coldly. Older brother, what kind of grudge did you say you have against him? Zhang Qi immediately said. This kid snatched my girlfriend and played dirty during the previous exams, which caused my grades to fall. Anyway, we have to teach him a lesson, so that he can behave with his tail between his legs in the future. Zhang Rui smiled disdainfully. Success. Wait for it. I'll beat him up to take it out on you, Zhang Rui said, beckoning to go over. However, upon arriving at this scene, Zhang Qi's face changed and hurriedly stopped Zhang Rui, uttering, Don't. Brother, this is the entrance of the academy. If you guys make a move here, Dean Jiang will definitely know about it. As Zhang Qi said that, he looked over to the advisor's side again, and his eyes landed on Zhang Hanxia, who was beside the advisor. Even though she was wearing a black robe, her unique aura made Zhang Qi recognize her at once. Zhang Qi didn't know why the advisor and Zhang Half-Summer were mixed together, but he still added, beside the advisor is Zhang Half-Summer, Dean Zhang's granddaughter. If you guys make a move now, things might get out of hand. Zhang Qi's words were intended to dissuade, but as soon as Zhang Rui heard them, he immediately wrinkled his brows and fire rushed out of his eyes. Jiangsun? This is the old man who dropped me out of school in the first place. Hearing these words, the few people around Zhang Rui also had a burst of anger rise to their heads. Even after leaving the academy for so long, they still didn't feel like they had a problem. Instead, They thought it was Jiang Xin who was targeting them, but as angry as they were, the few people around Zhang Rui still had some sense and knew that the entrance of the academy was not a good place to make a move. Zhang Rui slowed down, his face grim as he looked at the advisor and their backs in the distance, and opened his mouth to ask Zhang Qi, "You said that girl is Jiang Xin's granddaughter, right?" Zhang Qi didn't dare to lie and could only nod his head. After hearing this, Zhang Rui was silent for a long while, then a sorrowful smile appeared on his face. He looked at the few people around him, exchanged glances with each other, and opened his mouth. "Brothers, follow me up." Then, he, see what I mean? Those few people similarly had a gloomy face and sneered. "Understood, wait for them to leave the academy first. It's best to find a place where no one is around before making a move." That counselor directly slaughtered. As for Jiang Half-Summer, "Humph, I will make Jiang Xin regret it." Zhang Rui revealed a wacky smile and led a few people in a roundabout direction. He was an assassin by profession and had his own way of locking onto the consultant and their location. As for Zhang Qi, he had planned to follow them. After all, in his eyes, even if the advisor was strong, he couldn't possibly be a match for a level 40 assassin. However, Zhang Rui and the others had no intention of waiting for Zhang Qi, so at the end of the day, Zhang Qi could only slink back to the academy, hoping that Zhang Rui and the others would succeed. On the other hand, the advisor followed Jiang Hanxia along the way towards the Black God's Grotto. This path was completely different from what the advisor thought, although it could indeed be considered a shortcut. But the only problem was that this shortcut was similar to climbing a mountain. There was basically no normal road along the way, and the advisor, who was already the physically fit type, hadn't been long before he also felt his legs getting sore and his speed slowing down. But Jiang Half-Summer was like nothing, completely unaffected by anything, still walking as fast as he could, and even had time to ridicule the advisor who was left behind. "Brother Gu, your stamina isn't too good. Why don't you take a break and I'll go over first? Brother Gu, your physical fitness is also too poor. Do you need me to carry you?" The advisor panted heavily, not too convinced to look at Jiang Half-Summer, and opened his mouth. Don't talk nonsense. You a martial, boxer, anyway, a physical offense profession. Isn't it normal to have better physical quality than me? Jiang Hanxia seemed to have found a way to talk to his advisor and said with a smile, "Aren't you also a magic swordsman?" The focus of a magic swordsman is also magic. It's not like I'm just a swordsman. The advisor gritted his teeth and returned the remark, and Jiang Hanxia smiled without retorting him, turning her head to look the other way, and then her eyes lit up. Completely disregarding the advisor's exhaustion, she ran over quickly, and after forcibly pulling the advisor's arm and running up the hill, she pointed ahead. "Look, we're here. This is the Black God's Grotto." When the advisor heard this, he suddenly felt a surge of power within him. With his head in the slime, he looked ahead, but before he could see it, his face suddenly changed and he quickly covered his nose. "Holy cough, it stinks." The advisor couldn't help but open his mouth to curse, and for a moment, he couldn't even breathe a little. In front of the two people was a huge swamp. Chapter 98, Unexpected Harvest. A light red scent filled the area around the swamp. Half-rotted beast corpses could be seen everywhere, and the air was filled with a pungent stench and fishy odor. The advisor hadn't been breathing well, and at this moment, choking on this scent, he almost threw up. Jiang Half-Summer on the side also wrinkled her nose, not looking too good. In front of this swamp was a stone wall. Below the stone wall was a blackened cave. This must be the entrance to the Black God's Grotto. Now the biggest problem. How can we safely pass through this swamp? The advisor looked down at the swamp and wordlessly used the system's ability to scan it. Some information appeared in front of his eyes. A swamp with a scarlet, corrupted aura, in the depths of which are buried the remains of dragons, which contain toxins deadly enough to kill. If you want to pass through this swamp, you need a special displacement skill or use the dragon attribute to protect yourself. Special displacement skills. The advisor frowned slightly as he looked at the prompt. Each awakened profession was different, leading to different so-called displacement skills. For example, Du Rua's kind of dragon knight, she possessed a superb jump. Assassin professions could reduce their weight and do the effect of floating on water. And most mages used space magic and could also do instantaneous displacement or flash effects. As for the advisor and Jiang Hanxia, unfortunately, they currently had no displacement skills. However, that didn't mean they were helpless, because the system still gave him a solution later on. Dragon attribute. Just right. The advisor recited softly and held the slime above his head down. After devouring the tragic claw dragon crystal core earlier, the slime's color had turned scarlet. It was the representative color of the dragon attribute, and was almost the same color as the swamp ahead. Brother Gu, you have a plan? Jiang Hanxia had no plan in her heart and watched the advisor act with a gleam of surprise in her eyes. The advisor nodded, and after placing the slime on the ground, done. Use giganticization. the slime heard the command and its body immediately expanded. The advisor had earlier learned about the characteristics of slimes through the Imperial Beast system. In most cases, slimes could only use skills with their current own attributes. For example, if the slime was currently a dragon attribute, then he couldn't use toxin or thunder attribute abilities. However, the normal attribute was universal, which was why slime was able to use the skill enormous enlargement while maintaining his dragon attribute. In just a few seconds, slime turned into a large bubble under the skill of giganticization. It was the first time that Zhang Hanxia had seen slime turn into this, and for a moment, her face changed slightly, pulling on the advisor's arm in some fear. The advisor didn't shake her off this time. He brought Jiang Half-Summer with him, and the two of them greeted the slime. The last time he entered slime, it was the first time he claimed the bounty mission and fought against the Silver Vine Demon Realm Flower with Du Ruo. But fortunately, the slime's current level was quite a bit higher than before. After it was giganticized, the space inside became larger and there was plenty of air. And after wrapping the advisor and Jiang Half-Summer inside, there was no longer the scene that nearly suffocated the advisor before. It was the first time for Jiang Half-Summer to enter the slime's body, and the nervousness on her face slowly turned into surprise. She looked around through the slime's translucent body, her tone filled with curiosity. Wow, so slimes have this kind of ability? Slimes had a lot of abilities. The advisor raised his eyebrows non-committally, then raised his hand to point ahead, towards the grotto ahead. We're off. The slime blinked its two wise eyes, and after a slight tremor in its body, it slowly rolled towards the front and merged into the swamp. This swamp, as expected by the system, contained intense poison. Some of the fallen leaves that were stuck to the slime's body, as soon as they came into contact with the swamp, they immediately emitted a soft sound of nuisance, as if they had been placed on a grill. In just a few seconds, the swamp corroded the fallen leaves into dry leaves without any moisture, and then turned into dust. Luckily, slime had the dragon attribute and was immune to this corrosion. But what surprised the advisor was that the slime that was caught in the swamp seemed to be vaguely and slowly absorbing the scarlet corruption in the swamp. Just when he thought if he was blind, the advisor's voice of the system resounded in his head. Touching the dragon attribute swamp, slime successfully mastered a new skill. New skill, Scarlet Corruption, Dragon Attribute. Effect, it can spit scarlet corruption at the target, and the affected target will continue to receive severe damage. Holy, there's a windfall? The advisor couldn't help but mutter out after hearing this. On the side, Jiang Half-Summer turned his head with a somewhat odd expression, and was just about to open his mouth when suddenly, the slime's body shook a little. Ouch! The slime somehow suddenly accelerated, turning from the initial swimming to rolling. This caused the two people inside the slime's body to quickly lose their balance on their feet, and could only be forced to match the slime's speed as they ran forward. The scene was somewhat comical, like two hamsters forced to catch up with a hamster wheel. The advisor, who was not too physically fit, didn't run 2 steps before lying flat. Only Jiang Half-Summer on the side was still holding on with bitterly gritted teeth, avoiding being tripped by the advisor while running deeper and deeper. Finally, after 5 minutes, the slime passed through the swampy area and arrived at the entrance of the dark grotto cave before stopping rolling. Boo, it's okay, change back. As soon as he was out of the swampy area, the advisor impatiently undid the slime's giganticization, holding onto a nearby rock to restrain his dizziness. For crying out loud, can't you slow down? You're tiring me out. After the advisor came out of the slime's body, he completely disregarded his image and lay down on the ground in a large zigzag shape. On the side, Jiang Half-Summer was also panting, looking at the advisor and the slime swaying around him with a complex expression, hesitating for half a day and opening his mouth. When we come out, why don't we give my grandfather a call to let him come to pick us up? Good idea. Exhausted, the advisor raised his hand and gave a thumbs up in reply to Jiang Hanxia's proposal. After resting for 10 minutes or so, the advisor climbed up from the ground with slime in his arms. Jiang Half-Summer was much stronger than the advisor. She had rested a long time ago and even ran around to the entrance of the Black God's Grotto. I've seen the entrance. There's no swamp inside. Jiang Hanxia's tone was filled with joy. It was obvious that the experience she had just had in the slime didn't make her feel too good. Very good. Let's go in then. The advisor smoothly placed the slime on his head and the two of them entered the cave entrance of the God's Grotto. However, they didn't see that the figures of several people appeared far away from the shore, and a few people looked at the advisor and Jiang Hanxia's backs and let out a sickening smile. Chapter 99, A Rendezvous. So much fun? Oh, this is really a good place. That's right, there's no one around. The environment is harsh. In here, it's not strange for anything to happen. These few people were none other than Zhang Rui and his group who had tailed them. Since their levels weren't too low and they were all mainly assassins and mages, crossing this swamp wasn't complicated. After just 3 minutes, the few of them arrived at the entrance of the Black God's Grotto. Zhang Rui looked at the dark entrance of the cave with a gloomy face. raised his eyebrows and said suspiciously, "That's not right, what are they doing here?" A person on the side quickly took over the conversation, maliciously guessing, "Probably here for a rendezvous, he. I didn't expect Jungsun's granddaughter to play so big, ha ha ha, I really want to see what expression Jungsun will reveal when he finds out about this. Humph, looks like that cousin of mine really gave us a big gift." Zhang Rui and the others immediately let out a chilling laugh. However, this malicious conjecture caused them to completely overlook an issue. That was the constantly wafting out from the Black God Grotto, the strange earthy odor. Inside the Black God's Grotto, the advisor and Zhang Half-Summer were initially able to barely see their surroundings, but the further back they went, the darker the light became and the more intricate the path became. After the light completely disappeared, what was left behind was complete darkness and dead silence. The chilly wind constantly blew past the two men's ears, while there was a strange smell wafting through the air, like the scent of some kind of magical beast, giving him a familiar demonic feeling. This environment made Jiang Hanxia a little uncomfortable. She took out a magic-carrying lamp from her spatial ring and gently tapped it with her fingertips. Accompanied by a crisp sound of stones crashing, a blue ethereal light appeared in front of the two people's eyes. The lamp looked very delicate, and through the blue light, it could be discovered that it was a blue magic stone embedded in it that was playing a role. The magic stone contained a lot of magic power. Even Jiang Half-Summer, who did not know magic, could use it. Looking at the appearance should come from Jungsun's hands only. The advisor pondered for a moment. This lamp should sell well if put on the market. "Brother Gu, do you know where to go?" Jiang Half-Summer looked at the advisor's frozen appearance and gently shook his arm. The advisor nodded and dispersed a hint of magic power after turning the breath in his body into the qualities of a rune master. The advisor was here because of Ilman's test. He needed to repatch the seals here again. Therefore, after adjusting his state, the advisor pulled out the wand given to him by Ilman from his spatial ring. This wand contained a large amount of magical power, and with a mere movement of the advisor's mind, a little green aura rose eerily. Under the advisor's control, the green aura moved a little towards the depths of the grotto, automatically searching for the runic seals here. "Follow it." On the side, Jiang Half-Summer, who had never seen this scene before, had a face filled with curiosity and immediately nodded, holding up the lamp and closely following the advisor's side. Despite the intricacies of the path in the grotto, the advisor was able to quickly determine the direction every time he struck, and the green aura guided them deeper and deeper into the grotto. Along the way, they didn't encounter any magical beasts, so their speed wasn't slow, but the closer they got to the depths, the more the advisor felt something was wrong. That strange demonic aura was getting heavier and heavier, and at the same time, he had a feeling of being watched by something unseen. "Be careful, it might be dangerous." The advisor raised his hand to stop Jiang Half-Summer, slowing down slightly. Jiang Half-Summer nodded and was about to speak when her face suddenly changed. In a flash, the advisor also detected a cold murderous aura suddenly appear. Too late to speak, he quickly raised his hand and pulled out the famous sword Mooncrypt from his spatial ring. The Jiang Half-Summer beside him reacted even faster than the advisor. She casually threw away the lamp. Her eyes flashed like a feline entering a fighting state, violently arching her body, her arms poking out from her black robe. With the first appearance of a white and a red light, two strangely shaped and different weapons appeared on her hands. Avalanche fist. Jiang Hanxia's mouth softly shouted as she turned back and clenched the gloves of both fists, seemingly slowly, yet with extreme force as she slammed towards the back. Ding! In an instant, a spark erupted in the dimly lit cavern. Only then did the advisor see the person who attacked them. It was a man in his 30s, looking somewhat familiar, with a sardonic smile on his face, and two daggers with a cold light flashing in his hands. Zhang Rui? As an assassin, Zhang Rui had extremely powerful tracking abilities, which was why he was able to quickly find the advisor in them. Only what he didn't expect was that his sneak attack would actually be discovered by Jiang Hanxia. The advisor stared at the system panel, and his brows were tightly furrowed. Name, Zhang Rui. Race, human. Awakened profession, assassin. Level, 40. Formation, none. The system's evaluation of this is a bottom-feeding punk from Dragon County who specializes in sneak attacks and never acts alone. This person had also just come in. The advisor was able to easily smell the odor of scarlet corruption coming from him. Come to hunt for treasure? No, that's not right. Where could there be any treasure in this Black God's Grotto? The only possibility that the other party would appear here and attack without warning was that they had come to seek revenge. He. Good hands. Worthy of being the granddaughter of that old man Jungsun. Zhang Rui's voice was still incredibly grim as he took a few steps back, his eyes sweeping Jiang Half-Summer before finally landing on the advisor's body with a cold smile. Kid, don't be afraid, I'll let you live. After all, you'll have to watch with your own eyes how we tempered your little girlfriend. The advisor's expression paused for a moment when he heard this. This person wasn't looking at people very well. Seeing the other party mentioning her grandfather, Jiang Hanxian naturally understood the other party's killing intent. She didn't have any nonsense, took a step and her entire person instantly disappeared. Swish! In the next moment, when Jiang Half-Summer reappeared, she had already arrived in front of Zhang Rui, and the two heavy gloves in her hands were smashed towards Zhang Rui's face with a swift momentum. Zhang Rui hadn't expected Jiang Tsin's granddaughter to be so violent, and his expression was stunned for a moment, but his surprise soon turned into a sneer. Whoosh! A very shallow cracking sound came. Under the sound of the two fighting, it could simply be said to be non-existent, but the advisor acted, gripping his wand and gently waving it a few times in mid-air. Green magic power flickered in the void, quickly transforming into a strange rune. The advisor's rune master level wasn't too high, but he had mastered quite a few rare runes with the help of the system. Arcane Iron Rune. The advisor bellowed and slapped his hand on the rune. The green rune transformed into a fuzzy shield in a flash, blocking Jiang Hanxia's side. At the same time, a sharp arrow broke through the air, and it immediately turned into wood shavings when it crashed into the shield the advisor had just created. Ding! With a soft sound, a cloud of purple smoke instantly erupted. The sharp arrow was coated with poisonous powder. Chapter 100, You Can't Be Too Happy Too Soon. Jiang Hanxia's face changed. Unable to continue the pursuit, she quickly covered her mouth and nose and retreated to the advisor's side in 2 or 3 steps. She was stunned. Thank you. The advisor did not say anything, and coldly looked to the side of the gloom. There was a person there, from where the poisonous sharp arrow had just been shot, and it looked as if he was Zhang Rui's companion, an assassin, a ranger. The advisor looked at the two people on the other side, and his heart had been unable to relax. This was because no matter what, two professions that could only sneak attack could not form a team. Even if the other party's level was high, they definitely wouldn't be able to act as a two-man team like this. So, the advisor's brows tightened as the wand in his hand swung once again, quickly drawing a new rune in midair. Flare Night Rune. After the advisor instantly drew this rune out, his wand was waved to maximize the rune's effect. In an instant, a blinding light appeared in the dimly lit cave. The light shone brightly, and everything was revealed. Two figures hidden in the deeper shadows instantly appeared. Those were the two people hiding behind Zhang Rui. Previously, they had hidden their figures under Zhang Rui's assassin skill, intending to find an opportunity to sneak attack. However, they never expected that the advisor's ability would actually be able to directly break their stealth. The faces of several people changed drastically. The advisor's face was equally not so good. He could tell at a glance that the two remaining people were, respectively, a warrior and a spellcaster. Of the 4 people on the other side, there were no supporting professions, which meant that they wouldn't be fighting head-on. And what was even trickier was that none of their levels were low. Zhang Rui was the highest, at level 40, and all of the rest of them were around level 30. These few levels were far higher than the advisor and Jiang Half-Summer. The numbers and levels were all at a disadvantage. As for cooperation, not to mention, this was the first time that Counselor and Jiang Half-Summer had worked together, and it basically amounted to nothing. It was a tough situation. The advisor's face looked bad, but obviously, Jiang Half-Summer didn't think as much as the advisor did. There was no fear in her eyes, and without pausing for a moment, she raised both fists and shook them, and the two oddly shaped weapons once again emitted a cloud of light. The advisor had long been curious about this weapon and couldn't help but take a look. Jiang Half-Summer's left fist was a tiger's fist that shimmered with white light, while his right hand was a bird's beak-shaped glove that emitted red light. White tiger fist gloves, crafted from the magic stones of the Frostland, embedded with fragments of the lynx horn of the 8th-ranked magical beast, the white tiger, capable of being used even by those who have no magical power. Vermilion bird fist gloves, crafted from magic stones from the land of frost and scorch, embedded with fragments of the heavenly feather of the vermilion bird, a magical beast of the 8th rank, with the effect as above. Leaning is another rich 2nd generation. Even if the advisor didn't know much about the magical beasts of this world, he had heard of the two things, the white tiger and the vermilion bird, and the 8th rank magical beast. Jiang Xin, this old man is really favoring her granddaughter. The two gloves in Jiang Half-Summer's hands were definitely described as superb. When the advisor sighed, Jiang Half-Summer had already rushed up, and she thought that the black robe was in the way, so she simply threw it to the side, revealing her slender and agile petite body. Her fair skin matched her ghost-like movements, making her particularly attractive in the pitch-black grotto. The advisor certainly wouldn't watch Jiang Half-Summer fight 4-on-1 and charged up with her, but he quickly realized that this place wasn't suitable for the magic swordsman's abilities. The space was too tight. He couldn't let go and had to worry about injuring Jiang Half-Summer. They didn't have much coordination, and a few times when she fought she almost hit his blade. The scared advisor could only retract his blade. Fortunately, he had also awakened the ability of a rune master, and there was no shortage of powerful rune arts and some of the moves the system had left for him. Taking advantage of the fact that Jung Half-Summer hadn't yet fallen into a disadvantage against those guys, the advisor waved his wand and even used the magic power of Ilman contained in it. There was a hint of gold in the green magic, followed by an odd rune taking shape. Guard Moon Rune. This rune possessed an extremely strong blocking ability, and at the same time, it was able to enhance the blocking effect with the help of the surrounding aura. As the advisor moved, a green ghostly aura spread rapidly. Zhang Rui and the others hadn't put the advisor in their eyes and were only focused on catching Zhang Half-Summer. However, when the rune appeared, a few of them froze as they realized that they had actually lost the ability to move. Taking advantage of his illness, Zhang Half-Summer immediately adjusted his momentum and charged up again. And as the advisor looked at the panicked appearance of those few people, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't expected the rune to be so effective, and after drawing on the power of the terrain, even he hadn't consumed much. But as it turned out, one couldn't be too happy too soon. Hiss! A strange sound suddenly rang out. The sound seemed to be coming from all directions as if it was chilling, and it was completely impossible to find the location where the sound was coming from. Along with this sound, the entire Black God's grotto underwent a strange change. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble violently. Some of the stalactite pillars overhead began to fall due to the shaking, falling towards the bottom like sharp blades. The advisor was too late to continue maintaining the effects of the runes, and could only dodge a stone pillar that was smashing towards him first. After removing the control, Zhang Rui and the few of them were also startled by the situation here. This place is going to collapse. After an unknown person shouted, they quickly turned around and ran away without looking back. Jiang Hanxiao looked at the direction a few people fled and hesitated for a moment, but it turned out to be too late. The collapse was amazingly fast. The vibrations of the entire grotto almost made it unsteady to stand, and cracks appeared in the ground. Almost instantly, a chasm like a rift in the sky appeared between the two. The advisor just wanted to reach out and grab Zhang Half-Summer, but as a result, before the two of them could make contact, some more debris fell from above. Ahem! Crikey! The advisor hurriedly retracted his hand, and he couldn't help but cough a few times from the burst of dust stirred up by the falling debris. Between him and Zhang Hanxia, a large amount of rubble sealed it tightly, and the chasm turned into a mountain of stone almost in the blink of an eye. Counselor, are you alright? Zhang Half-Summer's voice rang out from the other side, sounding somewhat weak and muffled. The advisor clung to the front of the pile of rubble and replied as loudly as he could. I'm fine, how are you doing? You're not hurt? The advisor's tone was a bit tense. It wasn't that he had any thoughts about Zhang Half-Summer. He mainly wanted that if anything happened to Zhang Half-Summer, Jiangson, this old man, would surely find him in trouble. Fortunately, Zhang Half-Summer quickly came with a response. I'm not hurt, thank you for caring about me. The opposite side of Zhang Half-Summer's voice sounded quite energetic, and there seemed to be a hint of joy. This girl was smashed silly? As a result, Zhang Half-Summer's next sentence caused a layer of cold sweat to break out behind the advisor's back in fear. Chapter 101, Fighting a Level 89 Serpent Dragon? It's a joke, Brother Goo. Wait, I'll break these stones. Hey, don't ever. At this moment, this Black God grotto had just stabilized, and there were still some slight aftershocks, in case Zhang Half-Summer broke this stone wall in front of her, causing the shaking of the entire grotto to reappear. Things might get even worse at that time. The advisor rushed to stop Zhang Half-Summer's crazy move. Don't be impulsive. You find a place to go out first. I'll look at other paths here, and we'll meet outside then. After hearing the advisor's words, Jiang Hanxia was obedient. Alright, then I'll look for an exit first. Hurry up. Got it, the advisor said, and was just about to leave, when he suddenly remembered something, and turned his head to shout again. Right, you remember to be careful of those guys, they should still be around here. This time, there was no further response coming from Jiang Hanxia's side, and it seemed to have already left. The advisor gently smashed his mouth, and could only pray that Zhang Half-Summer wouldn't meet up with those people. After separating his actions, the advisor stabilized the slime above his head and took out his wand once again. For him, leaving this place was far less important than going to fulfill the test that Ilman had for him. So the advisor waved his wand once more, tracing a green luminescence. I hope this path isn't destroyed, the advisor muttered in a low voice, following the green fluorescence as he continued on through the darkened grotto. Since he hadn't brought a lamp or something that could illuminate him, this caused him to have a bit of a hard time along the way, often walking and crashing into walls, causing him to be in a bit of a mess. No bad luck this time though. After the movement of the terrain, the intricate paths of this Black God's grotto had instead become a bit better. Many of the paths were shattered, and the space around them was much larger. Each time, the green fluorescence was probably able to last for a few minutes. After creating the fluorescence 3 times in a row, the advisor finally saw the green fluorescence, floating in a certain place and no longer moving. Is this the place? The place where the green light rested was empty, and the air had a damp, earthy odor, but the surroundings were too dark. The advisor didn't approach hastily. He waved his staff and drew a basic rune. Illumination rune. The rune floated in the advisor's hand like a glow in the dark. As the advisor poured magic power towards it, the dim light gradually lit up, illuminating the surroundings. This was a huge cave, as big as a playground. There were several deep and shallow traces of runes under his feet, which seemed to represent the spell formations that Ilman had once placed here. The advisor followed the shape of the runes and saw a dark shadow in front of him. The shadow resembled a huge stone pillar with some strange creases on it, black in color with some white specks that swayed slightly. The advisor narrowed his eyes and took 2 steps closer, then froze. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The advisor involuntarily cursed, and quickly extinguished the rune glow in his hand with a backhand. The surroundings were once again plunged into darkness, yet what he had just witnessed remained in the advisor's mind for a long time. It was a snake. It wasn't surprising. As Ilman had said before, the magical beast he had sealed here was a snake. But, the advisor swallowed a mouthful of spit with some effort, and after calming down for a moment, he once again turned over his palm and lit up the light. Hiss! A red forked letter as thick as a bucket appeared and waved in front of the advisor's eyes. Swish! The advisor once again extinguished the light in his hand. That was the snake's tongue just now, right? The sound around should also be the sound of that snake moving. Illusion! It must be his grandpa's illusion. The advisor couldn't help but take a step back, only to find that the path behind him had disappeared, replaced by an extremely cold touch. Subconsciously touching it with his hand, he was still able to feel some slimy icy scales. Gulp! Goo! The advisor and the head slime coincidentally issued a gulp sound. Really, pets follow their masters. Helpless really can't see. Also can't always be so dark. The advisor for the last time to light up the rune. The next second, in front of the advisor, a snake appeared. This snake has almost 100 meters long, black scales all over. The body thick seems to be able to open a train tunnel. At this moment, the triangular head of the snake stood in front of the advisor. The body curled around the advisor. Black scales looked carefully also covered with barbs. Horror as such. A pair of emotionless snake eyes, staring at the consultant. Bright red letter lightly spit. Ilman, do you call this thing a little snake? The advisor's heart was filled with shock. Initially when Ilman said this test again, his tone was very flat, and only Jungsun's face appeared a tiny change. The advisor originally did not faze Ilman, but seeing Jungsun's expression, he was just thinking that what was sealed here was a slightly larger snake, 10 or 20 meters or something, but now after seeing it with his own eyes, this is simply a dragon without legs. Advisor at this time all kinds of thoughts and the mind overflowing. Thought of the last. She flipped her wrist to put away the staff. What test is not a test? That Ilman is obviously running to take his life. Can this thing be dealt with by the average person? Run! However, before he could launch his feet, the huge black snake shook its head, and the advisor inexplicably met those inorganic snake eyes. The snake eyes emitted a ghostly purple demonic light. At the same time, that other demonic aura that the advisor felt uncomfortable with came back. Along with this demonic aura, the advisor realized with horror that he couldn't move, not to mention escaping. He was now even struggling to move his fingers, and could only stare at the black snake with wide eyes. That black snake looked at the advisor, a little bit closer, and then opened a big mouth full of fishy odor, spitting out a sentence. Human, do you think it's funny? Its voice sounded icy cold to the extreme, and although it wasn't too fluent, it made the advisor's heart even more shocked. This was a talking magical beast? The advisor's eyes widened in disbelief as he mobilized the system's ability to look at the black serpent. Monster name, Serpent Dragon Black Snake. Level, 89. Race, Serpent Dragon. Character, Chaotic Evil. Introduction, the King of Serpentine Dragon, Gion Black Zephyr, a member of the Evil Omen ancient dragon species, was sealed here by the Oracle. When it escapes from here and completes the next molt, it will transcend the limitations of its race and possess power comparable to that of the gods. The system's evaluation of this is, when the Sword of 1,000 Swords descends, the earth will finally be completely destroyed. This description caused the corners of the mouth of even the advisor in the controlled state to twitch. Level 89? King of the Serpent Dragon? Evil Omen ancient dragon species? Comparable to the power of a god? Adding to that last comment that seemed like a prophecy, the advisor stared at Kurosawa's terrifying snake head and gritted his teeth as a few words popped out of his mouth. Illman. F***CKU. Chapter 102. He can change the construction of runes. Whether or not these words could reach the advisor's anger to Ilman's side was unknown, but the Black Zephyr in front of the advisor heard it clearly anyway. Originally, Black Zephyr was looking at the advisor and still wondering where to start. When it heard the words Ilman, a scarlet light instantly flashed in its eyes. Erman? You were sent by him? Black Zephyr's tone was suddenly filled with monstrous anger as it violently flung its huge snake head, and with a slight movement of its body, a violent vibration came from the entire grotto. Some debris fell from above his head and heavily smashed on the advisor's body. He huffed in pain, but he couldn't even struggle. Bad. The advisor's heart slandered. This black zephyr was sealed here by Ilman and those oracles of theirs, and must have accumulated a lot of grievances. Now that the seal was expected to be broken, this snake was the first to take his stomach. Pitiful ah! The advisor cursed again in his heart. Looking at the gradually frantic black zephyr, his mind kept pondering how he could solve this problem. Words therapy is definitely not good. This black zephyr is obviously not 2 or 3 words can be fooled over. As for the hands, this is even more bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Advisor now not to mention hands, even moving fingers are no chance. After black zephyr huffed for a while, it once again looked in the direction of the advisor. Oracle, die! Black zephyr let out a low roar, opened its bloody mouth filled with fishy air, and rushed in. Seeing that his life was in danger, the advisor, in a moment of desperation, issued a command to the slime through the profession of the Imperial Beastmaster. Gulp! After the slime let out a response, its body softly jumped into mid-air, and its body quickly shook and exploded into a scarlet mist. Ow! In a flash, the slime that had completed its dragonization state changed into the form of a tragic claw dragon. Its body was going to gain some growth compared to before. However, it was still too small compared to this king of snakes, but that was also its advantage. After the slime appeared, with its swift and nimble speed, it climbed up along the thorn barbs on Black Zephyr's face, and grabbed at the eyes of the serpent that were flashing with murderous intent. Bear. Generally speaking, the miserable claw dragon's most powerful weapon was its claws, and the slime in its transformed dragon form was naturally the same. However, what the advisor did not expect was that the slime's claw actually made a metallic sound as it went down. This claw didn't even break the defense, let alone kill Kurosawa. The only thing that could be said was that Kurosawa's vision was obstructed for a moment, allowing the advisor to break away from the state of being controlled. I can go yourself. Run, run, run. Having just regained his mobility, the advisor didn't even have the idea of fighting back, and sharply drew himself up to grab the slime and ride it with a flip. The slime on his crotch seemed to have sensed the enemy's power as well, and stepped away with all 4 claws and flew furiously towards the way he came. Black Zephyr was already in a rage and had no intention of letting them go. The advisor only felt a gust of wind sweep by his side, and the next moment a long black tail swiped over. Damn! Didn't they say that the bigger the block, the less sensitive it was? This speed is ridiculously fast. If this hit was solid, there was no doubt that it could directly make the advisor leave this world without any pain, and at this moment, the advisor's survival erupted. Arcane Iron Rune. The advisor instantly drew a good rune that had just helped Zhang Halfsummer's defense, taking the same amount of time it took to draw a rune before. As expected, danger could force out one's potential. As the advisor moved, 5 green runes appeared around him, and the runes blocked the advisor's side like a thick wall. However, he was only happy for a second before he was taught to be a man. In front of a powerful attack, all defenses were paper tigers, and he still failed to block Black Zephyr's attack. Several layers of arcane iron runes accumulated around the advisor. However, Black Zephyr's long tail flung out. Ka! A deep crack appeared, and all of the arcane iron runes instantly crumbled. Fragments of magic power splattered in midair, and then the advisor's body shook violently and froze from the blow of the snake's tail. Although the runes helped him slow down the force a bit, those runes were connected to him, so the two together also inflicted a considerable amount of damage on him. It directly smashed the advisor off the slime's body. Ahem! The advisor landed heavily on the ground and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Unfortunately, the time constraints didn't allow him to lie on the ground and think about life. Using the fastest speed to take out the potion from the spatial ring, biting open the cork, the advisor drank the liquid inside in a single gulp. This Black Zephyr was definitely not something that could be dealt with using normal methods. The advisor was even able to sense that this Snake Dragon King was even stronger than the hand monster sealed by the Star Clock Tower. However, to his surprise, Black Zephyr did not continue to pursue. The slime in its transformed dragon form was jumping from side to side in front of Black Zephyr at that moment, occasionally using its sharp claws to delay its speed, and Black Zephyr seemed to be trying to break free from something, its huge body twisting continuously. Seal? The advisor saw Black Zephyr's movements and instantly rang equals remembered what Ilman had once said. This Black Zephyr was sealed here, and even though the seal had now become weak, the effect was still as good as ever. If he wanted to live, he had to make use of the remaining seals here. Not caring about the severe pain in his body, the advisor rose from the ground in a single bound, gripped his wand once again, and raised his hand to wave it out. This time it was a rune as big as an eyeball. Spirit Sight Rune. With a whimper, the advisor attached the rune to his body. In the next second, the advisor's vision changed. A flash of ghostly green appeared in his eyes, which allowed him to fully see the rune seals around him. he could see a faint ethereal light flickering on the ground around Kurosawa. The ethereal light was residual with magical power that turned into invisible chains attached to Kurosawa's body. This was the reason why Kurosawa was only able to move around in this cave, unable to escape. However, after so many years, the magic power on top of the rune had long been left. Even if the advisor didn't appear, in a few more months, Kurosawa would break through the seal. This rune seals. The advisor stared at the rune on the ground, his brain racing, constantly recalling the knowledge of runes that the system had taught him. It didn't take long. After about a few seconds, the advisor found the corresponding rune, and also found another rune that corresponded to it. The rune that trapped Kurosawa was a sealing formation called the prisoner lock rune. This kind of rune was very complicated, but if it succeeded, it could trap an 8th rank magical beast, so strong. Among the runes the advisor had found, there was another one that resembled this kind of rune. The 7 deadly runes. The 7 deadly runes could be transformed from a sealing formation to a killing formation by utilizing the 7 magic points of the original captive locking rune. Relying only on the advisor's current strength, there was definitely no way to complete the 7 deadly runes by himself. But it was a good thing that he possessed Ilman's wand, so all he needed to do was simply change the construction of the rune. But the process wasn't easy either. All 7 magic points needed to be transformed by the advisor's own hands, and during that time he also had to deal with Kurosawa's riot. Damn it, put up a fight. The advisor gritted his teeth and pulled out a few more bottles of medicine from his spatial ring, and after pouring them into his stomach one after another, a brilliant light radiated from his eyes. Holding his wand, he wordlessly and swiftly darted towards the nearest magic power point while secretly issuing commands to Slime. Done. Find some way to stall it as much as possible. Chapter 103, Acquiring Another Soul Demon Beast. Copy that. The slime was only supposed to be circling Kurosawa to test the waters, and accepting the idea of the Taoist advisor. It stomped on Kurosawa's body with all 4 paws, and leapt up high to open its mouth. Phew! A cloud of scarlet, foul-smelling breath spewed out. This was the scarlet corruption that the advisor had just learned in the swamp before taking the slime into the Black God's grotto. Good. 1 more second to stall was 1 more second. However, to the advisor's surprise, this attack seemed to have a restraining effect on Black Zephyr. Its huge snake body flopped for a while and even gave up its attack, which gave the advisor a second to adjust, and when the snake flung its long tail and came towards the advisor again, the advisor dodged it without a doubt. Of course, it was dodged by rolling over on the ground. The advisor couldn't get up in time, and in his rolled position, he held his wand and flung it at a magical point on the ground. This was one of the magical points of the Rune Master. That rank didn't mean everything. What mattered was the use of knowledge of runes, and a little bit of magic power was enough to change the construction of a spell formation. This point, the advisor, with the help of the system, had far exceeded most rune masters. As the advisor moved, a point of magic power under his feet quickly changed. The illusory chain that trapped Kurosawa also transformed from green to blood red. Black Zephyr seemed to realize something, and a pair of icy snake eyes quickly shot out. But before it could make a move, the advisor rolled and crawled and already ran to the next magic power point. With the experience from earlier, the advisor was now very skillful in changing the structure of the runes. Soon the second magic point changed. Slime, it's ready, come here. The advisor maintained maximum vigilance, and after changing 2 magic points, he didn't get complacent, but quickly recalled the slime. Gulp! The slime used Kurosawa as a springboard and made a gentle leap back to the advisor. The advisor, in turn, took advantage of this to roll over and mount the slime. His field of vision elevated. The advisor also saw the third magic point, and with a flick of his wand, the third magic point changed as well. Left, run to the left. The advisor changed the magic point while commanding the slime to dodge Black Zephyr's tail fling. Then when Black Zephyr was ready for his next attack, done, bite him. In an instant, the slime changed direction in the air and headed towards Kurosawa's snake eyes. Black Zephyr's entire body was covered in hard scales, so the most vulnerable place was just the eyes. There was no need for the advisor to say. The slime knew where to bite. You guys are like annoying flies. Kurosawa coldly scanned the advisor and the slime, letting out a not-so-fluent curse from his mouth, and then slammed in with a swing of the snake's head heavily. When the advisor saw Kurosawa's action, there was no panic on his face. It should be that this was exactly what he wanted. Farewell. The advisor sneered, flipped in midair and jumped off the slime's body, then landed on the ground in a not-so-attractive position and waved his wand. The green magic power split into 2 strands and merged into the 2 nearest magic points. At this point, 5 magic points had already changed, and the entire rune formation's construction was altered by most of it. As a result, all 5 chains transformed into blood red. What are you doing? Kurosawa also detected a hint of bad luck at this moment, and there was more than a little panic in his tone. But the advisor didn't have time to answer his question. Taking advantage of Black Snake's distraction, he struck again, changing another source of magical power with lightning speed. This time, there was only one left in the entire rune formation. As long as the last spot was altered, the entire spell formation would turn into a killing formation. And before that, after the advisor's alteration, the effects of the entire rune formation appeared for the first time. Black Zephyr's strength was rapidly disappearing as several recast chains quickly contracted, forcing its huge body to the ground. The current Black Zephyr couldn't even move, let alone attack the advisor. The situation shifted and the crisis was lifted. The advisor didn't rush to activate the last magic power source. He slowly picked up the slime and put it on his head, and walked in front of Kurosawa. Compared to before, at this moment, Black Zephyr was lying on the ground, its huge snake head constantly struggling, but there was no way it could move at all, and it could only stare at the advisor with those ice-cold snake eyes. Even though the other party was not human, the advisor could vaguely feel the anger from its eyes. Hey, bite me, aren't you great? After estimating Black Zephyr's maximum distance of movement, the advisor stood in a safe position and uttered a provocative voice at Black Zephyr. Black Zephyr, on the other hand, glared at the advisor and could not touch the advisor even with all his struggles, so he could only open his mouth to curse. Human, remove the seal, or else. Otherwise what can you do to me? The advisor sneered, holding his wand and heavily knocking Black Zephyr's snake head. This time, the damage was almost non-existent, but the insult was extremely strong. Black Zephyr's huge body once again let out a violent struggle. This was deliberate on the advisor's part. He just wanted to see just how strong the suppression of this rune formation was. Right now, it seemed very strong. With the activation of this Ilman's wand, the spell formation had already regained its original power, and as long as the advisor completed the last place of the structure, he would be able to directly kill Kurosawa. But the advisor didn't do that. He retaliated for the ferocity with which Black Zephyr had just chased him, and the wand in his hand continuously struck Black Zephyr's head. 8th rank magical beast, huh? King of the Serpent Dragon? Bat Omen ancient dragon species, huh? And what about the Sword of 1,000 Swords descending and shielding to recite a poem, right? The advisor was so arrogant that Kurosawa spewed out a cloud of white air from his nostrils, staring at the advisor with fierce anger. But he can only be forced to endure the advisor's provocations because of the seal. After a period of time, the advisor stopped his hand movements with satisfaction. According to Ilman's test, he only needed to reseal Black Zephyr, and it didn't seem like he needed to kill it. Now that the spell was about to take shape, the advisor hesitated. If he added the last stroke and the killing formation took shape, Black Zephyr would definitely die straight away, not even leaving behind the magical beast crystal core. He wouldn't be soft-hearted if it died or not. He cared about that magical beast's crystal core. After half a day's effort to kill an 8th order magical beast, and as a result, he didn't get any benefits, the advisor was not willing to do so. If he followed Ilman's instructions and returned this killing formation into a sealing formation, the advisor was worried that there would be an accident that would result in Black Zephyr breaking free of his bonds. System, give some hints. Weren't you quite capable of talking before? The advisor couldn't help but call out secretly in his heart. Of course, the advisor didn't report much hope. After all, the system's character had always been eccentric, but he didn't expect it. Detecting that the host is seeking help, this system will thoughtfully provide you with different choices of rewards for your convenience as a reference. This voice made the advisor froze. A familiar feeling arose in his heart, and the next moment, he saw the text that surfaced. 1. The host can continue to complete the 7 deadly runes and kill Black Zephyr. By choosing this option, you can raise your rune master rank and subsequently have the chance to join the Oracle. 2. The host may correct the rune and reconstruct the prisoner lock rune. Choosing this option will give you a 100% chance to join the Oracle. Choose this option for a 100% chance of joining the Oracle. 3. The host may use the power of the beast to accept Kurosawa as a soul beast. Choose this option to raise the rank of Imperial Beast Master, and may subsequently have a chance to join the Oracle. The advisor looked at the third one and his eyes lit up. Chapter 104, Another Bad Omen? What the hell is it? Soul Wraith? The advisor was mentally prepared for the first 2 options, but he didn't expect the system to provide him with a third option at a time like this. Accepting Black Zephyr as a soul magical beast. Wouldn't that be the same as a slime? The advisor's eyes were immediately fixed upon seeing this option, and he simply couldn't avoid it. What Oracle camp? What Imperial Beast Master rank? Doesn't matter. Once he thought about it, the scene where this 8th rank magical beast was able to be used for himself and released, it was simply not too racy. Thus, the advisor chose the third one without even thinking about it. Taking in soul magical beasts requires communication, and only if the magical beast agrees, can it be taken in. After subjugating a wraith, the wraith will not be able to inflict damage on the Imperial Master. When controlling a non-slime wraith, The master's ability to control the wraith will change based on the wraith's fit. With the higher the fit, the better the cooperation. Additionally, a portion of the accepted wraith's attributes will be transferred to both the slime and the Imperial Master. All of these contents were undoubtedly notes about what was needed to take in a magical beast, but what the advisor cared about was one of the points. There's still a need for the wraith's consent? With a dark headache, the advisor gently smacked his lips and looked despondently at Kurosawa in front of him. From the current situation, this snake dragon king and him should have already formed a bond, and coupled with the advisor's provocative behavior just now, this further led to their relationship not being too easy to reconcile. However, in order to be able to subdue this 8th rank magical beast, the advisor still planned to try. Hey, Brother Black, let's talk? The advisor rubbed his face and put on what he thought was his most amiable smile. Hiss! Black Zephyr spat out a bright red letter from its huge snake head, and after shaking it in front of the advisor for a bit, its eyes were ice cold as it opened its mouth. Human, what do you want? Obviously, Black Zephyr had great hostility towards the advisor, only that it couldn't say too many curse words due to its less than skillful mastery of the human language. This if it was allowed to fully master the human language, Black Zephyr could continuously curse the advisor for a day and a night without repeating itself. The advisor smiled. Not much, just a chat. Let's communicate our feelings? Black Zephyr clearly showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. I have nothing to talk about with the oracles. Lackeys. Black Zephyr had treated the advisor as one of Ilman's members ever since he had seen his wand and the fact that he had activated this rune formation. The advisor knew that Black Zephyr had no good feelings towards Ilman, and in his heart he slandered the system. If he had said so earlier, he probably wouldn't have unilaterally punched Black Zephyr for so long, but now he could only talk therapy. The advisor put on a smiling face and explained, Brother Black, actually I'm not an oracle. There's some misunderstanding between us. Ha! Black Zephyr's imitation of human disdain was quite skillful. It sneered, there's nothing to misunderstand. I can smell that smell on you. You're one of those mongrels. Don't want to explain anything. Our leader, one day will come back to. At that time, the war will reignite. All of you will die. Kurosawa slowly spat out curse-like words. These words made the advisor understand one thing. That was that. This long worm was soft and hard. The advisor's brow furrowed as he watched Black Zephyr's silence, secretly pondering whether or not to just straighten this black snake out. But thinking about it, the advisor still held back. If he was able to subdue Black Snake, this would help him tremendously. It wasn't just an 8th ranked magical beast as a helper, but because of the attribute sharing, both his and the slime's strength would be able to increase by a huge notch. For Black Zephyr, the advisor was determined to get it. But in front of the consultant's difficult point is, this Black Zephyr is soft and hard, but not oil and salt, simply no way to start. Hey, not right? Consultant thought here. Suddenly a flash of light in the brain. Kurosawa, let's discuss one thing? Black Zephyr didn't make a sound, still putting on a stinky face, coldly glaring at the advisor. The advisor could already tell from the conversation just now that Kurosawa didn't care about life and death, so he neither tried to threaten the other party nor curry favor with him. He sat down in front of Kurosawa with the slime in his arms, his legs crossed, and spoke without thinking. I know, you want to get out, right? Kurosawa still didn't say anything, but it was obvious that his eyes moved slightly, and an imperceptible shimmer flashed through his eyes. The advisor keenly caught this detail of Kurosawa's, and secretly laughed in his heart. But on the surface, he opened his mouth and continued to speak without a ripple. Kurosawa, I can either not kill you, or I can help you lift the seal and let you go. These words clearly caused Black Zephyr to become interested. It shook its snake head, seemingly intending to get up. However, under the effect of the surrounding rune suppression, it somewhat impatiently slumped down again. Human, are you lying to me? It looked at the advisor and opened its big mouth filled with fishy breath, spitting out a burst of not-so-smooth human speech. The corner of the advisor's mouth curved up. No, I'm serious. Kurosawa's two vertical pupil snake eyes stared at the advisor. What do you want to do? Seeing that he managed to arouse the other party's interest, the advisor took a deep breath and spoke in as calm a tone as possible. In fact, I'm really not one of Ilman's people. I was just tricked into coming here by him. I know you're afraid to be interested in this matter, but that's okay. I want to talk about something else. Now that this grotto has collapsed, it's not just you. I'm also trapped here, and I definitely won't be able to get out for a while. So, I hope we can work together. After hearing the second half of the advisor's sentence, a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes, and he softly repeated the advisor's last two words. Cooperate. That's right. The advisor smiled, nodding his head affirmatively as he spoke. We can join forces. I'll help you unseal the seal while you take me out of here. Kurosawa once again fell into silence as the advisor spoke the truth. The Black God's grotto was going to collapse, but in fact, the words were only half spoken. The advisor hadn't found a way out, so he needed Kurosawa to help him. But as for whether it was the advisor's call or Kurosawa's call when he got out, the advisor hadn't mentioned that. Fortunately, Kurosawa's brain didn't think so much, and he sensed that the advisor wasn't lying, shook his huge body, and nodded his head. You can unseal me first. That won't work. His words caused Kurosawa's displeasure. Human. What do you mean? Black Zephyr spat out a bright red letter and stared at the advisor, who stood up holding the slime and looked at Black Zephyr without fear. I can't be sure that you won't attack me after I help you unseal it, so I can't help you right now. A trace of murderous aura flashed in Black Zephyr's eyes, and after a moment of silence, this slowly opened his mouth. I, the spear of evil omen, the king of serpent dragons, Black Zephyr, never lies. Black Zephyr said this with conviction, while the advisor was stunned. Bad omen? Bad omen again? Chapter 105 Black Zephyr, Level 89 Magical Beast. It's his. Since the counselor's contact with the Star Clock Tower, he had heard the name Bad Omen more than once. Was it a name? A code name? Or perhaps the name of a power? But now was obviously not a good time to ask. I don't quite trust you right now. The advisor tilted his head and looked at Kurosawa. I need to make a contract with you so that I can make sure you won't attack me. What kind of contract? A very simple contract is all. Don't worry, I never lie either. Black Zephyr nodded after a long time. Good. As an 8th rank magical beast, he had unprecedented confidence in his own strength, and having once been a member of the Evil Omen's command, he had seen countless spells. That was why he could tell at a glance that the advisor wasn't very strong. Even if he had signed the contract, Kurosawa thought that he would be able to break free of the contract after he lifted the seal, and at that time, even if he backed out of the contract, the advisor wouldn't be able to do anything about it. It was like what Kurosawa had just said, he would never lie, but that didn't mean he would tell the truth either. But coincidentally, the advisor was also like that. After seeing Kurosawa agree, the advisor revealed a smile. He held the slime above his head, and in passing, he kept his wand in one hand on alert at all times, moving a little closer to Kurosawa. Kurosawa, on the other hand, lay motionless on the ground, allowing the advisor to approach towards him. 1 step, 2 steps. Soon, the advisor stood in front of Kurosawa. This was already considered a very dangerous distance. If Kurosawa were to storm out now, it would probably only take 1 bite to give the advisor the entire split. Fortunately, Kurosawa did not move. The advisor looked at Kurosawa warily. Next, I'll make a contract with you. Just accept it and don't resist. Black Zephyr somewhat impatiently spewed out a cloud of white air from its nostrils and nodded without a word. The advisor didn't know how to make a contract with a magical beast, so he could only let the system help. He put his hand on Black Zephyr's snake head. System, start. As the words fell, a strange light appeared in front of the advisor. It was a somewhat illusory red glow, like a flame. This wavering light flickered a few times before transforming into a strange symbol that the advisor didn't understand, and landed on Black Zephyr's brow. Immediately afterward, the advisor spoke according to the system prompt. King of the Serpent Dragons, Kurosawa, I will make a contract with you. Drop your guard. Don't resist. Just obey. The advisor said in as smooth a tone as possible. Black Zephyr, for his part, quietly felt the breath above his head without any resistance, allowing the not-so-comfortable feeling to enter his body. The process didn't last long, only a few short seconds. When the light began to dissipate, the system's voice also appeared in the advisor's mind. Successfully fully contracted. Soulbound Magical Beast, King of Serpentine Dragons, Kurosawa. Magical Beast Character, Chaotic Evil. Wraith Level, 89. Wraith Attribute, Earth. When fully evolved, it will gain the Dragon Attribute. Wraith Race, Omen Ancient. Beast Race, Evil Omen Ancient Dragon Species, Serpentine Dragon Clan. Beast Fit, 1%. Beast Ability, Unknown. Magical Beast Ability, Unknown. The system paused slightly, and then sounded again. Electing Black Zephyr, the slime and host get a certain degree of evolution. Current Imperial Beast Master level is raised. Current Imperial Beast Master level increased to Level 3. Physique, 80. Magic, 100. Strength, 80. Spirit, 100. Existence, all increased by 10%? Existence, all increased by 10%? Slime Attunement, 300%. Kurosawa Attunement, 10%. Unable to freely control the actions of magical beasts, and currently only retains the basic rights as a royal master. These messages appeared one by one, and even though the effect wasn't that outstanding, the advisor was still able to feel that he was now able to grasp Kurosawa's state at all times. And naturally, this feeling was fed back into Kurosawa's body. Human, what have you done? Black Zephyr sensed that the power of this contract was beyond his imagination, and after letting out a low roar, he quickly shook his huge snake head, a murderous aura appearing in his eyes. Even if it spelled out that it couldn't leave this place, Black Zephyr didn't want to be controlled by a human. It opened its huge snake mouth and suddenly gnawed at the advisor. The advisor saw this scene, but smiled. He stood still without moving, quietly watching Black Zephyr come towards him, and slowly raised his hand. Stop! The advisor's voice was soft and not very lethal, but Black Zephyr's attack stopped uncontrollably. The fishy-smelling maw was fixed in front of the advisor, the sharp teeth just short of piercing the advisor's body, but never managed to fall the slightest bit. Want to break the contract, is it? Late. The advisor watched Kurosawa's movements and let out a cold laugh. Then his eyes turned cold and casually waved his hand. Kneel down for me. After Black Zephyr heard the advisor's words, his huge body shook, followed by, not moving at all. When the advisor saw this scene, the kingly aura he had just created instantly disappeared into thin air. Only then did he realize that he had just been prompted by the system. He could only maintain some of the most basic rights as Black Zephyr's master, which was to control Black Zephyr's inability to attack him. Other than that, his commands were completely ineffective. However, the advisor was obviously already satisfied with the result, so there wasn't too much embarrassment on his face. His current physical quality had nearly doubled compared to before, and that was even in the non-imitation body state. The advisor grabbed Black Zephyr's snake's teeth and effortlessly flipped it onto its head, smiling as he looked at Black Zephyr, whose eyes were filled with hatred, and laughed. Little Black, as long as you are obedient, the deal I just made is valid. Black Zephyr shook his head in dissatisfaction. Although it couldn't attack the advisor, he could resist. Get off my head, human. After the binding of the Imperial Beast system, Black Zephyr also shared some attributes from the advisor and Slime here. Among them was the language ability. Kurosawa mastered it pretty well, but in 5 minutes, the speech was no longer stuck, and with that, the advisor began to receive a steady stream of verbal attacks. Come down, human, or I'll break your leg. Fall. Do you hear me? Is there something wrong with your ears? I'll tell you to come down. The advisor was shocked by Black Zephyr's peculiar tone of voice and hurriedly jumped down from Black Zephyr's head. He also truthfully didn't expect that Black Zephyr had turned into a talkative snake after mastering the language of humans. Kid, I'll give you a chance. If you break the contract, I can let you be my human pet, as long as you apologize and then kneel to this king. When the evil omen returns, I can reward you with a few beautiful women. Did you hear that? Speak to me. Why are you mute? Weren't you quite able to speak just now? This guy's little mouth is blathering. Why don't you say anything? The advisor looked at Black Zephyr's sentence after sentence. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and after raising his hand and wiping a handful of spit on his face, he secretly cursed in his heart. Which the hell is this Black Zephyr? This was simply a Black Emperor. Chapter 106 Acquired Ancient Dragon Feather. Do dragons have feathers? The advisor topped the slime and stood in front of Kurosawa being scolded for almost 10 minutes before catching an opening and firing back. Shut up, dead chatterbox. Do you still want to go out? This question did concern Black Zephyr, and after it glared at the advisor, it didn't say anything. The spirit suffered a huge attack. The advisor also had no interest in fooling around. Anyway, now that Black Zephyr had already made a soul contract with, as for things like cultivating feelings, it would be good to talk about it later. Rune eliminate. The advisor gripped his wand and softly shouted. The surrounding rune formations completely dispersed in just a few seconds, not leaving even a trace behind. Black Zephyr, who had lost its seal of suppression, tilted up its huge head like a giant stone statue and looked at the advisor with eyes full of resentment, seemingly pondering something. The advisor thought that this Black Zephyr was pondering how to curse, and was just about to open his mouth when he saw Black Zephyr shake his body. The originally huge Black Zephyr actually began to rapidly shrink as its body shook. In the blink of an eye, the 100-meter-long body was shortened to a dozen meters, and although it was still very large, it was also much less intimidating than before. The advisor was a bit surprised. He was still considering how to bring Black Zephyr with such a huge body around, but he didn't expect it to be so proactive. Without noticing, the advisor asked what was on his mind. Little Blackie, can you still get smaller? Finished the advisor somewhat regretted. With Black Zephyr's character, it wouldn't reverse and change back again, right? Fortunately, the advisor thought too much. Black Zephyr nodded its head. Sure, but before that, Kurosawa shifted his body, and after getting out of the way a bit, he gestured for the advisor to look. Look here. What the advisor had never noticed before due to Black Zephyr's overwhelming size, there was actually a small hole behind Black Zephyr. The inside of the hole was pitch black, while there was also a strange aura constantly wafting around. What kind of place is this? As the advisor asked this, the first image that came to his mind was of those giant dragons in the west that liked to guard gold treasures. Could it be that this black snake also had this kind of fetish? As the advisor was thinking about it, a lewd laugh came from Black Snake's side. There are some treasures left in here. Do you want to go in and take a look? 1 second he was fighting and killing, and the next he started to ingratiate himself? Isn't this bull asterisk 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 asterisk? The advisor wasn't a big wrong seed, and instantly sensed Black Zephyr's small mind, but he didn't immediately reject it either. There was a strange aura in the cave entrance, which made the advisor a little curious. He crossed over Black Zephyr and walked directly to the entrance of the cave. He glanced at the cave and had turned his head to look at Black Zephyr. Kurosawa didn't take this opportunity to escape, but it didn't come any closer either. It quietly watched from the side, gently spitting out its letters, unable to tell what it was thinking. Aren't you coming over? The advisor asked suspiciously, and Black Zephyr shook its head. I heard a prophecy once upon a time, that only those who possessed the power of a rune master could enter this cave to obtain treasure. Ha! The advisor laughed coldly, recognizing Black Zephyr's lie with a single glance. He turned his head towards the cave, and Black Zephyr watched the advisor walk away step by step, a trace of excitement radiating from his eyes. However, the next moment, the advisor stopped. Kurosawa, cunning human, why aren't you walking? The advisor stood at the entrance of the cave. It wasn't that he didn't want to go in, but the moment he was just about to go in, a line of prompts from the system appeared in front of him. This prompt was a bit strange. Danger ahead. Need dragon. What the hell? A riddle competition? Advice? The advisor didn't expect the system to give him hints in this way, but fortunately, the advisor's brain wasn't slow and reacted immediately. After he stopped, he turned around and glanced at Kurosawa once again. Kurosawa immediately shifted from the expectant look he had earlier to a state of shaking his head as if he didn't care. The advisor let out a light laugh, held the slime on his head down, and softly droned, "Done done. Transform into a dragon possession." With the advisor's command, the slime's body emitted a tremor. The scarlet translucent body began to transform into the form of a miserable clawed dragon, then attached itself to the advisor's body like a piece of armor. Crap! Seeing this scene from the side, Black Zephyr was so shocked that its two snake eyes almost fell out. The only reason it had told the advisor about that cave was because it couldn't attack the advisor directly, so it had tried to deliberately lure the advisor into the cave. There was a boundary in that cave, just as the system's advisory hinted. Only creatures with a dragon attribute aura could enter. Although Black Zephyr was the king of snake dragons, he did not possess the dragon attribute since he had not fully evolved yet. He had thought that the advisor, a human, definitely did not have the qualifications to enter. Miscalculated. Sure enough, he was a cunning human. The advisor could feel the shock within Kurosawa behind him, and he deliberately held his head high as he took a graceful step into the cave. The moment he entered the cave, a strange feeling quickly enveloped him. Before he could even taste the sensation, it quickly disappeared again. A detection-type boundary? The advisor muttered strangely as he raised his eyes to survey his surroundings. The interior of this cave wasn't large and could even be described as very small. In addition to the rubble around, there was only one object directly in front of it. That looked like a altar or a small spiritual shrine. The advisor walked up, scanned the area, and lost interest in disappointment. Not to mention the treasure. Not even a dime in sight. Hoping that long worm is teasing me? The advisor couldn't help but curse, and was just about to leave the place and look for that Black Zephyr to spray, when he caught a glimpse of something in his afterglow. There was a feather, which looked like a bird's, quietly placed in the middle of the altar. The advisor picked up the feather, only to realize that the feather looked soft to the core, but its weight was not small, and it was unusually heavy in his hand. The system was activated. Underworld Lamp Dragon Feather, Ancient Dragon Feather that contains mysterious power, possessing the power to suppress the ancient dragon clan, can be used as a material. Holy, a short sentence, but the advisor cursed out in shock. He didn't expect that such an ordinary-looking bird feather was actually an ancient dragon feather. Hey, not right? Do dragons have feathers? The advisor was puzzled for a split second before quickly throwing it to the back of his mind. This is not important. The important thing is that this dragon feather has the power to be able to suppress the ancient dragon clan. No wonder it was placed here, and it was probably used as one of the props to suppress Black Zephyr. If this thing can be used as material. Hissing, the advisor subconsciously looked at the wand in his hand. This oracle's wand was replaceable with a core, so if this dragon feather could be added to it, wouldn't it be more precious than some blue dragon's dragon tendon? Thinking of this, the advisor quickly put the dragon feather into his spatial ring, then turned his head and ran out of the cave, smilingly arriving at Black Zephyr's side and patting its snake head vigorously. Little Black, you did a good job. Chapter 107, One Move to Shatter Internal Organs. Terrorist Rune. Black Zephyr looked at the advisor with some bewilderment, and for a moment, he even forgot to shake off his hand. Black Zephyr had been sealed here for so many years, it had no idea what was inside the cave, but after seeing the advisor's reaction, it profoundly realized one thing, and that was his grandma. A loss, Black Zephyr muttered, but the advisor ignored it and smiled, shaking Black Zephyr's snake head. Alright, good job, we should go. Black Zephyr was silent as it glared at the advisor, a grim light flickering in its eyes. Only now it had no way out. It could only find another opportunity to get this hateful human killed later. The advisor could probably guess Black Zephyr's thoughts, so he also left a heart, casually said, "Hey, by the way, can you become smaller again?" "Can." Black Zephyr was silent for a few seconds before this unwillingly replied, and after shaking his body, the snake's body drastically shrunk. With 2 transformations, Black Zephyr had transformed from the initial 100-meter snake to a teeny tiny black snake that obediently wrapped itself around the advisor's right arm. "TCH, lighten up. It's strangling me." The advisor frowned. Black Zephyr didn't care about him at all. Instead, he arrogantly said, "Cut the crap. Believe it or not, I'll become bigger and crush you to death? Grandma, a human ordering me to no end. Let me tell you, the moment I completely transform into a dragon, I'll be able to crush you to death with one finger." Although Black Zephyr was still cursing constantly, due to becoming much smaller, this caused it to look somewhat funny instead of being dangerous. Perhaps when a creature was weak and safe enough, no matter what it did, it would look cute, the advisor thought in his heart. This trip was far more rewarding than the advisor had imagined. Not only had he collected Black Zephyr, a powerful magical beast, but he had also enhanced his rank as a Sentinel Beast Master. His physical quality had also been greatly improved. In addition, that dragon feather. Maybe he could even find someone and help him strengthen his weapon. This could be said to be an all-around enhancement. Turn left ahead. Bastard. Then go right. Right. Watch your feet. Ouch me. Stupid. Can you get rid of that slimy low-level magical beast on your head? Doesn't anyone know who's in a higher position? Kurosawa wrapped around the advisor's right hand and kept guiding the direction of departure. Although the attitude of this navigator could be said to be poor to the extreme, the good thing was that it had been here for so many years that it remembered every path clearly. Even under the collapse, Kurosawa was able to find the way out easily. The advisor was repeatedly telling himself to endure, in order to get out. Getting out was the first priority, before enduring Black Zephyr with difficulty and patience. When they get out, they must teach it to be a snake. Fortunately, this road was not as long as imagined. After 10 minutes, the advisor saw a light appear ahead. "Alright, just follow the road. You can get out in front." Mongrel. Kurosawa seemed to be a bit tired after talking for half a day, and after finally cursing, he stopped making a sound. The advisor did not listen to him this time. It wasn't because he felt that Black Zephyr was punking him, but because he heard a strange sound. It was like the sound of weapons made of steel colliding, and at the same time, there was a burst of ice and fire breath coming from *********. Jiang Hanxia? The advisor then reacted that he wasn't here alone. The aura was coming from when Jiang Half-Summer was fighting. This girl had encountered the gang just now? Kurosawa, shut up. Black Zephyr was clearly not too convinced, still constantly chattering in the advisor's ear. The advisor didn't have time to pay attention to him and sped to the source of the sound. Sure enough, Kang Half-Summer was here, and the 4 people that he had seen earlier were each surrounding her, trying to encircle her. Before, with the advisor's help, Jiang Half-Summer was still able to support herself, but now with 1 against 4, Jiang Half-Summer obviously couldn't. Fortunately, Zhang Rui's men were trying to capture her alive, and didn't kill her for a while, as the 4 of them fought with Jiang Half-Summer. For Zhang Rui and their thoughts, the advisor was clear. The man's eyes dyed a few points of coldness. Even he himself did not notice that this kind of grimness was the same as the eyes of Heizei before. This was also a characteristic of the Imperial Beast Master. The longer the Imperial Master spent with the sole magical beast, the closer the two's personalities would become. The slime was originally a harmless creature, but due to devouring the crystal core of the tragic clawed dragon, its personality had transformed. Now there was another pure evil force like Kurosawa, which caused the advisor's personality to begin to vaguely shift a bit as well. Only the advisor didn't directly strike. It was after watching silently for a few seconds that he raised his right hand. Black Zephyr wrapped around the advisor's right arm. The snake's head tilted out to look over at Jiang Hanxia's side, and then retracted back to give the advisor a strange look. "Is that your wife?" "No." The corner of the advisor's mouth hooked up slightly and shook his head, then asked a very abrupt question. "Blackie, how long has it been since you've eaten anything?" "Huh?" Black Zephyr froze slightly, then realized what was going on. Spitting out his letters slightly, his tone clearly carrying excitement. "The last time I ate something, it was a mouse that ran in by mistake? TCH, how pathetic. So which one of those do you think is tastier?" Kurosawa tilted his head out and glanced at those guys. "Hiss. I think that little girl is quite tasty." The advisor's face didn't change at all when he heard that answer, and he looked at Kurosawa quietly. "Well, except for her, it's all pretty tasty." Kurosawa didn't want to miss out on this every meal, so he could only helplessly change his words. "Very good." The advisor stepped out then. With a wave of his wand, An arcane iron rune quickly appeared at Jiang Half-Summer's side, blocking Zhang Rui's sneak attack for her. Brother Gu? When Jiang Half-Summer saw the advisor, she was shocked and delighted for a moment, while on the contrary, Zhang Rui and the few of them revealed a sardonic smile, clearly not putting the advisor in their eyes. He, kid, you're still alive? Just in time. Brothers, continue as planned, don't get them killed. I need to have a good time. A few people with a face of disdain immediately repositioned themselves, ready to tackle the advisor first. The advisor smiled coldly. After taking in Black Zephyr, his attributes were already far from what was seen on the surface. He casually waved his wand, and in a flash, a small rune appeared in midair. It was a rudimentary 7 deadly runes, and although it wasn't deadly, it was powerful enough. The green magic power instantly dissipated into the air. 1 second. Zhang Rui's few people were unconcerned, but the next second their complexion changed drastically because they felt a powerful sense of oppression that landed on them. The crowd had no defense. A few people's knees went weak and they directly fell to the ground one after another, blood spurting out of their mouths. Their internal organs were shattered in an instant. Chapter 108, Bringing Kurosawa Back to the Academy. What is this situation? Jiang Hansha was somewhat stunned as she looked at the several people sprawled on the ground spitting blood from their mouths, almost losing the ability to think for a moment. The advisor shook his head and said with a smile on his face, "Go out first, I'll explain it to you later." But they, Jiang Half-Summer looked at Zhang Rui and the others, her expression somewhat hesitant. The advisor thought that Jiang Half-Summer was worried about them and was just about to open his mouth when Jiang Half-Summer looked at him and said, "Do you want to make up for it before you leave?" The advisor coughed lightly, expressing his speechlessness at his overthinking. "Don't worry about them, let's go. They're already wasted." "Oh, good." Jiang Half-Summer was obedient. She ran to the corner and picked up something from the ground, then returned to the advisor, and on the way, she even intentionally stepped on Zhang Rui's foot. Jiang Half-Summer pulled on the advisor's wrist. "Alright, Brother Gu, let's go." The advisor glanced at the thing she picked up. It looked as if it was a magical beast crystal core. Only before the advisor could use the system's ability to see it clearly, Jiang Half-Summer had already put it away in her spatial ring. Jiang Half-Summer seemed to be intentionally hiding something, and the advisor didn't have the leisure to care. He nodded, and Jiang Half-Summer headed towards the cave entrance of the Black God's Grotto, and where no one could see, the advisor shook his hand without leaving a trace. A small black snake fell to the ground along his wrist, until the advisor disappeared. Black Zephyr looked towards Zhang Rui and excitedly spat out the snake's letter. Zhang Rui's few people didn't have the strength to stand up and didn't notice the presence of the black snake. They were just struggling to try and get up, their faces full of panic. Cough cough. This advisor, why is it so powerful? Their injuries weren't so bad that they would die, but since there was no support-type occupation in their 4-person team, there was no way to easily leave this place for a while. At this time, Black Zephyr had already wobbled and crawled to the side of several of them, scanning several people one by one, seemingly deciding who to start with. Zhang Rui finally spotted Black Zephyr. Go. Get lost. Where did the long worm come from? Get lost, or else I'll chop you up with a knife. Zhang Rui annoyingly cursed at Black Zephyr, but Black Zephyr didn't leave. Instead, he smiled. A snake, revealing a smile. This scene was too much to even think about. After Zhang Rui and the others noticed it, they lost their voices for a moment as well, their brains going blank, and immediately afterward, Black Zephyr not only revealed a smile, but even let out a laugh. Ha, good a bunch of mongrels dare to scold my old man? Don't worry, I'll swallow you all from your feet into your stomachs little by little. After Black Zephyr finished speaking, it began to shake its body, and as a gust of demonic wind hung over it, its body suddenly turned into dozens of meters. Seeing this appearance of Black Zephyr, Zhang Rui and the others even forgot about their fear for a while, until after Zhang Rui was the first one to be swallowed into Black Zephyr's stomach. Only then did a fearful shout come out from the Black God's Grotto. What sound? Jiang Hansha had just crossed the scarlet swamp outside the Black God's Grotto with the help of the slime, and turned her head to look in confusion when she heard the shout. The advisor had of course heard the screams as well, only he smiled with a calm face, and after setting the slime on his head, he casually replied, "It's nothing, maybe those guys couldn't hold up, right?" Hearing this explanation, Jiang Hansha visibly skimmed his mouth and whispered, if it wasn't, ugh, forget it." The advisor was listening to the next half of Jiang Half-Summer's sentence, but as a result, Jiang Half-Summer wrapped her arm around him, once again revealing a feigned sweet voice. "Thank you for saving me, Brother Gu, you're too good." The advisor was a little less than receptive to Jiang Half-Summer's perverse behavior, but after a long time, he got used to it. "You're welcome." He lightly withdrew his arm and walked towards the way he came. Jiang Hansha curiously caught up with him. "Brother Gu, how do I feel? Your physical strength is much better than before?" Illusion, I guess. Advisor currently didn't want to expose the fact that he had taken in Black Zephyr, a rank 8 magical beast. It was hard to explain when he said it, and it would inevitably cause trouble. Luckily, John Hanxia didn't care, and only thought that he was a little tired, which led him to follow the advisor's footsteps. At the same time, a black shadow flashed from behind the two people, like a bolt of lightning, climbed up the advisor's pants leg, burrowed into his clothes, and finally wrapped itself around his right arm. Of course, the advisor knew that this was Black Zephyr returning, but he didn't have much of a reaction on the surface, and after a slight pause, he continued in the direction of the academy as if nothing had happened, all the way back to the Dragon County Academy. Without waiting for the advisor to speak, John Hanxia took the initiative to say goodbye to him. The advisor was happy to see it happen, just as he still had things to do. There weren't many students passing through the academy at night. It was quiet, so the advisor was slightly more bold. Come on out. He raised his hand and shook it slightly, and with a cold touch, a snake's head came out of his sleeve. In the darkness of the night, a pair of snake eyes, colder than the night, flickered with an insidious light as they wordlessly surveyed the surroundings. Ha! I didn't think that after such a long time has passed, your human aesthetics are still as bad as ever. Don't look at it if you dislike it so much. Your snakehead that can't wait to stick out has already revealed your excited heart. The advisor slandered in his heart. But of course, this was not said out loud. For this black snake with a broken mouth, the advisor didn't really hate it. Moreover, this was after all an 8th rank magical beast, so if he could establish a good relationship with it, he might even be able to obtain some benefits in time. So for the next few moments, the advisor intentionally brought Black Zephyr and slithered around the academy. Human, what is that building? A toilet. What's that? Hey, go over there, look over there. Over there is the girls' dormitory. Why do you humans still have 2 dormitories for men and women? Due to the difference in perception, the advisor spent a lot of effort explaining various common sense along the way. It was a pity that Kurosawa's character was as arrogant as ever. Alright, you humans are as uninteresting as ever. Do you know humans well? The advisor was a bit curious.